The kind of jobs that Jews did at this time is that they were tax farming. This is a medieval practice that goes back many centuries, in which, as I described, the nobleman would say, okay, these are my holdings, this is my land, and I estimate it will produce about 700 zloty a year. So you go out there and you provide me with 700 zloty. If you collect 900 zloty, then you get to keep what's left. You get to keep that extra 200. So that it was a profit incentive for the Jews to engage in whatever rights that the nobleman would give them to try and eke taxes out of the local population. This is not going to make them any friends with the local population, especially when the next year the nobleman said, oh, you showed up with 700 zloty right on time. It must have been too low a figure. This year I'd like 800 zloty. And it goes down. So this is a difficult place. As Shimon put it, the Jews were like between the hammer and the anvil. The hammer were the Polish noblemen, the anvil were the Ukrainian peasants, and it eventually erupted in huge violence. The name for this form of tower, and skip over that, and one other detail was significant. One of the monopolies that the Polish noblemen often gave to Jews was the right of propinacja, which means the exclusive right to sell and distribute alcohol. So that's where you often have Jews, even in the 21st century, there's an alcohol trade, Seagrams and organizations like this. It goes back really to this period in Jewish history where Jews who were, again, you recall they were urban, so they tended to have more likely to have inns, whereas the Ukrainian peasants are spread out in the countryside, so they would come into the villages to stay at the inn, and the inn was a place where you could drink alcohol. So just total it economically in your minds. The peasants come in, they don't have any cash because it's a very weak economy. They know they will actually get some cash out of the ground when they sell their crops, but they want a beer now, and so they buy a beer on credit. Credit goes on a tab. Tab incurs interest, and then when time comes for the harvest, then all of a sudden they go into the inn to pay their tab, and they see that it's really quite huge, and so that's going to include a lot of resentment. So what ended up happening was, in 1648, there was a huge peasant uprising led by this Bohdan Khmelnytsky. The so-called Gzeras Tach V'Tach, the decree of 1648-49, was the Ukrainian peasantry's deep dissatisfaction with the status quo. It was primarily directed at the Polish noblemen, but they were very far away. So they wreaked their havoc primarily on the local Jewish population, also on Ukraine converted to Catholicism, because this was an Ukrainian Orthodox uprising, but it had a massive impact on Jews and continues to be remembered in the liturgy to this day. Shortly thereafter, perhaps as a result of the dispirited feeling of Jews after being attacked in this situation, a false messiah arose named, I would love to spend a lot more time talking about him, but I have to make it very brief. Shabtai Tzvi, a brilliant young man. In his youth, he was considered really quite a child prodigy. Tremendous singing voice, for example. He had lots of marriage proposals laid at his feet, but he was a bit of a loner. He liked to kind of like engage in mystical contemplation and things like that. And he probably suffered from some kind of mental illness. Not an expert, maybe something like bipolar disorder or something like that. He ran into an individual named Nathan of Gaza here. Oh, by the way, in this particular image, you can see that the artist is clearly not aware of Hebrew, but he's trying to, represent Hebrew by putting it on the back of this pillar here. Shabtai Tzvi actually was a Europe-wide sensation. Non-Jews were fascinated with the whole story of Shabtai Tzvi, and so it appears in a lot of broadsheets from the time. But he ran into an individual named Nathan of Gaza, shown here, leading tens of thousands of people to Jerusalem, who essentially mounted a global campaign, or at least a Europe-wide campaign, that in fact Shabtai Tzvi was the Jewish Redeemer, he was Mashiach, and that he was going to go to Jerusalem, take it back from the Ottomans, and initiate the Messianic period. He received a phenomenal amount of support. There were Jews all over Europe who were so excited. Finally, Mashiach, after 1,600 years of exile, finally we returned to Jerusalem, and they joined him. They sold their properties, obviously it cents on the dollar, and they went to follow him, as you can see from this picture here. And finally, they made their way to Constantinople, and the Sultan was not necessarily impressed with his claims. He said, I have a counter offer. How about I let you keep your head if you convert to Islam? And Shabtai Tzvi agreed, and he accepted the deal. He converted to Islam. The vast majority of his Jewish followers were completely devastated by this betrayal of the movement, although a small number of them decided, wait a minute, this must be part of the divine plan. If Shabtai Tzvi is in fact Mashiach, and he's become a Muslim, must mean that that's how it will bring about the end of days. And so they converted to Islam as well. They were called the Sunni, and there are significant pockets of them even today in Syria and these former followers of Shabtai Tzvi. But it led to still more of depression, like a Europe-wide depression among Jews after this hugely popular Messianic movement failed. Many scholars relate the two events, that is, the rising of 1648-49, the failed fee, to the growth of the Hasidic movement. Other scholars feel that that's in fact an unfair comparison, because Hasidism represents a tremendously new and bright movement all on its own. It's not exclusively a reaction to these earlier devastating events. Basically, what is Hasidism? This is a picture of a well that exists in Ukraine that many locals believe was actually dug by the founder of the Hasidic movement himself, the famous Israel Ben Elazar, the Baal Shem Tov himself. And this is kind of like what Hasidism represents. It's a drink of cool, fresh well water. It's something new, taking from the deep sources that we saw in the Arizal and many other sources, and giving new energy to Judaism. Let's try and understand a little bit of the roots behind it. One part of the roots associated with the development of Hasidism in the 18th century is the fact that many Jews, particularly in the southern regions of Eastern Europe, felt that they were intellectually disenfranchised. The world of Talmud study among Jews valorized and prioritized intellectual acuity above everything else. The idea that the only way you could really achieve status in the Jewish world, let me back up for a second. Historically, there are three ways to achieve status in the Jewish world, and this applies universally. The first is called yichus, which means family lineage. If you come from important people, if your father, your grandfather, your mother, your bubby, and so on, if they're important people, okay, so you're important because you have yichus. The second thing, and this is no longer important, but if you have money, you get status. We don't pay attention to money anymore. But the only democratic way to get status in Jewish society is learning. That's the only avenue to status that is traditionally available to everyone. Right? It's as if the Torah is lying in the street. Anyone who wants it can pick it up. And the Lithuanians in particular, this is in Northern Europe, were the paradigm of the intellectual elite. The Lithuanians still have a strong influence on contemporary society. You can usually recognize a Litvak, a person from Lithuanian extraction, because they tend to be humorous, rather good looking, fine fashion sense. And that's where all the great minds were, the great writers, the great thinkers. They're all up in the north. And the poor peasant Jews in the south, beat up after the Khmelnytsky Revolution, beat up by their failed messiah Shabtai Tzvi, they had nothing, and they felt so disenfranchised. The Baal Shem Tov, active in Podolia and in southern Poland, really began to say, no, your spirituality in itself has tremendous value. Again, drawing from the Arizal, the tiniest little movements, the recital of songs, the extending of kindness, fellowship, singing, dancing, drinking, all of these things imbued with a love of God can have phenomenal spiritual and cosmic impact. And that's really what was the main message of Hasidism. There was also an economic factor. There's a particular scholar in Israel who has pioneered the study of this. his name is Dinor, in which we should understand that, just as I mentioned earlier, the Polish nobleman literally owned the town. It also meant that, strange as it might sound, the Polish nobleman had the right to name the town rabbi. And so if the Polish nobleman, who is expert in Talmudic law, can name the town rabbi, then it's something open to bribery and corruption. And so what happened over the course of the 15th, 16th, 17th century is that, charlatans, they invest money in the nobleman. They'll get the position of chief rabbi of a given town. They would collect all of the related taxes, such as the karobka, a candle tax, a kosher meat tax, all of these things. And it was a stella, it was a position, it was something that you could do as a job. This did not necessarily satisfy the spiritual yearnings of the local population. So you had developed these, sometimes charlatans themselves, these so-called Balei Shem, who were usually amulet makers, who were charismatic, who were good communicators, who began to attract around themselves people who needed that spiritual lift. And these people, who are not necessarily rabbis by the traditional definition of the term, were able to provide it. The greatest of them was the Baal Shem Tov. This is actually a tax record from Medjugorje, which shows, as highlighted, a colleague of mine, a senior colleague named Moshe Rossman, actually went to Poland when the Soviet Union fell apart. And in the archives, one of the first people to actually discover evidence of the life of the Baal Shem Tov. And here you can see in the tax records, there's a reference to Baal Shem, which is the Baal Shem Tov himself. And he found a lot of amazing things about Shem Tov. The word means the amulet maker. Shem means master of the name, i.e. the name of God. And people would request amulets for health and for livelihood, finding a spouse and so on. He was not like those snake oil salesmen. He was the Baal Shem Tov. He was the good amulet maker. And he generated of excitement that spread region. Here is, that shows you over the 18th and 19th centuries, the many different sets. Here's Lithuania up in the north, right, where the good Lithuanian people live. And then have Poland, Hungary, and Ukraine. And the area is right around here in the Carpathian mountain region where Hasidism just takes off. And there's clearly a divide. Ironically, one of the well-known Hasidic sects, the so-called Chabad movement, which is taken from the Arizal's 3 Sefirot, Chokmah Bin Hadad, is actually a Lithuanian movement. It's one of the intellectual of these movements. And these movements are really devastated in the Holocaust. If you look at this map you can see, because the Hasidim over language, you can see massive collections of these. This map shows children aged 5 to 17 who speak Yiddish at home. This map is from the year 2000. You see huge concentrations here in Borough Park, in Williamsburg, and in Crown Heights. And there's also right here, that's where I work, this little dot right here. Okay. So the Hasidic movement has a huge impact, but they have massive conflict because the Lithuanian Jews are not standing still throughout all of this. And they begin to oppose the new Hasidic movement. Hasidism, the word Hasid is, of course, from Hebrew, and it means pious, but in this context, it means someone who does more than is required, more than is necessary, going beyond the letter of the law. For example, just off the top of my head, the Torah says it is forbidden to shave with a razor the sides of your forehead, right? So, but you are allowed to cut your hair with scissors. So the Litvaks will, of course, cut their hair short in the sides like this. But the Hasidim would say, you know what? If I can't cut it with a razor, I'm not going to cut it at all. And I'm going to let my hair grow long and beautiful. And that's why they get the peyot, so-called corners, because it's a way of saying I'm going to do more than is required. I know I can cut my peyot, but you know what? So for me, I'm so proud of it, I'm just going to keep it like that. So it's ironic because, of course, now if you go to places like Lakewood, which are strongholds of the Litvaks, they will also grow peyots because, they now have influence on the Mitnagdim. The Mitnagdim all have influence on the Chassidim. The term Mitnagdim or Misnagdim means opponents. because they opposed the Hasidic innovations. The derogatory form, by the way, and I have a lot of, I know it sounds funny, I have a lot of Hasidic, some of my best friends are Hasidic, but when the derogatory is snag in modern American usage, someone's a snag, it means he's a misnaged. He is one of those Lithuanians. But anyway, the misnagdim, whose great leader was the Vilna Gaon, pictured here, a tremendous genius living in Lithuania. Although his particular option is not at all clear, this seems to have been that was much more popular among his followers. They opposed the Hasidim because there was a lot of antinomian behavior going on. What do I mean by antinomian? The Hasidim were not as about certain halachic norms than the Misnagdim were. Like, for example, we have traditionally 3 times of prayer, right? Shacharis in the morning, Mincha in the afternoon, and Marav at night. And the Misnagdim will actually calculate when these prayers may be said. Right? We know exactly what goes down. You can say Mincha a certain time, Marav after that, certain breaks and so on. And we're very particular about it. But the Hasidics say, come on, seriously, I want you to drag yourself out of bed when it's cold outside and you're hungry and not going to be motivated. God wants you to have a good night's sleep. He wants to be prepared for shul later and daven lamench, daven properly. Similarly, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim will not eat before prayers. How can you feed your body when you have to show gratitude to God? And the Hasidim say, is that the way you're going to show gratitude? You're going to go to shul, and we know you're saying the words, but you're really thinking about kichel. You're really thinking about the herring. So no, eat a little bit before you go to shul. And so there are all these kind of like what the Misnagdim regard as halachic compromises. The Hasidim say, no, this is a preparation. This is what you need to be able to pray properly. And both groups thought that the other were crazy. There are a lot of other elements going on here. Let us not forget the economic motives, because if you have the town rabbi with his shul and they daven chakras at, let's say, 8 a.m., and then you have this charismatic group on the side that's a breakaway minyan, and they're Hasidim, so they want to daven at 10 a.m., well, you know what? They're going to need another building eventually. They're going to need their own congregation. So there's economic stresses as well between this incipient new group, which reminds me of a joke. I can't help but tell it to you. Sorry, I'm sorry, I can't. I'll say it very fast. It's not an offensive joke. First 3 clergymen in outer space. You heard this before? Okay, the joke goes like this. First 3 clergymen in outer space, they get on the space shuttle, they orbit the world a few times, and they come back down, and the journalists all come up to them, and they say to the Catholic priest, what did you think? He says, I thought of the immensity of God's creation. Then they go to the Protestant minister, and he says, I thought of how tiny humanity is. And they ask the rabbi, he says, who had time to think? Shakos min chamar. Shakos min chamar. Okay, so now, the conflict between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim was really quite bitter at the end of the 18th century. It was like they were literally fist fighting with each other. They were literally denouncing each other to the Russian authorities, and the Russian authorities were generally fairly to throw this or that Hasidic leader into prison. In fact, as I'm talking right now, today is Chai Elul. It happens to be a very important date in the Hasidic calendar. That's why if you go, Chabad has all these dates throughout the year where they have celebrations, because this is another day when one of their leaders was released from prison, because they tend to get thrown in prison. And quite often it was the Misnagdim who threw them in there. But both groups realized by about the year 1815 that they had a far larger challenge with the so-called Maskilim. The Maskilim are the followers of the Jewish Enlightenment, which was called the Haskalah. And this was a movement that was spearheaded first by this man here in the red coat, Moses Mendelssohn, who said, you know what? It's time now for Jews to break out of their intellectual ghettos and join world society. There's no reason why Jews cannot participate in the broader cultural currents that surround us. And Jews should not regard themselves as being somehow foreigners living in this society, even though many countries literally consider Jews foreign residents, like Russia until 1917. You could be in Russia for 1,000 years. Your passport would say inozemnych, foreigner. It's time for Jews to regard themselves as part of the societies in which they live. Many of these early maskilim said the only way we can do this is by jettisoning our Jewish practice, by jettisoning for example, why have Shabbos on Saturdays? Why have our Sabbath on Saturday when, after all, the rest of the world does it on Sunday? Let's just move it to Sunday, And this was like unheard of. And like, all these foods that we can't eat, but that separates us from our surrounding society. We should give up on that. We should eat the same things everybody else eats, the national foods and so on. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim kind of made a truce that has held pretty much until the present day, where they said we have a much larger fight with the Haskalah, with the Maskilim. To give an example, one of the biggest fights between the Maskilim and the Misnagdim and the Hasidim was over some tiny rules of how an animal is kosher slaughtered. That had to do with the sharpness of the knife. And they argued bitterly about it until they realized the Maskilim are saying, we don't have to keep kosher at all. So if the fight is over keeping kosher at all, then they've got to work out the differences about the shchita method and move on. So that's ultimately the Maskilim had a phenomenal impact in Western Europe in particular, but it was not able to penetrate the same way in Eastern Europe because the Hasidim and the Misnagdim closed ranks. Okay, so let's run to that Western Europe now. And we have to go to the great story of emancipation, Jewish emancipation, which was a drama that occupied Western Europe for about 200 years. The Jews were still living in a kind of medieval format. The Kehillah leadership is designed, as we discussed last week, designed for a medieval kind of feudal society in which people live in communities and they are defined by their community. They're not defined by their profession, by their geographic location, and so on. Certainly not defined by their confession. But as modernity wore on and the feudal patterns of Europe were country by country abandoned, the Maskilim argued that in fact Jews should be released from their medieval corporate state, and they should be allowed to be regular citizens like everyone else. It happened all of a sudden in 1790, French Revolution 2 years earlier, that proclaimed liberté, égalité, fraternité, right? Liberty, equality, and siblinghood for all. I shouldn't say siblinghood, I should say brotherhood, because when they suggested, there was a woman who suggested, you mean women? They said, no, you're not talking about women. Only men are equal, women are not. The Jews said, well, when you say all people living in France are equal, that's us too. And the French thought about it. They were really not comfortable with it. But in 1790, they said, okay, we're going to accept those Sephardic Jews who live in Bordeaux and Bayonne, because they tend to be more acculturated. They spoke French, they wore French clothes and so on. The Ashkenazim living in Alsace-Lorraine on the border with Germany was a little bit harder, but in 1791 they said, okay, Jews, you can be French as well. This was not to society because, again, the Jews who were an intellectual powerhouse because they were overwhelmingly literate, overwhelmingly numerate. They had tremendous experience with financial services and so on. All of a sudden, they were released from whatever anti-Semitic restrictions were in place, and they were able to get into all aspects of not only the economy, but the culture at the same time. So many protested against this, and in the 19th century, the Emperor Napoleon said, okay, you know what? We're going to solve this once and for all. Let's ask the Jews what they are all about. Is there an order of Jews that we can ask as to what their citizenship? And people said, Napoleon, well, they used to have a state, and they had a grand court of 71 judges, Sanhedrin, but it hasn't sat in 1900 years. He says that doesn't matter to me at all. I'm Napoleon, being the Sanhedrin. So he sent out this message that shocked the entire Jewish world. The Sanhedrin, the Jews, would be amassed in Paris under the leadership of this rabbi, David Sinzheim, who was actually a very well-respected rabbi of the time. A special kind of celebratory hat that he wore to as the head of the Sanhedrin. And Napoleon asked the Sanhedrin, okay, I have 12 questions that will determine position in French. And these were essentially question answers ever since. Because Napoleon said to them, do you consider yourself French or Jewish? Essentially they said, French, because they know who we're talking to. They're talking to Napoleon. If it said primarily Jewish, then he could have said, you know what, this is all a mistake. You guys should be out of here. And they flubbed a lot of answers like, is it permitted in your religion for a Jewish person to marry a non-Jew, which is not permitted? But they said, well, you know, technically, oh, look at the time already. And they kind of like flood. They met because he wanted to make sure that they would ultimately assimilate. And so in the end, Napoleon said, okay, fine, we're going to verify the emancipation that was granted years earlier. We're expecting no dual loyalty. So by the way, if we fight against Germany, where there are a lot of Jews there, how will you fight? And they said famously, jusqu'à la mort, we will fight to the death. You know, and when French Jews in general have been fairly patriotic to their country. The Jews were so grateful for this that they did things like mint this coin, which shows on the left Napoleon, and on the right, here's Napoleon as literally the law as sort of speak God, because this Moses here is clearly genuflecting and he accepts the two tablets of the law. But this essentially charted the role of emancipation. In the Russian Empire, it didn't go this smoothly at all. The Russian Empire was, in the 19th century, determined to try and get rid of the Jewish people primarily by three methods. One third they anticipated would emigrate, another third would assimilate, and another third would die. The idea was simply to get rid of the Jewish people, a big undigestible mass living in Russia. And one of the most cruel aspects of this was Nicholas I imposed a so-called cantonist decree. He realized, he was a military man, he realized that one of the best ways to assimilate the Jews was to force them into the army. And he knew that the regular age of conscription of 18 was too late. And so he lowered the age of conscription to the age of 12. And these children will be taken at the age of 12. They would spend 6 years in a reform school called a canton, and then they would spend 25 years in the Russian army. It was like essentially taking them away from the Jewish community forever. And what was perhaps most diabolical, because the Russian government was really quite inept, they didn't have the bureaucracy in place to handle it. So he said to the Kahila, the leadership of each Jewish community, I would like you to choose the recruits. When we come through in October for the number of recruits that we demanded, we want you, Jewish leaders, to provide those children for us. And that meant that the Jewish Kahila leadership, the federation leadership, if you will, the rabbis, had to decide which children would go away for 36 odd years. This was a tremendously devastating move that tore apart the Jewish community. In some cases, we have examples where the leadership actually employed professional kidnappers, choppers, who would go in the dead of night before the Russians came and would steal children from their beds to deliver them to the Russians. You can be assured that of the wealthy, the children of the powerful, were not sent off to the cantons. It was children of widows, children of impoverished individuals, and this created a huge rift within the Jewish community where a whole generation of Jews lost confidence in their leadership. And it would eventually play out, I'll skip through this here, in the Russian Revolution, when individuals like Leon Trotsky had no confidence whatsoever in the leadership and wanted the revolution. One of the lesser known reasons why Leon Trotsky fought against Russia so badly was because it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I tried a little harder with that one. Okay. In Germany, nations, and by the way, emancipation would only come with the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, which we will discuss next week. In Germany, unlike France, they went back and forth several times. Certain parts of Germany said yes, other parts said no. They had an internal revolution. Then the revolution failed, and Jews were struggling for a century to try and get, for some, like Abraham, who was generally the founder of the Reform movement, was we have to prove to the Germans that we are also Germans, and so therefore we should adopt more German manners. We should adopt the German language. We should form our synagogue so it looks more like a church. We try to do things that make us fit in with the Germans. So kind of a slavish, almost aping of German forms that was very characteristic of the period. Other Zacharias Frankel, who was associated with what we would call in America conservative movement, said, you know, you're going too far. Taking Hebrew out of the liturgy, that's a bridge too far. We're not going to do it. But Orthodox thinkers like Samson Raphael Hirsch said, you know what? We are not going to push away modernity. Jews are going to do this whether we like it or not, so we have to find a way to preserve Orthodox identity by deciding what exactly is required and what exactly is custom and threading that needle. He's associated really with the founding of what we would call today modern Orthodoxy. Many felt that he was insufficiently insufficiently Orthodox looking, so they tended to issue these pictures a little bit differently. Even in his own time, this is a well-known phenomenon with photography. We tend to phone people up all the time. At any rate, they are operating against the backdrop of increasing anti-Semitism. In fact, the word anti-Semitism at this time was coined by Wilhelm Marr, shown here on the left. Wilhelm Marr wanted to invent a more polite term for what was called Judenhass, or Judenfeinde, which means basically Jew hatred. And so he said, I'm not against Jews, I'm against Semitism. What is Semitism? He borrowed from linguistic theory to say, oh, there are these people called Semites, which includes Arabs, but he wasn't really thinking of them. These people called Semites who are locked in a world Jewish conspiracy to dominate Europe. And I'm against that. Hence the term anti-Semitismus, which originally was used as kind of a badge of honor. You would say you're anti-Semite proudly. Of course, with the Holocaust, that term lost its glamour temporarily. Some figures like Heinrich von Treitschke, who we spoke about briefly in the first lecture, opposed the Jews, and particularly the work of Heinrich Gretz, the great historian, and he coined the term that would later become famous under Hitler. This term, moving forward, you just see it should zoom in. The Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. If we have any problems here in German society, it's because of the Jews. We'll obviously return to this, God willing, next week. Let us just conclude. It looks like I've lost my clicker, so I'll have to use a finger here. When we get to the end of the 19th century, there is a major scene drawn with a wave of pogroms that literally lasts 3 years in the Russian Empire. The lighter color in this map here shows the so-called Pale of Settlement, where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. As I mentioned in an earlier lecture, Jews are generally able to tolerate a degree of anti-Semitism as long as they live in a Rechtsstaat, as long as they know that the government will basically follow its own laws. With these pogroms, which were not devastating by 20th century standard. By one count, only 46 people were killed, unfortunately, but only 46 people were killed over 3 years. But what really impacted the Jews was the fact we keep having these pogroms day after day. Where is government stopping it? Why is this violence happening? And so Jews got up and said, we have to change things now. And these things came together as they created 5 distinct strategies for survival. One of was the mass migration. These shores, 1.75 million came between 1881 and 1970, and everybody else went to where they had universal health care. But they developed 5 strategies for modernity that we will discuss next week. Just to list them quickly: emigration and widely followed strategy, Secondly, something called diaspora nationalism, and the fifth is renewed traditionalism. All of these things, God willing, will be the center of our discussion next week. I would like to conclude by reminding you that in the first lecture, I wanted to give you one takeaway message. And the message that I had when we looked at the Jewish mediation period was that when you look at the nature of the Jewish narrative at that point, I think the big takeaway is that the Jewish people are resilient. The Jewish people are able to absorb phenomenal attacks on their body politic and still survive. When we looked at the medieval period last week, which involved tremendous upheavals and challenges, we see that the Jewish people were resourceful. They found new strategies to be able to endure those challenges and not only survive, but in fact, in many cases, even thrive. So the takeaway that I'd like to suggest for today's class is that when we look at the modern people, we see the Jewish people are renewing in the sense that they are finding new ways to exist. I want to say dynamic in the sense that they're constantly moving. They're a flowing river, but dynamic starts with a D instead of an R. So I chose renewing. And that's the takeaway message tonight. I want to thank you very much for your endurance. And God willing, we'll reconvene next week. Explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They just shot them up 150 miles in the sky and blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. You could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. If they had no reason to believe, they're just hovering there watching Earth, and all of a sudden, it's interesting to me. There's CIA reports. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Creation date 2016, document release date is 98. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? While I know that they've changed the room around significantly, I hope it's not too disorienting. I'm going to have to try and speak sideways. Thank you for that. So let me start just with a small pleasantry that will illustrate some of the material that we'll be discussing tonight. I apologize for many of you who have certainly heard this story before. It's about a guy who needs to buy another used car for his family. He has a very large family, yeshiva guy, and he needs to get something large enough to transport his entire family. It's not an easy thing to find. And so he goes to a particular used car lot and show him a lot of models. And the one that really appeals to him is actually this 1977 Ford Country Squire with this faux wood paneling on the sides and things like that, right? Big V8 engine on the inside. And he says, this looks like the perfect kind of vehicle for my family. The only problem is, he says to the salesman, I see it's got no gas pedal. It's got no brake pedal. How do you drive it? Right? You know the joke, right? So, okay, I'll tell you then. So what happens is the man says, well, the truth is this is a very religious car. It belonged to a very holy rabbi. And in order to make it go, he had this special formula. He would make it go by saying, Baruch Hashem. Don't say it now because it'll start moving. But once you say Baruch Hashem, then it drives. And to make it stop, you have to say Shema Yisrael. Say Shema Yisrael. And it will stop. So he tries it out, takes for a test ride, Baruch Hashem, decides he's going to take the car. And then he realizes as he's driving, he forgot the phrase, but how to make it stop. And he's going faster and faster, and he's on the horn, and he's going through red lights, and he goes the wrong way in a one-way street. He's panicking. He doesn't know what to do. He crashes through a construction barrier. He goes up on this ramp under construction. He realizes the ramp is about to end. It's an overpass under construction. He's going to go over the edge. He's going to die. So as a good Jew, he covers his eyes, claims God's unity. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Car stops right in the edge, and he says, Baruch Hashem. Okay, so that's, to a certain degree, that's illustrative of the kind of material that we're going to be discussing tonight in the last of our 4 lectures, a crash course in Jewish history. Tonight we're going to be looking at what I'd like to call the contemporary period, and I'll try to put some boundaries on that. I want to say thank you to make sure I don't forget at the end of the lecture. It's been nice to have such a pleasant and attentive and intelligent audience for these 4 lectures. It's also been rather popular on the internet. I looked up the analytics today. It looks like about 1,000 people have watched this series since the beginning of this month. which is nice. For 10,000 were my mother watching it over and over, continuous loop. But it is nice to know that that this material has an audience. Okay, so by defining what do I mean by the contemporary period. Historians like to use the term the long 19th century, and that's because centuries begins on a chronologically round number. That let's say 1900, they close at 2000, but history tends to have different bracket points. And the long 9th century generally begins 1789 with the French Revolution. You might want to say 1776 with the American Revolution, extends throughout the 1800s, and then usually the other end of the bracket is 14 with the beginning of World War I. So that's called the long 19th secular historians' worldview. So would really begin with the 1881 pogroms that we discussed briefly at the end of last week's class, and concludes with the disengagement from Gaza in the year 2005. Those two moments really bracket major change, demographic, philosophical, spiritual change that deeply impacted the Jewish psyche worldwide, and I hope to demonstrate why those are adequate brackets for our understanding of the contemporary period. So, picking up where we left off, you'll recall that in 1881, a pogrom wave began to sweep throughout the former Russian Empire, and a little bit like Fiddler on the Roof, believe it or not, where the Nachalnik says to Tevye, there's going to be a pogrom, you should clear out in advance. There was a long-standing belief that was promoted by a lot of historians at the time that the Russian government had actually engineered the pogroms. That argument has largely been pushed aside with archival research that indicates the Russian government actually, although they weren't particularly pro-Jewish, they weren't philo-Semitic at all, and there were reasons why the pogroms were useful for them politically, they really didn't want to encourage anarchy because they knew that an anarchic movement like this could eventually spell revolutions. The reality was the Russian government was simply inept and unable to stretch its resources far enough to be able to prevent this widespread violence. And when Jews, after a series of 3 years of sustained pogroms, in which hooligans would come into these little villages and they would, rape and pillage, and then they would go away, and then a couple of weeks later, usually in the springtime, they would come back again. There was nothing that could be done to stop them. Jews stopped believing that the Russian government was a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law, and they said, we have to come up with something else. So that's the moment of change that I'd like to discuss with you right now. By the way, this map shows you the huge migration of Jews from the Polish settlement between the period of 1881 and the period when the American government began to shut down a lot of the migration in the early 20s. And the other end of the period we're studying is the disengagement from Gaza, which we'll get to when we talk about Israel more specifically. A heart-wrenching moment in Israeli history. Israel began to sort of look backwards and move backwards from what had been imagined as a messianic step forward towards the ultimate redemption of the entire Jewish world. But I don't want to anticipate where we are. So there are 5 major strategies that the Jews of Eastern Europe, and we should recall that the Jews of Eastern Europe were the largest single bloc of Jewish population in the world at the time. They looked to 5 new ways to try and articulate their status in modernity. The first was migration or emigration, as we saw in that map, particularly to the New World, to America. This is a Rosh Hashanah postcard, very appropriate for our purposes. I believe the date on this is 1910, if I remember correctly. And you can see that on the right, you have the impoverished Russian peasants here, bedraggled and carrying all of their belongings and bags and things like that. You've got the steamers coming in. Ellis Island is suggested. And here, of course, are the American-born, usually from an earlier Germanic wave in the 1840s, the American-born Jews who are happily greeting them and welcoming them. Even the American eagle is, as it were, welcoming the Russian eagle. And this is certainly a very rosy picture of the way the Eastern European immigrants were received. But this is one option, the idea of simply leaving and starting over again. This is ironically the most traditional option that Jews have historically chosen when facing these kinds of challenges. Most of our ancestors, I anticipate, were part of this migration wave. There were some, of course, who came after World War II. There are radically different waves. These are immigrants. The ones after World War II are largely refugees with a very, very different mindsets. The emigres tend to think, okay, I'm going to start all over. I'm going to go to America, and I'm going to make myself into this new American Jew. I'm going to metaphorically, sometimes literally, throw my tefillin over it as I approach these shores. I'm going to learn English. I'm going to abandon the Mamelushim. Whereas the Jews who came after World War II resented their displacement and said, no, no, I will not change for America. America will change for me. I will establish myself in the Lower East Side, in Brooklyn, in Muncie, in Lakewood, and I will make America into Eastern Europe. A very different kind of mindset, also a very powerful impact on American shores. Another option was the new Zionist movement, and we should recall that although Jews had been yearning for Zion since time, really since the first exile in the 6th century before the Common Era that we talked about 4 weeks ago, Jews have always wanted to return to Zion. However, the political movement, so Zionism really dates from the 80s, when first a more religious group, Chovevei Tzion, those who love Zion, began to be active in the Black Sea region. Then later it acquired a more secular character, especially in Western Europe, led by people like Theodor Herzl. And this was a way of saying, you know what? We're going to move, we're going to leave Europe, but why should we repeat the process over and over again? Eventually, the same thing is going to happen to the Jews in America as well. Chas v'shalom, lo aleinu. But eventually, it's going to happen there too. So let's end history, moving to Israel. Let us bring this to a close where we finally return home rather than maintaining another way. Zionist movement, of course, as we shall see today, and of course we all know, was immensely successful. And we know, for example, in the limited election results that we have from the brief period when Ukraine was independent and Jews were voting in a Jewish pre-parliament, the Zionists captured the largest single block of Jewish votes after the religious parties. So in other words, most Jews at this time in Eastern Europe were in favor of their traditional religious leaders and in favor of the movement to Israel. That's not including, of course, the Jews who we didn't capture their vote because they voted with their feet and made their way to the New World. Thirdly, socialism. In terms of organized parties, it was the Bund that was the strongest, with about 30,000 card-carrying members in 1917 on the eve of the 1917 revolution. Socialism basically said, you know what, moving to another country, you're just going to repeat the same thing. Moving to Israel, that's also crazier. Then you have to deal with the malaria-infested swamps and the indigenous population. Let us instead end history by changing the very parameters of our existence. Let us move to a new stage of human existence by adopting the collectivization of all property. Let us adopt the policies of Marx. Let us become socialist to such a degree that we end all national enmities, which are really, the root of them are class struggle. So if we get rid of the classes, if the proletariat of the world would just unite, then we'll recreate the world anew. And many Jews saw in this a type of secular messianism that was deeply, deeply appealing. And many Jews simply said, we're not going to hold with the old values, but we're going to translate those values into socialism. An extremely powerful choice, and of course, major impact on the Russian Revolution. Fourth, and this is one of the smallest, but nevertheless quite an influential movement, they chose diaspora nationalism, which was a movement that was created by Shimon Dubno, shown here. We looked at him actually in the very first lecture. He was a historian who said that, you know, the best time in Jewish history, our most successful period, was during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when, as you recall, we united all of our Milot in one massive superstructure, and we had like a unified Jewish legislation that covered every Jew living in Poland, Lithuania, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. That was, as it were, a state within a state. We did not have to have the trappings of an army and a flag and things like that, but we had phenomenal strength as a people. So he argued that Jews should go back to that kind of form of communal identification. All Jews should register in something they call the cadastre, and all Jews, whether they were Russian citizens, Polish citizens, Ukrainian citizens, they would be part of this massive state within the state. They would pay tax to it proportionate to their income, and at the same time, that Jewish government would take care of all their needs: synagogues, tuition, Chinese, you name it, every single thing. I was hoping to get a laugh with it, but at any rate. So the Dubnow's idea fell flat in its time, more than 4% of the popular vote, but the idea stuck here in America. The federation movement is basically founded on Dubnow's ideas. The big difference is for Dubnow, it was mandatory. Once you were 20 years old, you had to affiliate or not affiliate. Here in America, it's true that if the UJA gets the only way to get away from them is the witness protection. It is voluntary. Choose to affiliate, which is something that Dubnow did not imagine. And finally, a return to tradition. Up until this point, most of the organized rabbis were opposing all of these movements. There are definitely exceptions, but the bulk of rabbinic leadership was opposed to any of these changes, specifically those that were anti-clerical, like socialism, for example. But by now, it's very clear that the entire Eastern Europe was becoming democratic, and Jews were included in those new democracies. Jews were voting. Jews were participating in the Polish Sejm after World War I. And if the religious community did not organize and, in fact, politicize, they would not have a voice. And so this is the beginning of the Agudas Yisrael and many other later Jewish religious groups who were political organizations that were designed specifically to defend the religious status quo. This is, of course, the famous film recently discovered of the Chafetz Chaim, shown here, a very diminutive man, but unquestionably the leader of religious Jewry at the time, at the first Knessia Gedola, the first gathering of the Agudas Yisrael. So these were the 5 choices that Jews in Eastern Europe basically chose to try and define their new identities. So that was preparing them for what would be a tremendously tumultuous period of war and revolution. World War I, of course, breaks out in 1914. Jews are on all sides of the conflict. Jews distinguish themselves in valor on both sides of the conflict. A problem that for the Austro-Hungarian government in particular will be difficult when the Nazis come to power and they have to deal with all these Jewish war veterans who are decorated and nevertheless have to be sent to the camps as well. It didn't slow them down that much, but it was nevertheless an issue. World War I was, of course, a massive exercise in futility. It was a huge, life-altering event for the entire planet. But if we focus specifically on the Jewish experience, perhaps the most significant of experiences was in Ukraine, once again in the news 100 years later, where when the Russian government fell, because don't forget, Ukraine is like a major Western European chunk of the Russian Empire. When the Russian central government in St. Petersburg fell, there was a brief power vacuum in which the indigenous Ukrainian leaders, these are not Russotropic leaders, meaning Russophiles speaking Russian and so on. These are Ukrainian speakers who wanted to create an independent government. They actually sat down with the Jews and they said, listen, we have an issue because the vast majority of Ukrainians live in the countryside. Literacy is very low. They have no experience with international relations and finance and so on. You Jews, on the other hand, literate, urbanized, connected internationally. If we make a partnership, we will give you Jews whatever you want to help us build this country. And basically what they decided to accept was something like what Dubnow had argued for, as a distinct community within Ukraine. It was a beautiful experiment in a lot of this, for example, is 100 Karbovan from the period, and you can see that they have over here actually on the back it says in Ukrainian, but here on the right, on the left it says it in Russian, and here it says it in Polish, and down here it says it in Yiddish. 100 Karbovan says. Yiddish was made briefly an official language of Ukraine. They had a minister of Jewish affairs. They theoretically had a budget for things like day school tuition and things like that, vastly overwhelmed by a huge pogrom wave, particularly in the notorious year 1919. Pogroms, I should say the plural, about 40% of the pogroms were perpetrated by Ukrainian troops who showed fealty to the same government that was at the same time giving all of these rights to Jews. They were led by this man, Simon Petliura. This is a recently erected monument to Petliura that was, it's in the city of Nizhny, just around the corner from the synagogue, actually. And he's a deeply misunderstood figure. Many have portrayed him as the architect of these pogroms. Others have said that he was perhaps an unwilling participant in them, that he condoned them for a brief period of time in order to try and keep his troops in line with his overall cause. But in the end, he and his movement was totally defeated. He fled to Paris, where he was tracked down by this man, Shalom Schwarzbard, walked up to him on the street as he came out of a cafe and said, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura?" And he said, "Oui." And then he pulled out a gun and he shot him dead right on the spot. In an amazing trial that took place in Paris a year later, reported in the New York Times, Schwarzbard argued that he was actually, even though he was clearly an assassin in the clear light of day, he shot someone in cold blood in daylight in the street, he argued that he was doing it out of revenge for the pogroms. And the Parisian the Parisian jury, perhaps thinking about the Dreyfus affair in which they clearly convicted an innocent guy, decided this time to clearly acquit a guilty guy. They fined him 1 franc in damages and they set him free. So Schwarzbard became known as the Avenger. I meant to put it up here, but I forgot to get it today. I'm sorry. Chagall even painted a portrait that showed an upraised Torah scroll with the angel of death flying overhead with a sword of vengeance in his hand, and it's written in Yiddish letters on top, Schwarzbard. So this was like a moment that was a representative of a Jewish resurgence in the 1920s that will have a very big impact on Zionism later. But at the end of the war, Europe was nothing like what it was before. If you look prior to World War I, you see Europe is largely divided among 3 major empires: Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. After World War I, these 3 empires are not at all the same. Russia is as this major country, Poland appears after 200 years of submersion, and it is no longer the Russian Empire, it's now the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Germany loses its land bridge to East Prussia here, which is part of its territory, and these new Baltic states are created, Czechoslovakia is created, Austria-Hungary are tiny rump states that are only a tiny proportion of what they used to be, and it was just a massive mess. Americans were very much involved, Woodrow Wilson with the 14 points, but it was a period of time in which local populations were given the option of self-determination. The difficulty was that someone had to decide which populations had the right to exercise their self-determination and which populations didn't make it. The Arabs in Israel, who would later take the name Palestinians, weren't even on the scene right then, but that was the same kind of thing. They missed this particular train, but other countries did make it. However, as my teacher likes to put it, the failure of the peace treaties after World War I made World War II inevitable. In other words, World War II was fought because victors in World War I did not clean up loose ends appropriately. This tremendously complicated patchwork map left very few populations completely satisfied, and as a result, there was a huge revisionist movement wanting to change the map. The most prominent of the movements for change, of course, was none other than Adolf Hitler. So let us look at the period between the wars. I want to focus on 2 areas. Obviously, this is a crash course, so we are rushing through time at H.G. Wells speed here. But let's look at what's happening in the Soviet Union, which is very fascinating on a Jewish perspective. And then, of course, we'll turn to Germany. The Soviet Union has basically two periods during the interwar period. There is the 1920s, which is a remarkable period of flourishing of indigenous Yiddish language culture, where the Soviet Union policies involve something called Korenizatsiya, which is very difficult to translate. It comes from the root word Korean, which means root. It was routification. Sometimes it's translated as indigenization, which means the Russians basically said, the Soviets basically said, look, if the culture actually comes from the people living there, if it's a natural folk culture, then we should encourage it. We should put money into it. And so that meant that a huge amount of state resources went to promote language culture. Yiddish, of course, is a Jewish language, but it's primarily medieval German with a lot of phlegm. Billy Crystal. I had to pause for a laugh there. I'm being tongue too long. But it's basically a German language with a significant amount of Hebrew mixed in, some Romance languages, Aramaic as well, but it's written in Hebrew characters. So the Soviets said, okay, let's do Yiddish plays, let's do Yiddish literature, let's do all kinds of Yiddish things. There was actually a period of time during the 1920s, it looked so good that Yiddishists who had emigrated to America went back to the Soviet Union because they were going to create this like workers' paradise where you could express yourself so amazingly in this resurgence of culture. And then the 1930s came. Stalin effectively wiped out his opponents, Bukhar and Trotsky, and when he was in power, he used Narishkeit. He used a Georgian word for that, but he said enough of this Narishkeit, and he essentially rolled back almost all of those things, and the Soviet Union just got totally crazy, descended eventually by the end of the 30s into a purge mentality that was very much like the Spanish Inquisition that we saw earlier. Some of the crazy things, for example, the idea was that Yiddish was good because it was a natural language of the people. Hebrew was bad because it was a language both of the rabbis and of the Zionists. And two strikes against it. So then there was a period of time when the Russians made any Hebrew words in Yiddish illegal. You could not have Hebrew words in Yiddish, which is a really hard thing to do because maybe 15% Hebrew, but there are a lot of key words, like for example the word chaver, which means friend, or in Russian translation, comrade. Right. So how do you take comrade language? You have to keep it there, but you spell Yiddish phonetics. So in Soviet textbooks from the period, chaver, which in Hebrew is correctly spelled chet vet resh, is spelled chaf aleph vav ayin resh. Chaver, spelled out. It's actually hard to read it because you have to stop thinking with Hebrew spelling. Words like emes, truth, ayin mem, ayin samach. And here's even a weird thing. When they looked at the Hebrew alphabet, they saw there were 5 terminal letters, right? There are 5 letters that if they occur at the end of a word, written slightly differently. In English, the same thing, except at the beginning of words, they're called capital letters. A letter looks differently if it's a proper noun or the beginning of a sentence and occurs at the beginning of a word. The Russians said that's not proletarian, that's not like a folk thing, get rid of it. And they made the final letters illegal. If you published a book with Menatzpa, you'd be sent to Siberia. It was a totally crazy thing. The Ukrainians have it even worse. They had a letter G that was made illegal. If you used the letter G, Siberia. But they weren't completely shutting down Jewish activity. Stalin promoted this crazy idea, actually came from Kalinin, of a Soviet Jewish homeland, perhaps to try and offset the growing popularity of Zionism. This Soviet Jewish homeland was called Birobidzhan. Here's some propaganda poster from the period of showing the Jews rebuilding this tiny outpost, which is way out here. In order to show you where it is, I actually had to use the whole globe. Here is, of course, European Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Poland, places where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale settlement. And here, all the way over on the far east, is Birobidzhan. The only thing going for it was its proximity to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, Birobidzhan was like a wasteland. And ironically, when the Jews really needed it during the Holocaust, Birobidzhan was closed to them. Here's another Soviet propaganda period poster from the period that shows happy Jews going out to Azerbaijan, building a new Soviet homeland. You don't have to go all the way to Israel for it. Here it is right here in the Soviet Union. Of course, even these elements would be truncated by the Holocaust, as we shall see. Now, Zionism is growing apace at this time. I wish I had more time than 1 hour to cover the entire 20th century, but Zionism is rapidly growing as a movement. There are many different varieties of Zionism that are engaging the minds of the Jews, and it is seen as a way of rebuilding the Jewish spirit. It is seen as a return to the land, which is something that many anti-Semites had been arguing since the 19th century, that Jews were ruthless cosmopolitans, that they were too urban, they were too involved with trades and money and finances, nothing real. They were not connected to the soil, right, which was a very important thing for these early focus thinkers, which would later morph into racism. The idea that you developed your character because you dug your fingers into the Bavarian soil. If you did that for enough generations, you would really be German. But the Jews, even living in Munich for 1,000 years, because they're living inside their inns and inside their base measures and places like that, they never have a chance to become German through their contact with the soil. The idea of Jews returning to the soil was seen as a way of like naturalizing the Jews by the Jews themselves, as we shall see. And then, of course, in the 1930s, there is a massive turn to the right that affects the entire European population. You see fascist movements growing not only in the Axis powers, but also in England, in America, in Canada. There are very popular and significant fascist movements. Hitler, shown here, is someone who was wounded in World War I. This is actually in Alexanderplatz in Munich when war was declared, and some astute photographer later went to the magnifying glass and found, here he is, and you can see that he's clearly overjoyed with the possibility of going to war. He is wounded with chlorine gas, an experience that traumatized him, and later he spoke about in connection with what he would like to do to the Jews, and of course eventually that came about. An incredibly effective speaker, could hold people spellbound for hours, tremendously devious and nevertheless persuasive leader who managed to sway the minds of millions to a disastrous conflict with the West. He used kind of like new rock star style propaganda vehicles, such as these massive events like the Nuremberg rallies, to whip up incredible amounts of support. Obviously, we don't have time to go into it in great detail, but I would like to focus on a couple of key elements that, of course, take us into one of the darkest periods of Jewish history, the Holocaust. Again, at this moment, let's just pause for a second and reflect on the fact that we're going to spend 60 minutes talking about the entire 20th century, and the Holocaust could easily absorb us for years. We're not doing it justice, but we should certainly at least remark on that. The Holocaust goes through three basic stages, and historians differ on exactly how to characterize the entire movement. I'm going to give you two basic historiographic perspectives at the end of this presentation. But one basic is, first there is the ostracism, and in fact at the Nuremberg rally that I showed to you earlier, one of the things that the Nazis realized pretty much at the last minute, they spent the entire night huddled around a dining room table, writing on napkins to work out this chart, realized that they were actually going to persecute the Jews. The first thing they have to do is define what they mean when they're Jew. Who exactly is a Jew? And so they finally came up with this plan, which shows this is just in the top in German, the Nuremberg Law, and essentially the laws that define those Deutschblütige, right, German blood, are basically anyone with German Aryan grandparents. And then there is a Mischling of the Zweiter Grade, a mixed race, which means someone who has, someone has one Jewish parent. That was ultimately sufficient enough for chambers. Obviously, it didn't matter to the Nazis whether it was a mother or a father. They were slaves to a racial ideology, and just simply having one Jewish grandparent was sufficient. You have the Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree, which has two Jewish grandparents, and a Jude was anyone with three Jewish grandparents. or 4 Jewish grandparents. So once they had clearly defined who was a Jew, then of course they could embark on a much more extensive series of legislations throughout the 1930s that isolated them from society, ostracized them, placed greater restrictions on them. Some of them economic and very onerous, like Jews were not allowed to own a business. They had to essentially divest their businesses, typically to their non-Jewish employees. Jews were not allowed to employ non-Jewish household help, all kinds of things that they're not allowed to run up the German flag and so on. When World War II broke out in September of 1939, the Jews were largely crowded into ghettos. This is a photograph of Warsaw, one of the most notorious of the ghettos, with phenomenal overcrowding. Some of the ghettos were attritionist, like Warsaw, in which it seems that the Nazis wanted simply the Jews to die on their own, and others were called productionist, where they seemed to follow a policy that if the Jews would only be slave labor, like in Łódź, where they were making a lot of textiles, and they would be allowed to live. If they were productive, they would live. In the end, it didn't matter. All the Jews were ultimately taken to the gas chambers. This changed in 1941. And in reality, when we think about what we mean when we say the Holocaust, the real date is not September 1, 1939, when the war broke out. It's not January 1933, when Hitler came to power. It's really June 22nd, 1941, the date of Operation Rosha. This is the first moment where we actually have mass murder of Jews on a planned and organized scale. It's a rather amazing thing, and we'll feed into the points I'd like to make in just a minute. The Nazis did not embark on an organized mass murder of Jews until well into the war. There were lots of individual persecutions, lots of brutalization, lots of isolation and abuse of various forms. But Kristallnacht, which of course occurred before the war, claimed less than 300 casualties. That's a very tiny number in the scope of the overall Holocaust, and we're talking about millions. It only came to Operation Barbarossa when we see that they're actually planning to kill the Jews of Eastern Europe. What basically happened is Hitler and Stalin had a non-aggression pact that allowed them to divide Eastern Europe between the two countries. Hitler double-crossed Stalin in June of 1941, and he invaded with tremendous success, plowing all the way up to the border of Moscow, getting very close to Leningrad, putting it under a brutalizing siege. People were reduced to human cannibalism. And following the Wehrmacht, the German army, were 4 groups called Einsatzgruppen, special commando squads. These were generally men who were not fit for regular service, typically older, overweight, flat-footed, heavy eyeglasses, things that did not make them ready for regular service. And they were put in trucks, and they were essentially mobile killing squads, where they would follow the Wehrmacht, go into the local Jewish Städtblock that dotted the region, gather up the Jews, bring them out to ravines that were around the area, and machine gun them into their graves. This is the kind of scene that likely took the lives of my ancestors in Lithuania, and something like 2.4 million Jews died at the hands of the Einsatzgruppen. This was clearly organized beforehand. This was clearly mass murder. This is really the onset of the Holocaust. But it involves nothing like the gas chambers. That would be developed later on, either because, and a lot of debate among historians, either because Hitler saw that the Einsatzgruppen murders were very difficult, was psychologically very draining on the people who were involved, and it was expensive and it was inefficient. Many people actually survived the Einsatzgruppen murders by feigning death. Many children, for example, would fall into the very gruesome kind of experience and be literally buried with the bodies of villagers that they lived with, and then at nightfall up from the wreckage, and they would make their way into the forest and join us. Heart-wrenching stories, but there are a lot of them because it's a fairly inefficient method of murder, and it's not truly a Nazi method of murder, so they decided to move to something. Another body of suggests that Hitler said to himself, wait a second, we're getting away with this. So if no one's stopping us, and we're doing this for months and months and months, perhaps we can actually do something still greater, which would be the test chambers. In January of 1920, January of 1942, at the resort of Wannsee, Berlin, a group of Nazi officials got together, had a conference that discussed how to find the world of the Jewish problem. And we actually have the minutes from that conference, which has tables of Jews, including 200 Jews in India. 200 were going to be hunted down by the Nazis, including Jews living in countries that were not over by the Nazis yet. England was definitely planned, was slated in the Rhine region. And at this Einsatzgruppe, at the Wannsee conference, the Nazis decided that a much more efficient killing technology would be to use a rat poison called Zyklon. Instead of having mobile squads move out where the Jews lived in the Städtlack, they would build 6 distinct camps, which were called Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, death camps, that distinguished them from the tens of camps called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, that were designed primarily for political prisoners and the like. The 6 death camps were designed, as the name implies, for the purpose of making death. They were factories for making death. Jews and other undesirables, Roma, homosexuals, witnesses, a whole host of people, whoever was on Hitler's list, will be shipped off to these 6 Vernichtungslager, and there they would be killed primarily by gas. This is really the nadir of the Holocaust, and the majority of the victims lost their lives in this dark moment in human history. Now, there are 2 really big historical viewpoints on how to understand the Holocaust. And I'd like to pause and take us a little bit out of the narrative and into theory again for just a moment to understand it. The first way of understanding what is this thing we call the Holocaust was shaped largely by this woman, Lucy Davidowitz, a great historian whose most important book in English is called The War Against the Jews. And basing herself largely on the strategy that was employed by the Allied law at Nuremberg when they were trying to identify Nazi war criminals, she argued that Nazism was essentially a conspiracy that was headed by an evil genius, Hitler, and a small coterie of like-minded evil individuals, Goering, Himmler, and so on, and they somehow fooled all of Germany and all of Europe to go along with this outrageous and diabolical plan. This particular model of understanding the Holocaust, which most of you in this room probably grew up with, because it was the dominant school of historiography right through the 1970s and into popular culture way into the 1980s and early 90s, really laid the blame very heavily at the feet of Hitler himself and a small group of co-conspirators. But most average German citizens, most French citizens, most Romanians, etc., were actually just fooled. They had no idea really what was going on. And we could then put this ugly episode behind us and move on to a bright European future. This was largely challenged by scholars like my teacher, others like Christopher Browning, Martin Brožák, and others, who said, wait a second, there's so many things that just don't fit in this model. Like, for example, why is it that Hitler actually tried to set up reservations for Jews? Actually, the Nazis had the possibility of buying the island of Madagascar and shipping all the Jews to an island off the coast of Africa. Another opinion was a reservation in Lublin, and we'll send all the Jews to live over there. And why is it the Nazis allowed Jews to leave right up until October 1940? If you had a place that would accept you, you could actually leave Nazi Europe. It doesn't, and then why 41 to begin killing the Jews if they really had this in it? So this school of history said, no, you know what? Holocaust is probably more a function of the war. That as the war on, was undeniably an incredible anti-Semite, sort of began to think about the idea of, you know what, all these been rhetoric until now, you could actually do them. And trying small experiments here, small experiments there, seeing that they could get away with them. For example, the notorious experiment when they started killing children with Down. And if it weren't for the fact that the church found out about it and the church began to protest, he would have gotten away with this tremendously awful, ugly deed. It reminds me very much of what John F. Kennedy said, that we can measure the value of the city by the way it treats its weakest members. Right? And this is exemplary of the kind of evil that is inherent in the Nazi enterprise. The functionalists began to experiment literally with psychological tools, the most significant of which is undoubtedly the work of Stanley Milgram, who is not a historian. He is a psychologist working at Yale and Stanford universities, in which he wanted to conduct experiments in obedience. He wanted to see what would it take for people to actually commit such vile acts. And I wish we had more time to actually get into the Milgram experiment, but it has become a classic. Basically, what he proved was that people off the street, in a rather complicated experiment, total strangers, complete Americans off the street, about 2/3 of them are completely ready to murder another human being. As long as someone in a white coat says the experiment requires you to continue, people will go on and will actually murder human beings, just straight off the street. It's an amazing and chilling experiment. It's been repeated several times in all kinds of different contexts. It's been repeated in the 20th century, the early 21st century in England, that it's been televised. If you're curious to see the darkness of the human heart, you definitely have to look at the Milgram experiment. But these kind of experiments tend to bolster the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust that says that, Yetzer Adam Ra Minurav, that the heart of man is evil from his childhood, and all it takes is the right kind of circumstances, and we could have Holocaust anywhere. So it's a terrifying thing. It does not take away blame from Hitler and his central coterie of co-conspirators, but it spreads the blame out much more widely. Perhaps you're familiar with the famous title by Daniel Goldhagen, Hitler's Willing Executioners. That really says it all. The idea that throughout Europe, there are millions of willing executioners. So we'll have to go on from there. Now, Israel, of course, again, it's 20th century, and we only have about 5 minutes to talk about Israel, which is likely one of the greatest things that happened in 2 millennia of Jewish history. But, we're constrained by this crash course format. I think the best way to tell the story of Israel in this context is to tell it through maps. And I found in particular younger people often are unaware of the tremendous change that happened in Israel as a result of these political changes. So let's quickly review it. Population builds in Israel. Jews are flowing in throughout the interwar period, and after the Holocaust in particular, there is a tremendous demand, both real and demographic, and also moral and political, to open up Israel to the refugees from the Holocaust. The British, who are, of course, in charge of Israel at this point, are reluctant to do so, even though they have issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917, because they realize that the Jewish population is beginning to conflict with the indigenous Arab population, and there's some notorious riots in 1929 and so on. But basically, after a series of violent episodes that involved Jewish exacerbation situation as well as Arab, the British handed off to the new United Nations, the inheritor of the League of Nations, and they come up with this brilliantly bizarre and totally unworkable plan in 1947, saying, okay, we're going to divide the Jewish state, we're going to divide this region into 7 different parts. The blue parts will be Jewish, these sort of creamy parts will be Arab, and Jerusalem will be an international zone. Corpus separatum, a separate body. That was the plan, doomed to failure. The Jews, of course, delighted to have any kind of a state, even an unworkable one like this, accepted in 1948. The Arab nations around refused to accept it, and Israel was born in war, the War of Independence. Amazingly, after a year or so conflict, the Jews actually managed to consolidate their territory, which is really quite a feat. This is what Israel looked like after the war had 1949. These are the armistice. This line here in particular is called the Green Line. It will be very significant in later politics. That's basically the way Israel looked from 1949 until 1967. At that point, when you have I realize I'm talking to people who know this history very well, so I'll talk very fast, but for those of you who are on the internet, I'll let you have it quickly. Israel is faced with an imminent attack by Egypt in particular, aligned with Syria and several other Arab nations, decides to launch a preemptive strike. Based on the Talmudic dictum, one is planning to kill you, wake up before him and kill him first, right? Which is a pretty basic kind of idea. Amazingly, in an attack that shocked the world, my uncle Leon, who was about 20 years older than me, said that he was living in Montreal and he and all his friends were like getting out of college because they were going to fly to Israel and they were going to volunteer to fight in the war. And 6 days later, the war was over. They didn't have a chance to get their tickets organized. Largely as a result of their air superiority, not only did Israel keep its territory, it actually took over the entire Sinai Peninsula. This region here, Samaria and Judea, also known as the West Bank because it is west of the Jordan River, and the commanding Golan Heights up in the north. Most significant for Jews, they conquered the eastern part of Jerusalem, which contained the old Jewish quarter, a huge spiritual, sentimental, historical value for the Jews. And basically, when Israel said, great, we scored this massive victory, almost everyone in Israel said, now we'll finally have peace because the Arab nations will pick up the phone, they'll call us, and they'll say, okay, you won, you demonstrated superiorities. Let's talk about getting some of our territory back in order for peace. The phone call did not happen. And Israel was forced to control this large territory, which proved to be very difficult. They decided to do two things with it. And let us understand, on a philosophical level, on a political level, Israel has a very difficult sort of position because it wants to be two things that are often in conflict with one another. On the one hand, Israel wants to be a Jewish state. That is its raison d'etre. It exists for the Jews, the Jewish people. The idea is that all Jews should use it as a land of refuge. It's the ancient homeland of the Jews. They should use it to express themselves Jewishly, the land of the temple, and so on. And at the same time, it is influenced by democratic values. It wants to be a democratic state, more like, let's say, the United States. But these two things frequently come in conflict with one another. These two values conflict with each other when they deal with non-Jewish citizens or non-Jewish residents in the land of Israel, because you can't necessarily make them all citizens, because then they would vote. And if they always conceivably vote that Israel should not be a Jewish state. So you have to sacrifice the democracy to keep the Jewishness, and sometimes you have to sacrifice the Jewishness to keep the democracy. It's a very difficult position for Israel to be in. What they decided to do with regarding these territories is they annexed two of them. They annexed East Jerusalem, which of course is of incredible value to the Jews, but also to the Arabs living in the region. And they annexed the Golan Heights because of its very significant strategic value, at least in late 20th century technology. It could be, some would argue that the Golan Heights is not quite as important today with the kind of technologies, drones and things like that, but that's beyond my ken. But they held on to Samaria, Judea, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula, hoping that they would one day be able to give it away in exchange for peace. Not all Israelis felt that way. Many Israelis felt they should keep it forever. But the dominant mood was, okay, we have enough land, we give this away in exchange for peace. Ultimately, that phone call only came after the 1973 war, in which the Egyptians in particular, under Anwar Sadat, gave Israel a terrible bloody nose and very high casualties after catching them off guard on Yom Kippur. Then Anwar Sadat finally had the temerity to call Israel, which was led by Menachem Begin at the time, and say, listen, now we've had our final battle. I've proven the might of the Egyptian forces, and they made peace. Egypt got the Sinai Peninsula back, but they did not want the Gaza Strip, which was an extremely difficult piece of territory and remains so to this day. This process continued, of course, under Clinton in 1993, when Yitzhak Rabin, seeing that the now very significant Palestinian movement, I've avoided using this term, Palestinian, because to use it in its proper political context at its time really dates from the 1960s. That's when a distinct Palestinian movement, as opposed to a pan-Arab movement, began to gain traction. And Rabin felt that, you know what, with the fall of the Union, the Palestinians have lost their primary backer. He said, it's better to make peace with my enemy than peace with 1,000 enemies. He feared that if Arafat did not sit down for a peace treaty at this point, then he would have a much harder task with Arafat's successors. In the end, the Ottomans have not resolved this, but it left Israel looking something like this, where the regions in green are largely populated by Palestinians, and they're under the so-called Palestinian Authority. It's a kind of a limited self-government, not a state, but the basic thinking of all three parties in that handshake, which was, I would say, American foreign policy right up to the era of Donald Trump. No one knows exactly what his form is yet. We shall see if it unveils the deal. But it was a two-state solution that somehow Israel and the Palestinians would find a way to divide the physical territory. The problem with a one-state solution is that it has to lose its Jewish character by giving to all of these residents, region of Gaza and so on, or it has to give up its democratic character by expelling them, really contradicting to much of international. So that's the thing, of course, is in 2005, which represents really a rolling back of the kind of mentality of the Jews at this time. Under Ariel Sharon, ironically known as a hawk, he said that we can no longer control Gaza. The region is tremendously populated by Palestinians. There's only a small minority of Jews living there. It is incredibly difficult to protect those Jews living in Gaza, and he argued that the state had to pull out and simply abandon it. This was met with huge opposition by a significant minority, but not quite a majority of Israelis. And it was a kind of a Vietnam sort of moment for the state as they pulled back from Gaza. And we are now, 15 years later and still faced with the consequences. It did not solve any problems, but that's something we can certainly debate after the lecture is done. Now, I'm going to quickly skip over post-Soviet Jewry to keep within our time frame. You'll recognize some of these pictures, but of course, with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, represented huge change for world Jewry, and in particular for the Jews of Israel. I'd like to conclude by looking at American Jewry for a few minutes, and then I have some final concluding remarks, and we'll be able to get some snacks. So, American Jewry, tremendously wealthy, tremendous freedoms. We had kind of a honeymoon period, especially after World War II, where everything was booming, freedom to express ourselves, the growth of yeshivas. The statistics are incredible. The number of people learning full-time Torah nowadays is greater than it has been since we lived in Babylonia. It's amazing what we have done. And at the same time, ironically, we are assimilating ourselves out of existence faster than even Hitler, Yimach Shemo, was able to do in the Holocaust. We are destroying ourselves at an incredibly rapid rate. And sociologists and historians are tearing their hair out. Right? Look at me. Thank you. I thought that was funny. That was the first time I told that joke. Historians and sociologists are trying to figure out, what does this mean? Why is this happening to the Jewish people in this way? One of the key documents, you might recognize this image of the star and the flag motif, was the 2013 Pew report that came out, and American Jewry, give or take a Pew. No, it wasn't. I made that up. But it basically proved that Jews had well passed the 50% mark on intermarriage, that the about 3/4 of children of intermarriage do not identify as Jews, that Jewish ignorance was rampant, and the Pew Report painted a pretty devastating picture of what's happening to American Jewry. I think the most salient and important analysis comes from a sociologist named Samuel Heilman, who's here in New York, and he came up with something that I call the Heilman thesis. Let me just take a minute to explain to you what he described as happening in America. If we look at a chart like this, and we put on the y-axis Jews, like number of Jews, and we put on the x-axis, I apologize, it's a little low here, but Jewish identification, meaning that a Jew who's over here in this quadrant highly identifies as a Jew. You know, belongs to synagogue, visits Israel, donates to UGA, you know, loves gefilte fish, everything, right? Not necessarily religious, could be very involved in Jewish literature, Jewish theater, or things like that, but highly identified as a Jew. And over here, of course, no identification as a Jew. Very little synagogue attendance, maybe doesn't attend the Passovers here, never visited Israel, never gave to UGA, things like that. So Heilman says, if you go to the year 1950 and you were to graph American Jews, it would look something like this, where you would have a significant number of Jews in 1950 who had low identification. You had a tiny minority of really fanatic Jews out here. These would be like the Orthodox Jews. Like, they're way out here observing Shabbos. They're just a tiny minority. And then you have this massive camel hump here of what are called by sociologists the moderately affiliated Jews. They're typically going to conservative synagogues. They're typically going 3 days a year. They definitely are patriotic Jews, identify with Israel. And in fact, that's one of the interesting constants, is that even when late, almost out of existence, Jews always report very, very honestly high rates of pride at being Jewish. Even if they can't tell you more than a couple sentences of what that actually means, they're still very proud to be a Jew. So this is what it looked like in 1950. Now, Heilman says what it looks like in 2000 is something like this, where there's a huge number of Jews with very, very little identification. And there is a significant increase in the number with high identification. These would be like the rise of Orthodox Jewry, like Daf students and day school participation rates, things like that. But what's missing is the moderately affiliated Jew has largely disappeared. It's very hard to find like really strongly identified conservative Jews nowadays. They're sitting in the front rows of massive cathedral-like synagogues, but they're not filling the back seats. Where are those people? They have largely disappeared. And what's more significant, says Heilman, you know, you might want to be triumphal about it and say, well, you know, what are you going to do? That's how population changed. What's very significant for us is that in 50, when the moderately affiliated Jews gave charity, they tended to give to Jewish causes. They tended to give to the right. They would support the Beis Yaakov, they would support the mikvah, they would support things they wouldn't do themselves, but they gave their money to the right. They gave their money to support the very expensive lifestyle of the highly identified. But nowadays, says Heilman, even though we are much, much richer than we ever are before, we are giving our money to the left, to the hospitals, to the art gallery, to, you know, UNICEF. These are all beautiful charitable organizations that we should support. But the support that goes to keep day school tuition reasonable has bottomed out. And this is, he says, it's a very dire prediction for American Jewry. He believes, he says in the end of his book, that he can't imagine any other environment than his own grandchildren living in Israel. Because only in Israel can you manage a Jewish life. It will become financially untenable to maintain a Jewish lifestyle if this continues. That's essentially the Heilman thesis. Now, let me conclude. If you recall, I apologize, I'm a cut over. If you recall, at the beginning of this series, 4 weeks ago, we did a little bit of we looked at historiography and looked at a couple different models of ways to understand history, and I didn't give you any sense of my own other than looking at the work of the great Hannah Shenes, who wrote this amazing poem about living by starlight, about how the stars themselves, they're so far away, they could be now, but their light still continues to illuminate our universe. And that's kind of the narrative that I bring to the study of Jewish history for myself personally. I study Jewish history, and particularly Jewish biography, because when you get down to the actual granular details of how individual Jews dealt in, there's tremendous amount of a reservoir of inspiration. Inspired, for example, by the pious, the famous Aish, who continued to teach in the depths of the war. I am deeply inspired by Don Yitzhak Abravanel, who was at a key point in his political career, was sent into exile, and that was the most creative period of his life, where he produced so many fantastic, towering works of Torah scholarship. I'm deeply inspired by ordinary people too, like a woman who we barely know, whose name is Babata, who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels from the Roman legionnaires, and she kept with her a precious trove of legal documents in which she was fighting an ongoing battle for custody of one of her children and for a disputed grove of fig trees that her first husband was claiming. These were found later in the cave along with the remains of many of these Jews. So when I think about these individual Jewish lives and how they dealt with the challenges of Jewish history, it inspires my own life. And I think there's material to inspire all of us. I've spent a lot of time at the end of these lectures looking at Roman Vishniak's photographs of Jewish children from the 1930s. And I know I gave you these 3 R's, right? The Jewish people are resilient, resourceful, and renewing. So I think if I were to give you one last takeaway after looking at contemporary periods, I'm reminded of this very powerful passage, of course, in the book of Genesis, which we'll be reading together in just a few weeks, when Joseph reveals his identity. He's not actually this Egyptian stranger. He is, in fact, the long-lost brother, and he says to his brethren, and Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph, does my father yet live?" Right? Od Avichai, does my father yet live? And we sing in response, we'll be singing in this very room, of course, in Simchas Torah, Od Avinu Chai, Am Yisrael Chai. Our Father yet lives, our Heavenly Father in heaven, our Heavenly Parent. And at the same time, and perhaps because of that, the Jewish people live. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, I'm sure you're all familiar with the shortest version of Jewish history, which goes like this. They tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat. That's invariably recited around the festive table whenever we have a Jewish holiday. So I would like to just discuss very briefly a slightly expanded version, a little more sophisticated, but still keeping it under 18 minutes. Let's do all of Jewish history. So let's start first of all with the question, who are the Jews? Well, it's easier to say who they are not than to say who they are, actually. There are about 15 million Jews living around the world today, primarily in the land of Israel and in the United States, but also in many, many other countries, virtually every other country in the world.
Pim, what's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Alex, can you hear me? How are you? Dog, I see that you're on mic. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Do you want to talk or do you want to watch history lecture sideways? Can you hear me? Alex. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Dog. Alex. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Alex. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Do you speak English? Alex. Can you hear me, big dog? Oh, dude, I can hear you. What did you say, big man? Do you know English? Oh, that's why. Alex, you're amazing. What language do you speak? Dog, I was going to fucking translate to you. Really?
They are not a race. If you go to modern Israel, you'll see Jews of many different racial backgrounds, whatever that means exactly. They're not even a religion because, according to Jewish thought, even when a Jew decides to adopt another religion, they still retain Jewish identity. And, well, there's a lot more to say about that, but this is under 18 minutes. Don't have a common language. I'm speaking to you in English. We don't have a common geography because, of course, Jews are scattered around the world. However, they do have a historical common language, which is, of course, Hebrew, and a historical common language, which is Israel, but we'll return to that shortly. So then what is the Jewish people? I think the easiest way to define them is really what the great 10th century philosopher Saadia Gaon called the unity of the Jewish people is in the Torah. It is their connection to the Torah that keeps the Jewish people together. Now, it's also true that many Jews struggle against the Torah, and that is also endemic to the entire Jewish condition, as the very name Israel, if you have a look in the book of Genesis, the name Israel means one who struggles with God. Okay, lots more to say about this, but we are going to rush through 18 minutes. So let's look at the historical origins of the Jews. Our best source for ancient Jewish history is, without a doubt, the Bible. It is also the most difficult source to work with. As archaeologists will tell you, it's very difficult to line up the kinds of things that they are slowly discovering about the ancient Middle East with the text of the Bible. But that, again, we're sticking to 18 minutes here, so that will not detain us. There are a few scraps of information from the ancient period, like, for example, this amazing stele from Merneptah, a pharaoh from the 13th century, who famously wrote, "Israel is wasted, its seed is no more." Now, if you had a look at Merneptah's mummy, you'll see that he's not doing so great himself. But nevertheless, there are only a few scraps of information about the Jews in the ancient world, and much of their distant origins are lost in the mists of history, except for the Bible, which gives a very detailed account, however problematic it is for historians. According to the Bible, the Jews first emerged from Mesopotamia. The patriarch Abraham and Sarah lived in the region of what would be today Iraq, and they follow the Fertile Crescent up into what would be Syria, and then they descend into Israel proper. They make some temporary sojourns in Egypt, but it is only under their grandson Jacob, with his large family, the Jews actually move there en masse and are eventually enslaved. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with, of course, the famous story of the Exodus, which is the second of the Bible, and that talks about how the Jews enslaved cry out to their God, who sends a redeemer, Moses, and then brings them out of Egyptian servitude, having them wander in the desert for a while until they finally cross over into land Israel. Archaeologists posit several other models for how the Jews may have actually settled the land of Israel, but there's no question that by the time you get to about the year 1000 BCE, there's a significant Jewish presence in the region of Israel. They've established a major religious site in Jerusalem where the temple is located, and go through, as described in the Bible, a series of kings, some civil wars, to ultimately end in the 8th century before the Common Era with a major invasion from the north that takes away the 10 northern tribes, essentially. They're the lost tribes of Israel. And then in the 6th century before the Common Era, then there's another invasion away the southern region. Now, neither of these exiles, by the way, are total. There are still Jews that are living in the land of Israel, but the Jewish Commonwealth is destroyed. There's no more Jewish political entity at that point. The Babylonian exile only lasts for a few decades, however, And under Ezra, as described once again in the Bible, the Jews turned to Israel. They reestablished the temple in Jerusalem, had been destroyed in the century, and they begin the Commonwealth period. The most important is the second return to Israel, emerges from Macedonia, and it's this massive empire that stretches all the way from throughout the eastern Mediterranean down to Egypt and way out to Afghanistan. And he brings with him Greek culture called Hellenism. The Jews love Hellenism. They go crazy for it. It's got so many amazing things for it, but the problem is they have a difficulty figuring out how Hellenism could be absorbed by Jewish culture without completely capitulating to Greek influence. And as a result, there is a major upheaval in the 2nd century, which is really a civil war between traditionalists on the one hand and Hellenists on the other. And this is called the Hanukkah Rebellion. And ultimately, the traditionalists win. They reestablish the traditional worship in the temple, which had been defeated by Greek gods and so on, and they start at that point. Now, even though the Jews have a strong measure of independence at this point, it doesn't take long before this new dynasty of Maccabean kings, the so-called Hasmoneans, begins to decline, and by the year 63 before the Common Era, the state is so weak that Pompey and his armies from Rome invade the region, and Judea becomes a client state of Rome. It is in this environment under Rome that there's tremendous factionalism among the Jewish people. There are a group called the Sadducees who basically control the temple cult. There are zealots who want to rebel against the Romans. There are the Pharisees who are essentially separating from much of the political debate and maintaining charismatic circles to try and perpetuate the Torah. Those are the people who essentially become the modern rabbis. And then, of course, there are Jewish Christians. At this point, Christianity is born. It's entirely a Jewish movement at first, and only after the first couple of centuries did it really acquire a strong non-Jewish character ethnically. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I only have 18 minutes. Okay, so the Jews rebel against Rome. They lose a major war, and in the year 70, the temple is destroyed once again. They try to rebel again in the 2nd century under a man named Bar Kokhba, even more, and the Romans take great pains to exile even more of the Jews. The Roman exile, which begins formally in the 1st century and extends through the 2nd century, becomes even more important and long-lasting than the earlier Babylonian exile. It is at this time, however, that the Jews decide to incorporate many of their oral teachings, which had been handed down for centuries, into a core document called the Mishnah, which eventually becomes the center of a major document called the Talmud, which we'll talk about in just a second. The Jews who are living in Babylonia, they start to flourish as Israel begins to decline under the Romans. And it is here that the Talmud is created. What is the Talmud? So much to say about this document, but in 18 minutes. The Talmud is essentially a long commentary. It's a massive document, about 20 volumes, and it is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah, which is in itself sort of like an extended, primarily legal document commenting on the Torah. More to say about this, but the other videos, I guess. So this community begins to flourish, and it has a high point, really, from the 3rd through the 6th century. 7th century, Islam comes into the region, and initially the Jews actually do very well under Islam. There's a lot of cultural similarities between the ancient Jews and Muslim culture. This will ultimately decline. What is middle Jewish history? It's in a lot of different ways. I mean, we can't really apply the same to the experience of the Jews, but one thing we can say for sure is the medieval period is when you see Jews begin to really spread out beyond the ancient Near East itself. Jews spreading out across the course of Africa, major Jewish settlements, Egypt, and what would be Morocco, and then up into Spain. There are also Jewish settlements forming in Europe as well, in southern France, in northern Germany, and so on. Later, it would expand even further east to Ukraine, Poland, places like that. Jews are involved in all kinds of activities at this time. There's a whole wide range of trades, but two are especially important that make a lot of sense. One is international commerce, because Jews are, of course, at this point connected through this massive diaspora. And second is money lending, which, because of a quirk, particularly in Christian theology, Jews were essentially given several centuries of a monopoly of being the only providers of credit in all of Christian Europe. There is definitely a link between money lending and the growth of anti-Semitism, which becomes really bizarre in the medieval period. There are earlier roots to anti-Semitism beyond the scope of our 18 minutes, but in the medieval period, you really see it particularly in Christian Europe as Christians try to articulate the difference between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism. You see it in a lot of artwork, like the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga image, which is repeated hundreds of times throughout European art and monumental architecture, things like that. You also see it in the growth of really bizarre ideas. Blood libel charge, which says that Jews somehow need to drink the blood of Christian children. I mean, that's what they call in Hebrew Meshuggah. Totally crazy, but nevertheless, from the 13th century, this becomes a very powerful myth that pervades right up until the 20th century. So these kinds of things actually drive a lot of Jews towards Eastern Europe, where the anti-Semitism initially, at least, is quite a bit more muted. We should also mention at this point the really bizarre and fascinating story of the Jews of Spain. While the Jews are in Spain, they have this tremendous renaissance from the 8th to the 13th centuries in particular, where there was this flourishing of Jewish culture for a variety of reasons. The fact is, it's a triangular culture with Jews, Christians, and Muslims forced to interact in a non-binary way, like they would Jews versus Muslims or Jews versus Christians elsewhere in Europe. Secondly, it's on the periphery from the Muslim world, so a lot of things that could happen in Muslim Spain could not happen, let's say, in Baghdad. And there are incredible figures that rise up at this time. It declines in the 12th century with the invasion of more extremist Muslims that drive, for example, Maimonides and his family out of Spain and towards Egypt, but it represents a real high in Jewish culture. It will, unfortunately, decline even further as the Christians conquer the Iberian Peninsula and institute an inquisition to try to drive out those Christians, that is, forcibly converted Jews in the pogroms of 1391, and this ultimately results in an expulsion of Jews, a major expulsion in 1492, one of many expulsions that occurred throughout Europe for a wide variety of reasons, primarily economic in nature, driving the Jews out of Spain and throughout the Mediterranean basin. Oh my gosh, I only have about 4.5 minutes left, so I got to rush through modern history. The Western European experience is quite different from the Eastern European. Western Europe tends to modernize quite a bit faster, and the Jews of Western Europe start to adopt all kinds of new technologies, like printing, for example, which is something that Jews really love to adopt right away. In Eastern Europe, there's a major uprising under a man named Bohdan Khmelnytsky in 1648. This is followed by a mass movement to follow a false messiah named Shabbatai Tzvi in the 1660s. And then about a century later, the rise of a populist movement called Hasidism, which really made a huge impact on the experience of Jews in Eastern Europe. Rushing ahead now, when we get to the contemporary period, and by this I'm talking about the modern era, the last 100 years. Western Europe, there's been a large push towards emancipation, that is the granting of equal rights to Jews. It happens all of a sudden in France in 1791, shortly after their revolution, and then slowly begins to creep up in Germany and other countries as well. Jews begin to take advantage of this and start studying in universities and so on, and they begin to really express themselves as major members of 19th century culture. Jews are also emigrating in very large numbers from Eastern Europe to America and to a lesser degree in Israel, South Africa, and elsewhere as Russian persecution increases under the Tsars. You begin to see the development of many Jewish political movements, including that of Zionism and so on. When we get to the 20th century, certainly the most horrific moment in Jewish history as a whole is the Holocaust, when you have the combination of a devastating First World War, economic depression, and the legacy of anti-Semitism, all focused in the leadership of Adolf Hitler. And this creates a movement which we cannot possibly do justice to in such a short treatment. But the end result is, as I'm sure you're aware, 6 million Jews were killed in Eastern Europe. That's fully 1 out of 3 Jews throughout the world at the time. But in the amazing whipsaw-like nature of Jewish history, the Jews reestablished themselves in the modern state of Israel 2,000 years after their expulsion under the Romans. It's an amazing thing. Israel goes through, it's a difficult birth. Israel goes through a lot of difficult changes. They fight major wars in 1948 with independence, in 1967, the famous Six-Day War, 1973, and they have ongoing conflict with the indigenous Arab population, the Palestinians, and that is far from solved, although major steps were made with the 1993 peace accords in Oslo and with the withdrawal from Gaza, which is also a very problematic event in the year 2005. And that basically brings us up to the present day. Jews still have a tremendous amount of challenges to contend with. It is not an easy history. Nothing happens automatically. But I managed to squeeze this under 18 minutes. You may be wondering, why 18 minutes? Why not 20 or why not 10? Well, 18 minutes is two things. First of all, it is an easy to remember number because that's the amount of time it takes for unleavened bread to become leavened, making it not kosher for Passover. But more importantly, the number 18 is written as a word in Hebrew. The word is chai, life. So, as the saying goes in Hebrew, Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live. I hope you found this very brief overview of history useful. And if you want to learn more, I got lots of videos on all kinds of periods of Jewish history. Thanks very much for watching.
Boring.
How about 18 views of plane impact on South Tower? This is like, those compilations on board. By the way, 26 days off.
5 minutes.
Okay, that one did flow into the backside, so you couldn't see it from
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian at Touro College, and I would like to take a few short videos just to explain to you what exactly the history of the Talmud is. We're going to begin with its origins today, and then we're going to extend all the way up to the 21st century because it is one of those documents that actually has such a phenomenal impact on the Jewish intellectual and spiritual tradition. It is intrinsically tied up with the Jewish communities around the world and across the centuries, and understanding some basics about the Talmud is essential to really understanding anything about Judaism or the Jewish people. Now, let us first begin with a very simple question. What is the Talmud? So it's a complicated and long answer, but here's the short answer. The first thing I like to say is Talmud, also known as the Gemara, those terms are synonymous, is a massive ancient commentary on a document called the Mishnah. And when I say massive, I'm talking about over 5,000 pages, although they're typically numbered in folios, that is, both sides of one page, and there are 2,711 of those folios. Now, you might wonder, what exactly is the Mishnah? We'll talk more about it in the next lecture, but for now, let's go on with what exactly the Talmud or Gemara is. It was compiled in late antiquity, which means somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th centuries, about exactly when the beginning and when the ending of the process occurred. And it was based on much older oral traditions. We're talking about centuries and centuries older oral traditions that found their way into a document which was edited by a series of rabbis. And this occurred in two basic places. One is in the land of Israel, particularly in the north, and secondly in the land of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. As we'll discuss later, actually two different texts called the Talmud. There is the so-called Jerusalem Talmud, which is the one that was composed in the land of Israel earlier, and then a later, which was composed in the land of Babylonia, of course, the Babylonian Talmud. Third thing I like, what does it talk about? Besides being a commentary on the Mishnah, we don't know what that is yet, but it runs the gamut of Jewish thought. It comments on law, that's probably most discussion, but it treats every aspect of the human condition. It talks metaphysics, it goes to medicine. It talks about philosophy, it goes to friendship. About the behavior of animals and the heavenly spheres and all kinds of amazing things. It is a rather phenomenally amazing, interesting document that is quite unlike anything that I am aware of, certainly in the Western tradition, as God willing, we'll see a little bit over the course of these lectures. The language of the Talmud is principally Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the Jews when it was compiled. But the Mishnah is written in a form of Hebrew, and there's considerable infusion of words and syntax and other languages, including Greek and Akkadian and Persian and all kinds of things are all kind of like folded into the Talmud. It is central to the curriculum of a rabbinical seminary, yeshiva, even today, and parts of the Talmud are avidly studied by Jews all over the world. So that's a quick definition of what the Talmud is. Let us now approach our main subject, which is the history of the Talmud. When was it started? So this is essentially a theological question because it remained an oral document for so many centuries. And in fact, it's called Torah Sheba'al Peh, the Torah that is, discussed orally, as opposed to the Torah that is down, which is the 5 books of Moses. Speaking of Moses, here is Moses, or at least this is Charlton Heston portraying Moses. I happen to really like using these kinds of images because a lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance to Moses. Let's take it from the perspective of Jewish theology. In terms of the history of the Talmud, it's written very clearly in the first chapter, the first Mishnah of a tractate called Pirkei Avot, that says Moses received the Torah at Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua. And by the way, when it says Torah here, it's referring to the totality of Torah, both the written Torah and oral Torah, which contains the essential elements of the Talmud as we have it today. Joshua, his disciple and his successor, then transmitted it to the elders. The elders transmitted it to the prophets, and the prophets to an organization called the Men of the Great Assembly. And then there's a little statement here about what the Men of the Great Assembly would say. They used these beautiful things. We'll just finish the Mishnah. They said 3 things: be deliberate in justice, meaning do not rush to judgment; raise many disciples; and make a fence around the Torah, which means create like kind of a protective barrier around accidental transgression of the Torah. So according to Jewish theology, the entire Talmud goes all the way back to Mount Sinai, that it was transmitted orally, as it were, from a teacher to a student, from a teacher to a student, for many, many, many generations, until, because of political reasons, which we'll discuss in a subsequent lecture, it had to be committed to writing. So the version that we use today is the version committed to writing, but it is intimately connected with the oral communication between teacher and student. The essence of the Talmud is essentially debate. We have an expression, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. And so this is not a document which is kind of like a list of rules. It is a give and take. It is a discussion. It is a stream of consciousness, conversation, a transcript of a massive debate that encompasses hundreds, actually thousands of rabbis taking place over many centuries and many different civilizations. So let's go first to the biblical period. So the biblical period, which refers to what's going on in what the Jews call Tanakh. They do not call it the Old Testament because, of course, Jews do not recognize a New Testament. The Old Testament is working just fine, thank you, and there's no reason to upgrade it to a new version of the software. Tanakh is the Hebrew term which refers to the 3 sections as Jews recognize the Bible: the Torah, which is the first 5 books, the prophets, and the Ketuvim, which are writings, which include things like Psalms and Proverbs and things like that. And the history that's described there goes all the way from the patriarchs and matriarchs of Genesis through the Exodus from Egypt, enslavement, and then Exodus, the giving of the Torah, which changes a lot of things for how Jews relate to God and relate to the world around them. And then through the first and second commonwealths, when the Jews had sovereignty, with great figures like King David, King Solomon, and so on in the first commonwealth, after a short but painful exile to Babylonia, they came back in the late 6th century before the Common Era and rebuilt the temple again. So wow, I just went through hundreds of years in like 3 sentences. The second period, which is important because now we begin to see a lot of the texts of the Talmud being very closely associated with cultures in which Jews live, has to do with the conquest of Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map, you'll see that Alexander marched out of northern Greece, Macedonia. He is known as Alexander Mokdon, Alexander the Macedonian in Thomas. And he conquers an amazing territory in a very short period of time before he dies at a young age. He does not destroy Jerusalem, for which Jews are eternally grateful. So much so that they even name their children after him. My own grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was named Alexander, and I named one of my sons Alexander as well. Not for Alexander the Great, but for Alexander, my great-grandfather. My grandfather, who was great, who was my grandfather, not my great-grandfather, but he was great. During this time, the Jews are exposed to Hellenism. Hellenism is essentially the Greek way of looking at the world, which encompasses Greek science, Greek rhetoric, Greek drama, Greek art, Greek literature, aesthetics, Greek math. I mean, it just goes on and on. The Greeks had such a fascinating and different way of looking at the world than the Jews did that they were overwhelmed by this. And in fact, one of the great problems that the Jews had to deal with at this time was trying to figure out, okay, how do we use this fascinating body of information that the Greeks have given to this region without diluting our Jewish traditions? It was such a difficult tradition, crevasse to cross that they ended up having a national revolt over it, really a civil war, which resulted in the Hanukkah rebellion of the Maccabees and drove out the more aggressively Hellenizing Jewish movements and concentrating on making Israel much more traditionalist. This lasted several centuries. Here's actually one of my favorite pictures from our depicting period. This is actually a 14th century European Christian rendition of one of the dramatic moments in the Maccabean War. I'm not sure why I'm showing it to you, but I kind of like it, so I guess I will. There's a famous scene in which Eleazar the Maccabee was heroically attacked a war elephant. The Syrian Greeks, who were the allies of the Hellenizing Jews in Israel, actually brought in these tremendous beasts to fight against the rebels unsuccessfully. Eleazar heroically dove underneath the elephant, stabbed it from below, and killed it, although he was tragically crushed in the maneuver. This is a description we have in the book of Maccabees. What I really like about this picture is that obviously the European Christian artist here had no idea what an elephant looked like, and he was basing it on a few different descriptions. He says, well, it looks sort of like a gray horse with a very long nose. So anyways, let's just go on. I don't know why I said that, but I kind of liked it. So let's go on. From that Greek encounter, we have to go into the Roman and Babylonian periods, because what ends up happening is the Jews reestablish their sovereignty under the Maccabees and their dynasty, known as the Hashmonean or the Hashmonaim, after the year 165 before the Common Era. And that goes pretty well, although it slowly enters into a period of decay where Hellenizing influences increase. Ultimately, in the year 63, before the Common Era, Pompey enters with Roman forces and takes over the region and incorporates Israel within the larger Roman Empire. Here's a map that shows you what the Roman Empire looked like in the year 117. And here's a tiny little piece of Judea, which is a section of the Roman Empire. The Jews survive under Roman rule with some significant elements of friction. They have two, according to historians, 3 wars. The first one fought from 66 to 74, in which the temple was tragically destroyed. A second minor revolt somewhere around the time of this map, and then the horrific Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 132 that resulted in such tremendous persecution of Jews and a dispersion of the Jews throughout. So in this period, they're encountering not only Hellenism, but Roman culture, which has we should look over here at Persia, the region in which the Jews had lived, and actually going all the way back to the very first exile in the year 86, there were Jews settling in Babylon. In particular, in this region here, if we zoom in, you can see the 2 blue lines that extend from the upper left down into the Gulf there. Those are the rivers Tigris and the Euphrates. And in that region called Mesopotamia, because it is between the rivers. Meso means between, and potamos means river. There are a lot of Jewish settlements. They ended up growing and becoming very significant, and ultimately, especially after the decline of the land of Israel under the Romans, they become the centers of Talmudic learning. And so basically, the Talmud is developing in both Israel and in Babylon. And as I mentioned earlier, that's where ultimately we have two distinct texts recorded. Okay, so that was kind of a quick, maybe verbose overview of where the Talmud was formed and the historical context in which the Talmud was formed. I want to take 1 minute to talk about what the Talmud is certainly not. Now, because a lot of people are going to see this video, not necessarily people who are committed to the study of the Talmud for its own sake. I've shut off all comments because there are a lot of people who have this crazy idea that the Talmud is some kind of like secret document that is the whole rules for the secret world Jewish conspiracy, which does not exist, by the way, and that somehow it's this nefarious document. A lot of this anti-Semitic thought springs from the twisted mind of an individual named Johann Andreas Eisenmenger, who in the late 1600s portrayed himself as a potential convert to Judaism in order to study the Talmud primarily. And he spent 19 years doing this. And he was actually quite a brilliant scholar. He went through the entire Talmud. He went through all kinds of midrash and things like that. And then in the year 1700, he came out with this nasty 2,000-page book, which took every single passage he could possibly twist and take out of context and present it as a horrible condemnation of Judaism and Jews and so on. Now, he was not the first person to do this, and a rather bizarre, obsessive kind of individual. We have seen this for a few centuries prior, but in reality, that's not what the Talmud is all about. If you don't believe me, there are lots of places where you can see Talmud the way Jews see the Talmud. I do not recommend you go to anti-Semitic websites because they will essentially just repeat Eisenmenger over and over again. Go see how Jews deal with the Talmud, and you will be assured that it's basically it's not basically anything. It is a fascinating discussion of how Jews encounter the universe and try to get closer to God in the process. Okay. That's it for this quick video. The next video will be looking at the Mishnah, which is the core document of the Talmud. We'll try to understand how and why that was formed in the historical context of its compilation, and then we'll get a better understanding as to what exactly the Talmud is and how it was composed in its historical context. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to this second lecture in the series of lectures about the history of the Talmud. We're actually not going to get to the Talmud per se until the third lecture, so we have two sort of prolegomenons, but they are essential to understanding what the Talmud is about. Today we're going to talk about the Mishnah, which forms the backbone of the Talmud. It is the core text around which the Talmud is built. And so I'd like in the next 10 or so minutes to quickly give you a sense of the historical context in which the Mishnah came to be a written document, try to understand some of the thinking of the rabbis that went into the transition from an oral tradition to a manuscript tradition that was so crucial in the development of Jewish history, especially Jewish intellectual and religious history, and made it possible for the Talmud that we study today to be in a written form. Okay, so let's look very quick at Judaism in the year 0. So if we go to the first century, clearly the most dramatic and important event of that period was the catastrophic destruction of the temple, an event that has reverberations all the way up to the 21st century and beyond. It is the great cataclysms of Jewish history, central spot of worship in Jerusalem, which was the focal point of so much spiritual energy for centuries upon centuries, would be destroyed. And this really created a crisis in which, what would happen to Judaism if they did not have the temple rituals to follow? That's really an important starting point for us, but we have to go back just a little bit to understand the context of that first century, because it is in that context and the events of that first century that really set the stage for the transition of the oral tradition into the written document that we know. So going back a couple 400 years before that, we talked about the conquest of the region by Alexander, and this introduced into ancient Israel the philosophy which eventually be called Hellenism. Really, I shouldn't say philosophy, it's a Weltanschauung, it's a worldview that encompasses not only philosophy, but also aesthetics and literature and science and mathematics and so many of the Greek ways of thinking that had a tremendous impact on the Jews of the period. So much so that the Jews tended to go overboard, and many Jews simply advocated completely abandoning the Jewish tradition and wholly assimilating to Greek norms. A lot more to say about that, but for our purposes, this resulted in a backlash in about the year 165 before the Common Era, led by a group called the Maccabees. It was a popular rural uprising against many of the assimilationist urban elites. And not to make too much of a point of it right now, but basically, we tend to learn, or we tend to teach our children in primary school that this was a foreign invasion of the Greeks, or maybe the Syrian Greeks, because it came through the north, through the Seleucid Empire, against the Jews, the hapless Jews. But in reality, it was a civil war. It was a war that pitted Jew against Jew, specifically traditionalist, religious, rural Jews against modern assimilationist urban Jews, and they invoked the authority and eventually the military of the Syrian Greeks as well. But it was a bitter, horrible civil war in which the traditionalist sectors won and established a new dynasty, the Hashmonaim, that is a series of Jewish kings who at least initially tried to bring back much of that old style religion and to set Judaism on a less Hellenizing path than the prior generations had taken it to. So this was like kind of a pendulum reset, bringing the Jews back away from the influence of Alexander into the traditional influence of the sages and so on. It did not last very long. Hellenism was such a powerful, overwhelming influence that Hellenizing trends increased, and in fact, the Hashmonaic dynasty began to decline on its own until eventually you have the last major king of the period, King Herod, shown here, who, or, to be Dalachov to say something positive about Herod, he was a tremendous public works builder. He renovated the temple, very important thing, built lots of amphitheaters and roads and aqueducts and kinds of harbors, things like that. But he was also an incredibly cruel tyrant, murdering his own spouses and children and all kinds of things like that. Definitely not a person you'd want to invite to your Shabbos table so quickly. He ruled from the year 37 before the Common Era until the year 4 of the Common Era. After his rule, there was a significant step down in the authority. Local kings that would go even further when the Romans ultimately destroyed the temple. But let's just go a little bit further into relationships specifically with Rome. Many people also have the sentiment, just like in the period of the Hashmonaim, people tend to have this perception that the Greeks or the Greeks invaded and pushed them back out. Not exactly what happened. Same thing with the Romans. The Romans actually were in Israel 63 before the Common Era. They were there for a century before they actually destroyed the temple. They came in with Pompey, and the reason for this had to do with the inherent weakness of the Hashmonaim. So terrible because the way that Rome preferred to rule its far-flung empire was a rule called divide et impera, divide and rule. They identified the ruling classes in a particular region. They said, listen, we're going to give you lots of extra privileges, citizenship in the Roman Republic, all kinds of great things. All you have to do is pay taxes, tribute, and do things our way. And this was a very effective ruling strategy, and it lasted for several hundred years. So Israel essentially became a vassal state under the Romans. They had their own kings, they had their own government, and things were not so terrible until the first century, when the relations between Rome and Jews just descend so rapidly as a result of several factors which are beyond our scope today. But please have a look if you want on my website. I've got lectures on this like you wouldn't believe. Okay. Let us focus now internally within the Jewish community. There were four basic orientations of Jews towards the Romans in particular, but also had a relationship to Hellenism, which of course continued apace under the Romans at the same time. There were the so-called Sadducean or Sadducees. These were Jews who believed in following the same kind of Hellenizing, in this case Romanizing trends of their urban predecessors, who argued that Roman power was here to stay, and that the Jews would do well by simply capitulating to the Romans, and in return they could rely on their beneficence, they could rely on their support, patronage, and so on. And it was the Sadducees who largely held the most predominant positions in the temple in Jerusalem at the end of the first century. Secondly, there were the Zealots, who were in favor of the opposite, saying, no, even though the Roman Empire is so much larger than us, so much more powerful than us, they have these massive standing armies, let us instead fight them and let's drive them out of our land. The Zealots, and in particular a group called the Sicarii, which were named for these curved knives that they used to use when they assassinated their political opponents, were actually feared not Romans, but also by Jews who dared to speak against them. These were like very radical Jews who fought amongst each other and fought other Jews, trying to assert their own vision of an independent Israel without any foreign domination whatsoever. Then there were some who radically separated from the Jewish community as a whole, in particular a group called the Essenes, not an especially well understood group. We hear about them in the works of Joseph Source for much of this period, but we also have significant archaeological materials that come from the Qumran region, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so on, that apparently there was a significant number of groups who were just simply saying, that's it, I'm going to go live in the Judean desert, I'm going to eat nuts and berries and things like that, and I'm going to anxiously await the imminent arrival of Mashiach, who is going to be coming any day soon. And they kind of like took themselves out of the world altogether. There's a lot more to say about them, but again, interest of time. Finally, there are the group that we would call today the good guys, the winners, the Pharisees. This term Pharisee is English, and in the Christian tradition, it is not a nice term, primarily because the founder of Christianity is frequently arguing with the Pharisees over one thing or another. That's primarily because he himself was in the Pharisaic movement, and you tend to argue with people with whom you are closest ideologically. In Hebrew, the term Pharisee means Perushim, or the separators, those who separate from the political trends of society. They didn't separate as radically as the Essenes, who wanted to live outside of society as a whole. The Pharisees were like charismatic leaders of small disciple groups. They were very much connected to the rural countryside and so on. They were genuinely seen, as far as we can sure, as the true leaders of the Jewish people, although they did not have the kind of trappings of authority that, for example, the Sadducean did. So these are, and they are, by the way, the essentially the rabbis. They're the people who will be most closely associated with the development of the Mishnah, and it is their tradition which will go on to the Talmud, and of course inform all Judaism afterwards. The Pharisees are kind of like the ones that survived this nasty time. So let us understand how this all fell apart. There was a terrible Roman-Jewish war that erupted in the year 66, largely as a result of the brigandage and the general lawlessness that was happening in the north part of the region. The Romans sent a legion to try and deal with the problem of Jewish bandits active in the north, many of them associated with zealots in particular, and they suffered a humiliating loss. Even though the Roman legion that was sent down was commander in general, and the battle-hardened troops, they were no match for the cunning strategies of these guerrillas in Israel, and they were sent packing. The Emperor Nero said, okay, I've got to pull out the big guns, and he sent Vespasian, later joined by Vespasian's son Titus, to Israel to deal with these Jewish rebels. This ended up resulting in two things. The first is that Vespasian himself was called back to become emperor himself. And the second thing, unfortunately, is that his son Titus, taking his time over several years, went and surrounded Jerusalem and ultimately destroyed the temple in the year 70. There was a kind of a long drawn-out mop-up operation for the Romans because many of the zealots retreated to Masada, a distant mountaintop in the Dead Sea region, and there they mounted their last stand that culminated in a mass suicide, and that ultimately the end of any kind of Jewish sovereignty in Israel at that point. The Romans cracked down very hard, and over the course of the next few decades, Jewish sovereignty and Jewish sensibilities were horribly impugned by the Romans. Huge amounts of populations were exiled or were refugees. Many were sold into slavery. Tens of thousands brought back to Rome to serve as builders, the Colosseum and other structures at this time, and many other horrible things, which of course I can discuss in a much longer lecture. There were two more wars, one of which was particularly disastrous. There was the so-called Kitos War, which is more closely associated with the Jewish diaspora. That is the scattering of Jews that were living in the Near East at this time, in Egypt in particular and in Mesopotamia. This is probably associated with some kind of tax rebellion. It's not a war that's well understood. Many don't even call it a war, but there was significant anti-Jewish violence that occurred in the year 117. And finally, a war that we know a little bit more about, the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, another attempt by the indigenous Jews in Israel to push off the Roman yoke, led by a brilliant commander named Bar Koziba, known popularly as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. Many people felt that he, in fact, would herald the coming of the Messiah, Rabbi Akiva in particular. But after an initially successful venture, somewhat like in the First Roman-Jewish War, the Romans totally devastated the region, burning, according to historians from the time, hundreds of villages and really extirpating the vast majority of Jewish settlements in the southern part of the country at this time. So you've got these three wars occurring within 3 generations, completely devastate any sense of Jewish sovereignty in Israel. What happens to the population? Well, as I mentioned, many of them were exiled, many were gone into slavery, many simply fled as refugees. You have increased populations in the surrounding regions, but within Israel itself, you have a significant amount of the population moving north. The Judean desert, which is in the region of Jerusalem and to the south in particular, that is totally destroyed by the Romans, and so many of these Jews, they flee to the north, and they go to the Galilee region, where you have a significant amount of arable land. And because of the arrangement that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai made originally with the Roman authorities, there is still some remnant of Jewish authority. Now is fully Pharisaic in nature, and the Sanhedrin is still active in the north, trying to lay down the basic principles of Jewish self-government, even under these tenuous situations. But the nature of the Jewish community is so tenuous at this point. There is no formal relationship with the Romans, who can do whatever they will. The Jewish population is frequently under heavily burdensome taxation, hugely insulting taxation, in fact, like the Machatisa shekel, which was such an important yearly donation that would go to the upkeep of the temple. That is, of course, imposed as the so-called fiscus judaicus, the Jewish tax, but instead of going to the temple in Jerusalem, now long destroyed, it is confiscated and taken to Rome for the temple of Zeus, there. Amazing, horrible time. So this is the period in which the Mishnah comes to fruition. Again, through these hundreds of years, we're talking about rabbis who are handing down, teacher to student, all of these traditions, and they're running away from the Romans. Sometimes they're joining the rebels, sometimes they're not joining the rebels, sometimes the rebels are attacking them. And what's going to happen with all this? So Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who was the leader of the Sanhedrin, he was actually, the term Nasi indicates a position of some political authority. It means usually translated as the prince. He says, okay, you know what? Even though we have always maintained this as an oral tradition, given the political, demographic, and economic situation the Jews find themselves in Israel, we must commit this to writing. It's a hugely controversial discussion that many said, what are you talking about? If you commit this to writing, you will reify it, meaning making it hard and inflexible, when as an oral tradition, we have the opportunity to discuss, to debate, and so on. When it's writing, it will be accessible to everybody, whereas previously we're able to basically share this only between a sage and a disciple. Now all of a sudden it's going to be available to anybody. And of course we have this long-standing tradition that God gave us this text, right? Remember, let's go back to the last lecture, that according to the first Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, God gave this entire text, meaning of the 5 books of Moses and the oral Mishnah, that was all given orally. And if God wanted to give it in text, he could have given it in text back. So therefore you're like completely upending these centuries, millennia almost, of Jewish tradition. How can you do this, Rebbe? Nevertheless, he said, he quoted a verse in Psalms, said, it is time to act for God, because the end of the Pharaoh Sorasecha, because they read your Torah. Meaning, under this, where we are so, hard pressed to maintain our own basic existence, if we don't commit this to writing, God forbid it will be lost. And so therefore, he pushed through this measure where he recorded all of these teachings and he put them in the Mishnah itself. Now, to understand what the Mishnah is, it's not a law code. If it was a law code, it would be simple. It would be like Rule A, Rule B, Rule C. Let's go on to the next chapter, Rule A, Rule B, Rule C. That's not what it's like at all. It is a discussion where A says this, and Rabbi B says this. And very infrequently do you actually have anyone say, and by the way, Rabbi B is right. More often than not, you have 2 opinions on it, sometimes 3, 4, 5 opinions without a conclusion. So what kind of law code is this if you don't have actually written laws at the end? Brilliantly, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, by editing these teachings from so many different rabbis, he somehow preserved the very core element of orality while keeping it as a written text, because it meant that the only way you can actually master this document is by interacting with it. You can't memorize it and hope to actually know what the Mishnah says. You have to actually dive into it. And then you say, well, why does Rabbi A say this? And why does Rabbi B say this? And if we know the logic behind Rabbi A and Rabbi B's decisions, then perhaps we can apply it in this situation here. Or let's test it out. That's essentially the kind of thing that the Talmud does. And it has tremendous ramifications for keeping this as both a living document that responds to technological social innovations over the centuries. There's no discussion of microwaves, for example, microwave ovens in the Mishnah, but nevertheless, we use the Mishnah to discuss how do we deal with microwave ovens in halacha. And not only that, all of the crazy medical technologies that we have today that can ridiculously prolong life or can create life in new ways that we never imagined. These are things which are discussed in the Mishnah because it preserves that open-endedness. So how is it structured? So there's 6 sections. It's known as Shas, Shisha, Sidrei Mishnah, 6 orders of the Mishnah. People often use the term Shas to refer to the Talmud as a whole, and that's because the Mishnah is the Shedra, the spine of the entire document, also following these 6 orders. They are, let's have a look at them here. First of all, seeds, which basically deals with the laws of agriculture. First, it begins with a discussion of blessings. How do you appropriately appreciate the blessings, which are fundamentally agriculture in nature. And then it goes on to discuss many of the laws in the Bible, like mixed seeds, or the sabbatical year, the donations to charity from agricultural products, and so on. The second order is called times, moed, and that deals primarily with holidays like the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Passover, and so on. The third section deals with women. This is actually the largest section, and that deals primarily with relations with women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, widowhood, things like that. The Mishnah is pretty much androcentric. It's clearly written for a male audience, and so the section is called Women because it's talking to men about how to relate to women. There's a lot more to say about women studying the Mishnah and studying the Talmud towards the end of the series. I hope to get into how that evolved historically as well. The fourth section is damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. When people think of the Talmud and they don't know a lot about it, they usually associate the Talmud with this section, which deals with, what if someone's ox gored someone else's, or what if someone accidentally was, making a fire in his backyard and a coal was picked up and blew over to someone else's backyard. How are damages created and things like that? Basically, tort law and a certain amount of criminal law as well. Then the fifth section is holy things, which deals primarily with the sacrificial law of the temple. The sixth thing deals with things, and this deals with like personal ritual purity. And in modern day, that deals with things like washing hands and the laws of Taharat Mishpacha, what's called the family purity laws. That's basically what the Mishnah is all about. So to kind of wrap this discussion up, the takeaway message is that the Mishnah was it was compiled at a time of tremendous political, economic, demographic uncertainty for the Jews. It was a very dramatic decision that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi made to try and preserve these teachings. And he did so in a brilliant manner that retains the oral nature of the document, that it is a human document, and that is a living document for the basis of what would later become the Talmud. So that's where we're going to start next lecture. We're going to look at actually how the Mishnah evolves into the Talmud, first formed in the land of Israel and then in the land of Babylonia. I thank you very much for watching. I hope this helped you with your learning, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next video.
And now she's like, yeah, there's videos. There's no video. So when the first time he gets arrested, she was part of that whole thing. She was part of the process. She was like some AG.
Hello, I hope you had a fantastic holiday season, and I am so grateful to be back with you again for the Jewish New Year 5780. I want to just take a quick moment to invite you to come to the holy community of Teaneck, New Jersey, where I'm really privileged to be speaking with the All Daf team about the project that we're engaged with as part of the OU Daf Yomi initiative under the leadership of Rabbi Moshe Shwed. Basically, what we're going to be doing is speaking at several synagogues. Rabbi Moshe Elephant will be there, Rabbi Weil will be there, and we'll be talking about different things associated with the study of Talmud, all leading up for that massive siyum, that massive 7.5-year conclusion of the Talmud that's coming up in January, and the new app that we are launching that, in my humble opinion, will revolutionize the way so many people study the Talmud today. The topic that I'll be addressing, I think, is absolutely fascinating, at least in my humble opinion. I'm going to be looking at the bizarre story behind the canonization of the Vilna Shas. As many of you might know, the competition to produce the ultimate Talmud edition was quite fierce in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, and there were two houses that were really vying for that coveted title. The noted Hasidic publishing house known as Slavuta, later published in Zhitomir by the Shapiro family, was especially beautiful, and in fact the Shapiros brought to their task tremendous amount of sincerity and religious piety. It is said that they used to take all of the all of the actual letters that they would then put into the pages, mikvah. They would immerse them in a ritual bath in order to purify them before they engaged in the holy task of printing the Talmud. The Rom family in Vilnius Yes, Vilna, under the tremendous leadership of the man Ram shown here, and in particular, Devora Ram. It's very unusual to see a woman, especially in the rarefied, generally male world, studying the Talmud. Nevertheless, under their brilliant leadership, they nevertheless were able to edge out the Slavuta family. Fascinating, kind of bizarre circumstances surrounding many of the episodes of this 100-year struggle, and they produced the iconic Vilna Shas. To have a look at this amazing frontispiece, this title page, which is one of the most beautiful elements of the Vilna Shas, and I remember seeing it as a child, and I remember thinking to myself, what is behind these regal pillars? What is behind this heavy drapery? What are those lions at the top of the columns guarding? I wanted to go in through those gates, and I wanted to learn what is on the other side of this title page. And in fact, many decades later, I am still amazed at the things I find in the Talmud. So let's get together. I really hope that for those of you who are in the holy Jewish community of Teaneck, New Jersey, you'll come by and say hello to all of us with the OU Daf Yomi initiative and talk to us about this new app that we're launching in January, God willing, the Al Daf app. By the way, have a look at the Al Daf logo. Notice the echo of Vilna in our logo, right? Very clever. Anyways, I hope that's useful for you. Please come by and say hello. I would love to meet you. And I hope you have an amazing 5,780.
During like his childhood developmental process, and they said he just like never had any empathy and snap on people, and then they put him in the Harvard LSD studies, and so the studies involved like humiliation, a lot of crazy shit, but they never came programmed after.
I am a little bit flustered myself because the Q train stopped working this afternoon, and I had to jump in an Uber to get to Atlantic Terminal to catch the LIRR. And I didn't realize, but there's rush hour in New York City, and that slowed down the Uber, and I missed my train, and I just walked in here in the last few minutes. So if you don't mind, I'd like to tell you a funny story that will relax me, hopefully as much as it relaxes you. And this is a true story. I was trying to think of a joke that deals with the Talmud, which is going to be the topic of our discussion today and for 2 more classes. And this is a true story. It's not even really a joke. It's actually an anecdote. When I was my early 30s, I had a postdoctoral fellowship with the National Endowment for Humanities at Oxford University. And it was a great privilege. I got to work in Oxford's amazing library there, the Bodleian Library, with phenomenal collection of fantastic manuscripts and books and incunabula, tremendous things. And this is a closed stack library. You can't no one can just walk in there and use the library. You have to have credentials and invitations and things like that. So I had received all those things. I had my papers all in order, and I went to the library, received my library card. She looked over all my papers, checked all their forms, said, "Okay, no problem. You can, of course." I'm not going to try to imitate her Oxbridge accent, but she said, "Before I give you your library card, you have to take the oath." And I said, "What oath?" And I'm thinking in the back of my head, "Oh my gosh, I'm an observant Jew, and what kind of oath, and how do I take an oath? It's not appropriate for Orthodox Jews oaths." But I said, "What oath?" And she said, "Oh, it's a very funny thing, but several hundred years ago, we had this problem with burning books in the library. It's a really big library, and there's no natural heating, and those Oxford winters can be very damp, and so they would say, what do we need another copy of Aristotle's Nicomacheus? Come on, we've already got 7. This one's only from the 1700s. We can burn this one." And they would burn the books to keep themselves warm. So ever since then, the librarians require that every patron of the library, duly credentialed, nevertheless takes the oath that promises, among other things, not to burn the books in the library. I didn't know what to do. I had traveled all this way to get to the library. I really wanted to see the books. How am I supposed to take an oath? And then, Shoda Lakel, Hashem gave me a little bit of an insight, and it really worked out very well. I asked her, "Do you have the oath in other languages?" And she said, "Of course." And she pulled out this big, thick white binder with all these laminated pages and in Amharic and Hindi and Urdu and all kinds of languages. And I said, could you show me the oath in Hebrew? And she flipped open to the Hebrew, and there it is. And instead of saying, I swear not to burn the books in the library, it says something like, Hare ani mekabel alayha acharayu chalashitria. I take responsibility on myself for any books that I might burn in the library. And so I was allowed to use it. Okay. So that's kind of like a bookish introduction, a true story from my adventures. As Rabbi Trump correctly noted, I'm spending a lot of my time thinking about the Talmud lately, and primarily because of this new project that I'd like to tell you a little bit more in the context of my remarks tonight. But my approach to the Talmud is kind of a little quirky, you know, like I remember being in yeshiva and I just asked some kind of question. I don't remember what it was, some kind of extraneous question. And the Maggid Shir looked at me and he said, you might as well be asking what were the color of Rashi's socks. And apparently this is some kind of joke because everyone else in the Shir laughed, you know, at my expense. And I thought to myself, I wonder what color socks Rashi wore. I mean, where did he get his wool? And were they linen or what? Who made those socks? What did they look like? How did they stay up and so on? So I'm very interested in all of like kind of extra things around the Talmud, and that's essentially what I'm spending a lot of time on in this particular app. If you're familiar with the Steinsaltz Gemara, I'm the kind of guy who always reads the stuff around the sides before I actually read the Gemara itself, which is my inclination. So the discussions that we're going to be having today are primarily looking at those kind of quirky, sideways approaches to the Gemara. I'd like to look at three specific episodes that relate to one dominant theme. The first is going to be today on Daniel Baumberg, the non-Jew who literally put the daf in Daf Yomi, because he pioneered, among other things, the use of page numbers in the Talmud, as we shall see. So although we have tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews currently studying Daf Yomi, we anticipate a doubling of that number with the new Siyam Hashas in January. The Daf Yomi structure could not have been adopted without this particular individual who has a fascinating life history for our purposes. The second lecture next week, we're going to look at the exceptional women who made the Talmud possible. Particularly interesting because, generally speaking, the Talmud is a book written by men for men. It is highly androcentric. There are occasionally references to women, but there are very few women's voices in the Talmud itself. Nevertheless, when you look at the history of the Talmud, particularly in the context that I'd like to share with you today and next week, you'll see that there are some very powerful women who had a phenomenal impact in producing Talmuds that are studied today, as we shall see, God willing, next week. And then finally, I'd like to look at the very nature of authority with the remarkable episode of the Pseudo-Yerushalmi, which is infamous among students of the Talmud, among cognoscenti. There were at the turn of the 20th century, a man posing as a Sephardi Tahor presented a series of manuscripts that he claimed were actually not, he didn't present the manuscripts, he presented some books that he claimed were actually based on the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud. It turned out that not only were they fake, but he himself was not a Sephardi Tahor. He was a Belarusian fish merchant who had literally written several tractates of the Talmud. And just the amount of genius it takes to actually write a tractate of Talmud, if he had used his powers for good, he would have been a phenomenal individual. Who knows? We will explore that, God willing, in the third and final week of this stage. The thread that brings all of these topics together, and in a sense makes them less Talmudic, is of course the famous quote from Marshall McLuhan, my compatriot who was also at the university I studied at, whose perhaps most famous comment is the idea of the medium is the message. There is a tremendous amount of content and value in studying how, particularly a book such as the Talmud, and particularly for a people such as the Am al-Kitab, the people of the book who are related to that document, and understanding how we relate to that over time, particularly at three unique junctures in time, I think will be quite fruitful for us in understanding where we are, perhaps even where we are going. In this regard, I'd like to specifically point out that almost all of my research is highly derivative, not original. at all. If you would like to enjoy this information in the comfort of your own home at your own leisure, then I urge you to look at the amazing book, Printing the Talmud by Mintz and Gabriel Goltz, published by Yeshiva University Museum, and the similarly Heller, a tremendous work of bibliographic scholarship that contains a phenomenal amount of information. So let's first understand that in terms of the transmission of the study of the Talmud, which is where we're going to get to, the medium is the message concept. We see that there are 4 basic stages of transmission of this document, the content of which I really don't want to discuss. We're going to focus on the medium aspect of it. And the way in which we study Talmud was very closely related to the material in which it was contained. So first period is, of course, the oral transmission. The Talmud is known as the Torah Sheba'al Peh, the oral Torah, and it was, for centuries upon centuries, handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something like this, right? I like this picture because I'm often stopped in the street. People say, "Hey, aren't you Charlton Heston?" No, sometimes. Also Will Smith. It's surprising. The two of them together, I don't know what it is. But, no text, just the mind, just the memory, just the interaction of ideas, completely oral, A-U-R-A-L, as well as O-R-A-L. That's the way the Talmud was traditionally handed down, and in fact, it's considered in yeshiva a very high marker of not only scholarly integrity, but also piety to memorize Talmudic texts. The second period of Talmudic transmission is when it becomes a manuscript. And for those of you who study the Talmud, you know that there's a massive discussion, particularly in the period of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, as to whether or not this actually represented a transgression of God's will, that we would take this oral body of information and somehow trap it into the written word on page, on parchment or vellum or what have you. This is, it has some tremendous advantages in that you do not have to rely on memory so heavily. It also has a tremendous disadvantage in that you do not have to rely on memory so heavily. It's kind of like if you lose your phone and all of your loved ones are on speed dial, you have no way to reach them because we don't memorize telephone numbers anymore. So this is what the manuscript represents, all of this body of information that is somehow locked into a place where as long as we can access it, we're fine. But as soon as we lack access to the text, we have nothing at our disposal. The third period, of course, is that of print transmission, which is what we're going to talk about today. This represents a huge advance in that the highly expensive and idiosyncratic and often unregulated manuscript copies are made much more cheap, they're cheaply available. I'm going to take that out of the internet. They are much less expensive, much easier for people to access them. It represents a democratization of knowledge because you no longer have to have a relationship with a teacher the same way you did when it was in the written form, and certainly not in the oral form. If you have the text, you have everything, and the text is suddenly so much more accessible because you can just go to a store and buy it. As the saying goes, the chassid says, "What do I need a sefer for? I have a rebbe." Right? What do I need a book for? I have a teacher. And the litvak, for those of you who are new to this institution, there are a lot of litvaks in this building. You can always recognize them by their erudition, their superior fashion sense, and many other. Right. So litvaks say, "What do I need a rebbe for? I have a sefer." I don't need that human contact because I can work with this object that I can buy anyway. Finally, the period that we are in right now, and it's very exciting and very difficult to understand where exactly are we heading with this, is digital transmission. By suddenly taking the data and freeing it from the page, literally putting it into the cloud, suddenly we have a new way to access the information that has lots of implications that I definitely hope to study over the next couple classes with you. This you may remember from the last Siyama Shas in 2012. Is the most exciting thing, the Shas pod that said all of Shas in your pocket. You can have an iPod, which is like a really primitive kind of iPhone, and the idea that it could all be there, it was revolutionary at the time. Note also that it is ironically returned back to orality, right? Because all of a sudden, you can be driving and listening to Shas. You can be jogging. You can be sitting all on your own. You don't have to interact with people. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We shall see. And a plug for it that Rabbi Trump and I are both working on now, this AllDaf app, which promises to be absolutely exciting. It's essentially all levels, all topics, all subjects on the DAF. It's going to be a remaining free app offered by the Orthodox Union. I'm very excited about it, and let us go on. Okay. So let us go to the historical period that we're talking about. We have to go to the 15th century in Italy, where the most prominent early printers were the Cino family. I will probably Cino because I was born in North America, but it is in situ it would be pronounced Soncino. So the Soncinos, I said right there, were among the earliest of printers, and they are credited to the Talmud in 483. They were not the first of Hebrew texts. We have some the 1470s in Spain and Portugal, places like that. There are even some very fascinating references to printing by Jews before Gutenberg. There were some Jews in the Rhone River Valley of Provence, France, who were actually cutting Hebrew type. And although we don't have any examples of what they might have printed, the idea that Jews could have preceded Gutenberg is an exciting thought. And he looked at what's going on with manuscripts. The Soncino family, there's actually several generations and they decided to put their energies into producing printed versions, beautiful printed versions of the manuscripts of the Talmud that existed. This is a typical Talmud from about that same period, a little bit earlier, a 12th century Talmud fragment. You can see it's written, beautiful calligraphy. We should understand the aesthetic of manuscripts is different from the aesthetic of print. The aesthetic of manuscript is very much idiosyncratic, individualized. You appreciate the soul much more. You see personality coming through in the text. Print, for the reasons of mass production, are not personalized. They are designed to be as easily accessible and readable by everyone, so they tend not to have the idiosyncrasies of calligraphy. But since they are individualized by the calligrapher, there can be quite a few varieties in quality. Here is a similarly dated, a little bit later dated fragment. You can see that this is, it's a horrible mess by comparison. It does not have the same kind of elegance or legibility. Letters are constantly running into each other. It looks like a rushed kind of document, although it does have Rashi on the side, actually on the page, which is not necessarily common. Now, what's fascinating also, it's the 16th century. That means printing has already been around for about 150 years. Unlike the time that we are living in now, where you're considered old-fashioned if you have a flip phone, the pace of change in the 16th century was much slower, and people relied on manuscript for a lot longer than that quick transition to print. The Jews were definitely very excited about print, and they rushed to engage in print because it was cheaper and it was standardized and lots of other values. But manuscript copies still continued for a good century and a half after printing. This is actually, if we look a little bit broader, one of the reasons adduced for the rapid rise of the European Christian West as opposed to the Muslim North African Middle East is because the Muslims looked down their nose at printing technologies. They thought that it was ugly. They wanted beautiful. Their culture really focuses on calligraphy, Arabic calligraphy, and to present people with a printed book instead of something that was handwritten by a scribe is considered very poor form. It's like, going to Gourmet Glatt to pick up a wedding cake. No, the wedding cake should be something you specifically order and it's baked. To go and just get one off the counter is just not the same at all. Okay. So now here's, but we should note that a lot of these were not written in scrolls, but written actually in codexes, meaning bound like books, handwritten but bound like books. This is a beautiful Yemenite version from, again, the year 1600. A very beautiful square print. And this approach is more of the experience of reading it, but you have to understand how valuable this would be, how many hours and months it would have taken for a scribe to copy out, something that a printing press could handle in 15 minutes. Okay, so Soncino, the family of Soncino printers went straight to work, and one of the most important books that they chose to devote their attention to was the Talmud. And they produced some actually very, very beautiful examples. It was the Soncinos who pioneered the basic structure of the Talmud, that is the Mishnah and the Gemara in the center column, Rashi on the inside, close to the spine, and Tosfos on the outside. They did not, however, introduce the rif at the back of the text. And as you can see from this example from 1488, there's very little supporting commentary except for simply Rashi and Tosfos. In fact, among the things that were missing, as I noted at the beginning of the discussion, there's no page numbers, right? They had no way of telling people what page you were on, and so you really had to just kind of stick with the program and guess where you were. They developed an interesting kind of thing, which is still retained in modern Talmuds, even though it's redundant, to make sure that you were not missing any pages, because you buy your book, and what if some of the pages were not bound properly? You didn't even know, right? You think you're a genius reading through the Talmud, not realizing you're missing every third page. At the bottom of every column, there would be a quote from the next page, the very top. So that way you would know nothing is missing. Next time you look at a Talmud, ask yourself, why are these words here? What do they do? I see it right on the next page. But this was originally a kind of strange way to guarantee you are getting your money's worth with your Talmud. Ironically, we still keep it, even though it no longer serves any purpose. But still a very beautiful, elegant edition. Here's another example with the flowery first word and highly decorated, and a few more things coming up. Here's a better look at the first word thing. Also in every column of text, you have the same thing going on. Now, we should understand that in the Wild West of the early 16th century, pretty much everybody is committing what we would call today plagiarism. Either actually plagiarizing the actual words, or what we would call format plagiarism, where they're just taking the whole thing and sort of pasting it into their own text and doing a lot of work as a result. They also had, we'll return to that in a second, so they also had some pretty crazy ideas with regards aesthetics. Have a look at this example here. Most of these early printers would print whatever would make money. They would print text, they would print all kinds of things, whatever they could possibly sell. And as you see here is an interesting Christian text published in 1507. Soncino family really liked the decorative elements, so they simply took it for a Talmudic manuscript, and you can see it just borrowed the same. Unfortunately, the reproduction is not nearly as high quality because it's an older manuscript, but they just simply copied the whole thing. And here's my favorite. Look at this one. The Soncino family found this copy of Aesop's Fables, and they really loved the decoration all around the outside, including these little naked cherubs here. And so they just put it into the first page of Tractate Cholin. Unfortunately, because Hebrew is, of course, written from right to left, and you have to allow for greater space in the margins, they simply cut it and pasted it on the opposite side so the wide part would fit on the narrow parts. Let's just have a closer look at those cherubs here. How about that? I don't have any of these decorations on my Talmuds. I don't know about you, but could you imagine going to Lakewood with a Talmud decorated like this? Like, what would happen when you walk into the graduation? I don't know. But nevertheless, these are kind of the wacky things that they were doing. The Soncinos were rapidly outpaced, however, by the subject of our discussion today, this individual named Daniel Bomber. So let's step into Venice at the turn of the 16th century. Venice at the turn of the 16th century was a hotbed of activity for printing. It was an unusual kind of place because it had an unusual relationship with the Pope, and the Senate in Venice authority in granting printing licenses. The number of printers in Venice exceeded by multiple times any other place in Italy, and Italy was in itself the center of printing. There was about 2,000 printers active in Venice at the turn of the century, and only about 250 active in Rome at the same time. So it was a place for the explosion of this new technology and producing phenomenal works of significance for the rest of the world. The Jews lived, of course, in the ghetto. The word ghetto comes from Venice, probably from the name of the iron foundry that is nearby. Located at a series of islands, the Jews in their activities, they were even losing monopoly on some activities like money lending because the church was getting much more involved at the point. And it was into this environment that a man named Daniel came onto the scene. He was born probably in 1483. We're not exactly sure of either his birth or his death dates. His parents were Cornelius and Agnes Vranex. I don't know if that's really important, but I like to say Agnes Vranex. That just seems like a kind of compelling name. They were liberal-minded individuals who gave their son a fairly liberal arts education, languages, and history and culture, including Hebrew. And he had experience with typesetting in Antwerp, but when he came to Venice and he saw that this was the dominant activity, this was the exciting new technology, he got very possessed with the idea of entering into the field. A crucial individual for him was this individual, Felice da Prato. That's actually not a picture of him, but it's a picture of an Augustinian friar of whom Felice da Prato was. This is a Jew who had converted to this monastic order and was very excited about publishing his translations of Hebrew literature. He began with Psalms, and he ultimately convinced Daniel Bomberg that there was a market for Hebrew books, not just Hebrew books for Christians, that is, Christian bibliophiles who are especially interested in Hebrew works that relate to Christianity, but actually a market for Jews themselves, books that appeal to Jews, with lots of learned rabbinic commentaries and so on. Daniel Bomberg, being a Christian gentleman with this kind of broad-minded capacity, he took Felice da Prato at his word, and he approached the Pope for permission to print Hebrew works. He downplayed his initial goals. He appears to have been kind of intent about seeing whether this venture would work, and he came back and he worked on Felice da Prato's first translation and found that it had some commercial success. He engaged in much more enthusiastic printing of works, and when his initial copyright period, his permission to publish, was coming to an end, he approached the Venetian Senate, and when they saw that he was making good business, and that in fact he was, a reputable Christian person, they in fact granted him a longer right to publish because they did not want to lose his business acumen to Rome or Milan, one of the other centers. And so he began to engage in earnest in the printing of Hebrew books. And it's interesting to sort of contemplate what exactly was his motivation. It seems clear that he had a strong philo-Semitic tendency, that he actually liked Jews and things Jewish. There are some scholars who point to the fact that some of his closest Jewish collaborators ultimately converted to Christianity, to argue that Bomberg himself was acting out of missionary impulses, but it's a hard argument to sustain. It is true that some of his closest Jewish co-workers did ultimately convert, but the sheer scope of service that Daniel Bomberg rendered to the Jewish people by producing these books at a tremendous personal expense. He certainly got rich off it, but he continued to invest for the rest of his life in heavy Jewish printing, tends to argue against the missionary impulse. Also, the nature of the books that he published, there was one book that was included in his corpus that was written by a convert to Christianity that was openly missionary in nature. And some biographers of Bomberg have pointed to that to say, you see, he's actually, trying to convert the Jews. But the reality is, if you use the same yardstick, the whole Cincino family would also be guilty of the same thing because they were also publishing things that had very similar nature. So it's hard to really pin it down, I tend to lean, on the basis of my limited reading, to a more charitable view of von Bomberg. He himself never converted to Judaism or anything like that. Know only very little about his family. Just recently learned that he had a son named David who seemed to have succeeded him in the printing business. Another recently discovered source indicated that he actually had married a woman in Antwerp and had 9 children with her, but we know nothing about the names of his children otherwise. We also don't know, as I mentioned, the specific date of his death, but he was buried in Antwerp, probably sometime around 1550. His engagement in the text was very significant. He had his first editio princeps, meaning the first edition of the Talmud, was printed between 1519 and 1523. It was a phenomenal success. It was considered a work of art that was widely purchased, including copies by Westminster Abbey in England, by as far away as Crimea, and of course by the Jewish community. You can see that it was published in these huge things. These are actually not the original bindings, but very beautiful, massive bindings. The copy, I believe, held by the Westminster Abbey was actually chained to a desk. Like, the only way you could access it was by actually walking up physically there, and you certainly couldn't download it onto your iPod at that point. He nevertheless did engage in some very significant activity to improve the quality of the Talmud. The first thing we should note is that he shamelessly plagiarized from the Sanchinos. This was just simply what was done back then. Let us just recall what it takes to translate from manuscript culture to print culture. One of the first things you have to do is identify what is the correct text. And if you have multiple manuscripts floating around, you have to actually bring them together and physically compare them. And you need a scholar to actually tell you which one of the texts is correct. Because, as I'm sure you're aware, when you have manuscript copies, you have scribal errors that creep in. And these errors are compounded over centuries, because if a scribe in the 9th century makes a mistake, every manuscript that is copied from that original 9th century manuscript also contains that mistake. So you could literally have dozens of variant readings of every page of Talmud based on the quality of the sofer. So the first thing they have to do is actually physically go out there, every manuscript, read them literally word by word, compared to another one, and then try to determine what is the correct girsa, the correct text. So this involved a huge layout of money, which the Sanchinos did, tremendous care and scholarly caution to produce really high quality manuscripts, which Bomberg immediately stole and just copied straight from the Soncino edition. Like, why should he do the same work over if Soncino has already done it? We can see that the mistakes that did creep in, typographical errors that crept to the Soncino editions, were largely copied straight over into Bomberg. So this made Soncino very upset, as you can imagine, because all that work and energy that went in creating these printed versions were simply usurped by a chin printer and for very rapid edition. But nevertheless, the Soncinos were only moving at a snail's pace, producing one tractate at a time, and they're not anywhere close to finishing the entire Talmud when Baum rushed ahead. He definitely invested very in the same process, but he was able to leapfrog technologically over the tractate already been completed by working off those manuscripts. He also had, as a Christian, access to secular power, which Jews did not. He was able to approach Pope Leo X and say, listen, I'd like to publish some books. And Leo X would be happy to comply. Same with the Venetian Senate. These are things that Jews could not do. And also, although he began reliant on Jewish Christianity because they had a much greater understanding of Hebrew than he did in rabbinic culture, that kind of undercut his market, because the Jewish purchasers of Sfarim were not enthusiastic about seeing that these texts were prepared by apostates of Christianity. One particular edition, which was prepared by the Augustinian friar earlier, von Bomberg realized this really early, and he removed his colleague's name from the title page, and he also removed this pesky little dedication to the Pope that was on the verso of the title page. And with that small change, suddenly it had a huge Jewish readership. But what he also realized was that, if he is really going to penetrate the Jewish market, he has to have authoritative Jewish scholars. And so, using his authority, he actually received special permissions for some 200 Jewish employees to be allowed to leave the ghetto and to work outside in Venice. And not only that, they were allowed to dispense with the required Jewish garb, such as the yellow hat that Jews were required to wear, especially outside the ghetto. They would complain and say that, you know what, we're going to be accosted in the street, we're going to be molested if we walk around in an obviously Jewish hat. So von Bomberg was actually able to relieve those restrictions for his workers. And his business savvy was huge, because he realized that the way he's going to make this happen is if he is first to market. And so he invested very heavily in having multiple teams of scholars working on the same text simultaneously to be able to produce the entire Talmud in a comparatively short period of time. What would have taken Sonsino maybe 20 years, he did in less than 5. This is perhaps echoed by the way the Schottenstein edition is published by Art Scroll, where they also employed, circles of scholars located in different places to work on the manuscript simultaneously, not one tractate at a time, resulting in a complete set early on that really dramatically changed the market. Okay, this was a unique window of opportunity. So, censorship was a problem with the Talmud, but less so in manuscript versions, because it was, the kind of thing that was easier to hide. For a censor to have to go through an entire codex of awkward, difficult handwritten text can be very problematic, whereas a printed is much more standardized, easy to zero in on a page number, things like that. So censorship was a much more of a very intrusive, immediate thing that might have happened at moments of church persecution, but it was not something that could be undertaken at the printing stage. Censorship of the Talmud begins in the 13th century, when the apostate Nicholas Donin first reported to Pope Innocent III, very ironically named Pope Innocent III, saying that the reason why the Jews are not converting to Christianity is because they are ruined by this book called the Talmud. You, Pope Innocent III, do not have access to it because you don't know Aramaic and you don't understand the highly coded nature of the text. But I, Nicholas, can help you out with that. And I'm still wearing the... Oh, no, that's okay. I can help you out with that, and I'll point out all those passages in the Talmud that are offensive. And Nicholas III said, that sounds great. Sorry, Innocent III said, that sounds great. But you know what? Let's just skip the whole thing. Let's just burn the Talmud. And so he infamously burned 24 wagon loads of Talmuds in Paris, an event that is still marked by Parisian Jews as a fast day.
Are you ready?
Yeah. All right. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You know what really pisses me off about that Simpsons phone?
What is that?
You got like 10 grand?
Yeah, no, I know exactly
It really pisses me
that you don't.
at the same, if I got an iPhone and left it in the box at the same time, it would be worth like 400 grand right now.
There you go.
So that really pisses me off.
Are you gonna watch the UFC today?
No.
Why not? All right, we're gonna play one game.
Damn, I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
What in the fuck? You're never coming back.
There's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sex with women just for
So
procreation.
from that point on in the 13th century, the church was very interested in what was going on in the Talmud, but they rarely had the energy or the wherewithal to hunt down all the manuscripts and to examine them properly. With the advent of printing, however, that becomes a much more viable option because, you know, you have to have some kind of infrastructure to produce the printed books. And so they, during this brief window of opportunity where Sonsino and then later Bomberg were able to produce fairly clean copies of the Talmud with minimal self-censorship, the church gets much more upset about this practice and demands changes to the way the Talmud. The same concerns that have been raised in the 13th century are still viable in the 16th century, and so they demand that all kinds of passages be removed from the Talmud because they feel they are derogatory towards Christianity. In most cases, they're completely off base. For example, the word Edom can mean Rome, the city, and that's the way it's usually used in the Babylonian Talmud, but or as the culture of Rome. But they understood it to refer to Roman Catholics, to the church, and so anytime the word Edom came up, the church got very upset and tended to very heavy-handedly remove a lot of passages. The Talmudic edition known as the Basel edition is perhaps the most notorious. This is an edition of the Talmud which met the requirements of the church censor, but means it's almost completely unusable because there's simply so much removed from the text itself that in all kinds of very important sugyas, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. It naturally did not sell very well at all, and some supporting editions had to be produced to try to say these are the things that are missing in the Basel Talmud, usually published outside of Christian areas. But what's perhaps more significant for our purposes is once the church gets involved in censorship of printed editions, Jews began to engage in self-censorship, meaning the printers began to say, listen, we want to make sure that we recoup our expenses and we make a profit, so we are going to remove those passages ourselves so that the censor will not be offended by them. And there are dozens of such passages, even in the Talmud, that is widely used today because Jews self-censor them. Okay, so that's what's going on after that point. Let us then, that'll bring us to a conclusion and think a little bit about where we're going further with this. So Daniel Bomberg's activity leaves an important legacy in the transmission of Talmud to this day. The kinds of things that he brought to the Jewish readership involve the standardization of the Talmudic text, most notably with the introduction of widespread page numbers, the introduction of the Sonsino method, the layout to the entire Talmud, also the enthroning of the idea of the entire Talmud as one viable corpus of study. It would take hundreds of years for many other central texts of Judaism to gain the same kind of authority. He also, made the Talmud so much more accessible by creating this document, which would later be copied over and over again for the next 300 years, and really expanding the study of Talmud tremendously through this much less expensive printed edition. That's why we owe a tremendous amount to this unusual man from Antwerp, and I hope that this whets your appetite for a little bit more study of the medium as the message. I would specifically like to speak very briefly about what we'll talk about next week. This is a picture of Devorah Rom. Some of you were present, I think we spoke about it in Hashkama Minyan. She was a brilliant and very business-savvy young woman who, upon the death of her husband David at a very premature age, took over the massive publishing house of what would later be called, at her insistence, the Widow and Brothers Rom. With her unique energy and perhaps even, cutthroat business practices. She contributed to the elimination of all of her competitors and ultimately created what we call today the Vilna Shas, which is the gold standard of Talmuds as a result primarily of her activity. Just to give you one insight that we'll explore, God willing, a little bit later next week, when the possibility of reducing the price of Talmuds came with a new technology called stereotype printing, which involved no longer using the movie type, but by creating a big plate per page, which would allow multiple editions to be published very, very easily. And she dropped her price by up to a fifth of the original, and her competitors decided to that. She said, no, we are going to multiply the price of Shas. It's going to be 4 times as much. We'll make it really beautiful. But now it's going to be the Chassan Shas, and that was actually her invention, so that if you wanted to, say something about who your daughter was marrying, you would not buy him a Slavuta Shas. You would only buy a Vilna Shas, because that really, the symbol of all Talmuds. So this kind of thinking and marketing strategy, she really revolutionized the way the Talmuds are approached. But she's one of the many figures I'd like to speak about next week when we look at the women who made the Talmud possible. So I want to thank you very much for your patience, and I hope you have a good night.
You're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark.
I'm very excited about tonight's lecture because it's a little bit cutting-edge research for me. I think we're going to go into a few areas which are just a little bit more sensitive than I normally touch upon, but they're deeply exciting to me. And I want to just one element of what the rabbi said. We don't recognize it because we're living in medias res. We're in the middle of all this happening. But we are all actually living in deeply revolutionary times. We are living in times when our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren will ask us, Bobby, Zadie, what was it like growing up? How did you do that? You walked around without a neural implant all day? How did you do that? The technological change has made such a tremendous impact on our quotidian lives that we just don't even realize it, because we just think, oh, it's another iPhone. But actually, there are qualitative changes that come along with this. These 3 lectures actually fit together because they're focusing on that theme and specifically looking at how they will affect Jewish life. So we're at an inflection point in Jewish history, in my humble opinion, and I guess it's not that humble because I do spend almost all of my day thinking about Jewish history. We are at an inflection point, and how we handle this challenge will speak multitudes for the next half millennium, I would like to say. Let's go straight to the material with that somewhat hyperbolic introduction. First of all, we have to thank Rita and Robert Gluck for sponsoring this lecture. It's really nice that they're here. Thank you so much. So what I'd like to talk about today is focusing on the theme that we picked up last week, and that is the idea of the medium as the message. You'll recall we spoke about Marshall McLuhan very briefly, and specifically I tied him into this very complex and sophisticated idea that the way in which we study a given subject, the medium, whether it's a text, whether it is a live class, whether it is a recorded class, whether it's video, audio, whatever it is, it has an impact on the subject itself. The way in which we consume it actually changes the entire way in which we absorb the material. They're not 2 separate things, like the same subject simply delivered, translated in different languages. They are translated into different universes, and I'd like to explore some of those ideas. We saw that in particular with Bomberg last week, and the transmission of Talmud transitioning from a manuscript culture, which was highly elitist and very expensive and relegated only to people who were willing to devote their entire lives to study. For everyone else, it was just an impossible dream. But with the advent of printing, that completely revolutionized the democratization of text and expanded learning to the Jewish people as a whole, and fundamentally altered the way in which we understand our relationship to the Torah. this is the same thing which is happening in our own day with the internet. And we're going to look at that a little bit today, and we'll especially look at it, God willing, next week when we look at some of the dangers of that shift. This is an amazing photograph by Yusuf Karsh, the great portrait artist of Marshall McLuhan, my countryman, and also went to my alma mater. And you can see that he's got, you know, all kinds of things going on here. He's got text. Text has also image. He's interacting with the text, like with a pencil. Like he's going to write in his book. And my favorite part, can you guess what my favorite part of this photograph is? Yeah, look at that ridiculous bank of phones, right? Like this looks like a Get Smart kind of episode where you have to have a phone for every different person who calls you, which that's right. But it's just absurd. Nowadays, of course, you look at these pictures and laugh, but at the time, this image would have very important, has to hold 7 phones to his ear at the same time. This is a place of action. I just love this photograph. Anyways, let's go on. So the medium and the message, we talked about Bomberg and the heroic age of Talmudic printing, when people were diving in and trying to produce Jewish works. The Sonsino family pioneered the Talmud in particular, and then Daniel Bomberg took it to the next level by beating Sonsino in their production rates and being able to eventually create the entire Talmud. The medium then was printing, and the message that went along with the printed text was that, you know what? Talmud is for everyone. Everyone can access the Talmud. However, that only applies to someone who has the access to the education required to get through the Talmud. It's fine to own a Talmudic manuscript, an amazing thing. It's a lot easier to own a Talmudic printed book. But if you can't understand Aramaic, if you don't understand the context of the material inside, you won't get anywhere. So in reality, while it did represent a huge leap forward in a democratization of knowledge and the access to knowledge, it was still limited to a fairly narrow segment of the population, people who could really engage in it fully. So in today's, we're going to see how the internet promises to lower that threshold still lower and open up the Talmud to an even greater swath of students. I'm sure many of you not have otherwise studied in the room today, and certainly the internet audience. I'm going to rely very heavily on this amazing book by Shoshana Pantel Zolti called "And All Your Children Shall Be Learned: Women in the Study of Torah and Jewish Law and History." It's a fantastic book. It's her dissertation that was really written up to a text form. And much of the historical data and the halakhic discussions, which I'll just touch upon here. I'm not going to step outside of my role as historian and encroach on the rabbinate, because there I would get into a lot of trouble. I'm not a card-carrying member, and well, let's go. So I'm going to talk about 3 women who made the Talmud possible, and I chose that title very specifically because we're going to look at who are women, and normally you would think not a Talmud, and nevertheless they were instrumental in providing Talmud education to the Jewish masses in 3 very distinct ways. I'm going to choose 3 individuals who are sort of archetypes of a larger set of women, and as we shall see, they are increasing in radicalization. First, there are supporters. We're going to look specifically at Sarah Schneerer. Second, they are enablers, and in this context, we'll look at the incredible Devorah Ram, the widow Ram of the Widow and Brothers Ram Publishing Company. And finally, we'll get to as Talmud teachers. So these are the 3 categories that I hope to go through over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. Let us begin with Sarah Schneerer. A while ago, a colleague of mine, a young historian in Israel who has a great website and puts out these podcasts called the Jewish History Soundbites. Great guy with a fantastic amount of energy. He put out a survey on Twitter, on Jewish Twitter, to ask who is the most influential Jew of the 20th century. And there were, I think it was a write-in campaign. You could be careful of the cord. Be careful of the cord? Okay. You could write in your choices. And everyone choosing like Rav Aaron Kotler and Moshe Feinstein, a lot of big names, and someone piped up and said Sarah Schneerer. And all of a sudden, Sarah Schneerer got a huge wave of support. She didn't win the survey, but in reality, in my humble opinion, I voted for her. I think she is, without doubt, one of the most influential people of the 20th century when it comes to preserving Jewish identity in very challenging times. Who was this woman? Of course, she's associated with the establishment of the Beis Yaakov School Network, which is the first organized network of schools of formal education for women in the history of the Jewish people. It's an amazing thing, it's an audacious thing. And it was done with the imprimatur of the Agudas Yisrael, which represented the more right-wing elements of the Jewish community. It's really an amazing thing that she was able to achieve it. Let's have a quick look at some of the aspects of what she's done. As you see, this is her passport photo here. There's only 2 images of Sarah Schneer that are known to be extant. This one here is her passport photo. Another is a drawing of her. It's hard to even think it's the same person. She used to go by Frau Schneer, although she had personally a very sad and tragic marital history. But her life was completely devoted, completely übergegeben, handed over to her project of Beis Yaakov. She was known from her youth as an extremely pious young woman who lived in Krakow, Poland, and even her friends and family sort of made fun of her because she was so pious and so interested in spiritual contemplation and davening and things like that. They used to call her the Little Chassid, and it was said with a slightly derogatory tone. During World War I, her family had to flee to the west, and I believe it was in, actually I forget what town it was in, but she was exposed to the thought of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, shown here. It was actually through one of the students of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He had passed away long before this. He was active in central Germany at a time when he was buffeted by the winds of change coming from Maskilim in the west, and outright assimilationists who wished to move Shabbos to Sunday and wanted to completely abrogate the laws of Kashrut in an attempt to, in a rather simian fashion, imitate the desires of the non-Jewish majority to gain political emancipation. And on the other hand, just to the east of him, he was facing the hard wall of Haredi Judaism, or what would become the Haredi movement, the Chassam Sofer, for example, who said literally, and it's a Chadash Asur Min Torah, which he meant anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. Right? That's the fight assimilation. That's the way you fight change, by drawing a line in the sand and nothing can cross. So Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch threaded the needle between the outright assimilationists and the extreme, isolationists to find essentially what is accredited to be ultimately what they call modern orthodoxy. There are a lot of problems with the terminology. They was called neo-orthodoxy at the time. But at any rate, he's the individual that Sarah Schneer encountered. He was very controversial in his day. Lots more to say about him, but many people felt he was a little bit too radical. So towards the east, you see that most of the representations of him look more like this, where they just filled out his beard a little bit. So let's go back. This is in the west, and this is in the east, right? You feel a little happier with him with a big, thick board like that. As my grandmother, Aleh Shalom, used to say, Besser a Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe, which I can translate. It is better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so anyway, she encountered Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, and after the war, she was totally energized. She said, you know what? Why can't we find a space for women's education today? They're doing it in central Germany. We should be able to do it here in Poland. And the reason why it was so important is because Polish Jewry was facing what was called the scissors crisis at that time. Scissors crisis meaning that the graph is going in opposite directions. Specifically, men's education, educational opportunity for Jewish men at the turn of the century, the 20th century, were burgeoning. There were all kinds of yeshivas, all kinds of opportunities. After World War I, when suddenly many of the countries had more freedom, there was all kinds of ways in which institutions could be built up. They didn't have the same kind of repression as they did under the Tsarist Empire, and so men had lots of opportunities for higher education. Women, on the other hand, if they wanted higher education, the only way they could get it was in a secular format. Women's education basically stopped at fourth grade. Women went to cheder, they learned the Hebrew alphabet, they could usually daven, and then they could probably be literate, of course, in Yiddish and to a certain degree in Hebrew, but only at a very limited level. Their religious education would stop at Sen Aren. That's true of the vast majority of Jewish women. And what Sarah Schneer pointed to was that who's going to marry whom in 10, 20 years? What's going to happen if you have this very highly educated, very pious, very well-trained Jewish male population, and the women have such an elemental education. Furthermore, what makes this even worse is that secular opportunities for higher education for women were opening up. Women were solely pursuing university studies. And so they were having much more access to the state of the art in education in other fields, whereas their Jewish education was locked in at the primary school level. And so she said this scissors crisis is ultimately going to ruin the Jewish people on a demographic level. The only way that we can address it is if we start offering formal Jewish education for women. She faced heavy criticism from the right and from left. So from the right, saying, what are you talking about? You know, Kol Kvuda Bas Melech Pnima, women have always received their education in the home. What's wrong with the children? What's wrong with the kugel? They know everything they need to know from their mothers. And there's a Masorah that's handed down. What else is necessary? You want to have in a classroom? Sometimes separate them from their families. The possibilities for preachers, the possibilities for families are really terrible. So the right wing in the Jewish world said, this is a radical idea. We're not having any of it. On the left, they said, wait a second, you want to give Jewish women education? We think that's great. You want to do it in Yiddish? You want to take that backwards, jargony language that's keeping the Jewish people from being emancipated, and you want to use that as your medium of instruction? And you're going to spend half the day studying Tanakh and studying Tehillim, and what is this? You know, if you want to give the Jewish women education, give them a real education. Let them be modern and maskilic and assimilated and so on. So she was kind of like in a really tough place between the two of these positions. Ultimately, she managed to win the support of the Ger Rebbe, the Rebbe in particular, and ultimately the Chafetz Chaim. Once the Chafetz signed on to the idea, it was a done deal and it exploded. Have a look at the statistics. She was ultimately one of the most successful CEOs of Jewish education ever. This is just a chart of the first 10 years of existence. She started here, actually it's a little bit later than when she started, but in 1923, 7 institution was 1,000 students. 10 years later, 1933, into the Depression already, 26 institutions with 7,981 students. A phenomenal growth within 10 years. And this all because of her genius in creating this institution, which met a need that people didn't even know they had. It was influential, and it on the Jewish world today. All this material I think is fascinating. It doesn't say very much, right? These men are definitely not studying Talmud, because the whole idea of the Jewish women's education is predicated on only those texts which are considered appropriate for women, and Talmud was not one of those. I hope to go into the reasons for that when we get towards the end of this class. This is an article that appeared in September of this year called Women of the Daf. You can't read the subtitle. It says, on January 1, 2020, tens of thousands of Jewish men will dance in a joyous celebration of the completion of Talmud Bavli, right? This is the Siyam HaShas that's coming up. But many of them couldn't have done it without the equal devotion of their wives. True enough. I think what's really great about this article is the illustration. Anyone recognize this beautiful structure here? It looks a little like a shul, but it's a little more specific. I like the chuppah idea. This is the Shar Blat. This is the title page of the Vilna Shas, right? However, it has been denuded of all text. Doesn't say what the title is. Doesn't say what who's publishing it. Anything like that. It's like a blank spot in the middle. You'll see an example of it in just a couple seconds. So, as it were, the subtle imagery here is that women are the women of the daf are kind of like the structure that supports and surrounds the daf, but they themselves are not participating in the daf itself. They're invisible, as it were. So that's essentially the way in which that Sarah Schneerer's model works, and it worked phenomenally well, is it created a huge infrastructure from the smallest unit of the nuclear family up to the larger superstructure of Jewish women supporting husbands in learning. and women supporting men in learning, which is highly traditional. If you look at the Talmud, it says explicitly that this is a massive scar, massive reward for women is when they allow their menfolk and they support their menfolk in their learning. It's a highly traditional role, and Sarah Schneer really made. Could you imagine what would happen in Lakewood if all of the women there, God forbid, decided to stop supporting their husbands in learning? You know, it would be a crisis of multiple proportions. It would be an economic crisis as well. It could not happen. The impact of Sarah Schneer and how she made the Talmud possible. But if we look to our idea of like, well, okay, so that is fantastic and really important, but what about the place of women in the Talmud itself? When you go to Beis Yaakov's today, and I myself, for many, many years, for like something like 15 years, I taught in Beis Yaakov's, also in yeshivas as a barter deal for to help pay for my kids' tuition. And it's fascinating because if I was often at some years I was teaching 12th grade in a yeshiva, not to be named, and 12th grade in a Beis Yaakov, not to be named, and I would see the men and women at the same age with the same level of education, and invariably the women were way better. Women actually were far more textually adept and intellectually creative, but only the men could study the Gemaras inside the books. It appears that by and large the accepted position is you have these highly trained, textually adept women. You can give them Gemaras to discuss, but they have to be like photocopies or digital copies that are not in the same Surat HaDaf. They can't like actually approach the Daf in the same medium. It has to be an altered medium. It's a strange kind of thing, but it is preserved. And furthermore, women are not to study in the Chavruta style, which is so closely identified with the way Talmud is studied in more traditional Beis Yaakov institutions, whereas women will study pieces of the Talmud in order to understand the halakha, in order to understand a concept and so on. It will be broken up and anthologized, and it will not be like with two young women facing each other over a table arguing over the text. It's a different medium of learning. They're still learning Talmud though, but in a different medium than the yeshiva. I'm not exactly sure how they got to this compromise, but that's sort of the way that it's it. So this is essentially the role of Sarah Schneer, and she has not only made it great inroads into producing a system that supports Talmud learning. She has made the Talmud possible. She has also, in a small way, but significant way, given the great scope of women who are in these institutions, actually made it possible for women to learn Talmud as well. I just want to say one small thought that jumped into my head that before we go on to the next stage. When I was in, one of the reasons why men generally don't learn Talmud with women, I'm speaking from experience, is because they just think so differently. And when I was first in yeshiva, and I came to yeshiva late, I'm a Baal Tshuva, I would learn in yeshiva, and I would, go home to my wife, and my wife would say, "Okay, what did you learn in yeshiva today?" And I'd tell her what we learned in Bava Metzia or whatever it was, and then my wife would say, "Well, that's all wrong. This is how you read it." And she laid it totally upside down from the way we were saying it in Shir. So the next day I would go back to Shir, and I would tell the rabbi, I would say, "No, I talked to my wife about this Gemara, and she learned it this way." And that distracted the whole Shir for at least 45 minutes. The rabbi couldn't stand it, and he used at the beginning of Shir, used to say to me, "So Hillel, what does the late Acharon, your wife, say about this Gemara?" Right? But that was just, so it definitely is. There's more to say about this, not for us today though. So let us move on a little bit to another category. The first category we talked about, I used the term supporters. Right? She is Sarah Schneer, and those who follow in her intellectual path are definitely supporters of the Talmud. Now we have another class, which I would like to call enablers. I don't mean it in a negative sense. I mean that these are people who are instrumental in actually putting Talmud in people's hands. And in that regard, I think we should look at people like Dvorah Raw. Fascinating individual who lived at the end of the 19th century. She passed away in 1903. She married into the famous Rom family of printers who had been working in the publishing industry for over 100 years. When her husband David died at a very young age, 36, she found herself at the helm of this massive publishing house, and she had to make some very difficult decisions about how to get it through the challenges of the Tsarist Empire at the end of its existence. And she proved to be a masterful strategist, and she ultimately created a model of the Talmud, which has persisted to this day. Let's just have a look at some of the controversies that she was embroiled in. The first is the Rom publishing house was not the only publishing house in Eastern Europe. They were preceded by the great Slavuta house, which was regarded far and wide as the finest purveyors of Talmudic printing at the beginning of the century. This is the title page from the Slavuta edition of Tractate Brachos, published. It was originally published in Slavuta. Later, it was published in the town of Zhytomyr. That's where this one comes from, Zhytomyr. And the reason for that is because of a mysterious suicide that some argued was actually a murder that occurred in 1835. Just to back up a little bit, it is a fascinating story. I don't want to get too far this rabbit hole, but basically, Slavuta had received a 25-year haskama, a copyright from Hasidic leaders that they had the exclusive right to print the Talmud. And the idea of these copyrights were to allow a publishing house to recoup its initial investment in the very difficult, laborious, and expensive process of printing. By the way, when you go to Judaica Plus or something like that, you go to look for something and something to read, and you open up the front and you see the haskama that's written there. Those today are basically like imprimaturs that tell you that some important rabbi thinks that this is kosher reading. So when you open it up and you see a haskama, so then you close the book and you go look for something that doesn't have a haskama. I thought that was funny, but so no, the haskama today is basically kind of like a kosher certification, like when you want to buy something at Gourmet Glad, you see an OU or something, it's kosher. Back then, dating from the Council of Lands in the 18th century, the point of a haskama was business oriented. It was copyright. It was saying nobody else is allowed to print this until a certain amount of time elapses. And I say so. I'm an important rabbi, and I say so. So the Slavuta firm had a 25-year copyright when Dvorah Rom's publishing house, this is before she was born, but Dvorah Rom's publishing house broke the copyright and began publishing a rival Talmud, which you might recognize. Right, here's the same Sharblat that we saw earlier, the Bechoros, and threatened to undercut the Slavuta house. It went to Beis Din. Of course, it was like a nasty fight that took quite a while to sort out. The argument of the Rom house was, the Slavuta house is just not meeting the demand. Jews want to learn Talmud, and they're being really slow about producing the volumes. We can do them faster. We think it should be done. We should be allowed to. There are rabbis who lined up on either side of this argument, but then what put it out was in 1835, in the town of Slavuta, when they opened up a particular shul for mincha, they found an employee of the Slavuta house hanging from the rafters. And there were some unsavory elements in town who argued to the Tsarist government that this was actually some kind of murder that was perpetrated because this particular individual was threatening to inform on the publishing house to the Tsarist authorities. At that point, all bets were off. A big trial ensued. It's patently clear from the documentation that exists, and my good friend Dr. Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern has gone through the archival materials. It definitely was, unfortunately, a suicide. He suffered from depressive habits, and he was. There's a lot to say about why he took his own life, but ultimately it was not a murder. Nevertheless, the Tsarist authorities were concerned about all of the allegations, and what they decided to do was to shut down all Jewish publishing houses. They only opened up 2 licenses, which were, of course, both bought up immediately, one by Rom and one by Slavuta. The Shapiro family that was running the Slavuta press was punished with corporal punishment and exiled for 20 years. and nearly shut down the organization. And also I should mention that there was a seam between Rom and Slavuta that was very significant because Slavuta was a Hasidic publishing house supported by the Alter Rebbe, the author of the Tanya, and Rom was the ultimate Litvish printing house, was a Lithuanian. So the Hasidic Misnagdic fight was also reflected in this particular struggle. Have a look, though, at the art of these two covers. I think that the Rom house really had a far more sophisticated graphic sense, right? This one here, this page sort of looks like, an aerial view of a blueprint or something. It's sort of mathematical, sort of fractal, and it doesn't really look inviting. Like, I don't feel like I really want to find out what's going on behind this page. But if you look at the Vilna Shas, oh my gosh, it's got these pillars with these heavy drapery, reminds Olivia of and it's got these lions guarding this gated entrance. And I just want to know what's behind this gate. What is in this book? It's a very inviting kind of cover. And this characterizes the Rom publishing as a whole, house as a whole. They were really very sensitive graphically. They realized that trying to cut type that was based on calligraphic manuscripts was not nearly as effective as making a brand new. And that's how we have the so-called Vilna font. Basically, every single sitter you ever looked at, except for Koren, is almost published in the Vilna. So Dvorah Rom's role comes towards the end of the century, and I want to illustrate one specific thing that she did that especially illustrates her role as a brilliant business person, as an enabler of Torah. The Slavuta Rom competition was dying down. Rom was definitely getting leads towards the end of the 19th century when a new technology appeared called stereotype printing. Stereotype printing, unlike the earlier typesetting, rather than laboriously putting each little letter in a box and then creating a page printing of that, you could make one big lead plate. And you could impress it, and then you could stick it on a shelf. And if you ever needed to do a second edition, you just pulled the plate off the shelf, and it was ready to go. And it promised to drop the price of printing dramatically. So all the other publishers basically said, "Okay, we're going to race to the bottom here," and they dropped their prices to 20% of the original. So something that would cost $200, they were producing for $50. A huge, change in the way text, again, expanding the access to documentation, access to Torah, and so on. But Dvorah Rom said, no, what we are going to do is we are going to take our Shas, we are going to make it as best we can, and then we will quadruple the price. So that our Shas, which we could produce for $200, we're going to produce a $2,000 Shas. And that's how we got the idea from Dvorah Rom of the Chassan Shas. That when your daughter got engaged, then you bought your Chassan a proper Shas. And if you gave your Chassan a Slavuta Shas, what is this? What kind of a family am I marrying into? You wanted to demonstrate to everyone that you got the best guy in yeshiva, you're giving him a Vilna Shas. And just the idea of the Vilna Shas, which Dvorah Rom came up with, is cemented the idea of this kind of, it's the king of all books. It is the best of all publishers is Vilna, and this marketing device was effective forever. But I do want to end this discussion of Dvorah Rom for a moment as a supreme enabler of Talmud with kind of an interesting coda to all this. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of this conflict between Slavuta and Rom was an expression of the Hasidic Misnagdic conflict. And the Hasidim, really took a beating in publishing as a result of this. We should also recall that the Shapiro family that were associated with the Slavuta press, they were known for their incredible piety. And it may be legendary, we don't know if this is actually true, but it was widely believed that before they published any text, they actually took all of their type and immersed it in a mikvah. They were toivel all of their type, so it came to the press absolutely clean. They would publish no heretical materials. They would only publish real, tried and true Jewish materials. Ram, on the other hand, had no problem publishing Maskilic works. They had no problem publishing German works. They even published a run of Christian prayer books. Whatever would make money. This is a Litvish organization after all. So they had this big split, but everything, what goes around comes around. And towards the end of Devorah Ram's life, the publishing house fell on hard times once again. There was an economic crisis in the 1890s that hit them very hard, and they were in danger of going under. So none other than the Rebbe Rashab, the descendant of the Alter Rebbe who had given the original Haskama for the Slavuta press, came to the rescue and said it's impossible that the great Ram family should go under. And he found a major donor to underwrite the firm and keep it afloat. And in order to prop up their sales, he had Ram publish one title, that was a Hasidic title. Here it is, the Tanya, published by the Lithuanian publishing house. And what's fascinating in particular is because the Hasidim, particularly Chabad, they are so traditionalist about their texts. When you buy a traditional Tanya, it is exactly the Ram printing from, I think it's 1910 or something like that. It's exactly the same printing, and now it's redone and offset and things like that. They don't reset the words, they don't realign it, they don't use modular digital printing. They're exactly the same text because exactly the way it looked back then is considered holy. And when you study the Tanya, it's divided up so you can study it every day. A good friend of mine once told me that the membership card to be considered a Chabad person is chitas. If you study Chumash, Tehillim, and Tanya every single day. So I'm not a very good chassid. I'm a chat, right? I have Chumash and Tehillim, but not so much Tanya. But when I do study Tanya, it's divided up on a daily basis. There's one page that is not studied. And it's this page right here, which is a letter of acknowledgement written by the Ram family house, publishing house, saying, thank you for supporting us. Thank you for getting us this contract to publish the Tanya. And they say, we promise never to break the copyright. And underneath it's signed, the widow and brothers Ram. Brothers, by the way, were the brothers of her late husband, who were much younger than she. And that's the way all the text, this is a little bit too pixelated to read, but the Vilna Shas always says, published by the house of the widow Almana Achim Ram. And this was at her insistence that she specifically should be named in the publishing house. So to conclude with Devorah Ram, we see with her someone who has gone to a dramatic new step in propagating Talmudic information, whereas Sarah Schneer was primarily a supporter, developing the infrastructure, developing the family structure that will allow men to study. Devorah Ram is actively involved in producing the physical text itself, the medium itself for study. And her role cannot be underestimated because even to this day, a century later, the Vilna Shas is the king of Shas's. Even the ones that are built on the Vilna Shas still call themselves the Vilna Shas. It's like, okay, let's go to the next level. And this is where we get a little bit more. There are some women who are actually teachers of Talmud. Rare, exceptional, but not at all unique. And I'd like to talk to you very briefly about a woman named Asnat Mizrahi. She was born in Kurdistan around the year 1600, perhaps a few decades earlier. We only know about her because of a letter that currently held in the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati. I believe its origins are Geniza, but it slipped my mind at present. In this letter, she writes to a nearby community in Ahmadiyya. By the way, she is Kurdish. The Kurds, of course, are very much in the news because of the withdrawal from Syria. But the Kurds, historically, they're kind of like the second most well-known stateless people, right? We're the best-known stateless people, but now we have a state, so now we're the bad guys. But back then, the Kurds had the unfortunate situation of having their population divided among 4 major countries. And after World War I, they did not find themselves sufficiently concentrated within any one of those countries to mount a successful bid for political independence. And they are, to a certain degree, persecuted in each one of these four countries that they currently live in: Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Syria. So, but nevertheless, a very long-standing old ethnic group, long-standing positive relations with Jews as well, and they actually speak Aramaic. Aramaic is one of the mother tongues of Kurdish people, and the Jewish community there, up until the 20th century, spoke Aramaic as their first language, which made them uniquely suited to studying Talmud. At any rate, sometime around the year 1600, she wrote a letter to a Jewish community in Ahmadiyya asking for financial support. And she said, "This is my story. My father was a rabbi, and he taught me Talmud himself, and he promised me that he would find me a husband who would have me do any physical work, that I would be free to study Talmud exclusively." And in fact, that's what happened. She married him off. He married his daughter off to another rabbi. They set up a yeshiva, and she gave classes in the yeshiva, apparently behind the mechitza. She describes how these things are going on. Then I believe her husband passed away, and she took over the yeshiva. She became the Rosh Yeshiva, and she continued to operate with presumably male students who are coming to her and learning Talmud from her. But what she's not good at is racing. And so she's saying, please, well, people of Ahmadiyya, please contribute to my yeshiva so that we can continue expanding Torah. Now, this is an extremely unusual woman who is, we only have maybe one like her a century, one like her every 250 years, but nevertheless, there are many examples of women like this. Luria in the Talmud, for example, who stand head and shoulders above others, even in the otherwise restricted area of Talmudic studies. Within the Kurd community, she is regarded as something of a folk hero. She's called Ta'anit, like a Tana, right? One of the teachers of the Mishnah. And her name is actually written in Tmeot, in amulets. So if you want an amulet for Parnassa or for Shidduchim or whatever, if you were to go to a Kurdistan Judaica store, they would give you one that says, in the name of Asnat Mizrahi, may you have Hatzlacha and Bracha and Parnassa, Mazel and Glick and all those things. They probably would not say Glick because that's a Yiddish word, but you get the idea. So we have several of these individuals throughout the centuries, and I refer you to Shoshana Pantel Zolti's book for more examples of these fascinating vignettes of very learned women who were nevertheless teaching Talmud, who were at the cutting edge of Talmud study in their day. So with that, I want to turn to our original question, which speaks to the idea of the medium being the message. You'll recall that when we made the transition from a manuscript culture to a print culture, we suddenly lowered the threshold for access into Talmudic studies, into Talmudic wisdom, and permitted the possibility of mass growth of yeshivas. For example, prior to 1600, we couldn't say anything about yeshivas the way we understand them today. For example, the first yeshiva to have a cafeteria was the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin of Rabbi Meir Shapiro. That's in the 20th century. The idea of having a place where a couple hundred young men could come and study, unheard of. Maybe in ancient Babylonia, although it's widely disputed exactly what to make of those passages in the Talmud that speak about the size of yeshivas, but chances are what we would call a yeshiva 500 years ago was like somebody's living room with 6 guys sitting around a table listening to one rabbi read from a manuscript. And that's it. It would not be, the huge infrastructure that we have today with the day school tuition burdens and with, parking spots for the students and things like that. That's like way beyond. And it's a result largely of making the Talmud accessible as a printed document that everyone can learn from. We are now at that kind of moment where suddenly it has become much more accessible through the internet. What is the internet going to do to Talmudic study, and specifically Talmudic study for women? So let us take a step back. The rabbi has stepped out of the room, so I can just begin to poke a little bit into the halakhic aspects of this. Why is it that women don't study Talmud? Like, where did that happen? How come it just never evolved that way? So I'm going to take you into the Mishnah. The key passage is this one here from Tractate Sota. You'll recall the Sota is described in Bamidbar Parakeh, where a woman is suspected of adultery. She is forced to drink this ritual potion, the Mei Sota, and if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. If she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of blessings. That's basically what it says in the Torah itself. In the Mishnah, which expands on it, it says the following. Some merit suspends the effect for 1 year. Some merit suspends the effect for 2 years, and some merit suspends the effect for 3 years. In other words, if the woman is found guilty, the woman is guilty, she has committed adultery, she drinks the water of Sota, but you know what? She's the president of the sisterhood. She does so much chesed. She runs the bake sale. She does all these present company exclusive. She does all these fantastic things. She has so much merit. She's not going to die a horrible death right there in the temple. It'll be a year later, 2 years later, because she has to use up all of her merit, as I state in Mishnah. Therefore, Ben Azai says, a person must teach his daughter Torah, and the understanding of the word Torah here is Talmud, what we would call Talmud, so that if she has to drink the water of bitterness, the Mei Sota, she should know that the merit suspends its effect. In other words, it's kind of a strange logic, I think, but Rabbi Ben Azai is saying that we should definitely make sure that women learn Talmud. Why? Because if they commit adultery and they are accused of it and they drink the Mei Sota, then that will extend their life because they have all this merit of Torah study. This is not the normative halacha. The normative halacha is Rabbi Elazar's point that whoever teaches his daughter Torah teaches her lasciviousness. The text there is tiflut, which is translated in different ways. I urge you to see Shoshana Pentel Zolti's book for a very significant mention of what that term means. But basically, Rabbi Elazar says, please, give me a break. If you are teaching your daughters Torah so that they can get a break if they get caught of suspected adultery, that's not a good reason to be teaching them Torah. That's not exactly something you want to put on the letterhead of your yeshiva for women. Come study Talmud with us. No problem with adultery. It's not going to go. So that's the text. This is the source for the prohibition of women studying Talmud. In the 20th century, two very important rabbis of really distinct positions on the Orthodox spectrum argued that the normative acceptance of Rabbi Elazar's opinion should be modulated. Specifically, on the right, we have the Rav Soloveitchik, who represents YU, who says that, again, like we saw with Sarah Schneer, there is a scissors crisis. How is it possible that in the 1960s, when women are studying nuclear physics and women are becoming brain surgeons and women are becoming, chief economists, how is it possible we can let them go to the top of the educational academy and we can't let them study Talmud, which is basically like middle school curriculum? That doesn't make sense. We will lose them to assimilation. And if you lose the women to assimilation, it's not going to be long before you lose the men as well. So he said, perhaps the way we should read this text is the prohibition is whoever teaches his daughter Torah. Maybe it's specifically speaking to the unique relationship of a father and a daughter. A father should not read his own daughter Torah. He can contract someone else to teach it, presumably a woman, maybe a man. She can learn it on her own. None of those things would necessarily be prohibited. So he opened up one way of looking at this Mishnah, which challenged it. And in fact, in modern Orthodox schools, you frequently have women studying Talmud, even at a very young age. And surprisingly, perhaps, on the other end of the spectrum, not really on the other end, but a different part of the spectrum, the Rebbe of Lubavitch, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who argued that this is part of the unfolding of the era of Mashiach. All of the well springs of knowledge are expanding, and given the extreme crisis that the American Jewish community is facing with assimilation, compounded by the demographic impact of the Holocaust, this is not a time to quibble. If you have women who want to approach Torah and they want to get closer to Yiddishkeit, and they say, what do you mean I can't study this? You're forbidding me to study this because of my gender, because of my sex? You can't say to that person, forget it, leave the room. You have to make a space for them as well. And so in a surprisingly sort of feminist position, he argued as well on the Chabad movement for women studying Talmud as well. So there is definitely a range of opinion, even within the Orthodox world, as to what women should be doing with the study of Talmud, like Asmat Mizrahi. And this has led to some really interesting moments that are accelerated by the internet, because even though the printed text is more accessible, the document itself is still very hard. You still need a teacher. You still need a community. You still need a chavrusa. How are you going to get that if you are, let's say, one woman out of 100 in a community, and the other 99 are not really interested? The internet makes it possible. And suddenly we have things like Daf Yomi for Women, which is running an extremely successful shiur online with hundreds of participants all over the world who are finding a new internet-based community to study Shas. And related to that, when the men are dancing at the Siyam HaShas, there is also going to be in Binyanei HaUma a 3,000 strong participant Siyum for women only, who have completed the entirety of the Talmud. And just the mind-boggling number, if you can imagine 3,000 women completing the entire Talmud, that's probably more women than have studied the entire Talmud in the last 2,000 years. And that's in our own generation. That's just one number to give you a sense of the scale and the scope and the pace of change of the world in which we are now living. So these are the kinds of things that are happening largely because of the internet. We still have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. Is this good for the Jews or bad for the Jews, in other words? I'm hoping next week to explore some of the dangers of this. And I want to tell you an amazing story. I'll just give you a little teaser about it now. At the turn of the 20th century, a Sephardi Tahor presented himself as a man named Al-Ghazi, wearing flowing oriental robes, and he claimed to have discovered some of the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud. Tractates that Maimonides had, but suddenly they had disappeared from existence. And he published several of these volumes. The Jewish world was agog with excitement. The Chafetz Chaim positively commented on this development and so on. But one rabbi, the Rogachover, pointed out that Al-Ghazi was in fact not the discoverer of these manuscripts. He was in fact the author of these manuscripts. And it was a huge forgery. Turned out he was a fish merchant from Belarus named Friedlander, who had taken on this whole persona and many other bizarre aspects to sell a fake Talmud. What this speaks to is an issue that we'll really drill down into next week, God willing, which is, okay, well, what happens if we have so much information out there? How do we go from having a plethora of information to having a modicum of wisdom? Because those two things are very different. My phone knows way more Talmud than I do, but it's not very smart. How do we identify wisdom and chokhmah? How do we identify true teachers in an area when so many people have access to knowledge? We'll look at that next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I appreciate having you here.
This guy, the guy that is great with the drawings, he was at something called the Sonora Aero Club. I also add that they found all this in a junk pile here, somewhere in Texas.
We're in the third of 3 lectures on Talmudic history, and I hope that these would be somewhat cumulative. They are standalone, so you can appreciate them on your own, but on their own. But I really was hoping that the 3 of them would fit together. In the first lecture, we talked a little bit about the tremendous changes that were wrought upon the Jewish world with the advent of printing, and I'll do a very quick recap of that in the second slide. The second class, we talked about how the changes that were wrought as a result of printing are dwarfed by the changes promised by the internet and the incredible democratization of learning that is a result of the spread of internet-based sources promises to be equally transformational, in fact, much more transformational, because the threshold of difficulty of accessing knowledge has dropped so precipitously that literally you can hold in your hand the wisdom of the ancients to a degree with which we have never in our history been able to enjoy. So we're talking about periods of phenomenal change that we haven't really thought about because it's happening all around us and we only see it in incremental steps. Today, I'd like to bring us to a little bit of a word of cause, because, I'm just starting to think about, well, what are the dangers intellectually and socially when we have such an explosion of information? We know if we compare this, let's say, to the church, and we look at what printing did to the Catholic Church. Of course, it broke it up with the Protestant Reformation, more access to information through vernacular translations of the Bible and so on, really splintered the church into little bits. You had the one Catholic Church, and then you had dozens of Protestant churches. God forbid something like that should happen to the Jewish world. We have had something of some fissures that occurred in the 19th century, not nearly as permanent as the Catholic Protestant split, but these dangers are truly present. But more specific and more germane to the Jewish concern, I think it's a very basic issue of authenticity and authority in Jewish tradition. As you can see on the screen here, that's really the lecture title. It's not as exciting as the one I put in the flyers because I was hoping to get you out here, kind of a bait and switch thing. But in reality, what I want to say is that with the cheapening of information, meaning it's so easy to get it, now we begin to worry about when is the information authentic, is it real, and when is it authoritative? When should we rely upon it? These are very, very difficult questions to answer, and I'm hoping in the course of the next 45 minutes or so, I can introduce you to two cautionary tales from the modern era that I think are harbingers of the kind of problems that we would likely face in coming generations. And perhaps, we can start thinking about solutions and way to avoid some of these dangerous incidents. Let me begin, first of all, by thanking our sponsor. We do have a sponsor tonight, which is nice. Here we go, turn this on, right? Ms. Elise Schwartz, thank you very much for sponsoring the lecture. It's nice that the synagogue gets the support and, they give us this wonderful space to learn in, and they set up the food and things like that. So it's wonderful to have that kind of support, and we're all grateful. Let's go straight to the material then. Let me just do a very quick recap looking at the risky business of recording Talmud. Before I just touch on this risky business, I want to tell you that when I was preparing the lecture, I was reminded of something I saw when I was studying in the Soviet Union. Actually, it was the former Soviet Union in 1991. It had just collapsed, and it was just in the initial months of its resurrection as independent states. I was in Ukraine, in Kiev at the time, and I saw a movie poster advertisement, and in Ukrainian, the word was "Ne bezpečne biznes." And I was trying to figure out, what does that mean? So business is, of course, business. Nebezpečne is the word for risky, but literally translated, it means not without risk business. Nebezpečne, not without risk. Just the term, not without risk business. That's what we're going to be talking about today. It's very exciting to see what we're doing with the explosion of democratization of knowledge, but it is not without risk. Nebezpečne. Okay, so let us do the quick recap to remember how we got here. First of all, there are four basic stages of transmission in Talmudic knowledge. And that's also, of course, referring to really all Jewish wisdom because it follows on it. First, we have the period of oral transmission, which is in the distant past, certainly before the Hellenistic era, which would go about 3 centuries before the Common Era. Moses stands up there and tells Joshua, I like this picture, and Joshua tells the prophets, the prophets tells the elders. Basically, the first mission of the first chapter of Pirkei Avot is this oral tradition. And there's a lot of debate as to how long that continues in an exclusive realm. I actually had an interesting discussion with one of my students in Toronto who alerted me some really interesting research that said that the next stage, which is the manuscript stage, didn't necessarily start with the Mishnah itself. There's a lot of interesting research to indicate that my thinking may be quite wrong. My thinking was always that the Mishnah was actually put down on paper, and then everyone busily copied it, and then people had manuscript copies of the Mishnah. It may not have circulated nearly as widely, and in fact, a lot of memorization was still utilized. Maybe there are limited copies of Mishnayos put in very special preserved places, and as Saul Lieberman, a historian of this period, puts it, that was called publishing. But at any rate, there's a big transition that goes from oral exclusivity to a written form. And that represented a very traumatic event in Jewish history as well. Here's an example of the incredibly difficult process of writing a Sefer Torah, which of course, involves a tremendous investment of energy and resources and time and expertise. So not everyone can write a Sefer Torah themselves. You have to have the resources to hire someone else to do it and so on. Then we get to the print transmission, which is what we talked about at great length 2 weeks ago, which cheapened the price of these manuscripts tremendously and allowed ultimately for the institutional development of places like yeshivot, seminaries, eventually day schools, and so on. Popular programs like Daf Yomi would be impossible without the widely available texts that are printed in a cheap enough version that people can put it in their hand. Then finally, where we are right now, of course, is digital transmission, where as long as you have a device and bandwidth, you can access all of this immediately anywhere you are. I mean, it's mind-boggling to think about what it means. The section that I've, repeatedly sold you on over the last while is the All Daf app, which both Rabbi Trump and I are working on. Here, the two ads that just recently came out. Mine on the left refers to my small part of this new All Daf app, which will focus on brief Jewish history videos that go on every single daf of Shas, of the entire Babylonian Talmud. And Rabbi Trump on the right, slightly smaller, but I think that's just because he's taller in real life. They wanted to kind of, equalize those things. But he is going to be doing an amazing thing with the psukim on the daf, because in every page of Talmud, not every page, there's a reference to some biblical passage. He will be providing a much greater insight as to what's the context of that biblical passage. For those of you who are not necessarily familiar with Talmudic study, this is especially important because the Talmud has this sometimes irritating habit of assuming that you have memorized the entire Bible. And it will just say the first 2 or 3 words of a verse, assuming, of course, you know the rest of it, and it's the last part that's really important for the argument in the Talmud. So if you haven't memorized that particular verse, you'll be completely lost about it. The only way you can understand it is if you go back to the Bible, you look up the passage, you understand it in context, and you can come back and you see what they're talking about. So Rabbi Trump will be doing that work, and that's going to be a huge, I think, contribution to the study of Talmud worldwide. And these things, of course, are all completely free, which means we drop the price of access to zero. The only thing you have to have is bandwidth, and there is still a digital divide in many countries, and a device. You have to possess at least some kind of Wi-Fi enabled device. But that's really a low threshold to cross, and it's going to be cheaper and cheaper as we move on through time. So that's the 5 stages that we're talking about, and it's related to the problems inherent in producing such a widely available series of documents. And it's related to what we discussed in the first 2 classes, the famous teachings of Marshall McLuhan, one of the first media scholars of the modern age, who repeatedly hammered home the same idea that the medium is the message, that the way in which we receive information itself colors the information and how we process it. If someone were, for example, to write out all of Hamlet on, you know, paper napkins, and I would receive Hamlet in a big stack of serviettes like this, and then read it through, my experience of Shakespeare would be radically different than reading in a book or certainly seeing it performed live. There's a whole different experience in the medium through which that is delivered. Reading it on napkins, I have to figure out the words, and I have to stop and I have to process it in a different way and make sure I understand it. And even reading in a book, I have to imagine in my head all the characters. But seeing it live, then I'm already exposed to the artistry of the individual actors, the directors, the set design, all of these things. That's just one kind of simple example, but it relates very much to what we're talking about today. Because with the democratization of learning, all of a sudden, the medium changes who is learning it and how they're learning it, including, for example, exposing 52% of the population. All of a sudden, as we discussed last week, women could be learning Talmud in much greater numbers than we have ever seen before. And this promises, if the trend continues, this promises to, really upend a lot of traditional Jewish society. And who knows what that is going to mean. Certainly it will mean different things in different places and different communities, but there's no question that the kinds of things we talk about today and the assumptions we make today, we will not be able to make for our great-grandchildren's generation, and so on. That's one of the big changes we talked about last week. But let us focus on the concept that Clay Shirky, who is a media guru at NYU, he coined this phrase, "more is different," which is really, really important. The internet is the biggest more there is, but it's not more of the same. Following this idea of the media as the message, it is more in a very different way. To give you two examples from Clay Shirky's work, he wrote some excellent books, one called Cognitive Surplus, which I recommend to my honors students, usually every year. He actually, many of you in this room I see are more or less my own generation. If you calculated how many hours you spent watching Gilligan's Island, just Gilligan's Island alone, okay? Forget about, the Partridge Family and all the other shows from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Just those hours alone would probably fill up a good master's dissertation or a doctoral dissertation. And he says that the amount of availability of cognitive space, meaning the amount of time we have now at our fingertips, because of the speed of transmission of data with the internet, we theoretically could do phenomenal things. Like, for example, Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a phenomenal thing. It has problems with it and so on, but nevertheless, it is a pretty useful go-to resource, and it is there because it is tapping into the cognitive surplus that is available to us with this new medium. And with that as a kind of a caution, we're going to look now at the two stories that are relevant today that illustrate the dangers of this, huge expansion of information in authenticity and authority. Okay, rather long preface, I apologize, but this is the third and final lecture, so I think we can get away with it. Let's go to the story of the pseudo-Yerushalmi for the first race. So I'm sure you're familiar that there are two Talmuds. That is basically two large commentaries on the Ur text called the Mishnah. One of them was composed in the land of Israel. It is somewhat erroneously called the Jerusalem Talmud or the Yerushalmi. It was not composed in Jerusalem. It was largely written at a time when the Jews were not allowed to live in Jerusalem because of the Hadrianic persecutions. It was composed most likely in Tiberias, and Caesarea, but nevertheless, we call it the Jerusalem Talmud. The other name that's very popular for it is the Palestinian Talmud. That brings up other problems. When you say it's the Palestinian Talmud, people get more confused. So let's just stick with the term Jerusalem Talmud, even though it is inaccurate. This one was composed. Yes. But wait, I'm going to tell you something about this. It is not actually a Talmud Yerushalmi, as we shall see. It was composed probably sometime in the 3rd century. A larger Talmud that was composed in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, coming down into the Persian Gulf. That would be known as Babylonia, and hence you have the Babylonian Talmud. It was written later, probably 4th or 5th century, and it considers much of what was discussed in the Jerusalem Talmud, so therefore it is considered more authoritative because it, as it were, includes the Jerusalem Talmud. There are some significant differences in terms of dialect between the two of them. The Jerusalem Talmud has an Aramaic that is much more widely used in Israel. The Babylonian, of course, the one that's used in Mesopotamia. The Babylonian Talmud is much more concerned with life in the diaspora and does not treat things like the agricultural laws that are very relevant if you're living in Israel, and there are several other differences. The Jerusalem Talmud was largely ignored once the Babylonian Talmud appeared. It was hardly studied. Very few commentaries are written on it, really until about the 12th century. No one is, composing commentaries on it. It's sort of like, shunted to the side because the Babylonian Talmud had the pride of place. But there's a lot of really valuable things in the Jerusalem Talmud that are not in the Babylonian Talmud, so it's always preserved. However, with the vicissitudes of time, several Talmudic tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud were lost. We know they existed because, for example, Maimonides refers to them in the 11th century, 12th century, but they're gone by the time we get to the 19th century. No one knows where those tractates were. In the year 1900, in a Hungarian village, a Sephardi tahor, someone who claimed pure Sephardic descent, showed up, very luxurious, flowing Oriental dress with robes, and turban, and so on, a very crisp, foreign-sounding Sephardic accent, revealed to the stunned Ashkenazim that his brother, who was living, I think, in Izmir, Turkey at the time, I can't remember exactly, had discovered some of the lost tractates of the Jerusalem, and he was raising funds to bring them to print. Tremendous excitement. Everyone was thrilled with the idea, and in fact, in 1997, after significant effort, he did bring to print. Here is one of the 2 volumes published. As you can see from the top here, it says Talmud Yerushalmi Sheni Maseches Kulin B'Chol, and it had commentaries on it that were composed for this edition, and it was greeted with incredible enthusiasm by the wider Jewish public. Many learned rabbinic figures, many scholars signed on to this and said it was fantastic, positively reviewed it. Everyone was really excited about this new development. But there were some lingering critics who said, wait a second, it doesn't quite seem right. It doesn't read exactly like a Jerusalem Talmud. There's this problem, there's that problem. And a lot of criticism was brought to bear on this individual for a couple of reasons. One reason was, for example, he failed the Jewish geography test. Many Jews were saying, okay, who is this guy? He went by the name Al-Ghazi. Who is this guy? He says he comes from Izmir, so people would send letters to Izmir and say, do you know this guy? And they'd say, never heard of him. And people couldn't locate him in the towns that he came from. And that was kind of unsettling. You know how it is. You say, oh, you're from Silver Spring. I know so-and-so in Silver Spring. To me it happens, oh, you're from Canada. I know so-and-so in Canada. Right? Thank you. It's a big country, right? 35 million people. So he failed the Jewish geography test. And he also failed to produce the manuscript. The really serious critics were saying, let's see the document. You see the printed version that you produced, where's the original? And he kept on stalling them and saying that his brother who holds the manuscripts is not revealing them and all kinds of things. Criticism raged on for a while until finally one scholar, whose name escapes me, I think was Abraham Rosenbaum, came to his defense, published some very strongly worded articles defending the manuscripts, indicating that they were real, that he had seen them himself, that these is a phenomenal find. We should immediately study. We should all buy these books, and we should house our libraries with them, and so on. Until finally, for reasons that I'll show you in a minute, Al-Ghazi was exposed as a fraud, that he was not the discoverer of this manuscript. He was, in fact, the author of the manuscript. That he had amazingly composed tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud completely out of his own mind. Which we have to pause for a second and just think about the genius of this individual, okay? Like, if only he had bent his skills to the good, he could have, like, I don't know, cured cancer, gone to the moon 100 years early, but he took all of his genius and funneled it into this elaborate, complicated forgery, apparently for money. Many of the other manuscripts that he had published were then brought into question as well, thinking they were forgeries and so on. What about the guy Rosenbaum? It turns out Rosenbaum was Ghazi, who was impersonating a student named Rosenbaum, fighting in defense of himself. It was like a multiple, complicated, convoluted sociopath who inflicted this damage on the Jewish world. It turned out that his real name was Friedlander, and as best as anyone could tell, he was a fish merchant from Belarus. You know, and talk about bizarre, strange, twisted genius. And he held it over the Jewish world for about 20 years. He was successful with this forgery. But there's more. It's fascinating that he knew his audience very well. He published this Yerushalmi in 2 different editions simultaneously. Here's the other volume that came out in 1907, Zvachim, and he understood that there were 2 principal audiences for these lost tractates. One audience were the traditional yeshiva-educated enthusiasts of Talmud in Georgian and in Lithuania and places like that. And for those people, he wrote a very learned rabbinic introduction. He had rabbinic commentaries and things like that, all in Hebrew and so on. But he also realized that the other audience that would love this are scholars in the university world. Last week, I alluded to the rather large divide that separates what's called the traditional yeshiva world and the academic world of Talmud studies. They use very different methods to approach the Talmudic text and to try and determine what is the meaning of the text, why we're looking at the text, and so on. But he realized that was a very important and lucrative market. So for that audience, the Wissenschaft des Judentums, he published an introduction in German, and with very scholarly notes and footnotes and scholarly apparatus and things like that. The same volume, the same text, but 2 different editions designed for 2 different audiences. And bottom line is, both groups were largely fooled, including Solomon Schechter, who was the principal backer of the entire publication effort. And let us recall, Solomon Schechter was perhaps the greatest Jewish scholar of his age in the academic world. He's the person who pioneered the study of the Geniza documents from Egypt. He published a tremendous amount of research. That he was known in Oxford, known, of course, later in New York with the Jewish Theological Seminary, a tremendous scholar, completely duped by Friedlander Al-Ghazi, and put up a lot of money to make it possible. So let us not, here we are in an Orthodox synagogue, let us not, engage in Schadenfreude, but it also affected the rabbinic world as well. The saintly Chafetz Chaim himself, although he did not write an approbation, he didn't write a haskama, he just mentioned in passing in a footnote that it appears that these lost manuscripts have now been discovered. Nevertheless, he was also drawn into it to that extent. I think it is unlikely that the Chafetz Chaim would have been fooled by the forgery had he had the opportunity to read them, but he never had any statements on it. We have no published statements on it. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of how broad this forgery affected the Jewish world. How was the forgery discovered? I mentioned to you he failed the Jewish geography test. He failed to produce the manuscripts, but there were internal inconsistencies. And here's where we get to the work of the incredible Logochov Gaon, also of this generation. He died in 1936. Fascinating individual who, for reasons which are still somewhat mysterious, he refused to get a haircut. No, seriously, I mean, that sounds funny, but he really did. There's a legend that says that he refused to get a haircut because he did not want to spend any time bareheaded, like in the barber's chair. That would presumably, prevent him from thinking about Torah. I don't know how convincing that legend is, but at any rate, he definitely had a kind of a Nazarite look. And the Rotschover was known for his extremely sharp intellect. Just to give you one story that illustrates his sharp intellect, he was also known that he did not suffer fools. He was not at all tolerant of irritating people. Like you have that amazing expression in Yiddish, "Chakner kein Chinik," which means bang not on my tea kettle. Now, I'm sure everybody's nodding in here, so yourself, but just for the internet audience living in Idaho or in Latvia, you have to imagine that a chinik, a traditional chinik, is a tin teapot. It's made out of tin, and imagine someone holding a hollow teapot made out of tin and banging on a wooden spoon. It's like a really weird. So in Yiddish, chaknik means like don't eat with your repetitive noises, that kind of thing. So there was once a story about someone who kept sending to the Rogachover these questions, but he could tell that he was only sending them because he wanted to demonstrate how brilliant the questions themselves were, and they were not. So finally, after repeated missives, the Rogachover wrote him back a multi-page letter, which consisted solely of maromot, of reference points where in the Jewish corpus, specifically in Talmud. Page in Talmud over here, that page in Talmud over there. The story goes that the guy received this letter. He was so proud of himself. He walked around the shtetl waving to everyone, saying, "Look, I asked the Rogachover such a question. Look how many pages it took him to answer my question." It was like he was very proud. Then he finally sat down in school to start deciphering the answer by looking up all these reference points, and every single reference point was to a page that contained the word ignorant. Anyway, how did the Rogachover expose Al-Ghazi Friedlander as a fraud? He said an amazing thing. He said that in every tractate of the Yerushalmi Talmud, there is always the name of one author that does not appear anywhere else in the Talmud. There's always a unique, what do they call it, a hypax legomenon or something like that. That's not the right word. There's like one rabbi who's in this tractate who is never mentioned elsewhere in Shas. And in the text of the pseudo-Yerushalmi, as it is now called, there were, in fact, no such figures whatsoever. Every single rabbi mentioned in the were duplicated elsewhere in Shas. So it's an amazing statement, but when we think about what that means, the Rogachover must have had basically an eidetic memory. He must have had like an immediate recall memory of the entire Talmud to be able to make such an assertion and to be able to test such an assertion. And again, this is before you had encyclopedias of Talmudic figures. I think the first one was years later. This was before you had any kind of like computerized access to do word analysis. You just knew it from reading it once. This can't be real, and so on. And that speaks to the idea of authenticity. Rogachover, with his superior intellect, could determine authenticity. But the average person, even people with great minds and scholarship, like Solomon Schechter, and presumably perhaps even the Chofetz Chaim, might not have been able to. Again, I have to put an asterisk on the name Chofetz Chaim, but there are many other rabbis who were signed on to the project and real true believers. So that's one story. That's a caution of authenticity. I want to return to it after we talk about the second story, which is even more chilling than this rather bizarre. Anyway, when I did the research on this, there are lots and lots of stories in Europe that have copies of this Talmud. They cataloged it like it's just another volume of the Talmud. Like, what's the difference, right? Um, in the 17th century, there was an especially named Johannes Eisenmenger, who in the 1670s, living in Amsterdam, had drawn close to the local Jewish community, and he chose to throw in his lot with the Jewish people as a ger tzedek, as a convert. He converted, married, had children, and studied the Talmud diligently for 19 years. Incredibly dedicated individual, absorbed into the community. Among his teachers were the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. Definitely, someone that the community felt very good about. And then, in the year 1800, he came out with a massive anti-Semitic screed, 2,000 pages in length, called Judaism Unmasked, Judentum Entdecktes, excuse me. And this is basically a complete survey of the entire Talmud, right? This is a person who learned the entire Talmud. If he was on the Daf Yomi schedule, he would have done multiple times, and every time there was anything negative in the Talmud that could be interpreted badly as, or interpreted in a negative way towards the Jews, the Jewish people, Judaism, he diligently wrote it down, translated it into German, and wrote a commentary on it. A highly tangentious commentary. But basically, think about this madman for a minute. He spent 19 years living undercover as an Orthodox Jew, family, raising children with Judaism, all for the purpose of producing this scurrilous document. And it was a bombshell. When he submitted it to be published, the Jews found out about it and managed to block its publication temporarily, and they hoped to negotiate with him to bribe him essentially to not publish this terrible document. It appeared that he may have been willing to do so. He may have engaged in a lot of personal effort to produce the book, and he could not sustain the costs of publication. That's relevant to us in thinking about what the internet means. And he was open to taking compensation and withholding publication. But they were about 6,000, I can't remember what the unit of currency was at the time, there were about 6,000 of those currencies units apart when he suddenly died of a stroke at the age of 54. I know, it's sad. But at any rate, the book nevertheless was published across the border in a different kingdom. It was not subject to the same restrictions. There were some shenanigans about how it was published, the title page, and so on. I think the book did see the light of day. Let's have a quick look. By the way, this is a great montage by my editor at JTA, Laura Adkins, who took this story and was able to put it together. You see the silhouette represents Eisenmenger himself. On the right is the title page of the first volume of 2 volumes, and in the background, of course, the Yeshiva boys. But here's an image of Eisenmenger himself, also with the title page underneath it. And here's a look at this book. You know, it was actually published in 1 thick volume and also in 2 volumes separately. It's a massive brick of a work, and here's the scary thing. All of the citations in there are accurate. As a scholar in Israel who has gone through them one by one, is accurate. It's from the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on. Now, the translations are often, skewed in the worst possible way. The commentary is definitely slanted in a very negative way, but he did not falsify his sources. His sources were authentic. He took them out of context. He tried to twist their meaning so as to reflect badly on the Jews, and he definitely had a very tendentious purpose with the entire enterprise. But unlike the first story we discussed, which was inauthentic, this is totally authentic. It does. You can use it to look up passages in the Talmud that refer negatively, let's say, to the founder of Christianity. There are only about, let's say, a dozen of such passages in the Talmud, and there's a lot of literary theory that we can bring to bear to say, why would the Jews say something negative about the founder of Christianity? It's a lot of reasons why. I mean, they're being persecuted and so on, and it's an inside document. They don't necessarily think they're going to have outside listeners involved in the document, and it's certainly, when you look at the huge size of the Talmud, and you have 2,000 different people speaking in the Talmud, over 2,000 Amoraim. If you have 6 or 8 Amoraim in that mix, you say something negative, that's certainly within the statistical range of things you won't like in the Talmud. There are other things in there too, but it need not distract us. What is significant, of course, is that when it was published in German, it was almost immediately translated into English and is now widely available on Amazon. You can still read Eisenmenger today. There are many different editions published under a different title sometimes, but it's essentially, it has become the Bible of the anti-Semitic world. If you go on hate websites today, which I do not recommend, you'll definitely need to take a shower afterwards because it's so gross to go to those places. But all of the charges against Judaism, especially anything related to the Talmud, they owe their origins to Eisenmenger's painstaking research. And it had tremendously deleterious impact on the Jewish people as a whole. So here, once again, we have 2 very different stories, 2 very different outcomes, but a great cautionary message for all of us. On the one hand, you have this profit-seeking Jew named Al-Ghazi Friedlander, who attempts to defraud the Jewish world with an obvious forgery. And his goal is simply to make money with it, but ultimately he used a falsified document. And if you were to study that Talmud, you would think you're studying the Word of God, but in fact you're studying the word of Friedlander, the Belarusian fish merchant. And on the other hand, we have Eisenmenger, who, another truly sociopathic and twisted individual, who devoted 19 years of his life to doing this research. He published something which is so totally antithetical to the entire thrust of Judaism, and nevertheless, when viewed like through the telescope with a tiny little detail, each one of those citations is in fact correct. Taken way out of context and so on, but nevertheless correct. So, what are the implications for us and the internet era? I would like to tender for our consideration that we need to think carefully as consumers of media on the internet, and specifically as consumers of Jewish media on the internet, to attend to these 2 issues of authenticity and authority. It is so tempting, I'm not a rabbi, but my daughter will frequently call me and ask me shilas. I don't know why she asks me. I say to her, don't you have a rabbi living near you in Fair Lawn, right? Aren't there rabbis in Fair Lawn, New Jersey? That must be, right? And she does have a rabbi and things like that. I think maybe it goes back to her childhood when my kids wanted to do something and they weren't sure it would be allowed. They asked me first, right? Because if I said no, chances are mother was not even worth asking Lima. If I said yes, then there was a chance they could ask Lima and they could do it. Right? I wasn't actually the decider. I was like the trial balloon. So maybe my daughter is calling me because then she's going to call the rabbi afterwards to confirm. But she'll ask me some shaila, and I'll be at work and things like that. And I'll say, just hang on a second. Let me check this for him. I'll put her on hold, and I'll look up on the web. I'll put in her question, exactly like she could. And the websites will pop up. If there's a website that I trust, like ou.org or something, or StarK or whatever, then I'll say, well, in my great wisdom and based on my years of research, I would say the halakha is mutter, asur, not today, wait till Tuesday, whatever it is. And I'm relying on the authenticity of the source. But we can easily get lazy with that. Who knows? Will our children be able to distinguish ou.org from ou.com? If someone falsifies a website, we don't have really good, barometers for authenticity on the web yet. Well, our children have that because it's flat. It's everything on the web is the same size. So will they get that authenticity? And furthermore, authority, right? If you have something that comes in a really well-dressed package, like the pseudo Yerushalmi, and the guy's wearing the right bekasha, and he has that accent, and oh my gosh, that turban is so glorious. It's got to be real. And all the other rabbis are signing on with it. How do we know that that's real authority? These are serious questions which we have not yet put to the web, and we have not yet figured out how to put a haskam on it so that people can trust the tremendous diversity of opinion that are out there. I would like to suggest that, ironically, we've got to go back to the old-time days of relying on a Rav. Here's my Rav. Isn't that nice? I took a picture of chocolate the other day when he was delivering his morning shear. Why do I need a Rav? He's younger than I am. I don't know if you noticed, but he's younger than I am. He's a really smart guy, but I'm not so stupid either. I've studied a lot of Gemara and stuff like that. But, when I have a question, I'm no gay of a davar. I know how I'd like to answer myself. I need someone who I trust, who will make an independent decision. And so far, he has been great. Whenever my wife and I have issues, and my kids have issues, he's been able to sort of see through the whole thing and give us an answer that we feel has the ring of authenticity. Furthermore, I think that the kind of elements that we get with a Rav today are when a Rav knows who you are, not just knows his foreign, but knows who you are, knows what kind of answer you can handle, and is able to make a judgment call based on the relationship that you have on a human level. That's something you will not find on the internet. You can't go to the internet and say, well, this is who I am. Tell me what I need to know. It won't happen. Although I will tell you a funny thing. I was in a very long meeting at my work the other day on career services. Sorry for this interview, but I thought it was funny. My wife laughed. We're looking at how to try and improve career options for our students. That when they come to Touro College, they're thinking about different models for them to try and figure out what they want to do in life. And one of the tools that they put on the screen was this battery of questions produced by the Department of Labor, I think, U.S. government. And I said, okay, this is kind of a boring meeting. Fill it out myself. And while I had my computer there, I answered all the questions. And then I asked it, okay, so what careers should I consider? So it gave me a range of 5 different levels of preparation, meaning if I really wanted to put in the maximum amount of training, go to school for as long as possible and stuff like that, what should my career be? Guess what it told me my career should be if I went to school and got a PhD? Teacher, right. It said I should be a professor. I said, great, that's really good. Then I chose, what if I'm not prepared to do any of those things? What would be the best career for me? I clicked on that button and it said, fashion model. I know. But, okay. So I probably would, George Clooney, right. That's it. So true. See, why can't I do both? I think that would be great. Anyways, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Oh, yes. The rabbi knows me. The rabbi knows who I am. He knows my problems. He knows my challenges. He knows what kind of answer I can tolerate. And I think, ironically, in this age of connectivity to the web, we have to double down on our connectivity to a Rav. It's so crucial for us to have a human being who has this larger perspective, who knows the difference between information, of which we are drowning in, and wisdom, which is as rare as ever. So I'd like to suggest that is where we are going with the internet. These are the dangers that we face and why it's so important, more important than ever, for us to have a Rav. Let me conclude by just thinking about the Talmud as a resurrective document for the Jews, because we must barrel on into this bold new future. Whether we like it or not, the internet is not going to stop for us. We have to figure out how to use this tool somehow. And I want to draw your attention to a 20th century Talmud that I find deeply moving. This is the so-called Survivors Talmud, which is very unusual because it was published in the displaced persons camp in 1946, 1947. Jews living in these displaced person camps were desperate for Talmud. They were, torn away from their families, torn away from their communities, uncertain as to where they would be in a few months. Would they get to emigrate to Israel? Would they get to move to America or Australia? Living under desperate circumstances and very much wishing to connect to their God and connect to their tradition. And they begged the American government, the American authorities running these DB camps, give us some Talmuds. There were none to be had, no sets of Talmuds available. The Nazis were engaging in heavy book burnings. They collected a few for their Museum of Jewish Civilization in Czechoslovakia, but they didn't have these things. What they did have, however, were the old stereotype plates used. We talked about them with Dvorah. They had old stereotype plates of Talmuds, and they had the printing presses that were used in Heidelberg to publish Nazi propaganda. So the Americans said, fine, we're going to take those stereotype plates, and on the very same presses that once published Nazi propaganda, we will now publish Talmud. And they published this beautiful full-size edition of the Talmud. I want to alert you to this amazing cover here. So you can see that inside the front text, it says, published by the Organization of Rabbis in the American Zone in Germany. Of course, Europe was divided at this point, with the assistance of the Army of the Americans in Germany. And it says here, Munich, Heidelberg, and it gives the year here, 1947. So that's when it was published. Look at this amazing evocative artwork. At the bottom, it says here, Pasuk, Kimat kiluni ba'aretz va'ani lo azabti pikudecha. It's as if I was almost destroyed, but I never abandoned your commandments. And the caption underneath says, Machana avoda ba'ashkenaz b'yimei hanatzim. A labor camp in Germany in the days of the Nazis. And the artwork shows something like, it looks sort of like an Auschwitz kind of scene with Jews apparently picking up what appear to be corpses and loading them onto a wagon. Some of the most horrible sights of the typhus epidemic that raged through Warsaw and places like that. And on the sides, this barbed wire kind of theme. Everything at the bottom of the page is so dark and a direct reference to what these Talmud students had endured just a few months before this was produced. But then as you move up the page, you can see that there's winding streams that lead the eye upward, and you see suddenly the palm trees, you see the balsam, you see this architecture that is very reminiscent of the Middle East, and then finally at the top of the page, you see this glorious sunrise over domed synagogues, Moorish-style Israeli synagogues, and it says in the text here, Yeshibu legeula me'afela la'od gadol. From serve to redemption, from darkness to great light. And I think this is really the message of the Talmud for our purpose and in our days. It is a fundamentally redemptive and regenerative document. It is a text that Jews study to refresh themselves, to revive themselves, and if you will forgive the pun, to rejuvenate themselves. This is a document that we will constantly return to as we have for millennia. And even though the internet poses many great challenges for the potential for Talmud study and the risks associated with Talmud study in this unusual environment, I am fully confident that we'll find our way to muddle through those challenges and ultimately we'll come to a redemption of great light. I want to thank you for your attention and endurance for these 3 lectures, and I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Okay.
Tesla's notes when he died. Whatever organization.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. So I wrote this small book back in 2012 for the occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the 7.5-year completion of the cycle of the daily Talmud study routine that has been practiced worldwide since 1923. And now it's 2019. We're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, you know what, this book needs a refresh. So I went back and I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant, and I've released it again in a revised edition. And, you know, I actually kind of like this book, but since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I have received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, you know, just completely out of the frame. So here's one here. Here's a negative one that was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis de Sales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work on YouTube, and that's why I bought this book. By the way, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud, entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Abramson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's really, in reality, I have to agree with Mr. DeSales. If that is in fact what the book is, I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, you know, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how, you know, I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild, and some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it, and eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical and the literary and the theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer writes, too brief, too personal. That's the heading. That's pretty good. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like an overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos. So even the negative part still has a little softer thing. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore D. Sternberg writes 3 stars, right? There's on a scale of 5. Right? Too much about Henry Abramson, not enough about the Talmud. Wow, that hurts, I have to say. But, you know, let's read some positive words so I feel better about this. Okay, here we go. So here is Punyadi, who wrote in August of this year. Again, these are all in the first edition, writes, a must read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abramson has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one, written by No Pickles. I have no idea who that is. It's a strange name. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. The book is a great big picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective, intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. That's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. It's true. That's what I'm, maybe not so much the self-awareness, maybe not even the humility so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to anyways. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also gave it a genre: inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are 3 pretty accurate discussions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives us a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Study and help. Nice. Two more. Okay. Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth readership, but that's kind of cool story. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil. The famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil has done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow, he wrote this. He said, I enjoyed this passionate, honest, and so nicely written memoir and introduction to the Talmud. Wow, so that's really good. I was really pleased to receive these reviews. If you're interested in reading the book, please have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyum Mashat. I think it still has some value. And I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
That get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about this. 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen. So we're being sold that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch
Very
of
soon,
AI
the Daf Yomi cycle will catch up to one of the three most difficult tractates in the entire Talmud. They're known by the acronym Ayin. They are Eruvin, Yevamos, and Nedarim. These three tractates are among the most brain-teasing of the entire Talmud, and I have to say, the reputation is certainly true. Eruvin can be extremely difficult. Not, I think, as difficult as Yevamos, but nevertheless quite difficult. However, with all Daf, we're going to get you through with tremendous resources to help you understand even this most challenging of tractates. My goal today is to give you a very short overview of the history of Eruvin, specifically how Eruvin and their construction affected Jewish history in just a few minutes to kind of give you a little bit of excitement about this amazing tractate that we are about to begin. For those of you who may be totally new to this, an Eruv is basically a kind of a border that is created around the Jewish community that allows the residents within that border to carry objects outside of their home on the Sabbath. This is something which is restricted heavily. You can't walk from a private domain to a public domain. You can't carry things within the public domain over a certain amount of space and so on. And all of these rules are limited by the creation of one of these legal boundaries that makes it possible, for example, for women to push baby strollers in the street to go to shul and things like that. And it's really a very, very important thing in many modern Jewish communities. But the one thing that's definitely historically true about Eruvin is that they are associated with machlokes. They're associated with controversy, as you see in this amazing picture by Karl Schleicher, Eine Streitfrage aus dem Talmud, a difficult question, an argument question within the Talmud. The discussions that go on in Eruvin are extremely intense, and I'm sure you're going to have an amazing time in your shurim. In this brief presentation, we're going to rely heavily on the research of Rabbi Adam Mintz, who literally wrote the book on the history of Eruvin. I urge you to have a look at it. It is fascinating. But anyway, the machlokus over Eruvin goes back to the very beginnings of Torah Shabbal Peh. We have a lot of discussion in the Mishnah and, of course, in the Gemara that we're going to study. But it's fascinating that even outside of rabbinic communities, outside of Pharisaic communities, such as in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, you find a very great attachment to the principles that are imbued throughout the Sectus Eruvin. And they're very, very strong about them. A lot of the documents that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls reinforce the importance of halachos of Eruvin for the communities even living in the Judean desert. But when you get to the medieval period, although the machlokus does not die down entirely, one of the features of medieval life for Jews is that quite often they were living within city walls, sometimes within ghetto walls. And the construction of a wall around the entire community for Jews was actually something that helped quite a bit with the construction of Eruvin. And so there was actually a little bit less machlokus during the Middle Ages. When you get to the modern period, however, things change dramatically. When I say modern, I'm referring really to the period after Napoleon, when he famously broke down the ghetto walls, literally and figuratively, allowing Jews to interact as citizens within the larger boundaries of France. And it is at this time that we begin to see a really strong correlation between the expansion of Arab boundaries and conflict with non-Jewish populations. Quite a bit within the Russian Empire, for example, in Congress, Poland, in the 19th century and the early 20th century, there are conflicts over exactly where the Jews are putting up their Arab, because many Christians felt that Jews were encroaching on their neighborhood, so to speak. And it was very much tied directly to the idea of Jewish civil rights, and a focus that goes on, of course, to the 21st century. One of the things that mitigated this machlokus as well, however, was the invention of the telegraph by Marconi, which resulted in the necessity of creating wires that ran all around major cities, and that tends to be where Jews live because they're overwhelmingly urban. And so the telegraph poles is kind of like the refuah before the makkah, the healing before the disease. These wires around the city actually facilitated an easier construction of Erevin in such a way that they were less ostentatious. In North America, we begin to see the construction of Erevin fairly late. And in fact, up until the middle of the 20th century, only 4 communities in North America had Erevin. The first Erev was actually constructed in St. Louis by Rabbi Zachariah Rosenfeld, and it was almost immediately closed by Rabbi Shalom Elchanan Yahi. Of course, this is the kind of thing that happens with Erevin. The kind of issues that went on was, could you count the Mississippi River as a border? And what about the number of people who live in St. Louis? Doesn't that possibly argue against the idea of whether or not you can build an Erevin or Shusha Rabin? A similar kind of argument was raised on the east side of Manhattan when Rabbi Joshua Siegel in 1905 created the first New York Arab, and almost immediately opposed by Rabbi Bernstein, Gordon, and Herman. Among the issues there were also the Shusha Rabin issue, how many people are living in Manhattan, and whether or not the Third Avenue elevated lane could be used as a boundary. Another Arab was created in 1949 in Manhattan, and that's when it definitely had more than 600,000 people living on the island, and that was a pile-on machlokus with lots of rabbis involved. Amazingly, in the great country to our north, in Toronto in 1921, an Arab was established by Rabbi Yehuda Leib Graubar, and it was unopposed, amazingly, until 1980, which is one of the things that you have to say about Canadians. They're just so nice, right? They don't want to make trouble. But after 1980, of course, the machlokus was significant. By the time we get to our day, the Arab is now a well-known phenomenon in most Orthodox communities, but still a matter of significant controversy, as we saw earlier in the 19th century in the Russian Empire, as many non-Jewish residents of areas feel that the expansion of an Arab will alter the ethnic composition of a given neighborhood, and there's quite a bit of legal discussion about that issue. At any rate, this is just to give you a little taste of the history of Erevin. I know you want to dive into the focus into the controversies that surround this fascinating topic. It's actually not quite so hard as people make it out to be, because you've got Aldach in your pocket, and with this app, you'll have lots of support getting through even the most difficult sugyas of this one sector. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you atzlacha in your learning.
How could they be? Lack of physical evidence, no concrete rule, you don't have access. Mythological misinterpretations, variant texts describing Anunnaki as deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts.
Muy buenas noches. De la Universidad de Guanajuato, a través del Campus Guanajuato, les da la más cordial bienvenida a la conferencia magistral de Filosofía Jurídica y Política desde la óptica jurídica. Para efectos de llevar a cabo de la manera más adecuada este evento, me permitiré solicitar a los ponentes y a los presentes que al momento de la participación de nuestras autoridades y del ponente sean tan amables de mantener sus micrófonos apagados. Muchas gracias. Bueno, me permito presentarme. Mi nombre es Luis Emilio Delgado Jaramillo y mi compañera Andrea Verónica Carrizal Jiménez. Ambos somos alumnos de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno. Este evento es el primero de su especie y nace de la inquietud en ir más allá, de visualizar con más profundidad, de adentrarse en los fundamentos elementales de los sistemas jurídicos occidentales. El pueblo judío, a lo largo de 4.000 años de historia, dentro de los cuales ha sido la base de los principios que sostienen al cristianismo, hasta incluso pesados por conflictos grandes en la Segunda Guerra Mundial, ha tenido latente, sostenida y fructífera en la consolidación de lo que nosotros conocemos como Occidente. Sus ideas abarcan todas las ramas del conocimiento, desde la física, la filosofía, las artes, la psicología, entre otros. Lo que nos reúne el día de hoy es adentrarnos en la historia del pueblo y del pensamiento judío, en específico acerca de la ley y la política. Nuestra obligación como universitarios es la búsqueda de la verdad, donde sea que ésta se encuentre. Del pueblo judío podemos aprender resiliencia, adaptabilidad, innovación y sobre todo respeto a la diferencia. A continuación saludamos a las personalidades que esta noche nos acompañan. La doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, doctora designada del campus Guanajuato. El doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno. Y Henry Abramson, PhD, director del Lander College of Arts and Sciences del Touro College en Brooklyn, New York. Asimismo, saludamos al maestro Juan René Segura Ricaño, el profesor académico y profesor investigador de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, a los estudiantes, al personal académico y administrativo, a los medios de comunicación, al público en general. Sean todas y todos bienvenidos. Cedemos el uso de la voz al doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, que nos dará unas palabras de bienvenida. Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso.
Muy buenas noches. Saludo con mucho respeto y afecto a la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, rectora del campus Guanajuato, profesora de esta división, a quien me da mucho gusto recibirla aquí en su casa, en este claustro, en esta conferencia. También, a nombre de la Universidad de Guanajuato, doy la más cordial bienvenida a PhD Henry Abramson. Esta es su casa y estamos muy agradecidos de su presencia. También saludo a Aurus Sánchez, que nos está haciendo labor para la traducción, a Andrea Verónica Carrizales, Luis Emilio Delgado, y a todas y todos los estudiantes que hoy nos acompañan. Sin duda, este evento es de gran trascendencia para la formación jurídica de nuestros estudiantes. El derecho, como un elemento normativo de la sociedad, abre un debate muy importante para entender la historia, el progreso y la identidad de los pueblos. Profesor Henry Abramson. Para nosotros, este evento abre la puerta para eventos de naturaleza internacional y considera esta casa como su casa de estudios para nuevamente recibirlo de manera virtual o presencial. Muchas gracias por su conferencia.
Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso. Ahora cederemos la palabra a nuestra querida rectora de campus, la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta. Adelante, doctora.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas noches. Saludo al doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho Político y Gobierno, al doctor Henry Abramson, al maestro Juan René Segura Ricaño y a todos los queridos y queridas estudiantes que esta noche están en esta conferencia. La formación jurídica integral confirma la relevancia de mantener activo el interés por la filosofía y por la historia, que no solo es una competencia relevante, sino un desafío en la formación jurídica para armonizar los valores humanistas, la dignidad del hombre, la equidad y la justicia. No puede concebirse la formación de los nuevos juristas centrada solamente en aspectos meramente técnicos. Se requiere de un permanente estudio e investigación con disciplina y profundidad. No es posible sostener una educación jurídica basada en la simple exégesis, en un facilismo epistemológico, en una visión restrictiva distorsionada, en una utilización de formularios, la elaboración de promociones, con el predominio de un discurso superficial y meramente normativista. Se requiere la concepción de nuevas ideas que transformen las instituciones jurídicas, como estoy absolutamente segura que lo harán ustedes y lo harán muy bien. Quiero felicitarlas y felicitarlos muy respetuosamente por su permanente inquietud de promover múltiples actividades académicas. Gracias a Andrea, Verónica, Carrizales Jiménez y a Luis Emilio Delgado Jaramillo por su iniciativa de organizar esta importante conferencia. Me da mucha alegría poder acompañarlos en esta noche en la disertación del doctor Henry Abramson sobre filosofía jurídica y política desde la óptica jurídica, a quien agradezco profundamente su disposición para compartir su sabiduría con nuestros estudiantes. Muchísimas gracias. Enhorabuena.
Muchas gracias, doctora. Bueno, es momento de comenzar con la conferencia magistral Filosofía Jurídica y Política desde la óptica judía, impartida por el PhD Henry Abramson. Para esto voy a hacer lectura de un pequeño resumen de su trayectoria. El doctor Henry Abramson es director del Toro College en Brooklyn, Nueva York. Nativo del norte de Ontario, Canadá, y ha sido educado en la Universidad de Toronto, por la cual obtuvo un doctorado en historia con la tesis Los judíos de Ucrania, que sería publicada posteriormente por la editorial de la Universidad de Harvard. Ha sido también profesor visitante en la Universidad de Cornell, Oxford, Harvard y la Universidad de Jerusalén. Sus investigaciones han sido reconocidas por la Fundación Nacional de Humanidades del Gobierno de los Estados Unidos, así como el Museo del Holocausto de Estados Unidos, y también por el Consejo de Investigación de Ciencias Sociales y Humanidades del Gobierno de Canadá. Es autor de 8 libros y abundantes artículos de investigación sobre la historia del pueblo judío y su pensamiento. Ha sido distinguido con el Premio a la Excelencia de la Asociación Nacional de Educación de Estados Unidos. Dentro de sus proyectos actuales se incluye un multivolumen acerca de la historia del pueblo judío que será publicado por la editorial Frame. También, para terminar, tiene un exitoso canal de YouTube en el cual sus conferencias tienen alrededor de 5,000 vistas al día. Habiendo hecho lectura de esto, doy la palabra al doctor Henry Abramson. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. It was a great honor to speak to you at your very impressive university. I'm very grateful for the honor.
Realmente es un privilegio estar aquí, tener la oportunidad de hablar con todos ustedes, todos los estudiantes. Es un honor estar en esta universidad y estoy bien contento para empezar.
And please forgive me to quote Viktor Frankl, I speak an excellent accent with hardly any Spanish.
Y como, who the guys that said it again?
Viktor Frankl.
Y como dice Viktor Frankl, tengo un acento excelente, pero bien poco español.
And so I'm grateful to my son-in-law, Mr. Alvaro Sanchez, who has graciously agreed to translate for me.
Y para todos ustedes que están viendo este video, mi nombre es Auro Sánchez, tuve el privilegio de casarme con la tercera hija del señor Henry Abramson y también es un gusto mío estar aquí con ustedes para traducir.
I will speak in basic English, and Mr. Sanchez will translate sentence by sentence. And hopefully it will still be interesting because I have a lot of really interesting pictures to look at.
Él va a dar en inglés, yo voy a traducir acá cada línea que él dice y esperemos que esta información para ustedes es bien interesante porque tiene muchas cosas que les quiere enseñar.
Okay. Very good. Let's get started then. My academic biography you've already heard about, but what I think is relevant for us today is the fact that I am not a rabbi, I am just a historian.
Bueno, ustedes ya escucharon mi biografía académica, pero lo más importante es que ustedes sepan que yo no soy un rabino, solamente soy una persona que amo la historia y también soy un historiador.
And I like that word, historiador. It sounds like a conquistador or something. Okay, but in order to understand the history of these people, you must have some familiarity with their religious history, because this is a community which is united by the Torah itself.
Para entender a las personas que son judías es bien importante también saber su origen y su religión, porque en realidad lo que une a los judíos es el Torah.
And so what I'd like to do is to give you a very brief and superficial overview of the structure and history of Jewish law. And then I would like to give you some discussion of an example of how it is applied in the 20th century in particular.
Ahora les voy a mencionar y vamos a hablar bien superficialmente la escritura de cómo es las leyes judías, especialmente durante estos tiempos, y vamos a poner algunas situaciones bien interesantes que nos va a poner a afrontar.
Make you sound so intelligent. I mean, that's great.
You are very intelligent.
Okay, so let us begin with the history. So, the most important thing, of course, is a event in the Jewish and Christian and Muslim culture. As we heard in the introductory messages, this is something essential to all of Western civilization, and that is the revelation of Sinai.
Una de las cosas más importantes es saber la revelación en el Sinaí, especialmente cuando se habla sobre el punto de vista judía, cristianos y también musulmanes.
But one must understand that the Jewish approach to that event is radically different in many important ways from how Christians and Muslims later understood it.
Pero es bien importante también saber en la perspectiva judía que es bastante diferente de la perspectiva cristiana o musulmana.
For example, if you see this image of Moses by the great sculptor Michelangelo, you will note that he has horns protruding from his head.
Si vemos aquí en esta foto, aquí es Moisés, vemos que Michelangelo es uno de los trabajos de Michelangelo y Moisés aquí tiene cuernos.
And this is because of a mistranslation of the Hebrew term keren or, which refers to horns of light. And the Latin translation of horns was taken literally, whereas in the Hebrew Bible it means simply glowing light.
Ahora aquí vemos bien interesantemente que Moisés aquí tiene cuernos, pero en realidad es una misinterpretación, porque lo que ocurre es que en el hebreo la palabra para cuernos es koren or, ¿verdad? Pero cuando las personas lo leyeron, lo traducieron literalmente en el latín. En realidad, what was the last part?
I know, I think he got it figured, but in reality, he glowed, is what it said. It doesn't say that he drew horns.
Pero en realidad, cuando lo traducieron, lo hicieron demasiado literal. No se estaban refiriendo a los cuernos, estaban hablando de que estaba radiante. Pero tomaron la palabra en el latín y lo traducieron literalmente, cuando en el hebreo significa otra cosa.
And this may be the root of the Western notion that Jews somehow have horns.
Entonces, esto porque muchas veces aquí en los Estados Unidos países que están cerca de los Estados Unidos judíos son un pueblo, en realidad no es así.
And as you can see, he's quite muscular, but he probably wore sleeves.
Vemos que es bien musculoso, pero a lo mejor usó camisas de manga larga.
To bring us back to our discussion of law, one of the most important distinctions between Jewish, Christian, and Muslim understandings of the revelation is that for Jews, there were two distinct revelations. There was the written Torah, which is the 5 books of Moses, and there was the oral Torah.
Vemos que si hay que, digamos, el cristianismo musulmán y los judíos, vemos que para los judíos había dos revelaciones bien importantes, el Torah oral y el Torah escrito.
And this is crucial because Jews and Christians, especially after the 3rd century, are basically on 2 different planets when it comes to reading what Christians call the Old Testament.
Pero vemos que esto es sumamente importante para entender, porque especialmente los cristianos y los judíos, desde el 3er siglo, vemos que de a partir de ese tiempo en adelante, la manera en que el cristiano y el judío lee las escrituras hebreas es completamente diferente.
Jews always read the written Torah through the perspective of the oral Torah. And this is, according to Jewish theology, an interpretive body of teachings that were given to Moses alongside the written Torah.
Y vemos que es sumamente importante desde la perspectiva judía, que los judíos cuando leen el Torah, escrita, la Biblia, también lo están leyendo desde el punto de vista con el Torah oral. Y vemos que el Torah oral eran las enseñanzas que le fueron dadas a Moisés.
Muslims have something broadly similar called the Hadith, but Christianity does not have, to my limited knowledge, a similar type of interpretive tradition given at the same time as the written Torah.
Vemos que también los musulmanes, vemos que ellos también tienen algo similar. No se llama Torah oral, pero se llama el Hadith. Pero en mi conocimiento limitado hasta ahora, no he visto ni he aprendido que los cristianos tienen algo similar, que cuando leen el Torah escrita por la Biblia, tienen al lado algo que les ayuda para interpretar lo que están viendo. I'm really trying.
Allow me to give you an example of the oral Torah, the Talmud.
Bueno, aquí les voy a dar un ejemplo del Torah oral que se llama el Talmud.
Talmud is basically, it's called the wine of Torah because it distills both the written and the oral teachings into a massive document about 20 volumes long that took several centuries to write and quite literally thousands of authors.
Vemos que aquí el Talmud vemos que tomó siglos para escribir. Muchas personas escribieron este libro y otro nombre para el Talmud es el vino de la Torah.
Because it distills everything into one document.
Porque combina lo que está escrito en el Torah escrito y también lo que está en el Torah oral y lo pone juntos.
On this image, you see a typical page of the Talmud. This is actually the page of the entire Talmud. Colors added.
Vemos que aquí, esta es la primera página que sale en el Talmud. Y vemos que hay diferentes colores en esta página porque representan cosas diferentes.
And as you can see from the notes on the side in English, it has many different layers from the 2nd century up to the modern era, as people over many generations engage in discussing the same topic.
Vemos al lado de la foto, vemos que aquí hay notas, vemos que hay diferentes comentarios, diferentes personas escribiendo de los tópicos que se encuentran en la Biblia y ponen su comentario. Y vemos que estos fueron escritos desde el segundo siglo hasta la era moderna.
And one of the most important things to understand about the structure of Jewish law, this will be clearer when I give you an example, but it is open-ended. It rarely ends in a conclusion. There is always an opportunity for debate and discussion.
Y para que sepan, esto es bien importante y más adelante vamos a ver unos ejemplos. Pero cuando viene a las leyes religiosas judías, vemos que cuando se habla de estos temas, siempre puede haber un debate, siempre hay otra perspectiva o hay que ver el problema o la discusión de otro lado. Y muchas veces estos tópicos nunca se terminan, nunca.
This is quite intentional, so much, and it's really designed to make sure that human beings actively engage in the study of the law, which is in itself a religious act, merely the studying of it, and it's not designed to be something to be memorized.
Ahora, esto fue intencionalmente. Nada de esto, ellos quieren que en realidad cuando uno estudia las cosas bíblicas, las cosas espirituales, que uno siempre esté hablando y siempre discutiendo y viendo cuál es la mejor manera de alcanzar o de llegar a esa espiritualidad. Siempre va a ser tópicos de conversación que uno puede tener para siempre.
The Talmud says that any sage who studies alone becomes stupid.
El Talmud dice que cualquier persona sabia que estudia el Talmud solo o estudia solo es estúpido.
Exactly, I like the way that sounds. Solo estúpido. It is designed to be studied in a group.
El propósito de estudiar esto en un grupo.
But as you can imagine, it is impossible to run a society without clearly defined rules. One cannot debate forever whether a red light means stop or a red light means go. We have to have decisions.
Ahora, por supuesto, es imposible tratar de controlar una sociedad sin tener reglas que son blanco o negro, o sí o no.
Good example of the red and white. Okay, so along comes people like Moses Maimonides in the 12th century, who wrote the first code of Jewish law. And by code, I mean a list of rules here to anyone studying law in the Western context.
Y aquí vemos una foto de Moisés Maimónides, que es un escritor bien famoso, y él fue la primera persona que escribió los códigos que en aquel entonces y hasta ahora los judíos o las personas que estudian las leyes judías religiosas van a ver que en realidad son las reglas que se deben seguir.
But we should understand that his innovation of taking this very dynamic human interactive document and making it a list of rules was so controversial that Jews had his books burned publicly.
Pero vemos que cuando él empezó a hacer todo esto, era bien controversial, que hasta los propios judíos de aquel entonces tomaron sus libros y los empezaron a quemar.
There was a hidden blessing, because once we had a law code like my mom's work, then we had something new to argue about.
Pero esto es una bendición para todo el mundo. ¿Pero por qué? Porque ya cuando él escribió su libro de los códigos, ahora había otro libro, había más discusiones que uno podía tener ahora.
As the saying goes, 2 Jews, 3 opinions.
Como dice la expresión, 2 judíos, 3 opiniones.
So after the code, we begin to have a very large expression of something called responsa literature.
Después, adelante, empezamos a tener algo llamado literatura llena de respuestas.
Basically, what would happen is a novel situation would arise, something new occurring because of a social development, an economic development, a technological development, and it would not be clearly answered in the Talmud or in the Code.
Ahora vemos que esta literatura es bien importante, porque vamos a decir una situación nueva apareció, una situación nueva económica, tecnológica, cultural, que realmente la Biblia o el Talmud no contestaba. Ahora estos libros, las leyes precedentes, iban a poder contestar estas preguntas.
A person or a community would direct a question, sometimes a written question, to a rabbi, and if the rabbi was not able to answer it, would pass it on to a more senior rabbi, until finally the greatest rabbi of the generation would seek to answer that question by going back to the Talmud and back to the codes to try to determine how to respond to this new situation in society.
Y lo que las personas hacían, se sentaban, escribían cartas a los rabinos, y vamos a decir, por ejemplo, el rabino realmente no supo cómo contestar esta pregunta, se lo daba a otro rabino que tenía más conocimiento, y si él no sabía, entonces él lo pasaba a otro, y así seguía hasta que por fin pudiera a lo mejor conseguir la respuesta, a lo mejor en la Biblia, en el Talmud o en otros tipos de literatura.
And there was no official organized body who would say this rabbi is right and that rabbi is wrong, but it would simply be determined through consensus and what the public would accept.
Pero vemos que nunca apareció una situación en que decían, no, este rabino tiene razón y este rabino está equivocado. No, lo que pasaba es que el público y también otras formas de votación venían para ver en qué dirección o respuesta para todo el mundo mejor.
And after a century or 2 centuries, we would have to write a new code of law incorporating all of these decisions that had been accepted over the centuries.
Después de 100 o 200 años, ya todas esas cartas, todas estas nuevas decisiones tenían que ponerse en un nuevo libro ahora.
So the dynamic tension that is present in the root text of the oral tradition, like the Talmud, persists very much through the writing of codes and responsive literature up to the present day.
Pero vemos de que la tensión dinámico de cómo uno se debía comportar ante los ojos de Dios, siempre, este tono siempre está en todos los libros, desde el principio, desde el Talmud, hasta los códigos, hasta la literatura de respuestas.
Thank you. So now let us look a little bit at the philosophy of Jewish law. What is it for?
Ahora vamos a examinar la filosofía de la ley judía. ¿Para qué es?
And the answer is, it depends on whom you ask.
La respuesta es, depende de quién le preguntas.
Because the Bible itself rarely gives us any reasons for doing anything. It just says, this is what you are supposed to do, and rarely offers any insight into why God wants us to do these things.
Porque si examinamos la Biblia, vemos que la Biblia nos da muchos mandamientos, hay que hacer esto, hay que hacer esto y hay que hacer esto. Pero en realidad, muchas veces, no nos dice por qué hay que hacerlo.
It's important to note that even the word law does not exist in ancient Hebrew. The word that's used to describe it is the way, halakha.
Vemos que en el hebreo antiguo, para la palabra ley, esa palabra no existe. Pero hay otra palabra llamada halakha que significa el camino.
What about la manera? Is that el camino?
El camino, la manera, yes.
Ancient Hebrew also lacks a word for religion.
Vemos que el hebreo antiguo también no tiene una palabra para religión.
So ancient Israel did not think in the categories of law and religion the way we think of them today. The halakha includes a vast array of human behavior. Better stop there.
Vemos que en Israel, en aquel entonces, vemos que ellos, la manera que ellos pensaban, para ellos, religión y ley, para ellos no eran, la manera que ellos pensaban en religión y ley era bien diferente como usted y yo pensamos en esas dos palabras hoy en día.
Jewish law literally legislates how one should get married, how one should eat, how one should tie one's shoes, how one should sleep, how one should speak, how one should dress. There is no distinction in time between criminal law, civil law, or ritual law. It is all one code of behavior.
Nuestra ley judía es como una sombrilla grande que cubre un montón de cosas. En la manera que uno debe dormir, qué debe comer y por qué, cómo casarse, cómo irse a bañar. Y vemos que también tienen muchos tipos de leyes, leyes criminal, leyes de divorcio, leyes matrimonial y etc.
Did you mention tying the shoes?
Oh, hasta también, I didn't. Hasta también hay una sección que habla de cómo uno debe amarrarse los zapatos y también por qué.
So, thank you. I didn't add that por qué, but there is literally no area in human behavior, including when one is sleeping, that is not subject to the dictates of Jewish law.
Vemos que cuando hablamos de la ley judía, embarca todo lo que usted puede imaginarse. La ley judía embarca eso, hasta la manera en que uno debe dormir y por qué la ley judía habla de eso.
So many Jewish philosophers have attempted to opine why God wants us to do all these things. Some have argued that it is fundamentally for maintaining social, something that I think we can understand in Western thought.
Vemos que han habido muchos filósofos judíos que se han preguntado por qué la ley judía embarca todo esto, cuál es el propósito. Y algunos filósofos judíos han llegado a la conclusión que es para tratar de tener un orden social correcto, como nosotros en los tiempos modernos pensamos.
But it's hard to really understand, for example, why the Bible forbids a Jew from wearing clothing made out of wool and linen, and how that somehow supports the social order.
Pero también a veces es un poquito difícil para entender porque vemos que la ley judía, un ejemplo, prohíbe que los judíos usen y mezclan ciertos tipos de materiales en su ropa. Y no sabemos por qué. Y no sabemos por qué eso ayuda a la orden social.
Others, in a more mystical fashion, have argued that there are deep metaphysical concepts behind all of these mysterious laws, and that somehow by conforming to God's will in these beautiful ways, we can literally affect tikkun olam, or repairing of the world.
Otros filósofos tienen otra manera de pensar de por qué hay que hacer todo esto. Es porque en cierta manera esto nos conecta a Dios y encima de eso estamos haciendo algo llamado tikkun olam, que es reparando al mundo.
And still others have argued that the purpose of Jewish law is for human perception, human perfection, that by obeying these dictates in their tiny, tiny details, we will somehow develop a discipline that allows us to become closer to God in our auto-perfection.
Y otras opiniones es que en realidad tenemos que seguir todas estas leyes hasta el detalle más pequeñito, porque nos ayuda poco a poco a disciplinarnos, a poco llegar a una perfección y llegar a tener una mejor relación con Dios.
Okay. So that's a very quick overview of some philosophical approaches to Jewish law. Let me take you to an example that is very much in the news here in America today, and I'm sure is something that is controversial in Mexico as well. I'd like to speak about therapeutic abortion.
Entonces, eso fue algo bien superficial en hablar de las leyes judías, pero ahora vamos a dar un ejemplo en un tema que es bien controversial, especialmente aquí en los Estados Unidos y también a lo mejor en México.
So it's clear that traditional Judaism, and I'm speaking now about what we would call Orthodox Judaism. There was no other kind of Judaism really until the 19th century. Does not approve of what we call in English abortion on demand. That is, abortion simply because the mother wants to have an abortion.
Ahora vamos a hablar del punto de vista del judaísmo ortodoxo, porque vemos que miles de años el único tipo de judaísmo era ortodoxo, hasta recién hace unos 200 años han empezado recién otros tipos del judaísmo. Y vamos a hablar sobre el tópico del aborto terapéutico, que es en realidad si hay que definirlo, es un aborto cuando uno lo quiere ahora mismo.
So let me clarify, and I'll say it again. Traditional Judaism does not approve of abortion simply upon request, but there is a distinction for a therapeutic abortion.
Entonces, en el judaísmo tradicional se prohíbe el aborto si uno dice, bueno, yo quiero un aborto ahora. Eso no se hace completamente. Pero hay una diferencia entre cuando uno dice quiero un aborto ahora porque lo quiero, pero también hay otro tipo de aborto, llamado un aborto terapéutico, que vamos a hablar de eso ahora.
And what the term therapeutic abortion means is that it is an abortion that is necessary for the health of the mother.
Un aborto terapéutico significa que la mujer tiene que tener el aborto por su salud, porque si no lo tiene puede morir.
So if we look at the written Torah, the Bible itself, in Exodus we have an example that I have on the screen of an accidental abortion, or a miscarriage, we would call it in English, where a woman unfortunately lost her child, her fetus, as a result of an accident.
Ahora vamos a examinar este texto que está en Éxodo capítulo 21, versículo 22, en que esta mujer, vamos a decir, tiene un aborto accidental y pierde su bebé.
So this is, an unfortunate situation, and it tells us that such an action is a criminal act, like assault, not like murder, but it does not tell us anything about an intentional abortion. May a doctor perform an abortion even for the health of the mother? From this passage, we do not know.
Pero ahora este texto no habla de qué pasa si un doctor quiere hacer el aborto a propósito.
Very good. So this is all we have from the written Torah. In the oral Torah, however, and it's a passage in a document called the Mishnah, we have a very clear case of an intentional abortion. The Mishnah, which is a 2nd century document, says that, well, actually translate up to there, I'll listen to the same situation.
Entonces vemos que en la Biblia, en Éxodo 21, 22, está hablando aquí otra vez sobre un aborto accidental, pero no habla sobre un aborto a propósito. Pero en el Mishnah, que es parte del Torah oral, en esta sección, aquí viene una situación en que se está hablando sobre un aborto a propósito, de que una mujer quiere tener un aborto. Y ahora, ¿qué va a pasar?
So in this oral Torah document, the Mishnah says that if a woman is trying to give birth and she cannot, now obviously the baby is too big and she's not able to deliver it, and a C-section is not possible, then the fetus should be aborted to save the life of the mother. If, however, the fetus is partially born, has partially emerged, then the doctors are not allowed to interfere.
En este documento del Torah oral se da una situación de qué pasa si hay una mujer que va a dar a luz, pero vemos que por cualquier razón no puede dar a luz porque la bebé está muy grande y si el niño nace ella puede morir. Entonces en ese momento ella puede tener un aborto, pero ya está a mitad y ya casi está saliendo. Los doctores no pueden hacer el aborto, no pueden.
So we have now a case of therapeutic abortion, which is clearly permitted and even mandatory. The doctors must save the mother's life before they save the fetus.
Y vemos que aquí esta situación, vemos que este es el aborto terapéutico, que vemos que es importante y hasta mandatorio en una situación así, porque en esos momentos es importante salvar a la vida de la madre.
So the question is, why is a therapeutic abortion permitted? And we have two very different answers why. The first answer comes from a commentator called Rashi, who lived in the 11th century.
Ahora vemos que algunos de ustedes se están preguntando, pero ¿por qué se puede permitir este tipo de aborto? Bueno, hay dos tipos de respuestas para esta pregunta. Y el primero lo contestó Rashi, que alguien bien importante en el judaísmo en el siglo XI.
And Rashi argues that at the end of the day, the fetus is a person, but not as much of a person as a mother is a person. And the mother's personhood is stronger than the fetus's personhood. If one of them has to die, it has to be the fetus, because Rashi says the fetus is not as much of a person as the mother is.
Rashi en el siglo XI dice que el feto es una persona, es vida, pero la madre, ¿verdad?, tiene más vidas, más grande. Entonces, si hay que comparar la vida del feto y de la madre, vemos que la madre tiene más presidencia y tiene más importancia. Y en una situación así, ella tiene que vivir y el bebé tiene que morir.
Excellent. The other opinion that's very important is of Maimonides, we saw him earlier, who said, no, the fetus is as much a person as the mother is.
Vemos que la segunda opinión pasó 100 años después, Maimonides, que vimos en el principio de la presentación. Él dice que no, la vida del bebé, del feto, está en el mismo amado.
But the fetus acquires the status of a pursuer of his mother, meaning the fetus is, in a strange way, trying to kill his mother.
Vemos que Maimonides también dice que en una situación así, vemos que el feto está, ¿cómo se dice?, persiguiendo, está tratando de agarrar, de estar con la madre.
So, for example, if you see a person running down the street screaming, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to kill me, and running behind that person is a man with a big knife saying, I'm trying to kill you, then you have to kill the person with the knife because he is trying to kill another person. Obviously, it's better if you can disable him rather than kill him, but the rule is that if someone is pursuing another person to kill them, you save the person, if necessary, by killing the pursuer.
Entonces, un ejemplo para que podamos entender más es, por ejemplo, si vemos a alguien en la calle que está gritando, alguien me quiere matar, y vemos que detrás de esa persona hay alguien con un cuchillo sumamente grande y lo quiere matar, vemos que en una situación así, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? Bueno, tenemos que matar o parar a la persona que tiene el cuchillo porque esa persona está persiguiendo a la persona que está gritando. Ahora, sí, en una situación así, es mejor tratar de a lo mejor parar la persona que tiene el cuchillo y sacarle el arma. Pero muchas veces, en muchas situaciones, eso no va a ser posible. Entonces, lo mismo con esta situación.
In this strange situation, the fetus has the status of the pursuer. And both Rashi and Maimonides agree that the abortion has to be performed for a therapeutic reason, but they disagree as to why it is performed.
Entonces vemos que en una situación así, el feto, el bebé, está persiguiendo a la madre, por así decirlo. Entonces, esto es algo bien importante. Rashi y Maimonides están de acuerdo en tener un aborto terapéutico, pero ellos no están de acuerdo por la razón que uno debe tener un aborto terapéutico.
Excellent. So now let's see why that is important. In 1976, a woman in Jerusalem went to this rabbi, Rabbi Eliezer Waldenberg, very important rabbi, and she said to him, Rabbi, I need to have an abortion. I am 6 months pregnant.
Vemos que en el año 1976 en Jerusalén, una mujer se le acercó al rabino y le dijo, rabino, tengo que tener una aborción y estoy ya embarazada por 6 meses.
And the reason she was requiring an abortion was because her fetus unfortunately was diagnosed with Tay-Sachs disease, a very terrible disease that affects many Ashkenazi Jews, a genetic disease. The children live very short and painful lives.
Vemos que la mujer, ella aprendió de que el feto de ella, el bebé de ella, tenía una enfermedad genética llamada Tay-Sachs. Y es una enfermedad bien fea, pero bien común entre los judíos que vienen de Europa. Y vemos que las personas que tienen esta enfermedad Tay-Sachs viven vidas bien cortas y vidas bien feas y tristes.
So she said to Rabbi Waldenberg, I will have tremendous psychological distress if I have to deliver this baby who will die at a very young age. I can't take it. I can't possibly take it, Rabbi.
Ella le dijo al rabino, mira rabino, no puedo tener este bebé, porque si tengo este bebé voy a tener demasiado estrés psicológico.
And Rabbi Waldenberg, he said, well, Rashi says the baby does not have the same status as you do, and so therefore I think I permit you to have a therapeutic abortion.
El rabino le dijo a ella, a esta mujer, mira, Rashi en el siglo XI dice que el feto no está en el mismo nivel que la madre. Entonces, tú puedes tener la aborción.
However, another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, same generation, he heard about this and he disagreed violently.
Vemos que este otro rabino, el rabino Feinstein, escuchó de la situación, pero él no estaba en el,
Disagreed.
He disagreed. Él no estaba de acuerdo con lo que dijo el primer rabino.
Rabbi Waldenberg said that we agree with Rashi and that the fetus is not as important as the mother. But Rabbi Feinstein says we should agree with Maimonides, who says the fetus is as important as the mother.
El rabino Feinstein dijo que sí, es cierto lo que dijo Rashi en el siglo XI, pero él estaba de acuerdo con lo que dijo el rabino Maimonides, de que el bebé y la madre están en el mismo nivel.
And Rabbi Feinstein said the only reason to permit an abortion is if the fetus is actively trying to kill the mother, and that the only way the mother can survive is if the fetus aborted. In this case, the mother is physically healthy and she will not die from psychological distress. Therefore, he says, the abortion should not be permitted.
El rabino Feinstein dijo, mira, la razón por qué él está, la única razón en que uno debe realmente tener un aborto es que si durante el procedimiento de dar a luz, el bebé está tratando de matar a la madre. Y si vemos que no hay otra manera para que la madre, para que la madre puede tener vida, entonces esa es la única circunstancia en que uno puede matar al bebé para que la madre pueda sobrevivir. Y vemos que en esta situación la madre estaba saludable. Y vemos que vemos que alguien no va a morir del estrés psicológico. Entonces, él no estaba de acuerdo con esto para nada.
So a much stricter opinion. But nevertheless, Rashi's opinion is as valid as Maimonides, and in fact, the woman did abort the child.
Pero vemos de que el comentario del rabino Rashi y de Maimonides, vemos que los dos están al mismo nivel. Pero en esta situación, la mujer sí tuvo la aborción.
So what we see from this example is how Jewish law works from the written Torah through the oral Torah, and then through the medieval codes and modern responsa literature.
Vemos aquí, vemos todo como una situación así, empieza desde el principio, desde la Biblia escrita, al Torah oral, a los códigos, a la literatura con las respuestas. Vemos todo esto tiene una afección y esto solamente es una situación bien pequeña.
And this was a life or death issue, but there are literally thousands of issues that come up every year that are decided in this manner.
Vemos que hay miles de situaciones que aparecen y la manera para realmente resolver estas situaciones es usando literatura así, el Talmud, la Biblia, el Torah oral, los códigos y así por el estilo.
And all of this happens without a single coordinating body or a single authority who says that the law is specifically this way and Jews must fall into line with it. It's essentially a massive voluntary consensus-based system that literally determines the life and behavior of millions of people.
Vemos que este es el sistema en que los judíos usan para realmente resolver todas las situaciones. Cualquier tipo de situación que se encuentra, se va por el proceso. Se ve toda esta literatura espiritual para realmente llegar a una conclusión a que uno debe hacer.
And I think I would remark only in conclusion something that I mentioned in passing earlier, that the study of Jewish law is in itself considered a very important religious act. And the extensive involvement of it, particularly by men, as you see in this photograph, but also by women, is considered one of the greatest expressions of Jewish identity.
Y puede concluir esta presentación y poner mucho énfasis y decir que el acto de estudiar las leyes judías religiosas es sumamente importante, y vemos que los hombres y las mujeres judías hacen esto, porque es una manera bien importante para tener una mejor conexión con Dios.
And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and thank you in particular, Mr. Sanchez, for translating. There is a question and answer button, and I think we have some time we can spend on discussing questions and answers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, realmente se aprecia y ahora es el momento de enviar sus preguntas y para que yo pueda contestar sus preguntas.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at Torah LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half, the Jewish History in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Turo LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this because I think it's just transformational and it is just so much fun. So let me start with the basics here. What is AllDaf? So if you're not one of the tens of thousands of people who have already subscribed and downloaded AllDaf, I mean, why not? Because it's free and it is amazing and will expose you to a wealth of wisdom and fascinating information that is related specifically to the Talmud. AllDaf is an app that features a tremendous number of speakers who will not only provide the translation of the daf and a shiur, a class to go with it, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the daf, later commentators on the daf, and my small part, Jewish history in Daf Yomi. The whole idea is the brainchild of this man, Rabbi Moshe Shwed, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single daf in Gemara? 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the Talmud. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over the top amazing. I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done. But the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great, thank God. So why would I think that this is maybe not such a great idea? Well, first of all, we should recall the Talmud is not a history book. It is a thing unto itself, totally unique, I think, in world literature. But it is, thousands of minds grappling with some of the most essential questions of human existence. And it's primarily devoted to understanding how Jews can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the Talmud here in this video, but we should understand that it's not intending to teach history unless history is, subordinate to the larger goal of getting closer to God. And so there's lots of amazing historical information in the text, but it is not presented in a sequential fashion because it's not important. The Talmud itself is far broader in scope and in many ways far deeper in focus than a recounting of chronological events, things like that. But at the same time, the Talmud was written over the course of several centuries in a particular place, in a particular political environment, social environment, economic environment. And a lot of that material is definitely relevant to the actual text that you're studying. And in many ways, as I hope to show you in this brief video, it's really impossible to understand the Gemara properly without having at least some grounding in the historical background. And the final reason why I was so hesitant to move forward this at first was I was thinking, am I the guy to do this? I mean, sure, I really am interested in Talmud, and I've been studying Talmud for many years, and I am a historian, but this is like in a period that I've not explored very deeply myself. I only know some of the languages required to really know it properly, but Rabbi Shwed has a very winning way, and I ended up going along with it, especially because my Rav, Rabbi Yaakov Trump, decided to go along with it too. So, okay, I'm all in. And now I am so excited that I have done this. Now, one thing that definitely does make me qualified to do this is that I was always fascinated with the tangents in Talmud. I remember once when I was in yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe. This is an adult yeshiva. I went to Or Sameach by my Rebbe because I was asking too many kind of like tangential questions. And at one point he said to me, you might as well ask what color socks Rashi was wearing. And that shut me up. But I realized, I was thinking to myself, what color socks did Rashi wear? What color socks did they have in, 10th, 11th century France? And, it got me thinking of all kinds of things. So in many ways, I think that this particular project was so uniquely devoted to my special skills or lack thereof. Let's talk about the minutiae of history, the small things in history that are sometimes essential to the study of Gemara, that they are always relevant to the study of Gemara, and sometimes they're just so entertaining. Let's look at the essential minutiae first. So, for example, just this morning I was reading a daf in Pesachim that had a discussion of where do you put the mezuzahs on the gates to a city, and a long discussion of that. And if you don't have a sense of what the gates of a city might have looked like or how big they were, you won't really understand the specific context of that very unusual Gemara in the first parak. So here's an example of a ruins of a palace, the Tat Kasra, which was a palace at the city of Ctesiphon, which was right across the river from Mechoza. If you lived in Mechoza, which is an important town in the Babylonian era when the Talmud was written, and many Jews lived there, you would have been able to, just walk to the edge of your city, look across the river, and see this amazing palace. And look at those phenomenal gates. Here's a reconstruction of what they must have looked like when they were fully constructed with the building. And that all of a sudden, when you know the Gemara I'm talking about, it makes much more sense that you could have a problem if you were to be trying to check your mezuzah on these gates in a particular time and place. Another example, and we can give literally hundreds, but another example of how often understanding the historical reality is so essential to understanding the Gemara, we should recall that one of the most important figures in the Talmud is none other than Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, also known as Reish Lakish, who went through a very formative period in his youth where he was forced to be a gladiator, that he actually had to fight for his life in the Roman gladiatorial games. As you can see in this ancient piece of art, gladiators fighting against wild animals for the entertainment of the many spectators who have come. Here's another example of an ancient mosaic that shows Roman gladiators on the left, especially in the bottom. You can see one is a net fighter, heavily armed, and then the other on the right, most likely originally a slave who was thrown in, is attempting to fight him with a spear. The top frame shows after the battle when Calendio, the slave, hands forward his dagger in surrender, but you can see there's a little zero with a line scratched out through it, which indicates that after he surrendered, he was, of course, put to the death. Now, it's hard to imagine these kind of dramatic experiences not having a tremendous impact on the mind of Reish Lakish, and there are many Gemaras you could point to where his experience was signal in deciding how he would rule on a particular situation. So there are many, many examples where you can't understand the Gemara without at least having some rudimentary elements of the history. Far more common are passages in the Talmud which are best understood when you have the relevant context. So, for example, when you see Gemaras relating to Bar Kokhba and the great support that Rabbi Akiva gave to Bar Kokhba, a rebel of the 2nd century, when you see an example of the coins that he created, this was actually a silver tetradrachm, a Roman coin that Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the Beis HaMikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense with the Paleo-Hebrew script on these coins that Bar Kokhba was truly attempting to reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand Akiva's backing of this rebel, even though other rabbis did not. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian shown in this coin. On the left is Vespasian. On the right, you see the slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at the time, dozens of different impressions of coins. Judea capta. The Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put in context the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar Do? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he had to flee, but the study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Odenathus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nehardeh just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the yeshiva to decamp and reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur the First, who is a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews, incidentally. And here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur the First, for Malka, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant content. Or here's another one. In Psachim, lots of discussion of Heseba, of leaning to the left while eating. Oh, when you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper classes, free men in particular, was to go into a room called an andron, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is a men's room, because in Greek circles, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this was necessarily the case in Jewish homes at the time, but at any rate, you would go into an andron and you would have a situation like this. This is called a triclinium, or literally a three-leaning. It's an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal, and you can see the little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder plate is supposed to remind us of the table being removed and put back, and they would be waited upon while leaning to their left in this unusual setup. So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in Jewish history in Daf Yomi. Finally, there's lots of tremendously entertaining minutiae that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well without knowing this stuff, but it's just so cool. You just want to see it. So for example, discussions of the crypts and how Jews would go through burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews would place on their crypts in ancient times. Or, for example, since right now we're holding with Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting Gemaras about that, and that led me to the book of Maccabees, which describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabee, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he thought erroneously even Antiochus, the king himself. He courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and crushed him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists in the Middle Ages. Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussion that's beyond our scope here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts of this in the 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So there, these depictions of this really important scene in the book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. On the left, you can see one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and you said it had a long nose, right? So, okay, here's a really long nose on a tiger. And here on the right, he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose. And this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss drew it. But this is fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history in Daf Yomi is amazing. There's even scatological information in the Talmud because, Torah, this is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying, well, what did an ancient toilet actually look like? Here's an ancient toilet, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history in Daf Yomi. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, and we have about 2,000 to go. Please visit AllDaf, download it, and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.alldaf.org. Enjoy the amazing shiur by fantastic Magidei Shir. And I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history in Daf Yomi in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource. And I hope you all have a freilich and Chanukah. Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian at Touro College, and I'm really excited about an upcoming trip along the Rhone River Valley, where we will be exploring the Jewish history of the region, which goes back millennia. And it's going to be absolutely fascinating. I'm really looking forward to it. This is a cruise, once again, with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, with my excellent colleagues, David Lawrence, formerly of Sayeret Matkal, and the historian David Krause, who is based in Prague and does all of our local research, and of course, all kinds of amazing things associated with this wonderful trip. If you haven't been on one of these trips before, please have a look at the website because it is a lot of fun. And for those of you who just enjoy Jewish history and like watching the videos, I'm hoping that this will be of benefit to you as well. If this is your first time watching my videos, here's a picture of me from before I grew my beard. My academic background is in Jewish history. I received a PhD from the University of Toronto back in '95, and I had the good privilege of spending time at some of the great universities of the world with postdocs and visiting appointments at Cornell, Oxford, Harvard, and now I am very proud to be serving as the Dean of the Mighty Avenue J campus of Touro College here in the holy city of Brooklyn, New York. Okay, that's enough for the introduction. Let's get straight to the material. Today I'd like to talk very briefly about the first Jew in France. Now, it's a little bit of clickbait there because it's not exactly the first Jew and it's not exactly France either. The reality is we don't know who the first Jew in France was. Probably not the person that I'm going to talk about today, but this is the first recorded Jew in France. This is the first Jew that shows up in the historical record as appearing in France. And he's actually quite a famous individual. Not necessarily someone you'd want to take home to mother, but nevertheless a fascinating political leader. And of course, the first Jew in France probably would have been a Chabad Shaliach anyway. You'll get used to it. But nevertheless, this is our first recorded Jewish individual that we have in the region. Also, it's not actually France. This is well before the term France would actually come into any kind of commerce. We're talking about a period when Rome dominated the area, and it was known probably best as Roman Gaul. Okay, let's get straight to the material. So, the written documentation that we have on the Jews of France, and the Jewish communities of France, and of the Rhone River Valley, really extend from the 4th century on. That's when we start to really see much about them. The church is already much more established. The church has sometimes difficult relations with the Jews, and so we have a lot more of the written record as a result of this. But it is quite likely that there were some kinds of Jewish communities in France around the turn of the year zero, the turn of the first millennium, as it were. We know that there were Jews in neighboring Spain in the 1st century. We have some, gravestones and things like that date back really quite far to the west of France. And if there are Jews further west in the Mediterranean, it stands to reason that there would be Jews closer to the homeland in Israel and also closer to Rome, which had a major Jewish community even before the demographic upheavals of the First Roman Jewish War. We definitely know there's a massive outpouring of Jews unwillingly and also by willing migration as a result of the First Roman Jewish War, when the destruction of the temple in the year 70. The Jewish population of Rome is significantly increased by Jewish slaves who are exported there. And we likely have Jewish communities dotting the Mediterranean basin, engaging in various types of trade as they escape the political turmoil in Israel at the time. The character that we're going to look at today, however, predates that destruction of the temple in the year 70 and actually made his way to France in the very first decade of the first millennium. We're talking about Archelaus, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great. He was actually sort of a quasi-king of Israel under the Romans. He actually did hold the title of ethnarch, and And we know a fair bit about him from two main sources, the most important of which is the great historian Josephus. I say great, but in reality, very problematic character as well. Josephus was a Galilean Jew who originally fought on the side of the Jews in the revolt against Rome, but ultimately decided to switch sides. He ended up becoming the court historian under Vespasian and Titus, and he recorded a very significant historical works describing that first Roman-Jewish war, the title of one of his most important works, and later a massive book called Jewish Antiquities. And both of these sources tell us something about Herod Archelaus. We also have some interesting information about Archelaus from the Christian scriptures. He's described in the book of Matthew, and not in a complimentary light as well. We also have some archaeological evidence, such as coins that were produced at this time and so on. But let's go straight to his biography, and then we'll understand how he ended up in France at the time. So he was born in the year 23 before the Common Era. He was the son of Herod the Great, who had married, among his many wives, Malthace the Samaritan. He ended up coming to power when his father Herod died in the year 4 before the Common Era. And his father's fourth and final will actually named him king of Judea and Samaria. A really impressive thing that he was really quite pleased to get. However, this kingship, because the region of Israel was under Roman domination, it required ratification by the Roman emperor. So Archelaus, immediately after his father's death, prepared to depart for Rome, where he would receive official sanction of his rule. But it happened that the immediate period after the death of Herod the Great was one of great tumult. Herod had brutally put down a major uprising, or I should say a significant uprising, when Herod had placed a Roman eagle at the gates to the temple. It was considered a very offensive thing to put a state emblem and also a graven image of a living creature right on the site of the temple in Jerusalem. And so this Roman eagle was forcibly torn down by two scholars. Herod was quite upset by this, and he put those two scholars to death, along with about 40 of their students. That's where the passage in Matthew is connected. Joseph is afraid of heading up to Jerusalem because of the connection with Herod's activity at that time, and that's why he ends up going to Nazareth. And of course, the whole story goes on from there. At any rate, Herod then dies, and his son Archelaus, our protagonist, is appointed to the throne. And initially, Archelaus tries to appease the population, saying he's going to address this horrible wrong of his father. He says he will replace the current Kohen Gadol, the high priest. He will remove some of the offensive Greek officials who were involved in temple activities, and he'll even lower taxes. It happened also, we should realize there's a huge concentration of people in Jerusalem at this time, because all of this happened just before Passover. And he says, don't worry, I'm going to take care of all of these things. Just let me go to Rome and meet with Caesar, and then I'll make everything right. The population, however, is unconvinced by his promises. There's also some questions about how he was actually observing the Shiva and Shloshim and so on, the mourning rituals for his father. They felt that he wasn't doing this appropriately, a lack of piety. And so Archelaus, in an attempt to try and control the population, actually cancels Passover, right? Sounds like a kind of Grinch-like activity, but that's in fact what he did. And then he heads off to Rome. However, he is preceded in Rome by a delegation of his rival family members, a delegation of Jews who had left from Israel to lobby against him as king. And the emperor hears all of these complaints about Archelaus, says, you know what, maybe this is not such a good idea. He says, I'm going to abolish the Jewish monarchy, no more king of Judea. And instead, he says, I'm going to appoint Archelaus as an ethnarch. like a ruler of a people, which is a lower level authority. And he's going to name two of Archelaus's brothers as co-rulers, and the three of them are called tetrarchs. Here's a map where you can see how the region was divided. Archelaus received the most important central areas of Judea and Samaria, but he did not get the title of king. So Archelaus returns to Israel at this point, and he is in many ways a worthy inheritor of his father's reputation, on both positive and the negative. On the positive level, he is he's big into public buildings, like Herod, who built so many palaces and so many major structures, renovated the temple, and Masada, of course, the palace there is one of Herod's, and so on. His son also engages in significant activities, built a palace near Jericho, near Jericho, and so on. But at the same time, he's also very cruel and brutal and is dismissive of Jewish tradition. He puts down brutally a lot of opposition, and he also marries his brother's widow, and this was in contradiction to Jewish law because she did have children, so therefore was not a levirate marriage, and was actually a forbidden marriage. But he hoped to simply ignore all of these complaints. Behind the scenes, a lot of people are very unhappy with his conduct as ethnarch, and so there are more complaints that go back to the emperor. The emperor hears all of these complaints in Rome, and he says, you know what, this was also a mistake. He demotes Archelaus, he confiscates his property, and he banishes him to France. Right? That's how we get the first Jew in France. Not necessarily the nicest character, but nevertheless, that is our first named Jew in France. He ends up, he sends him to Vienne of Gaul, which is on the Rhone River, just a little bit south of Lyon. You can see the map here. And at the time, it was actually a very important Roman colony. We have some amazing archaeological evidence from the Roman civilization there, such as this phenomenal amphitheater right overlooking the river itself, and this amazing temple, which was saved from destruction because it was pretty swiftly transformed into a church and thus preserved. We don't know much about the Jewish community there. We don't know if there was any community there. I mean, after all, Archelaus was sent there as a punishment. And I don't think Caesar would have cared if there was a kosher Chinese restaurant in town or not. We do know that it was an important Roman administrative center, and on the Rhone River, it would have had extremely significant commercial implications. And as a result, some Jews certainly would have been attracted to it. And certainly, as the next few centuries go on, we do begin to get a trickle of evidence of Jews settling in Vienne and all up and down the Rhone River. And that's something that we're going to be discussing much more in the course of this video series, and of course, on the trip itself. So I hope you found this brief lecture interesting, and look forward to speaking with you in the future. Hello, I hope you enjoyed the last video, which talked about the first Jew in France. As I mentioned there, it's not really the first Jew, it is the first recorded Jew, a political exile as a result of palace intrigue in Rome and Judea. And it's not France either, because that term France was not in currency, and we're speaking about the Roman-dominated area of France in the south. But nevertheless, even though we can't speak with a lot of authority about the first Jew of France, we do have a lot more historical information on the first Jewish community of France. Specifically, we know a little bit about the community at Arles, which is a city at the south of the Rhone River, where the Rhone empties into the Mediterranean. There's a delta there. Arles was one of the important cities in the region. And it was an extremely important Roman settlement. You can see this gorgeous aerial view of the amphitheater there. A tremendous amount of activity in Arles, and of course Jews were associated with it. It's a natural place for the Jews to settle because, after all, it is on the Mediterranean coast, which has the wide open sea, a tremendous amount of seafaring commercial possibilities, And the river Rhone snakes into the interior of the country, as you can see here in this map, which shows the Latin names of the various communities and allows for trade right into the interior and then back out again into the Mediterranean. So given the Jewish cultural leanings towards commerce, and especially international commerce, this is a likely settlement for Jews. Here's a simplified map associated with the cruise that I'm going on in November. And you can see the places that we're going to visit. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to see Aro in person. At any rate, the legend of the first settlement of Jews in Aro goes back to the destruction of the temple in the year 70. According to the legend, the emperor Vespasian, once he conquered Judea, here's an image of a Judea capta coin. This is something that the Romans actually minted quite a few of these coins to commemorate, celebrate their victory over Judea. You can see on the left is Vespasian himself, and on the right is an image of a Roman soldier looking down over a seated and obviously forlorn Jewish woman with her back to a palm tree, which was like one of the predominant iconic images of Israel and the Roman Empire. And the message is very clear. You know, after years of these very frustrating, tenacious resistance from the Jewish rebels, the Romans were especially pleased to finally put this rebellion behind them and to conquer the region. So the legend goes that Vespasian took a large number of the captives from the First Roman Jewish War, loaded them up onto 3 boats, removed the captains, removed the rudders, and then towed the boats out to sea to leave them drift in the Mediterranean. But fortunately for the Jews, because of divine assistance, they were guided to 3 ports in the south of France, one in Bordeaux, one in Lyon, and one at our location, Arles. Now, on a literal level, this is highly unlikely, and it really should be considered more legendary than historical, primarily because of the extreme economic value that these Jewish captives represented. On the one hand, Rome was certainly not hesitant to bring tens of thousands of captives from Judea straight to Italy, where they were impressed into all kinds of public works projects, including building the Great Colosseum. And secondly, this is a phenomenon that would increase over the Middle Ages. Jewish communities were known for their largesse when it came to redeeming Jewish captives. If the Jewish community heard that there were Jewish slaves that were passing by or just docked in port, then they would send out representatives and they would collect huge sums of money, charitable donations, to be able to perform the mitzvah of pidyon shvuyim, of redeeming captives. And so Jews were unfortunately targeted by pirates because they knew that they would, they could be ransomed for a large amount of money. So it's highly unlikely that on a literal level, Vespasian actually did this. However, on a metaphoric level, there's a tremendous amount of truth to this legend because, after all, the Jews were like literally rudderless, captainless, wandering through the Mediterranean, not knowing where they would rebuild their lives, and they finally found a home in Arles and in southern France in general. So there's a lot to say about it. Now, we don't know much about what happened inside the Jewish community from Jewish records themselves. We don't, until really about 600 years later, we don't have any kind of documentation whatsoever. However, from the year 425 on, we begin to see church documentation relating to the Jews. And although church documentation can be tendentious, and they obviously have a specific aim in mind when they're talking about the Jews, and it colors the treatment of the history, nevertheless, we do get a sense of the presence of the Jews there, and sometimes we can read between the lines to learn a little bit more about what they're actually doing. So, for example, in the year 425, the Roman Emperor Valentinian III, shown here in this coin, issues a decree that is sent out to the Bishop Patroclus of Arles, authorizing him to restrict the Jewish rights in that region in several key areas. Most likely, he was responding to a request from Patroclus, the local bishop, but nevertheless, it's interesting to look at the specifics of what was denied to the Jews or what was to be denied to the Jews. 3 basic things. First, the Jews were not allowed to own Christian slaves. This is kind of like something you see frequently in a lot of the church documentation. It's not clear what the extent to which Jews did own Christian slaves. Slavery, of course, was perfectly legal at this time and was not even considered immoral. But it could be that this is simply a theological statement saying it is offensive to the church that Christians should be held as slaves by Jews. There's a religious conflict there, and they may just making a rhetorical point. On the other hand, owning slaves was considered a very high mark of status. It required a tremendous amount of wealth to own, especially domestic slaves. And for Jews who have to abide by the rules set down in the Talmud for how a trade must be and particularly for Jews who had to live by the rules set down in the Talmud for how slaves are to be treated, it would have been a very expensive endeavor. So we don't know the extent of Jewish slave ownership, but that would have indicated that there were Jews who were at a fairly high socioeconomic level. Second restriction was Jews could not act as soldiers. That's fascinating because it's not typically a Jewish profession, at least not outside of the land of Israel, but we see that Jews were actually involved in the defense of the city. We don't have to rely only on the documentation of Valentinian. In a moment, I'll tell you about an incident in which Jews were involved in battle. And thirdly, Jews were not to be involved in the local legal system. They are not to be appointed as magistrates. In other words, no Jewish lawyers, which must have sent hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish mothers into chaos because, oh my gosh, what's my son going to do? He's not going to become a Jewish lawyer. Well, I guess he'll become a doctor. And that's actually very ironic because there is a ridiculous overabundance of Jewish doctors in Provence over the next few hundred years. I don't want to attribute that to Valentinian's decree. There are a lot of other reasons why Jews would go into the medical profession. At any rate, one of Patroclus' successors is Saint Hilary the Great. Here's an image. Wrong image. Here is an image of Hilary of Arles, who is actually beatified and Saint Hilary. And he's known as being much nicer to the Jews than Patroclus, which is probably an indication that the restrictions he hoped to impose on the Jews were not, in fact, implemented. According to church records, when Hilary died in the year 449, the Jews were really very deeply engaged in mourning for his passing. The church records indicate that they followed his funeral procession, weeping profusely, and even reading psalms or singing even psalms as they went, which made a big impression on the observers at the time. One other small side point, I find it fascinating that Hilary is the way we refer to this ecclesiastical figure in English, but his Latin name was Hilarious, literally hilarious. I just think that's interesting. But I guess that's what happened when you read books all day long, right? Anyways, the Arles goes through some political upheaval. In the year 476, the Visigoths emerge from Spain and conquer the southern region of France, including just past the city of Arles, which is wrapped into the Visigothic Empire for a brief period of time. This was actually good for the Jews because at this time the Visigoths, although Christians, they were not Catholics. They were actually Arians. That's Arian spelled with an I, not with a Y. And one of the distinguishing features of Arian Christianity was a different view of the divine status of the founder of the Christian faith. And this, for whatever reason, was conjoined with a much more tolerant attitude towards the presence of Jews in their society. So initially, Jews actually did fairly well within the Visigothic Empire until the conversion of Recared in the year 589. We're going to return to that in a second. But while Arles is under the Visigoths, Jews were apparently such patriotic and enthusiastic defenders of the realm that they fought on behalf of the city against the invaders, the Franks and the Burgundians in the year 508. Unfortunately for the Visigoths, Arles fell to the invaders, and then there was a dispute that ensued between, once again, the local bishop, whose name was Caesarius at this time, and the Jewish community. the Jews asserted that Caesarius had actually betrayed the city to the Franks for whatever reason. And the bishop argued precisely the opposite, that it was the Jews, and specifically a Jewish soldier. Once again, here we have another reference to Jews being actually involved in military defense of the city. Caesarius accused a Jewish soldier of sending a letter over the city walls to the invaders and indicating where the defenses were weakest, allowing them to access the city. Fascinating dispute for what it says about Jews engaged in the fight against external invaders. But in the end, you can't fight City Hall. The bishop won. The Jews lost that debate, and unfortunately, that one Jewish soldier was actually put to death. Another bishop shortly thereafter, named Virgilius, towards the end of the 500s, he is involved in another interesting controversy which sheds light on the nature of the Jewish population. We know of his activity because of a letter that Pope Gregory the Great sent to him at the turn of the 7th century. Here's a picture of Gregory the Great, like Recared, and you see that he's looking up to the sky, and I guess that's a thing for these kind of ecclesiastical portraits. At any rate, in Jewish history, Gregory the Great actually is the Great, because in many ways he reinforces the traditional church law that comes from St. Augustine to basically leave the Jews alone. There's a lot more to say about how church law evolved, but one of the things that we see frequently throughout the Middle Ages is that local church clergy tend to be much more anti-Semitic, whereas upper clergy want to try and maintain tolerance. So the specific incident that occurred with Bishop Virgilius in Arles is reflected in a fascinating document in which Gregory the Great, the Pope, sends a letter to Virgilius saying, "Oh, it's been a long time since I wrote to you, and how are things going? And by the way, I've been receiving complaints that you are forcibly converting Jews. And I have to tell you," and he uses the Latin phrase here, "lo zu haderech." This is not the way that we operate. Use your words. Talk to them, preach to them, and so on. And in fact, this has a negative side because later on, the Jews of Provence and elsewhere in Europe will be exposed to forced conversions where they will have to show up and listen to Christian proselyte or Christian ministers, sometimes converted Jews, preaching to them, trying to get them to become Christians. But at any rate, he says to them, you should not be converting them by force. This is something that happens throughout the region, especially after the Catholic conversion of Recared that we discussed very briefly earlier. Nevertheless, despite Gregory the Great's as they say again in Latin, Gornischthelfen, the Jews were still exposed to a considerable amount of tension with the local clergy that would ebb and flow over the next few centuries. And in general, as we wrap this lecture up, there's two competing phenomena that are affecting the development of the Jewish community in Arles at this time. On the one hand, you have the repeated and fairly insistent and increasing anti-Semitic legislation that comes principally from the church. And on the other hand, you have the growth of the Jewish community, both economically, because over the next few centuries, we will see the Jews represented in Arles in commerce. They're famous for soap manufacturing, for example. In real estate, they're landowning. They even have communal property. There's a cemetery that is sold to the Jews at this time, and also in scholarship. Arles attracts a significant number of very important scholars who have a long-lasting impact on Jewish history, especially in the realm of translation, where they are well known for taking Arabic works and translating them into Latin for the Christian world. Very important in terms of the cultural diffusion of ideas around the Mediterranean basin. I'd like to devote a separate lecture to the growth of the scholarship of young Jews in Provence, but for the time being, just bear in mind that there are those two factors going on. In the end, it is the negative factors that win out. In the year 1494, the Jews are finally expelled from Arles, and they are not to return formally really until the French Revolution in the late 18th century, some 300 years distant. Jewish travelers who want to take advantage of this very important mercantile route, it is, recall, at the mouth of the Rhone River and is the central point communicating the interior of the country to the Mediterranean. If you travel through there on business or whatever other purpose, they have to pay a special tax for being Jewish. And they are only allowed to remain in the city for 8 days, and then they have to be gone. So it was definitely a negative experience for those last few hundred years, and we'll discuss the revival of the community in a later lecture. Anyway, that's it for a very quick talk on one aspect of the earliest Jewish community in France. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. Hello. You know, every now and then I come across some bit of Jewish history that blows my mind. And this is one of those chapters. It is the chapter of the so-called Nasi of Narbonne. And it refers to the historical legacy of a Jewish kingdom in medieval France. Now, it's been argued about for decades by historians, especially after the 1972 publication of Arthur Zuckerman's amazing thesis, which was published by Columbia University Press. It's hard to believe this story, but let me go through it and I'll tell you all about it and you can make up your own mind. So first of all, where is Narbonne anyways? Let's have a quick look here at this map. Here's where Narbonne is, right on the coast, basically, of the Mediterranean in the south of France, in a region known as Provence. Here's a closer look at it. And in fact, you can see from this map that on the left is an arrow pointed to Narbonne. On the right, there's an arrow for the Rhone River. That's where the Kosher Riverboat cruises are going to be exploring Jewish history this November, God willing. So this is still within the same region. To Jewish history, it's known as the home of the Chachmei Provincia, the sages of Provence, because there was a tremendous flourishing of Jewish scholarly and creative activity in this region in the medieval period, which may have a lot to do with the actual story of the Nasi of Narbonne. So in order to understand the context of this story, we have to go back a little bit. You can see from this map that the Visigoths controlled a significant portion of the Iberian Peninsula and extended themselves northward into Gaulish France, and they controlled this territory for many centuries. That changed, however, in the 8th century, as we shall see, but before that, we should note that there were Jews living in the Visigothic Empire right from the very beginnings. We actually have Jews in the Iberian Peninsula from the 1st century. There's some fascinating epigraphic evidence of Jews living there, gravestones and things like that. We basically did fairly well in Visigothic Spain. The Visigoths actually followed a much more tolerant form of Christianity called Arian Christianity. That's Arian with an I as opposed to with a Y. And it differed from the dominant forms of Christianity at the time, largely in their more human approach to the status of the founder of Christianity. This changed, however, significantly with the conversion of King Recared to Catholicism. Here's an amazing painting by Degrain that shows the conversion of Recared. Here you can zoom in. Look at his face there. Wow, he looks like really religiously motivated here. And unfortunately, with the conversion of Recared in the year 589, that meant that the Visigoths suddenly discovered anti-Semitism. And it was a way of kind of communicating their bona fides to the Catholic world at large by persecuting the Jews, unfortunately. And they instituted a 122-year reign of terror on the Jews with absolutely incredible, unusually intrusive persecutions that really you wouldn't see for hundreds of years, except in the Iberian Peninsula. Things like, Jews had to report in when they traveled, and there were all kinds of horrible punishments like amputations and scalpings and things like that. It was a horrible period of time for Jews. That ended in the year 711, which is, of course, celebrated by the local corner stores. No, just kidding. That was just my strange sense of humor. When the Muslims conquered the Iberian Peninsula from the south and actually penetrated with some degree of success into southern France, the region where we're speaking of. The coming in of the Muslims actually shifted the position of the Jews in a very positive way, because the Iberian Peninsula really involved a triangular culture. Christians, Jews, and Muslims had to coexist within this region, and Jews were able to exist in this kind of triangular relationship in many ways much more successfully than they could in the binary relationships they had with Christians alone as a tiny Jewish minority in a Christian-dominated Europe, or as a Muslim-dominated minority in North Africa and the Near East. But that's going to take us a little further afield from where we are. Narbonne was, at least briefly, enclosed within the new Spanish Empire. And that's what takes us to the story of Mahir, the first Nasi of Narbonne. Story goes. Now, as you know, Narbonne is, of course, within France, contemporary France. The term is anachronistic for the period we're talking about. And France is, of course, a Christian nation. That is extremely relevant for our situation because the Visigoths lost to the Muslims, and then the Muslims were able to take over some of that southern French territory. The French, the Franks, as it were, wanted to, and the Burgundians and other peoples wanted to reclaim that territory, and as a result, the Jewish influence was quite significant. Under Pepin le Bref, here's a picture of him. His name means Pepin the Short. He actually, according to the legend, made a deal with the Jews living in Narbonne that if they supported them against the Muslims, they would in return receive significant benefits, which is essentially pretty much the same kind of deal that the Muslims had with the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this worked to the Jews' advantages. So as the story goes, the Jews established a self-government, a self-rule within French territory, I'm using that term anachronistically, that ultimately was led by a Nasi. So let's see, what exactly is the Nasi? The term Nasi is classic in origin. You see it particularly in the Mishnah. There are some extremely important figures called a Nasi. It's usually translated as prince. For example, Judah the prince, Yehuda HaNasi, who is the editor of the 3rd century amazing book of Jewish law called the Mishnah, which in turn forms the core of the Talmud. The Nasi was kind of like a quasi-political, quasi-religious role that even after the Romans had destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and removed the Jewish self-government there, they nevertheless allowed the Nasi to have some authority over the Jews living within Israeli territory, or that would be Roman territory at that time. Outside of Israel, you also had descendants of the same family. They're all tracing their lineage back to King David, who were recognized as the rulers of the Jewish community. In Babylon in particular, where this map is depicting, the Jews were ruled by a figure called in Aramaic the Reish Galusa, which means the head of the exile. And in English, that's usually rendered as exilarch, right? The head of the exile. And this person was a descendant of King David and had authority, sometimes in tandem, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in conflict, with the great Talmudic academies of Pumbedita and Sura. From time to time, the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, and the exilarchs did not get along, and there were conflicts over, in particular, succession crises. Now, according to the story that we're dealing with, one Natronai ben Habibi was an exiled exilarch in the 8th century from the region. He made his way across the Mediterranean, and he found himself in Narbonne. There he took the name Mahir ben Yehuda Zakkai, but the Jews of Narbonne, as the story goes, recognized him as being a bona fide exilarch, and if he was an exilarch in Babylon, he should also be an exilarch here in Narbonne. And that's the legend of how he came to be. Now, once just being called an exilarch by the Jewish population doesn't mean anything, but once Pepin the Short came in and said, listen, shore up our defenses against the Muslims who took over from the Visigoths, and Mahir ben Yehuda, with his presumably natural leadership qualities, was able to insert himself into that conflict between the French and the Spanish Muslims, then in fact that's how we have the exilarchate, or the Nasiut in Hebrew, in Narbonne. Now, this apparently lasted for some 400 years. Amazing. Why don't we know much more about it? The primary fact is because the vast majority of the sources that we have that refer to the Nasi are quite late in nature. Two most significant are Benjamin of Tudela, who was a noted traveler of the 12th century. You can see this map here that shows his remarkable journey around the Mediterranean basin. We're not sure whether he actually traveled to all of these places or perhaps he just reported from some of these places, but he was one of these amazing medieval travelers who left behind an account of his travels, including his stay in Narbonne, which was very close to his actual origins in Tudela. Also of the 12th century, Abraham ibn Dawood was a great historian who wrote the Seder HaKabbalah, which is not what it sounds. It's actually a historical book. And they both refer to the existence of an exarchate in Narbonne. That's fantastic. The only problem is, it's like 500 years after the fact. And there are a lot of gaps between a couple of scattered references in the early period until we have these accounts 500 years later. And so most historians have totally dismissed the story as legendary, but nevertheless, it has some fascinating repercussions. You have to read Professor Zuckerman's book to really get the full story. So that's it for a very quick overview of this amazing little tidbit of Jewish history. It's not at all impossible that, in fact, there was a Jewish kingdom in France, but we will have to do more research to really understand properly. I hope that some of you will be able to do some of this research with me live as we explore Jewish history along the Rhone Valley this November. But that's about it for today. I hope you enjoyed this short video. We're going to continue now with our discussion of the Jews of the Rhone. This is part 4, where I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the famous sages of Provence, the Chochmei Provincia, who play such a tremendous role in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chochmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broking, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chochmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they'd never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talner Rebbe from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about this yourself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Ben-Sasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 videos, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Here's a map that you can see exact where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join me. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Kraus, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. Like, what happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there are two main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the social-political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political, social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic, political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian. That is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews at this time. Secondly, Dr. Twersky points out a fascinating kind of example where two Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home, they lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. I mean, these are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? Arles. And I'm a Canadian, and French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce even for me. There, right, you can see this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had to their particular costumes. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval in origin, but you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushas, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. And here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Carpentras. This is, I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikveh that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence a court Jew, like a Shtadlan, someone who is an intercessor between the community and the powers that be. And that certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly, exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were, focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential. But until the arrival of a few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barchia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement, or related to the Almovarids as well, that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia came to this region. They said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community. Everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of kosher stores. But, don't you guys know anything about science or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Sadia Gaon, they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? And they said, well, you have to learn Arabic. They said, oh my gosh, learn Arabic? And they said, okay, look, we can get you some translators. And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence, and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the city of Lunel, Reb Meshulam, who just totally loved all of this stuff. He provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators, and he used to enjoy, for example, asking for oral translations first. Tell me and he actually, one of the translations of Chovos Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and he said, and Reb Meshulam said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible. So people like Yehuda ibn Timmon and Yosef Kimchi begin translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel ibn Timmon continues translating. David Kimchi, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikraot Gedolot edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews written in the Arabic language. Rabbeinu Bachia's Chovos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed. Oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Hakuzari, a fascinating, very different and literate approach to philosophy. Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions, and the great poetry of Ibn Kabirol. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much Ibn Kabirol, but Rabbeinu Bachya, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, Sadia Gaon. This is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you'll find copies of these books, many of them in the editions first translated in Provence by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides for 1 minute. Maimonides, of course, the great eagle, has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him on several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's just so much to say about the Rambam. But there were two specific books that were incredibly important to the Chachamei Provence. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah straight through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice, and it's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do in any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular purposes, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Ravad, Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud of Poskier, who was one of the many commentators on the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry I said that. But, you know, he's like so sharp with the Rambam and so critical that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that the Rivad's commentary is always printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam and you can also read the Ravad who disagrees with him. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence. And in fact, the Rambam Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence on some of the more difficult aspects of the guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course, in the 13th century, it would even be burned in Paris, motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam, and in fact, his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because of the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, of primarily acting as a culture broker, then the Chachmei Provence begin to move into a creative stage. This is how Dr. Twersky puts it. France passes hurriedly from the receptive to the creative stage. And when we say creative, what this means is not necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as, let's say, Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinion or Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and brokering it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. This was an extremely valuable endeavor. And I think if we step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like ArtScroll are doing today, and Feldheim, and the OU, all kinds of organizations are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo public, the Anglo-Jewish public, needs to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating and they are processing and they're producing videos and all kinds of things like that to make this wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what is the level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most famous is Levi ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides or the Ralbag, who takes a very unique view on so many ideas in Jewish thought. But that's basically a quick roundup of who were the Chachmei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in another video. For the time being, I hope you found this useful. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you found it interesting. Hello, I'm here with Kosher River Cruises in Provence, where we'll be exploring the Rhone River to look at elements of Jewish history in several locations all along the route. Today we're in Arles, France. It's very hard to pronounce, Arles. And it is a place where Jews have lived since the 1st century, and even Benjamin of Tudela, when he traveled through the region in the 12th century, found 200 Jews living in this town. It has some great examples of medieval architecture, particularly a lot of 18th century representations in the center of town, and perhaps the highlight of a visit to Arles is definitely the amazing Roman amphitheater, which has been beautifully preserved. It is a UNESCO site and gives you a sense of what it must have been like to be, for example, Reish Lakish, who was a former gladiator himself.
Maybe for lucky we'll get a gladiator showing or two. I think there's a matinee today.
Where's Russell Crowe? We need
Having a chance to visit the amphitheater is wonderful. Nowadays it's used for bullfighting. The region of Provence is quite proximate to Spain, and so that particular practice continues in this location. There is, however, in the center of town, a church with a rather impressive facade that features on the left-hand side a number of the righteous going to heaven, and on the right, a series of people who are clearly bound and following each other, perhaps falling blind because they have hands on each other's shoulders, and they're being led off to hell, and they're being driven there by a figure clearly wearing the Judenhut, which is a distinctive Jewish hat that Jews were forced to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1214. It's kind of an interesting but negative thing. When you actually get to the street, which was the old Jewish Carriera, that is the former Jewish ghetto before the Jews were finally exiled from Arles, it's known as Rue du Docteur Franton right now, and there's no trace of any of the buildings that once stood here before they were expelled in the 15th century. But if you're in Arles, you really do have to take a picture. About 30 miles away, you'll get to a fantastic piece of Roman architecture. It is a phenomenal aqueduct. And what I think is most fascinating about this is that it was basically a 30-mile stretch, about 50-kilometer stretch from the spring to the city of Nimes, and there's only 55 feet, something like 30 meters difference in the height of those two locations. And since the water had to travel by gravity, they had to calculate the slope with tremendous precision. It's a remarkable achievement of first-century architecture, and also places in context what it must have been like for Jewish history to be up against the entire Roman Empire. Recall that this bridge, which is also a UNESCO site, was built roughly at the same time of the First Roman-Jewish War. And the idea that the Jews could hold off such a phenomenal civilization for 8 years in their quest for independence is really a remarkable statement to think of.
Has the boat moved yet? Howie was actually the piano player at the christening of the bridge when we first opened it in the 2nd century.
And I remember Malcolm did the buffet.
We did all the Broadway.
And I also stood in line at the omelet bar at that time.
So this morning I had the privilege of waking up just before dawn and going out of the deck of the ship to watch our approach to Avignon, where we are going to be journeying over land to Carpentras, which is one of the oldest Jewish communities in Provence. It is within the Comtat Venaissin, also known as the Papal States. This is a region of Provence that was actually owned by the Pope during the 14th century. And this had tremendous benefits for the Jews because as they were being expelled from many other locations in France, they were able to seek refuge in this region. We'll talk more about that when we get to Avignon. We had our prayers on the boat, which is always great, and Rabbi Stuart Weiss provided a little short Devar Torah to give us a start to our day.
Quick halacha for the day. We talked yesterday about Tfilat HaDerech. Today, say a word about Birkat HaGomel.
Carpentras is famous in particular for this remarkable 14th century synagogue built in 1367, perhaps on the foundations of an earlier synagogue, and it is absolutely stunning. I'm going to break this video up into a few little pieces because there's so much amazing stuff. So for today, let's just look at the entrance, and we'll just have a quick walk into the 18th edition. The synagogue is located in the Jewish Karriere, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonate with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature, when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
Right now we are in the second oldest synagogue.
What's the oldest
Europe? Somewhere in Eastern Europe, I don't know exactly where. I think it's Prague or Minsk or something like that. And this beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low-profile facade from the outside. And this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
So the Carpentras synagogue has two major levels to explore. The first is the original, which is of course 14th century, and we're going to look at that in the next video. The second is the 18th century part, which is the result of a major renovation that began in the 1740s. The architect had proposed something much higher, and in fact the bishop was rather unhappy. It had to be knocked down, but you can see on the inside is an amazing Baroque interior, but there are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there so we can see the scale. Of course. Oh wow! Look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The women's section, originally it was in the basement, and then later it was on the ground floor behind some red curtains. Also on the second floor, a single row of seats, presumably for very important women. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. You know, we were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Salomon, say something for the camera.
I have the privilege to be holding a 1771 Census Torah.
Through remarkable and often heroic intervention by locals, the treasures of the synagogue were hidden away during the Nazi period. They included this beautiful Hanukkah menorah, which unfortunately did lose the shamash. But what the Carpentras synagogue is perhaps best known for is its 14th century mikveh in the basement, which is absolutely fantastic. I want to talk about that in the next video. Thank you for watching. The basement of the Carpentras synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services, which they would listen to through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into this space. The Carpentras synagogue also featured two ovens, one for weekday use and one for Passover matzah. But the most amusing thing about the Carpentras synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations, and these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video. It's amazing to wake up every morning as we're cruising along the Rhone River and to anticipate the adventures that lie ahead. One of the most fantastic moments was when the president of the Carpentras synagogue invited me to have a look at the ongoing excavations under their 14th century synagogue, which were absolutely amazing. It was some phenomenal discoveries. Here you can see the Pope's Palace at Avignon looming in the distance. We will actually dock at Avignon and take a bus to get to Carpentras, which is about 30 minutes away. First established in the late 14th century, the Jews had been here for about 150 years when they were expelled. At the beginning of the century, 64 families were forced to flee. When they returned a few decades later, 12 families returned to the area and they successfully petitioned for the right to rebuild their synagogue. The conditions that were laid down was that it could not be any larger than their first synagogue when they were first expelled, and it's quite possible that this is the actual location of that first synagogue earlier in the century. Dites quelque chose.
Welcome.
Dis, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Non, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367.
Oh, fantastic.
Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Geniza.
Geniza ici.
Oui, on a trouvé que c'était. Venez voir.
Ok.
Et oui, on va passer.
C'est une Geniza de documents?
Il y avait des documents. J'ai pas.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Heureusement, je suis ravi. Je suis ravi. Alors ça...
Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça, c'est des... Normalement, il y a des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à toutes les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Geniza de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, non c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les vieux livres, les vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Sissi.
Quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589.
Gutenberg?
Oui.
Wow.
1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg. Wow.
One of the unusual architectural features of the Saint-Séverin Cathedral in Carpentras, France, is the mysterious ball of rats that sits above the southern entrance to the cathedral. And it seems to be a source of a lot of controversy among art historians, many of whom adduce a specific Jewish connection to this unusual decorative feature. The door is known as the Porte Juive, the Jewish door. Several different theories as to why it is so named. One argument is that when Jews were forcibly converted, they were required, since they were not yet baptized, to enter through the side door rather than the front door. This seems to me rather unlikely because forced conversions of this nature were highly exceptional in the period, and the upper levels of the clergy frowned on them. There was a significant number of rebukes going down to lower clergy throughout Provence when such incidents would occur. Another possibility is that Jews who decided to convert of their own accord, feeling for whatever reason, perhaps spiritually motivated, perhaps economically or socially motivated, or fearful of persecution, they would have entered through this door. Well, that's possible, but also not especially convincing because the symbolism does not have any explicit Jewish connotation. A third possibility is that the artist was making a commentary on the Black Death. That's possible. The cathedral was built in the 15th century, which would be, about half a century after the Black Death. But again, it's not totally convincing me. Now, I think we should say two quick things. First of all, it's really important what goes on the outside of churches and monumental architecture like this, because when you have the illiterate peasants coming in from their farms to visit the cathedral, which gives the church an opportunity to explain fairly complex theological ideas, such as the relationship between Christianity and Judaism, to an otherwise illiterate population. The other feature that's really unusual about the Carpentras ball of rats, which is something you don't see in the other examples throughout France, is that the cross is not situated at the top of the orb, but rather at the bottom. Now, normally the orb, especially with the cross at the top, is a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of power. It's often shown in the hands of a king or an emperor, and the sphere represents the entire universe, and that it's under God's sway. That's what the cross at the top is supposed to signify. But why would the cross be inverted at the bottom? And that's unusual. And maybe what they're trying to say, what the artist was trying to say, was that you know, there are all these rats who symbolize people, perhaps Jews, uncertain, who feed off the material world. And it's kind of like a diabolical connection. That would be appropriate for the 14th century when there's a lot of charges of Jews being in connection with the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all. And so I'm left with a question as to what exactly this piece of church architecture actually signifies. And the thing is, was it named the Jewish door because of the ball of rats, or was the ball of rats so interpreted because the door was named the Jewish door? Which one came first? At any rate, I'm leaving you with an open question here, but it is a fascinating aspect of the history of the church in Carpentras and the Jews who lived there. It must have been an amazing experience for medievals traveling up the Rhone River to see the papal palace and the city walls of Avignon looming in the far-off distance. The walls are actually very well preserved, and Avignon has a beautiful central square with a lot of really gorgeous architecture, but it's dominated by the most amazing, somewhat eclectic design of the papal palace, which dates from the 14th century when, for a little bit less than a century, the Pope made their home here in Avignon rather than in Rome. Ironically, the papacy in Avignon signaled a place of refuge for Jews as they were being expelled very harshly from other parts of the region. And so many Jews actually found shelter for theological and other reasons within the walls of this old city. Our group from Kosher River Cruises made our way through the narrow streets of the city to Place Jerusalem, which is the central square of the old Jewish Carrière. On the corner of the square is located a modest, rather Romanesque-looking exterior which houses the Avignon Synagogue. And the narrow corridor into the synagogue is the location of their sukkah.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, in the beginning they're discussing that there's a city somewhere called Ashterot Karnaim where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shade renders the Sukkah possible or not. So I think they have actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the Sukkah from Ashterot Karnaim and placed it here.
Wow, great. As we enter the glorious Avignon Synagogue, which was built entirely around, we burst into a spontaneous rendition of a passage from the Shabbat liturgy. This 19th century synagogue is a beautiful testament to the ongoing Jewish presence in Avignon, France. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, as I prepare to visit the Rhone River Valley and Kosher River Cruises. This is such a beautiful cruise, incredibly gorgeous scenery, the rolling hills, the vineyards, and so on. The history of the Jewish living there is absolutely amazing. I'd like to speak for a minute today of one of the most fascinating and little understood aspects of the commercial life of Jews in the Rhone River, and that is this interesting group known as the Radhanites. Now, we don't know very much about them, but they are recorded in the accounts of several Arab geographers, such as Ibn Khaldun, in the 9th century, he describes these Jewish travelers that he calls in one place the Radhanites, others will call it the Radhania, but the people who, and the name, by the way, is variously interpreted, but scholarly consensus seems to say that the term Radhanites comes from the Rhone River, which was called in Latin Rhodanus, hence Radhanites coming from the river Rhodanus. And this Jewish group of travelers, according to these Arab geographers, span the globe with their commerce, all the way from Western Europe, across North Africa, and across the Middle East, way into Well, before Marco Polo and others, we do know that they were Jews. What we don't know is how were they organized? Were they like a specific Jewish family? Was it some kind of Jewish trade guild? Hard to say, but nevertheless, the natural consequence of having a far-flung diaspora of Jews with Jewish communities located all over these trade routes made it really much easier for Jews to travel, especially easier than Christians who might not find it so comfortable traveling in Muslim areas or Muslims in Christian areas, and either group in far eastern areas unless they had kind of like advanced outposts, which of course the Rabbinites did because they were Jewish communities, even along the Silk Road. Even Quran mentions that they were multilingual, speaking, he lists specifically Arabic, Persian, Greek, Frankish, which is probably Old French, Spanish, and Slavonic, and of course they would have to have known several other languages just to get along. What did they sell? Well, they brought from the east things like musk, aloe, camphor, cinnamon. This is the early spice trade, after all. From the west, they brought beaver and marten, manufactured goods like swords, and although by 21st century sensibilities it's difficult to mention this, but in fact they were slave traders as well. Slavery, very unlike the transatlantic slave trade, which became hugely industrialized, where slaves were treated as like disposable commodities that could be easily replaced with, and such kind of heavy losses could be incurred across the horrific transatlantic passage. That wasn't the same kind of slavery that we're dealing with here, which is primarily more like a high luxury good, because affording slaves at this time particularly would have been reserved only for the very wealthy. At any rate, they were involved in all kinds of trade, slavery. Now, by the way, if you poke around in some of the weird places on the web, which I certainly do not recommend, and you'll see all kinds of strange conspiracy theories associated with the Babylonites. There is nothing specifically nefarious or Babylonian associated with the Babylonites, other than the fact that they traveled through Babylon and places like that, even to Khazaria, for their various trade deals. But these were just extremely successful merchants. I hope you found this short video useful. I would really love it if you could come join me on this wonderful cruise on the Rhone River. But even if you can't, I will be happy to share this research with you on an ongoing basis, and upload some video. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I have a kind of an exciting question, and it's exciting for people like me. Is printing a Jewish invention? So I'm going to say right away, the answer is probably not, but there is an amazing Jewish backstory that says that perhaps modern printing as we understand it first originated with a Jew in Avignon, France, and not with Johannes Gutenberg, as has been largely accepted by the scholarly world for a long, long time. Let's dive into it a little more deeply. I first got this question from Philologos, who is a great scholar who is very likely hides behind this pseudonym, and he writes for Mosaic magazine. And he asked this question: did a 15th century Jew beat Gutenberg to the printing press? I thought I'd do a little bit deeper dive into what exactly is this all about. So our story is based in Avignon, France. You can see from this map here, it's in the south of France. It's in the region of the Rhone River, where we'll be traveling with Kosher Riverboat Cruises later this year. The research goes back to this man,
Pierre-Henri Raquin, who lived in the late 19th and early 20th century, and he published this really interesting book, Origine de l'imprimerie en France, the origins of printing in France, which of course, the French and Germans, they have this kind of rivalry that goes back, I don't know, maybe a millennium or so. And so to say that printing was invented in France was pretty explosive. And he argues that it was invented in Avignon in 1444, which would have been around 6 years before Gutenberg came out with his famous invention. Printing actually goes all the way back to Asia, first by kind of smearing carved stone with ink and then laying cloth and then later paper on top of it. Later, they invented woodblock carving by carving letters into wood and then smearing with ink and then so on. And there are competitions between several Asian peoples for the title of the society that first invented this tremendously important method of information transfer. The Chinese, the Koreans, it may even have been invented in the islands of Japan. Here's a beautiful woodblock print that's dated from the late 9th century. You can see it's got lots of imagery and text and so on. And so really printing goes all the way back much earlier in Asia. Now we know, of course, that when printing reached Europe, especially under Gutenberg, Jews were very early adopters and they loved it. And of course, it played into the whole idea of democratizing learning and spreading more literacy and so on. And so one wonders, why didn't the Jews get involved in printing early on? In some medieval Jewish libraries, they've discovered documents like this one, which seems to be some kind of listing of various foods and prices that go along with it. It's a terrible dad joke there. Printing in the modern era is basically associated with Johannes Gutenberg, and he invented the printing press, which was a big step up from the stone and woodblock printing that was circulating in Asia and then later also in Europe as well. What you see in this particular rendition is you see the people in the front with the machine, the press aspect of it, but look at the back there. You see a couple of people working there with these big trays of something or other. What are they doing? Well, this is a key element of Gutenberg's press. It is the invention of movable type, which is a huge leap forward from the Asian system. Rather than carving an image with letters onto a single piece of wood or something like that, you take these little pieces of lead that have letters on them and you assemble them into sentences. You then put them into a frame, and then you've got this massive wall of text that can be rearranged and reused over and over again to create different pages. So that was a huge innovation that suddenly made printing much less labor intensive than the wood blocks and much more economically viable as a result. So let's now head to Avignon in southern France. This, by the way, is an image that shows the Pont d'Avignon, the bridge of Avignon, which is, of course, if you grew up in Canada, it was a big song we all had to sing when we were kids, sur le Pont d'Avignon, right? Under the bridge of Avignon, there we dance and so on. It's a very beautiful town. It's well preserved. And it was the home of the anti-popes for a while when they were competing between Rome and Avignon over, who would be the actual pope. It was actually a very good period of time for Jews. They were well protected by the ecclesiastical powers in Avignon at the time, and that's actually when much of this is happening. So what Raquin found was when he went into the archives of the Vaucluse region, he discovered some really interesting documents that referred to a particular Jew, Davin de Caderousse, who lived in Avignon. He had a Christian friend named Prokop Waldvogel, who was from Prague, and the two of them got involved in various enterprises. And one of the enterprises they were involved with, apparently, was so-called artificial writing. And that I found this amazing document, which was dated the 10th of March, 1446. And in this document, there's a reference to how an individual was going to deliver to this Jew, Davin de Caderousse, 27 Hebrew letters well made of iron. Now you might be wondering, why 27 letters? There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. But of course, then you have to remember that when you look at the Hebrew alphabet, there are 5 letters which have final forms, meaning when they occur at the end of a word, they are written differently than if they occur at the beginning or the middle of the word. If you think that's complicated, just reflect for a minute on English, which of course has 26 letters, and all of them are written differently at the beginning of a word than if they are in the middle or the end of the word. It's clear that this David has apparently been working on printing, on artificial writing, for at least the past 2 years. So this is slightly before Gutenberg came to press, but of course we don't have the actual letters, and for a long time believed we didn't actually have the original books either, if he was in fact carrying this to fruition. Now the reason why this is coming to the news today is because Moshe Rosenfeld, who was an expert in a lot of these areas of incunabula, like books printed before 1500, found some pages of a Hebrew siddur, a Hebrew prayer book, which were bound into another volume. And when he looked at them very, very carefully and exposed them to scientific analysis, he was able to determine that they had a watermark. You can see it here in this image. This watermark is specifically associated with the first half of the 15th century, which he dates to the 1440s, which would conform to the reference that Raquin found in the archives, which suggests that, yes, this David de Calderus had actually succeeded in printing a very, very early siddur, of which we have only these few signature pages available today, and that would suggest that he beat Gutenberg to the punch. Now, I want to conclude by saying I'm really excited about this. I'm looking forward to visiting Avignon again later this year. If you're able to join us on these kosher riverboat cruises, I guarantee you they are absolutely amazing. So fantastic. Excellent food by Chef Malcolm. And we see so many interesting things. I would love for you to come along with us. And if not, I hope to share our experiences on videos like this. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about our upcoming exploration of Provence in the south of France with kosher riverboat cruises. And so this video is part of my advanced research for that trip. I'd like to speak specifically about an amazing time in Provence, the 12th century, where there was a huge conflagration of ideas collecting in Provence that really created an amazing culture that makes this part of the world so special for Jewish history. So let's unpack them. First of all, have a look at the various influences on the region of Provence. Here you can see in this map, it is towards the south of France. We'll be cruising southward from Lyon down the Rhone River to the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful, rolling hills and things like that. And Jewishly, what's influencing this region are several different populations. First of all, there is the tremendous influence of Spanish Jewry, especially those that come from Al-Andalus in the southern part, where you have all of these ideas regarding, how Judaism fits in the larger world, relationship to Islam, relationship to Christianity. They're all cooking among the tremendously creative scholars of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. And they're reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the Jews living in Provence. The second major area of influence on Provence is, of course, the Jews of France, more specifically northern France, where the influence of the school of Rashi is especially felt. Rashi dies in 1105, and his grandchildren develop something known as the Balei Tosfos, the masters of the Tosafot, who are essentially, that word means additions, and it refers to the commentary that's typically printed on the outside of Talmudic pages that is very, very different from what Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud, and he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot did something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars gathering around his grandchildren, like the Rashbam, for example, and Rabbeinu Tam in particular, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and they say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of Talmud there's something totally different, apparently contradictory? And they will work with the entire scope of Talmudic literature, a massive amount of information, and they will analyze it and critique it, ask questions of it, provide answers, and question those answers. It's a much more analytical school than Rashi. And they're approaching the Talmud in a very different way. But of course, they're having an influence on Provence to the south. It is important to note that Provence is quite distinct from what we would call northern France today for a whole host of reasons. They even speak a different language, a different version of French, and they maintain, as we shall see, very strong regional identities, both the local non-Jewish population and the Jews living in Provence. The third influence, which is what I'd like to look at today, and this is all happening in the late 12th century in particular, is from all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, no one less than the great Maimonides himself. And he's writing, first of all, in Hebrew. His Mishnah Torah begins to make its way to Provence, and that has a huge impact. But later, his Judeo-Arabic writings are mediated through the Spanish Jews living in Provence in a very, very important way, as we shall see. So let's turn now, though, however, to the internal rivalries between the French Jews and the Provençal Jews. And where I see this most beautifully illustrated is the work of Professor Pinchas Roth. He just recently published this very nice book, In This Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Provence, and I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, and we actually have a date on it, where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance when this particular incident occurred. That means it's between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Provençal synagogue, and they're saying the special prayers for that penitential season, the Slichot. And in walks a French Jew, right? Not a Provençal Jew, but a Jew from France. And he says, I have to bury someone. I need some help with this difficult task. And he's apparently got his shovels and pickaxes and things with him as he walks into the synagogue late at night. And then when he walks into the synagogue, that's when all chaos erupts, because he sees that the person leading the prayers on that holy evening is the text lists a boy. It's very unlikely that it will be someone under the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who is probably unmarried and clean-shaven, or at least without a beard. And apparently this French Jew gets really upset, and he says, what is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper that says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard? You know, that these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced? And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, wait, what is it? None of your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs. And it actually descended into a battle of fists, that they actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the gravedigger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire transcript. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry over a fairly small point in Jewish law, like
who is or what is the appropriate age for someone to lead the prayers in synagogue, nevertheless could erupt into literally a violence between Jews who took this very, very seriously. So with this in mind, that you've got this rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs, this is where we should talk about Maimonides entering the fray. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition, and he actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about it, they said, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbon family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic and, of course, Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbons churned out book after book translating the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Chovos HaLevavos, The Duties of the Heart by Rabbeinu Bachya, and then, of course, the great Moreh Nevuchim, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, and specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case. But to the south in Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Raivad, Rabbi Abraham ben David. There are actually several Raivads. This is known as Raivad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac the Blind. That's Rabbi Yitzchak Sagi Nahor. The phrase literally means full of light, but that is a euphemism for blind, who was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Tosfot in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Ibn Tibbons. Okay, wow, it's so amazing. I can't wait to go back to Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these brilliant Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Kosher Riverboat cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experiences we have there. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, I gotta say, I just think Jewish history is so fascinating. You know, I don't know why people don't study it more than they do, but I'm so glad to have you here because I have some really interesting things to share with you today. Specifically, it seems that there were 3 Jews serving as soldiers of Rome in the 1st century before the Common Era, living in the region of ancient Gaul, which would be today basically Germany or on the border of France. And this was in the 1st century before the Common Era. I mean, oh my gosh, it's so fascinating. Let me tell you about this. So first of all, we have this on the basis of 3 gravestones. The first one is shown here. This is Monimus, the son of Yerumbal. We'll talk about what that means shortly. The second is this beautiful grave marker. It looks like it may have come out of the same school of artists or something, Sabaeus, the son of Ero. And then finally, we have one where we don't have any image and we only have the inscription, but of Caius, son of Hanelus. So I'm going to tell you more details about these 3 specific gravestones and what they mean. But first, let's just do a little bit of back history, because history is written by historians, right? And it's really important that we give credit to some of these scholars who have done fantastic work. I first came across this when I was doing research a while ago for a graduate course I hope to be teaching in Budapest with the Ashkenazi a little later this year. And it's in the work of Asher Frischman, Asher Frischman wrote this amazing book, Ashkenazim HaRishonim, the early Ashkenazi Jews. The English translation of the subtitle is Since Their Settlement in Northwest Europe to the First Crusade, published in 2008. It's really something that should be translated because it's absolutely fantastic. At any rate, in the early chapters, Frischman explores some of the early legends of European settlement. One of the most fascinating ones is one that appears in Ibn Daud in the 12th century, that the Roman emperor, according to some versions, it was Vespasian, according to others, it was Titus, but these would be both in the second half of the 1st century in the context of the destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman-Jewish War. According to the legend, the emperor sent off 3 ships full of Jews with no captain on the ship and with the rudder removed, meaning just cast adrift into the Mediterranean. Wouldn't have made a difference if you have a ship full of Jews. Even if you have a captain and you have a rudder, it's not going to change things, because after all, every Jew on the ship is going to be a captain too. At any rate, according to the legend, where did they land? They made their way all the way across the Mediterranean, just under the boot of Italy and Sicily, and they landed in the south of France in 3 specific locations, in Arles in the south, Bordeaux to the west, and Lyon to the north. Now, what these 3 sites have in common, besides being really interesting, beautiful places, is that they are places where we're all going to visit with kosher riverboat cruises, of course. But most historians feel like there's really not much to this legend. We do have definitely a source in Josephus that says Jews were in this region in the 1st century, but I'll tell you about that in a second. What's important for us is it appears that these 3 gravestones that we're going to look at are from an entirely different trip of Jews that is not at all legendary, going all the way from Jerusalem all the way up to Mainz, or Mayence in French. This is a region in the earliest corner of Ashkenaz, just north of Stuttgart and near Frankfurt am Main. Now, let's get into this story a little deeper. Now, we know a lot about this century and our Jewish populations from Josephus. He's an incredibly important historian. This is the classic illustration of Josephus. You see this particular image in all kinds of representations. Of course, we have no idea what Josephus actually looked like. At one point, there was a sculpture discovered, and a lot of historians got very excited because they thought this would in fact be Josephus. But in reality, we were just kind of like fooled by the large nose, believe it or not. And it turns out not to be about Josephus at all, and we don't know what he looks like. But I did come across this image on a beautiful website of the Low Country Digital Library, and that refers to the Low Country region of South Carolina. And they have some amazing things there, including several
reproductions of images of Josephus. Not only this one, but here is like the studious Josephus. You can see he looks really quite different from the earlier one. And here's one of my favorites, the learned and warlike Jew Josephus, which, you know, you see his whole posture here, really fascinating. At any rate, let's go back to the story. Josephus records the fact that we know there was a Jew in the south of France in the 1st century, the king Archelaus. He was the son of Herod, and he was renowned for his incompetence, and he was ultimately exiled by the Romans from Judea to Vienne, not Vienna, but Vienne, which is in the south of France. Now, I know you might be thinking, exile in the south of France doesn't sound too bad, but you have to realize that in the early 1st century, it was like impossible to get any decent Asian kosher takeout in the south of France. So it must have felt like exile. Josephus tells us about that one Jew there, but he also tells us about the Itureans. And here's where Rabbi Dr. Sally Levy comes in. Here's a photograph of him serving as a field chaplain in the German army in World War I. He had a well-regarded career, not only as a soldier, but also as a rabbi and a historian. His years are 1883 to 1941. He was the last rabbi of Mainz in the pre-Holocaust period. The sad part of the story is that even though he had a brilliant career of caring for his community in Mainz, he went to America in 1938 to raise funds for his community and things like that. And when things got so much worse in the period, he actually returned to Mainz to care for them. He was there until the spring of 1941, until it became very clear that it was very dangerous for him to remain. And he made the decision, and now he's 58 years old. He made the decision he was going to emigrate. He tried to make appointments with the Gestapo to get special permission to leave. And while he was waiting for that, he died of a heart attack in Berlin. He was buried in the cemetery that was the site of so much of his research. Let's go now directly to his research. So he published this article in this great journal. You can get really the feel of the Weimar Republic era. It translates as the newsletter for the history of Jews in Germany. And the font, as you can see, is very bold and aggressive in the sense that, yeah, we belong in Germany as well. And his article was on this remarkable early finds, 1st century before the Common Era, of Jews living in Germany. Who were they? So first of all, they were Itureans. You can see from this map here that Iturea is located to the northeast of what would be contemporary political boundaries of the state of Israel today. It would be sort of eastern Syria and Lebanon region. This area was conquered by the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans or the Hashmonaim, and the people there, as we saw earlier in Idumea, they were forcibly converted to Judaism. This is a very dark period in some ways in Jewish history. It's really the only time that this happened. It was under the Hashmonaim, and the Jews had lots of reasons to later regret that. No doubt the hesitancy to accept converts stems from this period. The Romans took control of the region in the year 63 before the Common Era, and they made good use of these Itureans afterwards as soldiers in their army. So the gravestones, although they don't have specific dates on them, they can be dated to some time after that, probably under Julius Caesar or Claudius, perhaps Augustus. So these 3 gravestones were from 3 Jewish soldiers serving as part of the Iturean contingent. These are the maybe 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation of these first converts of forced converts from Iturea, but definitely they had been circumcised and they adopted Judaism, at least if we are to take Josephus at his word. Now, let's go back to the stones themselves and try to understand what can we derive from them. First of all, they don't look especially Jewish. I mean, it's really bizarre to see Jewish gravestones with actual 3D sculptures of people on them. That's such a non-Jewish thing, especially in the ancient period when Jews were overwhelmingly aniconic. There's no indication to suggest that they went to a Jewish grave worker or a gravestone maker to put these together. And this could have been, just what they would do for any gravestones at the time, probably for wealthier, more important people, because these look like pretty significant works of art. But there's no Jewish symbols in them. There's no Hebrew in it. The text is entirely in Latin. The only one that mentions a family member is the third one that doesn't have an image on it. This was erected by a brother. Now, by the way, we should also mention that we're not absolutely sure that these are totally Jewish, but there are some pretty strong indications that they were. But even if we decide that, yeah, we're talking about three Jews, there's no indication that there's continuity between these three Jews and some kind of nascent Jewish community that would later last hundreds of years later until Ashkenaz is really developed. We do have one reference in the early 4th century in the Theodosian Code that strongly indicates that there were Jews living in Cologne, but otherwise we have to wait another 500 years really till we start seeing Jews appear in any number. So no continuity necessarily between these early pieces of evidence and the much larger groups of data sets that we have from, let's say, the 9th century on. So what can we say about the text? Let me read the first one. It says, Monimus erombali filios miles cohortes, then it says the number 1, iture orum anorum, and then it says number L, which is 50, stipendiorum XVI, right, what's that, 16, hic situs est, which translates as Monimus, the son of Yerombal, the soldier of the first Iturean cohort, who was 50 years old, and it appears that he served for 16 years as a soldier, if I'm translating this correctly, rests here. So nothing Jewish here at all, right? The second one is very similar. His name is Sebeos, the son of Ero, and he was only 24 years old, and it appears that his service was 8 years. And the third one is Caius, the son of Hanelus, who was also 50 years old and served for 19 years. And this is the one that was erected by his brother Yamicus. Okay, so how do we identify these stones as belonging to Jews? So what Rabbi Dr. Levy points out is that, first of all, the Itureans, the fact that they are coming from Iturea, at the very least, they are people who come from the region that we know has been made Jewish 3-4 generations earlier. Secondly, when you look at the names, you see that they have some distinct Semitic context. So, for example, the name Monimos in the first one, in Josephus, we see that name is used as a Latin version of Menachem. Menachem is definitely a Jewish name. Yerombal is a little weirder because this appears, it's definitely a Semitic name. The Baal ending is used by Semites. But the thing is, it's not a nice Jewish name. It's like naming your child after inappropriate villains in the Bible. It would be kind of like naming your child today Adolf, for example. Note that, by the way, there are lots of Jews who were named Adolf, very fine Jews who were probably named that in the 1920s and earlier. But at any rate, it's definitely a Semitic name. Okay, so Menachem, if it is really the form of Menachem, that's really Jewish. Yerombal, a little weirder, but possible. The second name, Sebeos, could easily be the biblical name Tsiba, which is definitely, we see that, for example, in the Book of Kings. And his father was Ero, which could be Er or Eri, so very Semitic. Could be. This last one, however, is the strongest. Caius, not clear exactly where that comes from, but his father was Haneli, which is definitely Hananel or Hananya, totally Jewish name. Hanael is a clearly theophoric name. The last syllable there is one that's widely used by Jews as a name for God and very much indicative of a Jewish name. So that's basically where we are with understanding these three gravestones. We know they came from a very Jewish place. We know that they have some Jewish names mixed in there. The gravestones themselves don't look like they really care that much about Jewish customs, so we might assume that they're fairly distant from Jewish mores, Or it could be that the people who set up those tombstones were unaware of Jewish customs and they simply did what they thought was right for apparently very respected colleagues and brothers in arms. Like I said, I think Jewish history is just so fascinating. I can't wait to get to this region to start exploring again and looking for examples of Jewish history in the wild, so to speak. If you're able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, that would be great. If not, I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have got an absolutely amazing story to tell you today. You know, this is something I've been fascinated with for a long time, but only recently was I able to actually find some sources that give me much more detail about it. Basically, the story is about an individual named Bodo who lived in the 9th century and was a fairly educated churchman who amazingly dropped off the map and reappeared as a Jew, taking the name Eliezer. And he was involved in some fascinating polemics, which is very unusual for the time. And it actually had much larger repercussions than I had originally thought when I first came across the story. The reason I got so deeply involved in the story of Bodo, which is not a small episode actually, it has very large significance for the era, is because I was doing my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise down the Rhone River later this year. And I was looking at the life of Agobard, who was a bishop in Lyon. And he had a lot of things to say about Jews, not especially complimentary. And his life intersects with Bodo in a couple of interesting ways, which we might get into. But here's the basic story. Bodo was born around the year 814 to an aristocratic family in Germany. He's referred to as an Alemann, which is like related to the word Allemagne, which is Germany in French, for example. He received a superior education. He was sent to a monastery as a young boy where he was given literacy in the religious texts. And then, because his scholarship must have been really something special, he was sent to the high office of the imperial court. And there he was essentially groomed for, you know, who knows, he might have been a bishop or even an archbishop someday. But then at one point in 838, when he was about 24, 25 years old, he asked for permission to make a pilgrimage to Rome, and then he disappeared, and he reappeared in Spain under a new name, Eliezer, as a Jew, and had a huge controversy erupt about him after that. So there's a lot that this says, not only about this individual life, but his life really exposed some cultural and religious fissures within this early European state. And it gives us an opportunity to study a very important counter-narrative about the major trends of historiography in this period. There are basically 6 principal documents or collections of documents which are contemporary, meaning during Bodo's lifetime or shortly thereafter, and we're going to look at those. I'm very grateful for the work of Frank Ries, who wrote this remarkable book, The Journey of Deacon Bodo from the Rhine to the Guadalquivir, Apostasy and Conversion to Judaism in Early Modern Europe. It came out in 2019, builds on the research of a lot of other really great medievalists like the fantastic Bernard Blumenkrantz, who wrote extensively about Bodo's correspondence. And that's what I'm going to rely on very heavily is Dr. Ries's work for this presentation. Okay, so let's try to understand the story. First of all, the most important and most extensive single account of what happened is a single paragraph that was authored by Hincmar, the Archbishop of Reims under Charles the Bald around the year 876. And this is in the context of a much larger document called the Annals of Saint Bertin, which essentially is kind of like a chronology going through important things that happen every year. And now here's the paragraph. I'm just going to read it straight, and maybe we'll stop and talk about it a little bit. Meanwhile, something very distressing happened, something to be wailed by all the children of the Catholic Church. Rumors spread the news, and the emperor found out that the deacon Bodo, an Alaman by birth, this is a German, and deeply imbued from his earliest childhood in the Christian religion, with the scholarship of the clergy, with sacred and secular learning, a man who only the previous year, that would have been 837, had requested permission from the emperor and empress to go on pilgrimage to Rome, and had been granted this permission and had been loaded with gifts. This man, seduced by the enemy of the human race, had abandoned Christianity and converted to Judaism. Thus he was circumcised, let his hair grow and his beard grow, and adopted, or rather usurped, the name of Eliezer. Fascinating kind of treatment here. This is what I think in Yiddish you might call sort of a shanda for the goyim. So in translation, that actually means a shame for the non-Jews, meaning when Jews do something that's terrible, that makes Jews look bad in the eyes of non-Jews. But in this case, if we can make a little pun on the preposition for in Yiddish, it's a shanda for the goyim, meaning for the non-Jews, this is a shanda within their ranks. I am so grateful that I get to spend a lot of my time studying books like this. It's so exciting. Okay, so Reese points out some fascinating things just looking at this one paragraph. He says, note the surprise of Hinkmar, that here's a guy, Bodo, who'd received such a superior education. And despite that incredible education, he went, so to speak, off the derech, to use the Hebrew expression. He went off the path. So why would this have happened? So here's an interesting possibility. One of the things that scholars of that era, Christian scholars of that era, were especially concerned with was something called the Hebraica Veritas, meaning the true Hebrew. They were working essentially with the Vulgate, a translation that was several hundred years old of the Tanakh into Latin, the Bible into Latin. And you know that every time you translate something, there's always going to be distortions. It's inevitable because languages are not equal, and it's impossible to convey the same sensibility exactly in another language. So they're always questioning, well, here we have a question, what does this really mean? And in order to answer it, we've got to go back to Hebraica Veritas, the actual Hebrew text. Very, very few clergymen received literacy in Hebrew. Is it possible that perhaps Bodo was among those who started engaging it? And in this context, I was reminded of something I listened to yesterday on the 1840 podcast, a really important podcast that comes from Dr. Rabbi David Bashevkin. They were interviewing Dr. Noam Weissman, who is a colleague of mine who's responsible for the Open Door Media projects of Unpacked. I'm very pleased, by the way, here's a kind of a disclosure. I often work with Unpacked on some of their podcasts, Jewish History Unpacked, and quite a few of their videos as well. So I'm a big fan of both Dr. Weissman and Rabbi Dr. Bashevkin. At any rate, Dr. Weissman was talking about something in his youth. I don't remember the specifics of it, but basically he was in college speaking with a young Christian, and they were discussing their comparative religion, and it got down to a bit of an argument. So Dr. Weissman essentially said, you show me your Bible and I'll show you mine. And so his Christian interlocutor brought out a typical, King James or New Standard Revised version of the Bible, and it looked something like this, right? And then Dr. Weissman said, now let me show you my Bible. And he brings out this Mikraos Gedolos edition, which is the standard go-to edition of the Bible for students today, which lists only a few lines of the actual Hebrew text, and then surrounding it are so many layers of commentary and disagreement and dissension and support that reflects the huge conversation of what does the Bible mean over the centuries. Returning to our story of Bodo, is it possible, as Dr. Rees suggests perhaps, that Bodo got involved in some of this dialect and began to say, wow, there are a lot of really good questions in Tanakh, and just looking at it on a kind of like a single level of a single lens to understand the text it's not necessarily appealing. Who knows? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about why exactly he converted. Part of the reason for this is because many of the documents that we have been altered. I'm going to get to that a little more in a second. But for the time being, let's just add one more point that Dr. Rees says. It's clear from the inclusion of this particular passage in the Annals of Saint Bertin was that it had a much larger impact than merely the story of one, deacon who goes off the derech to become Jewish. Who knows, tempted by the herring, or maybe it was the Asian food. I don't know. So maybe because the Annals of Saint Bertin essentially deal with state level things, continent level things, and his argument is that perhaps Bodo was kind of meant as a sort of pathetic fallacy of look at how our society is falling apart. And in fact, there was huge political change at this time. There was a big succession crisis under Charles the Bald, who divided up his empire among several sons, and eventually it was fractured as a result. Bodo's crisis of faith, which resulted in a transformation, is also reflected in the very state of Charles the Bald. Could be fascinating. So let's look at the polemic. Now, the other thing that happened once he becomes Jewish is he apparently doesn't just disappear. He's quite active in exchanging ideas with other thinkers. In particular, one Alvaro of Cordoba, who was apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, right? Bodo goes from being a Christian and becomes a Jew. Here's a much more common situation where Alvaro of Cordoba starts as a Jew and he becomes a Christian. And they end up having correspondence which has been preserved in a codex form. We know for sure that it is a correspondence with Bodo because initially that's how he is addressed. Later on, however, Alvaro simply refers to him as the transgressor. Now, there are 7 letters intact, which Dr. Rees was able to examine and have translated and studied. 4 of them are from Alvaro and 3 are from Elazar, but they are preserved by Alvaro and his followers. Some of the folios of those letters, as they were recorded in a codex, have been removed, perhaps by a later pious archivist who felt that some of the material was inappropriate. And unfortunately, the sections where Bodo describes his motivation for conversion are lost. And those are perhaps the most fascinating ones we want to see. We can see, however, as you see in this image, that some of the later copyists, perhaps out of religious zeal, distinctly obscured several sections of the folios that are still intact. But nevertheless, we can reconstruct some of his motivation from the way in which Alvaro's responses provide arguments. So those arguments must respond to the things he said. The 3 basic issues that they argued about in this course of correspondence was, number 1, who is the Messiah? Is it the founder of Christianity or somebody else? Is it someone who has already walked the face of the earth, or is it someone who has not? Second, who is the true Israel? Veros Israel. It's a fascinating exchange between Alvaro, and this is the reason why some say he must have been a Jew. He says, I am by nation and race of the Jews, and I have been graced to become a Christian. So perhaps if he's not, it seems like if we take him at his word, he's a Jewish convert to Christianity. Whereas Bodo, who becomes Eliezer, is not racially, ethnically, and so on Jewish, but he comes religiously Jewish. And which one is the true Jew? They have an argument here. And the third section is Christianity the fulfillment of Judaism or something totally different? And you can imagine which side each argued. Absolutely fascinating. It's so unusual to see someone pushing back against the dominant faith. Remember, this is, the Jews are a tiny, tiny minority at this point, and to be so aggressively defending their ideas in a situation where it's actually quite dangerous for them, quite amazing to see. Now, this brings us back to the Rhone River, because this is where we have some testimony about Bodo from one Amolo, who was a disciple of Bishop Agobard of Lyon. And Amolo ascribed some rather nasty behavior to Bodo Eliezer. We have no other corroboration to indicate that this actually was the case. But he argues that Bodo Eliezer had somehow argued with the Caliph to persecute Christians in Muslim Spain. And in fact, there was, in a few years afterwards, a notable rise of Christians who apparently sort of self-immolated, trying to get the Muslims to make them into martyrs. I know it sounds bizarre, but have a look at the web on something called the Cordovan martyrs. There were 48 of them. Most of them are monks who, openly violated Sharia in Muslim Spain and were beheaded as a result between the years 850 and 859. So Amolo, who was certainly no friend of the Jews, just like his teacher Agobard had a lot of nasty things to say about the Jews, Amolo may have simply, blamed this on Bodo Eliezer, but we simply don't know the source at this point right now. Okay, I hope you found this look at one life as revealed by just a few medieval sources interesting. If you are able to join us on this cruise in the Rhone, we're going to explore so much more of this kind of material and actually walk the streets where people like Bodo and Agobard and Amolo actually walk. And if not, I really look forward to sharing videos with you of our trip and of the research I do in preparation for it. Thank you very much for watching. Fellow students of Jewish history, I came across something absolutely fascinating as I was doing research for our upcoming cruise along the Rhone River. And this is just so amazing. Let me start with the question. Where did the institution of the besumming box develop? Now, what is a besumming box? Many of you will be familiar with this item. Here you can see a sample of the besumming box. This is a small element of the Jewish ritual of Havdalah, of making a separation, which separates the end of the Sabbath on Saturday night from the rest of the week. And part of that ritual is that you actually have to smell some spices. A lot of interesting reasons for that particular ritual. But at any rate, how do you, keep the spices in a beautiful way? So it's very common. We have one of these. This is not ours, but we have one very similar to this where, there's kind of like a tower design with a flag on the top, and you put cloves or cinnamon or something inside the little door there, and you close it up, and during the ritual you say the blessing, and then you smell the spices and so on. So where did this idea of creating this kind of medieval looking castle come from? So I was reading about the research of Mordechai Narkis, who first wrote on this in 1960, and then he expanded it in 1981, that says essentially this is something that's derived from Christian ritual and Christian religious art. Now that's kind of bizarre. Let's see, where did he get this idea? So first of all, where did Narkis get this strange idea that something so intimate, so home-based in Jewish ritual would actually have its basis in a kind of material culture from Christian tradition? So let's have a look at this. So first of all, have a look at this image here, which is basically a couple of examples of 16th century spice boxes, right, where it's used for this Havdalah ritual. And they're very similar in many ways. They're very beautiful, silver filigree work to the ones that we use today. Although, these are works of art, whereas the ones that we might buy at the local Judaica store are somewhat more humble. But where they come from, he argues, is from something that the church calls a Monstranz in German, a Christian reliquary, meaning a kind of a special box to hold some kind of Christian holy object. object, like a splinter from the true cross, or sometimes the knuckle bone of a saint. I mean, these are kind of weird, but true. Here's a couple of examples. On the right, you can see one from the 14th century that has like kind of a little icon in the center of it. Here's one, and just to the left of it, you see one from the year 1298 that looks like kind of a tower shape, and inside there would be a relic. And on the left, you see something much more familiar, a censer, C-E-N-S-E-R, which is used for incense, sometimes, smoking incense that would be waved back and forth as part of church processionals. So these two kind of devices, the reliquary and the incense censer, come together to form the Besamim box. Now, okay, how do we make this connection? That seems kind of extreme, right? As the art historian Victor Klagsbald once pointed out, if you look in 16th century Frankfurt, the term used to describe a Jewish spice box for Havdalah was Judenmonstrans, meaning a Jewish Christian reliquary box, which is like really bizarre. So the real major question for us is, how did this influence come about? I mean, why did we start imitating Christian norms in Jewish ritual? That sounds kind of bizarre. So the reason why I came across this was because I was reading a great book by one of my former teachers, Professor Joseph Schatzmiller, who I had the great privilege of working with as a teaching assistant when he was an instructor at the University of Toronto. He's been at Duke University for a long time. He's currently a professor emeritus. At any rate, he made his reputation primarily through really fantastic primary source research in the region of the Rhone River, in Perpignan and other places in Provence, where he got into the weeds looking at medieval archival records and especially ledgers of economic transactions to see what exactly were Jews doing as moneylenders. And we talked about this in several other videos, so I won't go into great detail, but the specific area of money lending that is especially important for us now is that Jews would frequently serve as low-level money lenders, sometimes with very, very small margins, so much so that it was often not even worth it to go to a notary to have the entire pledge written down, but very small, detailed things. But nevertheless, Professor Schatzmiller was able to find all of these records. Basically, what would happen is people would need to borrow money. It's very hard or very expensive to go to Christian moneylenders who are themselves acting in defiance of law in the High Middle Ages. And so they would go to the Jew to borrow some money. Quite often, by the way, Jewish women were involved in this. This is a kind of job that was, quite egalitarian in that regard. And they would typically bring some kind of item to leave as collateral against the loan. And this arrangement would be written down by a Jewish scribe and would be registered with the state in one form or another. Then, whatever they left behind, which could be all kinds of things, but we frequently have things like clothing, and very detailed records that Professor Schatzmiller was able to unearth, like how many coats and what color, and men's or women's, where they were made, what they were made of, all these kinds of things. They would leave these things behind in exchange for cash up front. And then they would have a certain period of time in which they could redeem this pledge. This is exactly the roots of what we would call today pawnbroking. So we're talking about essentially a pawnbroker shops. Jews were very much involved in this kind of economic activity. And what's fascinating is that pretty much every level of society engaged in money lending, even though it was, definitely excoriated by the church. And higher levels of society uses, which you'll see in a second, but low levels of society as well. Have a look at this book cover, which is from his most recent work, Cultural Exchange, Jews, Christians, and Art in the Medieval Marketplace. And he puts on the cover this really fascinating image, which comes from a 13th century manuscript from Catalonia called The Feudal Customs of Aragon. And in this image, you see there are 3 Jews on the right, They look kind of mean and stern, which sort of indicates that the artist may have had some sort of bias against them. The one on the top, and they're all wearing the Judenhut, like the three-cornered hat that is distinctive for Jews at this time. The one at the top looks kind of like aggressive. The one in the middle seems to be doing something with a large gold cup, a chalice perhaps. And then to the right is apparently a scribe who is recording something going on. And on the left, you see there is a clergyman. You see the red cloak around his head, and then some kind of assistant to the clergyman who is holding a big bag of money and also doing something with that chalice. And by the way, the Jew in the middle appears to be either taking money or pushing money to the Christian assistant. So the reason why I've kind of played this in an ambiguous way is because the first major reading of this image was by Father Robert Ignatius Burns, a California scholar who in 1966 suggested that what's happening here is that the Jews are selling a chalice to the church, and that the Christian assistant is offering money to the Jew, and the Jew is handing the chalice, and admittedly a kind of a weird way to hand it, sort of like sideways like that, to the Christian assistant. Professor Schatzmiller, however, says, no. You're reading the image incorrectly. What's happening here is that the church is pawning the chalice. What the Jew in the middle is examining it for its value and is in the process of giving money to the Christian assistant. And the Jew on the bottom right is actually making the archival notation of what's going on here, how much was left, specifically the chalice, how much was given, the date that it happened, and so on, so that the pawn could be redeemed later on. And so why is this relevant? And what does this have to do with spice boxes anyways? So what Schatzmiller argues, really fascinating, is that the economics of money lending, specifically pawnbroking, brought Jews into contact with all kinds of fine artwork, even Christian religious artwork, and having these things in their homes and workplaces influenced the way they later created their own art. We have actually lots of examples for this. Like, for example, if you have a look at this Erfurt treasure, which was apparently a hoard of precious goods that was held by a Jewish moneylender in Erfurt, Germany, and then never came back to get it. Perhaps they died in the middle of the Black Death. This hoard dates from the 14th century. And as you can see, some of the works here are absolutely gorgeous, including this absolutely phenomenal wedding ring, which is like masterful. And also another great example to illustrate this kind of weird relationship between Jewish moneylenders and their clientele and the influence. A series of frescoes was discovered in a home on Brunnergasse 8 in the city of Zurich. And in that home, you can see here, these frescoes are remarkably well preserved, and they include a whole, wall full of the coat of arms of various important families in the region that are, and it's clearly a specific house to who lived in it in the middle of the 14th century, and it was an important moneylender. This fresco appears to be some kind of like both a decoration and at the same time advertising for clients to say, look at all these remarkable houses that we do business with. And under many of these coats of arms, you can see little Hebrew language inscriptions that specifically suggest that the owner of the home was like guiding the artist as to what should appear in this particular place. And that Hebrew writing has, thankfully, it's been preserved as well. So it's absolutely fascinating kind of examples of how the economic activity of money lending would bring Jews into contact with a lot of fine art. And it's interesting to see how would that have an impact on Jewish artwork. So where we see this perhaps more than anywhere else is in the realm of illuminated manuscripts. Illuminated essentially means decorated. And there's so many beautiful examples of Hebrew illuminated manuscripts where wealthy families would have, like, let's say a Haggadah or a volume of the Bible or something like that, and they would hire artists to provide illustrations. Now, scholars have determined that in the vast majority of these illuminated manuscripts, the artwork was actually performed by Christian artists, particularly in the High Middle Ages. We can see this in a couple of interesting places. Like, for example, if you look at this Michael Machzor, which is held in Oxford from the 13th century, this is a typical kind of like, first word of a section that has an illuminated illustration meant to decorate it. But when you look at it a little more carefully, you see that actually the illustration is included upside down, meaning the artist had obviously no idea what Hebrew writing looked like, and the artist actually filled in the gaps left over by the Hebrew scribe on upside down. So this is just one of many examples of the kind of antics that happen when you have Christian artists working on Jewish manuscripts. And there's also some kind of like really surprising elements. So for example, have a look at this illustration from a 13th century manuscript of Mishnah Torah, which was richly illustrated, and it has this really, inappropriate, I think from Jewish sensibilities, image of an archer on the right firing an arrow, and at the left it strikes another person in a rather suspect position. It's really hard to imagine printing a copy of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah today and including an illustration like this. And that begs another question, like how involved were the Jewish patrons in the creation of this art? You would think, and this is a major part of Professor Schatzmiller's work, you would think that the clients who are paying for this art to be done would disapprove of this kind of image, and there's some interesting discussions of how things may have been edited one way or another. Have a look, for example, at another illustration from this same manuscript. This is actually something which looks kind of bizarre. It appears to be sort of like a riff on a passage in the Talmud that deals with the giving of the Torah. I'm recording this video, by the way, just a few days before the holiday of Shavuot, which of course commemorates the giving of the Torah. And it appears in this particular image, you have Moses on the left receiving the Ten Commandments, and then you have this strange kind of like, it looks sort of like an ice cream cone, or since I was recently hungry, it looks like a chimney cake kind of illustration. And there's a whole bunch of people on the inside. And this apparently is the artist's attempt to render a passage in the Talmud, Tractate Shabbat 88a, where there's this remarkable passage where God says to the Jewish people at Mount Sinai, he lifts up the mountain and covers it over them like a barrel and says, if you accept the Torah, fine, and if not, this will be your grave. Very, dramatic and complex and theologically difficult passage. But anyway, it seems like this is something like that, like the Jews are somehow like inside Mount Sinai. But Evelyn Cohen, an art historian, looked very carefully at this particular image, and she exposed it to ultraviolet light and looked at it like, from the other side of the manuscript, and she pointed out that actually it was very different in the original. And you can see there's a couple of pieces left over. If you look right to the center of the two tablets that Moses is receiving, there's actually the fingers of an arm that has been obscured by the drawing of the mountain. Meaning, when you look at the original, and she was able to, identify it with the ultraviolet light, this is actually a very Christian picture of a physical representation of God giving the Torah to Moses. And that would not fly by Jewish sensibilities. You can't portray God physically. It's true, there are some really rare examples of just the hand of God being apparent. You see the Dura Europos and elsewhere, but it's very, very rare, and certainly very rare for the High Middle Ages. So apparently the Christian artist, maybe the one responsible for the bump shot earlier, included what we presume it's a he. By the way, the illustration was probably done in northern France in the late 13th century. The artist must have thought, hey, okay, I'm going to show the way I think of God giving the Torah to Moses, and the Jewish owner of the manuscript said, oh my gosh, no, you can't do that. How am I going to show this to my rabbi? So they drew over it that strange Mount Sinai with the Jews inside, the whole kind of picture. But the original was quite different. So really fascinating stuff, all done by Professor Schatzmiller. So this brings us back to the spike laws, which is really so emblematic for this really fascinating period in Jewish history, where in many ways, when you look at the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, where there's so much anti-Semitism in the medieval period, this kind of interesting cross-fertilization of artistic ideas, we haven't spoken about the Jewish influence on Christian art, that's also quite fascinating and discussed in this book as well. But it speaks to a different level of coexistence between Jews and Christians, even clergy, and how that's expressed in medieval art. Well, I could talk about this for so long because I find it so fascinating, but I really got to stop this video now. Thank you very much for watching.
Necessarily be able to provide some of the video evidence that they have, but then that also brings up the question of if these things are interdimensional, which we've had witnesses testify to members of Congress, and that was all the way out there. That would then bring up the whole, if this is really transcending dimension, the power of say, all of that, and then you can look into our own government's declassified documents that the CIA had of different experiments. I mean, you can literally, last week I was going through, actually on a Friday night, just put my son down, and I was going through some of the declassified, you can go to cia.gov/reading room and you can see all the declassified documents, and so...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to be preparing now for the next Kosher Riverboat cruise, where we're going to be on the Rhone River. I last was on the Rhone in 2019, and it was such an amazing experience. I really loved it. It's both beautiful and historically fascinating. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that today as I'm reviewing my notes and reading some new things about the city of Arles in particular and its Jewish community. So let's look at this cruise and specifically look at Arles, and I have a really amazing fun fact to share with you in a few minutes. So first of all, let's identify where are we going. We're going to be on the Rhone River, which flows from the north to the south, pretty much towards the end of France. Here that this takes us from Lyon in the north and then down south to the city of Arles. That's what we're going to speak about in more detail today. The Rhone River is really gorgeous, lots of oxbows and lots of terraced divots and things like that. The headwaters are at the Rhone Glacier in the Swiss Alps, and they run down through the Mediterranean. The outlet is at Arles. It's at the head of a big, beautiful delta right next to a natural park, the Camargue, which we're looking forward to visiting in particular. But Arles has a really dense Jewish history, particularly from about the 11th through the 15th century, when unfortunately they were expelled from Arles, and they never really covered that community. A little bit of a blip in the 1960s, but otherwise not much of a Jewish community at all. But Arles, in its heyday, was incredibly important. It's a major site for the international trading family called the Radhanites. That term, Radhanite, probably comes from the term Rodanos, which is the old Latin term for the Rhone River. And Arles was a major center of the so-called Chachmei Provence, the wise sages of Provence that flourished, particularly in the 10th through the 13th century. Really amazing work. Now, the roots of the community go all the way back to antiquity. And in fact, the term for the region, provincia in Hebrew, is in itself a reference to the Roman term for the area, Provence, which is because it was a province of the massive Roman Empire, which you see in this map expressed in its fullness in the year 117 in particular. We know that there was at least one Jew in the region because he was the son of King Herod. After Herod died, there was a huge controversy over who was going to take over from him. And one of his sons, Archelaus, was appointed, but he didn't do a very good job. And as a result, the Roman Empire had him exiled all the way out to a beautiful town, also on the Rhone River, called Vienne. Here you can have a look at it. If you have to be exiled somewhere, I guess the south of France is a pretty good place. But we know that in the year 6, at least, there was one Jew living in Vienne. Probably they had a Chabad already, who knows. There's also interesting Jewish legends about settlement after the Roman destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman-Jewish War that ended in about the year 74. This is a coin that shows the Emperor Vespasian, and on the obverse you see is the Judea Capta coin. You see a Roman soldier dominating a woman sitting and lamenting romantic next to a balsam pine. We have an interesting legend that says that Vespasian, in an act of pique, loaded up tens of thousands of Jews on 3 boats with no skipper, and then removed the rudders of these boats and let them float through the Mediterranean. According to the legend, the 3 boats floated all the way across the Mediterranean, up the Rhone River to Lyon, and also to Arles, and then a 3rd boat made its way somehow to Bordeaux. I'm not sure whether it made it through the interior of France or perhaps went all the way around the Iberian Peninsula. No, but what I think is especially interesting is that all 3 of these cities, Lyon, Arles, and Bordeaux, are in fact locations that are ports for Kosher Riverboat cruises, and we look forward to visiting all of them. So what about the Jews of Arles? We've got some fascinating records of their presence, even in antiquity. There is some interesting church records, apparently at the funeral of Hilary of Arles, whose name, by the way, in Latin is Hilarious. I mean that seriously. His name is Hilarious. Apparently, when he passed away, he was very friendly to the Jews, and according to church records, Jews were present in the funeral cortege and actually recited psalms after his burial. So on, this was apparently a very impressive thing. There are records indicating that Jews were involved in the defense of the town in the 6th century, but it changed dramatically in the 6th century as well when Recared from Spain converted from Arian Christianity to Catholic Christianity. This is a rather dramatic representation of his conversion. This is from one version of Christianity to obviously the dominant Catholic version. And unfortunately, one of the things that happened when he became a Catholic is there was a significant uptick in anti-Jewish persecution, as if to say that his conversion could be validated through persecution of Jews. And this actually went on for about 120 years. All of the territories under Visigothic Spain, which included much of the Alsace and extended over the Pyrenees into the region of Provence, was an unusually difficult time for Jews, at least as far as we can tell from the Visigothic records. On the other hand, people like Pope Gregory the Great is another kind of, it's interesting how these images all show this kind of ethereal look into the sky image. He actually was a big defender of the Jews in many ways, and he rebuked a local archbishop for forcibly converting Jews. But in terms of Jewish records of what's going on, these are mainly from church or legal records. We have the famous visit of Benjamin of Tudela in the 12th century. Here is a map of his supposed itinerary. He left behind a really fascinating travelogue, the itinerary of Benjamin of Tudela. And although there are some questions as to how far he actually got and how much of the itinerary represents his reporting on places that he heard about in his travels, he definitely made it through Arles. As you can see, the blue line crossing over the top of the Mediterranean there, and he reports that there were 200 families there, great scholarship. We know that there were schools and things like that. Really fascinating in his description. By the way, have a look at who is the author of this particular map. David Lawrence, who happens to be one of the leaders of Kosher Riverboat Cruises, so he's obviously been doing this for a very long time, like 800 years. We know from medieval records, which are quite significant, that the Jews of Arles had real estate, they had cemeteries, they had a school, they had like homes for the aged, home for the poor. We know that they had really quite a burgeoning civilization there for several hundred years, and God willing, on the cruise we'll talk more about the scholarship that they engaged in and so on. This all came to a horrible end in the 15th century as the anti-Semitic tenor of the region just increased dramatically. France to the north, Provence was not formally part of France at the time. France to the north had been expelling their Jews in the 14th century. There were several expulsions. And then in the 15th century, ultimately the Jews were expelled in 1484, and by 1494, the city of Arles was completely unified. Now, here's our fun fact about the Jews of Arles. There's so much to say, but I just found this fascinating. And the main researcher, the greatest scholar alive who talks about Arles is none other than Danielle Yankou-Ajou. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing her name correctly. She is a scholar at the University of Montpellier, and she has written many, many books on the subject of the Jews of Provence, including this recently updated version that goes through each of the towns where we know that Jews were settled, going through maps and things like that. This is, for example, her map of Arles, and you'll see the dark line there represents a street that is known to be the original Jewish street. It's the Rue du Docteur Fanton. Here's her amazing fun fact. One of the great scholars who lived in Arles at the time was Rabbi Kalonymus ben Kalonymus. And we know that he was in Arles between 1286 and 1328. We're not exactly sure what his birth and death dates are, but at the turn of the 14th century, he was very active. He wrote a great book called Evan Bohan that was extremely popular, written in very poetic Hebrew. It was actually kind of a satire looking at the nature of the Jewish community and talking about their practices. So fascinating on many levels. At any rate, in this Evan Bohan, and what I'm showing you right now is actually from a 1705 printing that has a rare Yiddish translation of the original Hebrew. Kalonymus ben Kalonymus talks about a particular practice of the Jews of Arles, which I have translated here. It's very flowery Hebrew. It's very hard to translate properly, but it seems that it says here that in honor of Mattatyahu ben Yochanan, he's one of the heroes of the Maccabees, of course, and the Hasmoneans, right? This is the dynasty of the Maccabees. The important women gather, expert in creating various pastries, and they prepared great round batches in the pans, beautiful as the rainbow, and they baked the delicious mixed dough of fine flour to make sufganim and askaritim. So what is Kalonymus ben Kalonymus talking about here? He's talking about the practice of preparing sufganiyot, donuts, for the holiday of Hanukkah. Notice, by the way, actually the correct plural is sufganim. It happens that in Israel they say sufganiyot. It's an irregular plural, but it should be sufganim masculine. Now, I don't know what askaritim are. I searched all over and could not figure out what it is, but it might be some kind of delicacy associated with Hanukkah. And this is rather amazing that here we have, from about the year 1400, a reference to making sufganim, donuts. Now, Dr. Yankou Ajou cites the same passage in the translation, the French translation of El Stouf, which reads, "For the holiday of the Maccabees," which is Hanukkah, they, interesting that it's in the masculine, although the original is in the feminine, they would make a cake in a shape that would be created by throwing the dough into oil. They would eat it covered in jam. So that ends the whole debate. Is custard or jam more authentic? It really seems like jam is much more authentic, at least in the Provençal version. If you want to know more about this, I got to reference this amazing book that came out a couple of years ago, Emek HaSufganim, The Valley of the Donuts, which is by Rabbi Reuben Schwartz. It's a 600-page book all about the history and laws of eating donuts on Hanukkah. It's like an amazing study. It really is quite fascinating. What can I say? I want to leave the discussion of Arles for the actual cruise, but I will mention, by the way, that if you're a fan of Van Gogh, you are really going to like Arles, because it was in Arles that he was most creative. This is where he painted Starry Night. This is where he painted so many sunflowers and all kinds of things like that. There is definitely a Jewish connection. He's known to have spent a lot of time in Jewish neighborhoods when he lived in The Hague, and he was very influenced by the Jewish painter Yosef Israel. Fascinating stuff, and also very connected. One of the really cool things is when you get to the actual spot where he painted Starry Night, there's like a sort of an easel there that you can look at a representation of the painting and look at the actual scene where he painted it. Really fascinating. Okay, I hope that some of you will be able to join us on this amazing cruise. If you're not, I'm really looking forward to sharing a lot of my research with you by video. Thank you very much for watching.
Good group that's been assembled that's by Campbell meeting it's with the House and the Senate, and by partisan meeting with Democrats and Republicans are saying, like, hey, this shouldn't actually happen.
Publicly talking about releasing the information about all this stuff down in secrecy.
It's secret.
Because if they had to do it publicly, if they had to announce their position publicly, it could damage anything. this therapist, because if you can really take a course on that, as early as 1914.
I can tell you some for us specifically, we actually were made aware of that said that they truly wanted to bring some about 2 years ago when all this kicked off. We have requested briefings from the area that's in charge of compiling the investigative aspect of UP stuff. And right away from the get-go, we like even in talking areas like this organization is not an advanced organization, they're not going to tell us anything, and every interaction that we have with this family, this is very but then these people came forward and said that they were actually denied, they were told to not brief our group specifically on this topic, and then it was from, at the time, members of House leadership, but they wouldn't say who, and so I actually went with another member of Congress and confronted multiple people.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikvah, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
Agonizing, frustrating, slow process rather than a big dump of all the information that they've had from Roswell to the Aztec one to this.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be going back to the Rhone River later this October with Kosher River Boat Cruises. The region of Provence is just filled with Jewish history. There's a remarkable flourishing of Jewish culture and spirituality and literary ideas and thoughts, and oh my gosh, so many of the sages of Provence continue to inspire me. And one of the things I'd like to look at today with you is an interesting and unusual moment, an aliyah of 300 rabbis from Provence principally in the year 1211. Aliyah, of course, refers to emigration to the land of Israel. That's a Hebrew word that means to ascend. Whenever a person decides to live in Israel permanently, that's called making aliyah, making an ascent. And it's amazing to see such a large number of highly trained and respected leaders leaving Provence, which is a very beautiful part of the world, and going to the land of Israel, also a very beautiful part of the world. But, you know, don't get me wrong, in the 13th century, pretty dangerous and very difficult to actually, make a living there under those circumstances. So what I'd like to do in this brief video is try to understand why exactly do they do it, and what do we know about this story. I'm going to rely on two articles in particular, both by extremely distinguished medievalists. Dr. Ephraim Karnefogel, who is from the northeastern part of the United States, up not too far from where I live. He wrote an article in 1986 called The Aliyah of 300 Rabbis in 1211. Tosafist attitudes towards settling in the lands of Israel. The term Tosafist, of course, refers to the fact that many of these great rabbis were members of the school of Tosafot. This is a very important Talmudic school that flourished around this time in France and Germany, England, all the way out as far as Kiev, actually. And the other article is by Dr. Ram Ben Shalom, who in recent decades has been publishing some amazing, really, really fascinating work on Provençal Jewry in particular. His article is called The Messianic Journey of Jonathan HaKohen of Lunel, right, that's in the region we're talking about, to the land of Israel, re-examined, and he published that in Mediterranean Historical Review in 2018. Those are the two main sources that we're going to look at. The locus classicus for this story, one of the most clear statements of the entire story, comes to us from a 16th century account called Shevet Yehuda, a very important Sephardic work of history. And it goes like this. In the year 4791, which would correspond to 1211, God inspired the rabbis of France and England to go to Jerusalem. They numbered more than 300 and were accorded great honor by the king. They built for themselves synagogues and houses of study. Instead, Dr. Ben Shalom argues that that's in itself a polemic, saying, look, the Muslims allowed the Jews to build synagogues and houses of study, which they had difficulty doing at this time of the history in Western Europe. Anyway, back to the text. Our teacher, the great Kohen, Rabbi Yonatan of Lunel, went there as well. a miracle occurred. They prayed for rain and were answered, and the name of heaven was sanctified because of that. Okay, so that's typical kind of 16th century text. It's got some like sort of amazing, miraculous elements in it and so on. What do we make of this? What we can say for sure is that Jewish travelers to Jerusalem shortly after this event did confirm a presence of a large number of French rabbis in the city. And in fact, a very illustrious individual, Avraham ben Rambam, the son of Maimonides, also confirms this in the year 1235. So they're still there, 2 decades later. And most significantly, a very important key Tosfot, member of the Bali Tosfot, Rabbi Samson of Sens, later called man of Jerusalem, or the person from the land of Israel, because of his travel with this amazing Aliyah. We can say that there were 2 distinct waves of Aliyah, one from Provence specifically in 1209 and 1210 that arrived in time for Purim, Jerusalem, and another one in 1211 that had more rabbis from northern France. Now, we can't take it necessarily exactly at face value. The specifics of this passage in the Shevet Yehuda was added by a later author and not necessarily known for being strict with the facts. There's some, typical sort of, inflation of numbers, because it's unlikely that there were even 300 Tosafists total that we know of in Europe at this time. To imagine that 300 of them left, and still there were plenty left behind. So these numbers are hard to take, but nevertheless, there's no question that a significant number of leading rabbis all left Europe and made their way to Israel, where they had a significant impact as well. So let's try to understand, why did they leave? So this story has been well known for hundreds of years, and many historians have had a stab at it. If we go sort of chronologically, Samuel Kraus, very important Hungarian historian of the Jewish people, argued, somewhat fancifully perhaps, his thesis was heavily criticized, that the Jews of Provence left to go to Israel specifically to rediscuss the Maimonidean controversy, right? Maimonides was heavily condemned in parts of Europe. Provence was one of the first places where the controversy erupted. And in fact, as a result of the controversy, Maimonides' own books were burned in 1232 at the behest of Jewish communities, but burned by the Dominican friars. Terrible, terrible story. So Dr. Kraus argued that the Provençal scholars all went to Israel to re-argue the Maimonidean controversy, and perhaps even to present apologies to Maimonides at his grave. Kind of an interesting thesis, but hard to really believe, because the Maimonidean controversy did not really get rolling until a little bit later, and maybe he's reading it backwards. Famous scholar Elkan Nathan Adler wrote that, at its heart, it was really Messianism. And although this thesis didn't get a lot of support when he first promulgated it, Dr. Ben Shalom has really investigated further and says there's quite a bit to say about this. So we're going to return to Messianism. Ephraim Urbach went to the go-to answer, anti-Semitism, right? When we don't know why something happens, it's either money or second choice, possibly anti-Semitism. And in fact, there's a lot to rely on at this point. Although the Jews were not expelled from Provence, there was a very abrupt and frightening expulsion in 1182 from other parts of France. And it's not hard to point to many things, the rise of Pope Innocent III, for example, that were indicating that at the beginning of the 13th century, there were a lot of really negative things for Jews and a lot of good reasons to leave Europe. But it doesn't answer the question of why specifically rabbis. I mean, you would think there would be a popular movement, not just rabbis. We'll come back to that. Robert Chazen argued a really good answer, economic discrimination, and he pointed very carefully to some additional anti-Semitic taxes that were laid on the Jewish community in Provence and elsewhere at the beginning of the 13th century. Good reasons to leave, but if you're going to leave, why go to Israel, which was a very, very difficult journey, It was under a completely different political environment. It was threatened by warfare with the Crusades. Many Jews, if it was only economic in nature, they would have chosen perhaps to move to the east. And in fact, we will see a very large movement of Jews to the east a little bit later in this period of time, where it was easier to make a living than it was going to Israel. Finally, Dr. Karnefogel, who wrote the article in 1986, he argued quite simply that it was an expression of piety. It was an expression of engagement with the Talmudic text, which is what the Bali Tosfot were all about, that made them see over and over again how incredibly important it was to make Aliyah, to move to the land of Israel. And that makes a lot of sense, especially when we see how so many of the sources seem to emphasize the fact that this was not a popular movement. This was something that came primarily from those experts in the Talmud, the Bali Tosfos. Just the ongoing connection with the ideas expressed in the Talmud said to these rabbis, you know what? We really should be moving to Israel. And Dr. Karnefogel brings a lot of very, very convincing arguments from the writings of these Bali Tosfos to indicate that, yeah, they're moving ineluctably to this religious conclusion. Now, let us just ask one question here. Why Provence? Why specifically that part of the world? Now, it's especially interesting when, one of the reasons why I really love Provence is because it was subject to so many different influences. If you look at it here in this map, you can see it's in the south of France, and you have the influences coming in from Spain, over the Pyrenees Mountains, and especially as things begin to heat up for Jews there. First, at the end of the Visigothic period, which would be 6th, 7th centuries, there's a lot of emigration from Spain into Provence. And then, of course, much later, when we get to the Inquisition in the 14th and 15th century, you'll have a lot more Jews coming from Spain and bringing their ideas, and especially their connection with Arabic wisdom and Arabic texts. Let's not forget that some of the greatest classics of this era were written first in Arabic, like Chovos HaLevavos, written in Judeo-Arabic, not written in Hebrew. We rely heavily on the translations that were made largely in Provence, because this is where Hebrew-speaking Jews began to say, wow, these are really great ideas. Could you please produce an entire volume of what Rabbeinu Bachya had to say, or so on. You also have the influence of the great Ashkenazic centers to the north, a lot of the Bali Tosfot bringing their ideas down, which is discussed, and of course you have the influence of the great ego, Maimonides, that is making his way through the ideas brought to Provence and translated by the Ibn Tibbon family and others. All of these ideas are circulating around Provence, creating a new brand of scholar, the so-called Chachmei Provence, the sages of Provence, that brought a very different sensibility to the pressing issues of Judaism and of the human condition writ large. So that's one of the reasons I really love Provence. Now, when we look at our particular issue, the Aliyah of the 300 rabbis from Provence and France, Professor Ben Shalom brings examples of actual correspondence between this great leader, Rabbi Yonatan of Lunel, to Maimonides, such as this example. And we see that elements in those conversations is regard messianism. Rabbi Yonatan of Lunel is especially interested in what Maimonides has to say about a messianic movement that they hear occurred somewhere in the East. And it's interesting, he points out that the scholars of Provence had a pseudo-biography of Maimonides. It was already circulating within Maimonides' lifetime, and it was not an authorized biography. It had a lot of incorrect things, but they had placed the Messianic movement in the wrong area. But Maimonides did, in fact, deal with the Messianic movement in Yemen. He wrote about it in his famous Igeris Hatimat, his letter to the Yemenites. And so Maimonides clarified for them, what is Messianism in Judaism? What is its role? How does it work? And so on. It's also very important to point out that there's a lot of other non-Jewish influences that are exerting themselves on the Jews of Provence. There is the possible influence of the success the Crusaders had in 1099, taking Jerusalem, of course, with a great cost to the local population, Muslim and Jewish both. And then later, of course, the fall to Saladin, the collapse of the Crusader endeavor to the Muslims, that also inspired some messianic feeling among Jews, saying maybe this a harbinger of the eventual Messiah. All of this chaos, this war going on in the land of Israel. And the last thing that's especially important is the fact that Jews are spending a lot of time looking at the calendar. The Anno Mundi calendar, the calendar from creation that Jews follow to this day. It was not the only calendar they followed, but it was, the classically Jewish one. Estimated that the end of the 5th millennium, right, the end of the years 4000 would occur in the year 1240, and a lot of Jews thought that must be the moment when we would have a messianic period. So all of these things come together, and they're really exerting tremendous pressure on the sages of Provence, so much so that a large number of them, unlikely that it's 300, but nevertheless a large number of rabbinically educated individuals decide to leave Provence and make their way to the land. This particular aliyah does not survive in large numbers. In the year 1219, less than a decade after they arrive, they find their homes destroyed because the nephew of Saladin, who was in charge of Jerusalem at the time, determines that the best way to protect the city from another crusader attack would be to ironically destroy the fortified walls so that the crusaders could not, for example, besiege the city, get inside, and then hold it. The lack of fortified walls would mean that they wouldn't be able to hold it. So he destroyed those walls that specifically protected the French and the Provençal communities. They ended up trying to make space with the local Christian communities. They were impoverished by this, and they went into a period of steep decline. This steep decline was partially reversed by the arrival of the great Nachmanides later on in the century, but it was never able to pick up and gather the kind of traction it had in the beginning of the 13th century. Nevertheless, it illustrates in a very powerful way the impact of the messianic idea in Judaism, its tenacious hold on the Jewish spirit, and the millennial draw of Zion, the idea that Jews are always going to look back to the land of Israel as their eternal homeland, and the hope that it will one day be, once again, the seat of messianic. Okay, I hope you found this useful. It would be great if you took one of the last cabins that we have left. I'm not sure if the ship is totally full at this point, but if you can't join us, I'm looking forward to share with you some of my research and what I see when I'm in Provence later this year. Thank you very much for watching.
Well, it's interesting as remember in the Bible always talks about there's a go through this special process and be considered, holy basically. So all that to say that there's something out there, right? I think that obviously God's real. This job has definitely, put me in a position to where we're able to help get other cultures out there, people. And you get the truth of that thing out there. Dear Director Radley, as you look at the Ark of the Covenant, change if you found the actual Ark of the Covenant, and you could explain a lot of things, like these Ethiopians have it, which Graham Hancock allegedly.
We're now at the amazing first century amphitheater or arena in Arles, France, which is one of the most phenomenal structures they have. It dates really from the first century. We're going to go inside and have a look at it. It's really amazing. It's used even today for the local kind of bullfights, which are somewhat different from those that are fought in Spain. And I always think of Reish Lakish, the great Talmudic scholar who was originally a gladiator. When I look at this particular building, I get an imagination of what it must have been like to be Reish Lakish in this remarkable, imposing structure. I'll just take a few minutes to place this in Jewish context. Let us recall that in this city, we have a very, very ancient Jewish history. Jews arrived in this part of the world around the same time that this very amphitheater was built. As we discussed a couple nights ago, when Judea was reconquered by Vespasian and Titus, according to Josephus, 87,000 Jews were shipped away in boats, primarily to the Italian peninsula to work as slaves. The Colosseum was actually built with Jewish blood and treasure. And it's not at all unreasonable to think that there were Jewish slaves who also contributed to the building of this amphitheater as well,
because we have a significant number of legends that refer to Jews being shipped off to 3 cities. You'll recall they were shipped to Lyon, to Arles, and to Bordeaux. So we definitely have a long-standing tradition of Jews being here. Unfortunately, from this very, very early period, we don't have a lot of specific name Jews like we did in Vienne with Herod Archelaus, but we have the famous Radhanite merchants who were based here in the 9th century. And then, of course, we have the period of the Chachmei Provence, the sages of Provence we spoke about on Friday, that were mainly based in Arles. Almost all of them were working in this very city. They would have walked, I don't know if they would have attended games here, but they certainly would have walked past the auditorium. And in this particular setting, I just want to draw your attention to 2 specific facts, and then we're going to move on and think about the rest of the city. First of all, not only would Jews have likely been involved in the construction of this, just think about the might and grandeur of Rome. That, this is the faraway provinces. This is what they called in Latin Huppetsville. It was really, really far away from the main centers, and nevertheless, at such a distance, at such a reach, they could build these magnificent structures that really broadcast to the world that they were here to stay. It must have been unimaginable for those Jewish slaves having their sovereignty taken away from them, being shipped off to a foreign land, to think they would ever outlast the Roman Empire. And still, we're here enjoying the Roman amphitheater in our street. This is just a testament to Jewish survival to be here 2,000 years later and remark upon the eternity of the Jewish people, Netzach Yisrael Lo Yishaker. And in this context, I want to share with you, okay, thank you. In this context, I want to share with you one biography. I'm sure many of you will be very familiar with this great Talmudic scholar, because he is quoted hundreds and hundreds of times in the Talmud, but maybe not all of you know his backstory, so let me just take a minute. I'm talking, of course, about Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, who is known popularly by the acronym Reish Lakish. So Reish Lakish would have been born sometime around the year 200. It was 70 years after the failed Bar Kokhba rebellion, the second major war that the Jews fought with the Romans to try and regain their territory. Horrible devastation afterwards and persecution under Hadrian, and Jewish sovereignty was, simply lost in the distance. Hard to imagine that the Jews could ever suffer 2 national defeats like that. First in the Great Revolt that ended in 74, and second with the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So this is a period of time when Jews were definitely a persecuted minority, incredibly impoverished, and Lakish, he was impoverished and he forced to sell himself into gladiatorial combat. It was a way that you could make a living. You could become a gladiator, a ludator, as it says in the Talmud. The thing is, of course, it's an incredibly dangerous profession, very short-lived profession, because what would go on in here is fights against wild animals for the entertainment of the masses. And by the way, you see here the Roman genius for governing, which is really imitated by all great empires, to give the people huge public works like this, roads, aqueducts, things like that, and also entertainment. Typically lowest common denominator entertainment. Netflix is a good 10 levels up above this. This is maybe a little bit more like Major League Football, maybe. But the idea, sorry about that. But this is what the Romans did to be able to pacify and control large populations. So Reish Lakish was a gladiator for much of his life. He was able to eventually earn enough money that he could buy his own freedom from the games, and then he became a professional highway robber. And the story goes, and it's an amazing story, like this is not necessarily good for your shidduch resume, but he was, traveling along the road somewhere in the Galil region, and he saw a beautiful woman bathing in a river. And so, with a remarkable force, showing his great physical prowess, he leaped into the river to accost this young woman. To his surprise, however, it turned out it wasn't a young woman, it was Rabbi Yochanan. And after a few moments of embarrassment, we can imagine, Reish Lakish said, well, I'm sorry about that. Do you happen to have a sister? So Rabbi Yochanan said to him, yes, I do have a sister, and she is even more beautiful than I. By the way, Rabbi Yochanan was famous in the Talmud for being physically beautiful. The Talmud says that when he would reveal his arm, the room would light up with the beauty of his skin. And it also says, by the way, that he was overweight. He was a Baal Basar, so there's hope for some of us. So Rabbi Yochanan said to Reish Lakish, I do have a sister, but there's no way she's going to marry a guy like you. You have to learn Torah. Immediately, Reish Lakish said, I will study. And he ended up converting himself to studying Torah. He was Rabbi Yochanan's lifelong Chabrusa, study partner. There's a lot of stories about their adventures together. It's really quite remarkable. But one last thing, when he decided to study Torah, he found he could not jump out of the river with the same amount of force as he was able to before. And the Rabbi Yochanan said to him, that's because Torah depletes all your energies. All that energy you put into physical power, you no longer have it at your disposal. Now it's all intellectual power. But I want to just tell you one last story about Reish Lakish. We were just speaking about it earlier with Dr. Pollack and I. There's a remarkable Gemara that's not very well known. It's in the Yerushalmi Trumos, Daf Mem Vav Amud Beis, where Rav Asi was kidnapped and taken hostage. Certainly something that we can think about today. And the rabbis were flustered. What are we going to do? The great Rav Asi is kidnapped. So one of the great rabbis there, Rabbi Yonatan, said, get his funeral shroud ready. Meaning that's it. Rav Asi is dead. Reish Lakish, former gladiator, now in his golden years, he refused to accept that. He says, either I will kill them or they will kill me, but I'm not going to leave him in captivity. And this old rabbi, former gladiator, I don't know, straps on his armor or something, he goes off to accost the kidnappers. And when he's there, he uses his new strength. He convinces them to let Rav Asi go. And then he says to them, listen, you guys did some terrible things in your life. If you want to redeem yourselves, come on back and let's go speak to my Rebbe, my Chabrusa, Rebbe Yochanan. And they say, okay. So they follow the former kidnappers, follow Reish Lakish back to Rabbi Yochanan. And Rabbi Yochanan hears the story and he says, whatever they intended to do to Rav Asi, that's what we have to do to them. So it ends in a kind of a dark chapter for them. I think it's worth meditating on the lesson of Reish Lakish in our particular moment today and what that might mean for us. But in this particular setting here in Ar, let's remember the fates of those unnamed Jews, thousands of them over the centuries who lived in this place, and reflect on what we can learn from them today. Now, just by way of conclusion, the history of the Jews in Provence has a few really big chapters. There's the Roman chapter, about which we only have a lot of legendary information. There's the period of the Chachmei Provence that we spoke about 2 days ago. Tomorrow we're going to go to the most well-documented medieval period, which looks at the Jews under the papacy, and we're going to visit actual sites, two amazing Jewish ghettos where Jews were allowed to live in Avignon and Carpentras. And then finally, when we get to Lyon, then we'll speak about Jews in the modern era, which is just an amazing chapter as well. With that, I want to thank Katrin and the other guys for giving me a little bit of time. And let's go on.
Challenges your belief system you fight against. Well, specifically to JFK for decades, the intelligence agencies were influencing what the print and press was doing. 100%.
I think it's so wonderful that we spent our morning touring that gargantuan, magnificent Palais des Papes, right? What a phenomenal structure, so imposing, and such dictatorial power exercised over the entire region. Just bear that in the back of your mind and think back to probably, I'd say about 95% of the people in this room, our own grandparents were not free. I can tell you my Zadis and Bubbies who lived in the Russian Empire, right up until 1917, we were inozemny, which means we were foreigners. We had some right of residency, but your Russian Empire passport, even if you lived there for 800 years, didn't matter. You were inozemny, a foreigner, and if necessary, you could be moved around anywhere you wanted. And in fact, that is the Jewish condition for about 2,000 years. The idea that the most basic right of residency was not a right for Jews, it was a privilege which was jealously guarded by those powers that could dole it out. And right here, where we are in Avignon, and where we'll be later in Capencha, we should recall that we were the guests of the Pope. We were exiled from the rest of France, 1306, and there were 4 communities that they graciously allowed us to live in. And as the rabbi mentioned, the quality of that existence was highly dependent upon the temperament of the individual folk. If you went through the various centuries, for example, we were forced to wear yellow hats. Men had to wear yellow hats. Women had to wear an article of yellow somewhere on their clothing. And the size of the yellow hat, how much of the hat had to be yellow, depended on the Pope. Some folks would allow us to just wear a little yellow ribbon at the very top of the hat. So very tall people like Mr. Cohen could get away. People wouldn't know he was necessarily Jewish because the yellow tab was so high. And everything was entirely at their discretion. We pleased the Pope. If we had things that we could offer them, then we could stay. And if not, there were times when we were simply evicted from our place of residence. This is really gullish. This is something which I never grew up with. I'm sure none of you grew up with. Maybe some of you who were evicted from Muslim lands after the state of Israel was born would know this. But otherwise, we don't have gullets like in our bones. We're Canadians, Americans. We feel like, well, of course, we have as much right to live here as anyone else. Can you imagine what it would be like for yourself, your parents, and Bobbies and Zadis to know that we could simply be evicted at a moment's notice, and it would be well within generational memory. So in that context, take that kind of mindset and imagine what this synagogue must have been like for the Jews of Avignon. Here we are literally in the shadow of that monstrosity. And know that we are completely dependent on them, but this here, this little space is Funzer. This is where we can have just a moment of shelter, a moment of spiritual sustenance, to rely upon each other, to rely upon our God, to one day deliver us in a distant, perhaps future, where we will eventually have to be able to have freedom and be able to walk the streets knowing that we have every right to be there along with everyone else. So that's how I approach this particular synagogue. I just want to let you know that tonight we're going to spend an hour going over the specifics of why would the popes want to have us here. Some of it is generous, to be sure. Some of it is self-interested. And some of it was based on a slavery to an ideology in which Jews were kind of like, I can't think of a better word, pets. We were pets. We were like a kind of an interesting species that had to be kept around according to a 5th century doctrine called the doctrine of witness that we'll spend time on. And then, God willing, tomorrow, in the next lecture, we're going to talk about the dramatic change that occurred with the French Revolution, an incredible change that was tectonic in its application, that suddenly freed Jews, but freed them for what? What exactly did that new freedom mean, and did we use it appropriately? That's going to be in after tonight. So don't worry too much about all the blinding dates and places and things like that. I'm hoping to place it within context for all of us today. Let's just, at this moment, contemplate what it must have been like to live such a tenuous existence and to have this little space of shelter for ourselves.
hopefully when the documents are released from the Russian government later on this fall, that might be able to provide a full picture. Granted, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt because it's still, it was written by the KGB. But at the end of the day, we have a good mosaic that's been put together with at least the documents that have been released with this administration. And for any outstanding documents, I actually have a team assigned to me from the CIA that is actually helping me chase down these documents. And I've already had some interesting experiences, like not creepy, but for example, after President Trump signed the executive order, and Red has been super helpful. We actually were made aware of this. Allegedly, there had been a document that was at the CIA that was a report from the Inspector General that had implicated the CIA allegedly in the assassination of Jim Case. So I'm following up on this lead and trying to find this report. And the archives is like, we don't have any documentation of this. The CIA says they don't have any documentation, and they've been good with us so far. So I go to the archives and they're like, we found this weird back though, and it's in the skiff, and it's been here for 5 years, and it was left by our former attorney for the archives. So we don't know what's in it. And I was like, well, go open it. They're like, well, we don't have the key, and it's in a vault. And I said, well, I'm coming over. So I drive over. Literally, I put myself in the car. I get in the car, and I go over to the National Archives. We go into the skiff. I pull up this bag, and I'm like, does anyone have scissors to be like, cut open this little folder? And there was a CD-ROM in it, and this is again been declassified now, so I can talk about it. But there was this CD-ROM of a ton of wires from.
I'd just like to maybe take a moment to place your thoughts in the frame of mind to Dublin in this holy room where so many hundreds of generations have hundreds of generations of Jews have Dublin. And even though we ourselves come from so far away, both geographically and chronologically, we are still Am Echad, B'Lev Echad. And I think one of the ways you can see that most obviously is you think about what were the values of the people in this shul. Like when push came to shove, what did the Jews of Carpentras really believe? Anyone know where you would find that in this room? Very good. What are we seeing over here? These are collection boxes. Look at what they're giving their money to. Because that's a way of seeing, people put their money down. What are they saying? So it says here, Kupas Sfas. Why Sfas? Why not Yerushalayim? Well, they do actually have Yerushalayim as well. But why Sfas? So Tzfas was an amazing town, of course, in northern Israel. It had an incredible explosion of spiritual activity in the 1500s. That was a period of time when Yosef Karo lived there, Rav Moshe Cordovero, the Arizal came from Egypt to be in Tzfas to learn with the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Al-Sheikh. It was a period of phenomenal, exciting spiritual development, and then it came crashing to an end with a series of earthquakes and plagues. And so, even though it reached such tremendous spiritual heights, so even though it reached such extreme heights of spirituality in the 1500s, it went into a steep period of decline right after. And one of the most important people who visited Carpentras regularly and who collected money for them was none other than the Chida, Rev Chaim Yosef David Azulai, very prolific author who traveled around the world going to different communities to collect for Tzfas, for Yerushalayim, and for Hebron. So we see that the Jews of Carpentras were just as mamish connected to the Jews of Israel as we are today. We also connect ourselves through donations. That's what they did here in Carpentras. When they were at their wealthiest, having built this magnificent structure, that's when they remembered the poorest, the Jews of Tzfat, who were under such tremendous duress. That's excellent. You can see here on the other side, they have the Ma'or Beit HaKnesset, right? For lights in the Beit HaKnesset, we say a bracha every Shabbos. Even today in our shul, we say a special bracha for the people who buy what it takes to light the shul, the electric bill. Back then, of course, it would have been oil for lights and for Havdalah and things, or they buy the wine for Havdalah and things like that. So we also share those values. Metaharim u'mekabirim. They had a Chevra Kadisha who took care of making sure that people received the proper kosher, dignified burial. We also care deeply about that. La'aniyim nehakahal. They cared about poor people inside the community, and although Jews have achieved tremendous wealth in the last 100-odd years. In particular, it's unfortunately a well-known secret that about 20% of Jews, even in New York, live below the poverty line. One of the things that we have been very good at as a community is reaching into our own pockets to support those in our community so they do not constitute a drag on the outside world. And that's very significant for the Jews of Carpentras as well. And finally, Maaseh HaTzedakah Shalem, just any kind of act of tzedakah, that we may not know exactly where we want to give our money, but we are a nation of givers. We are gomlei chasodim, we want to do chesed. And so in that context, as we're about to daven mincha here, which is our offering to Hashem, let us also remember that we are participating in a tradition that runs straight through Carpentras, runs straight through, Cairo, runs straight through Grenada. It goes all the way back to Yerushalayim, Ir HaKodesh, and let's hope that with our tefillos we can be a Meilit Yosher for all of our brethren and sisters in the land of Israel.
There's a time-honored tactic of taking, like if I was in intelligence community, and I'm not accusing anybody of doing this, but if I was in intelligence community and I had some truth that was very inconvenient to a narrative, and I wanted to label that truth as being a preposterous conspiracy theory, I'd add a bunch of kooky shit to it.
Or add disinformation campaigns.
Or dole it out to the nuttiest people on the internet. Dole it out to the craziest people. This guy's got a drinking problem. He's got a conspiracy theory website.
Or take a little spin it. Yeah.
Get it to him and tell him you're helping them. Get him to spread a bunch of kooky stuff so that when that stuff gets disproven, the other things attached to it, so the other thing looks stupid too.
We've had our fill. Like the one thing I wanted to do when I first got the task force is open up a skip to any person who held the clearance to come brief us on what they knew about UAPs. And I can tell you that we've now had this skip.
Conversation like the door shuts and you're like,
well, the problem is I've reached out to some of the biggest names in UFO lore, okay? And they all got skiff flu. What we called skiff flu, being like the day that the skiff was open, that we were talking about, we're here, like, come on, come brief us. They get sick, they all guys. They didn't recover, and then they just don't talk to us anymore. So they ghost us. Yeah, so I'm like, well, if you're not going to tell me to skip, then you're full of crap.
or you're scared for your life because you're just a scientist who doesn't. Maybe they got threatened. Maybe someone let them know that maybe someone hung something on their door in the middle of the night.
But if people say they're going to go tell us in a skiff and then they don't show up, it's a problem, right? So
I understand, but maybe those people don't feel like the government's going to protect them.
That is one of the biggest things that we've had people bring up is that your whistleblower protection only goes so far, and you can't do anything for my physical safety. And some of them do allege that there's these actual physical concerns. We actually had someone that we wanted to bring in to testify because our next hearing on UAP is going to be here this next month. And the individual that was actually told to us by David Grush is actually a former combat controller, and so my husband, Air Force Special Operator, combat control, so we knew the guy. He has some friends, so we knew that the guy was nuts or crazy, and reached out to him, and he did not want to come in. He wanted nothing to do with it. He was like, I am not touching this. And so, that stuff like that happens.
So you put those folks on TV, right?
We don't have to. We can do private, but if we testify,
if it comes time where they have to testify, there's a lot of time between people finding out that this guy came and told you guys what's up to testify.
Don't freak out our witnesses, Joe.
That's the problem. This is what I was talking about is what's being advocated.
One of the things that many students wonder about the Talmud is why exactly does it begin on page 2? In fact, every single tractate of the Babylonian Talmud begins with that familiar base in the upper left-hand corner. The obvious question is, why doesn't they start with page 1? So there are lots of fanciful and kind of homiletic answers that are in many ways really quite appealing and fascinating, but the truth is quite a bit more prosaic, and it dates back to the origins of printing in the 15th century. Of course, the Talmud itself was originally an oral document, then moving into a manuscript culture was written down, often as very beautiful works of art. Like, have a look at this late 13th century Spanish handwritten Talmud, which is just gorgeous. But when we get to the 15th century, there's this Gutenberg revolution with the invention of movable type and the printing press. All of a sudden, these extremely expensive manuscripts, which were typically, a yeshiva or a study circle would own maybe 1, 2, 3 copies of certain tractates. To own the entire Talmud was an amazingly expensive investment. But with the advent of printing, all of a sudden it became possible for communities to possess the entire Talmud. So this was a huge change, and it really revolutionized the study of the Talmud and greatly expanded the number of students who were studying it. But printing was in its infancy, and there are many conventions which were not accepted right away, and one of those was basically page numbers. The first major printers of the Talmud were the Italian Sonsino family, who produced some absolutely gorgeous editions of the Talmud. But they were kind of working their way through it, trying to figure out, how do we deal with these things, such as pagination. If you have a look, just as a small aside, here's a beautiful copy of a 15th century printing of Aesop's Fables, which the Sonsino family thought looked really great. This is the title page, so they actually adapted it with very minor changes for the opening of Tractate Chulin. You can even see the lines where the original had to be cut and then pasted in, because of course Hebrew is read left to right, and they had to orient the page appropriately for the binding. But when they laid out their first Talmud, they did not think to include page numbers. Among other problems that arose as a result of this omission was the fact that people didn't know if a tractate was complete. I mean, what happened if some of the pages or some of the signatures of pages were missing? So what the printers evolved was they started adding at the bottom of each column of text a couple of words that connected to the following page, so that as you were studying the text, you could see, there's nothing missing between what I finished at the bottom of this column until I began the next column. And that's a convention which is retained in today's Vilna Shas and more modern printings of the Talmud often as well. And then eventually they said, you know what, why don't we just add page numbers as well? And that's how we get to our curtain pagination system, which numbers actually folios, that is both sides of one page, with the recto, the first page, known as Amud Aleph, and then the verso, the other side, known as Amud Bet. And that's the convention we follow today. Where was page 1? Page 1 was the title page, because when you would actually get the book of Talmud, the page would be the Shar Blat, the opening page, which often has some beautiful artwork, like the classic Vilna Shas that has the pillars and the gates and the lions and the curtains and things like that. That was such an evocative image that has been retained for the last 200 years as symbolic of the entry into the world of the Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
He's in a powerless situation, right? If he does give you access, he's getting in trouble. He might be really in trouble.
Today's daf contains 2 references to converts, which just give a tantalizing little glimpse into what life was like for Jews in the Sasanian period, when the Talmud was written around the period of the late 3rd and early 4th centuries. The first reference, of course, is in the Gemara itself. There's a Hahi Giorta, a certain convert, that is in the era of Shmuel. This was probably during the reign of the famous king Shapur I, also known as Shvur Malka in much of the text. And he was a king that appears actually with some frequency in the Talmud. And he had a relatively expansive policy with regards to non-Zoroastrians in his empire. He wanted to be as inclusive as possible as the empire was expanding. Later, there would be a crackdown on non-Zoroastrians, which appears significantly throughout the Talmud. But during this time, there was more tolerance and acceptance of the idea of converting to Judaism. Very brief-lived period. It would ironically also be present in the era of a successor, not an immediate successor, but Shapur II with the same name, that was associated especially with Rava and the town of Mechoza. So the first reference that we have today refers to this Hahi Giorta, the fact that there was such a convert in the era of Shmuel, which is in itself interesting. Second passage is really fascinating. There's a Rabbi Mari Bar Rachel, who stands out as an unusual character. First of all, the obvious thing is Why is he named after his mother, Rachel, when the overwhelming consensus is that rabbis are named after their fathers in the Talmud, as is the general practice? So there's a controversy between Rashi and Tosfos elsewhere in Talmud as to whether or not there is one person by this name or several people by this name. According to his opinion, however, the story was that Rachel was Shmuel, also mentioned on the daf today, who unfortunately was kidnapped, and while she was kidnapped, she had relations with this improbably named non-Jew named Isur. The name Isur means prohibition, but that's quite likely his actual name. At any rate, she became pregnant and she gave birth eventually to Mari. Now, fascinatingly, Isur was quite taken with his encounter with Judaism through his partner Rachel, and ultimately ended up converting himself and becoming an Adam Gadol, a great Talmudic scholar in his own right. Fascinating kind of story. His grandchildren included Mar Zutra, one of the great figures of it as well. So it's a fascinating kind of story of how the lives of Sassanians and Jews interacted during the period of the Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Most people today, I think when you talk about like praying, even that whole concept is kind of just like, oh, you know, there's, and I feel like that thing's kind of cool, but if you have like a grounding in that, going back to
One of the most important scholars of the late 1st and early 2nd century was Rabbi Yossi HaGlili. He belongs to the group of scholars known as Tanaim, singular Tana, which refers to scholars who primarily are associated with the Mishnah, which is the core text of the Talmud as a whole. We will have much opportunity to speak about many other Tanaim, God willing, in the course of these lectures, these small lectures. But for the time being, let's focus on Rabbi Yossi HaGlili himself. As the name implies, he came from the Galil region, from the Galilee, which is in the north of Israel. Typically speaking, one only gets an appellation at the end of one's name associated with a place if one is no longer in that place. So, for example, I come from Canada and I live in New York. No one would call me Henry the New Yorker because everybody here is New Yorkers. They might call me Henry the Canuck, though, because I come from Canada. I would only get that name, though, living in New York. I would not get it in Canada because everyone there would be a Canuck. So Yossi HaGlili indicates that he was principally known in a place other than the Galil, and in fact, that place was Yavne. Yavne was one of the most important centers of Jewish thought, particularly in the first few decades after the destruction of the temple. This is the place that the great Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked of Vespasian, later to become emperor of Rome, Tenli Yavne v'chachameha, give me the town of Yavne and its sages. When this request was acceded to by the general later to become emperor, this was an extremely important foundation for the continuity of Jewish thought over the ages. So Rabbi Yossi HaGlili migrated from the northern region, from the Galil, down to the central coastal town of Yavne. The term Glili may have a slightly ironic twist to it as well, as in most places of human settlement, we tend to regard people from other regions as having various characteristics, sometimes better than ours, quite often more negative than ours. In the case of the Galileans, the reputation in ancient Israel was that people from the Galil were of less than average intelligence. For example, when Rabbi Yossi HaGlili encounters Luria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, and she calls him a stupid Galilean, and she corrects him in a very harsh way with regards to the way that he was speaking with her, which is a fascinating thing. Maybe we'll get to it in another class. But at any rate, the term Rabbi Yossi HaGlili may have been a little bit of an ironic comment, meaning that, he comes from the Galil, but he's an incredibly intelligent person. He came to Yavne already as an established scholar and
really quite well versed in the rabbinic teachings, but he presented himself with tremendous humility as a student to many of the great rabbis there, including Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva. Within very short order, however, Rabbi Yossi's genius became known, and in fact, on many occasions, he even bested Rabbi Akiva in argument and was widely regarded as his equal, which is an amazing thing to say because Akiva ben Yosef was certainly one of the greatest scholars of that age, and for Rabbi Yossi to be his equivalent was really quite significant. Unfortunately, Rabbi Yossi did not enjoy a harmonious home life. He was married to a woman, and their marriage was not a healthy and happy one. He found himself, however, hard-pressed to divorce her because he could not afford the ketubah, the large monetary payment that would be due under those circumstances. Another rabbi generously helped him, and he was able to divorce his wife. And this is all an interesting story, but what's really fascinating, I think revelatory about Rabbi Yossi's character, is that she remarried, and unfortunately that second marriage was even worse than her marriage to Rabbi Yossi Aglili. They were frequently known to be arguing with each other and having great disputes, and they fell into penury as well. Rabbi Yossi Aglili, when he heard that his ex-wife was doing poorly with her new husband, he actually undertook to support them financially so that they would have a more comfortable life, even though, he had already severed ties with her as his ex-wife. A fascinating insight into his character. Rabbi Yossi Aglili was also known as a miracle worker, and right up until the 10th century, his name was frequently invoked in folk prayers of Jews throughout Europe. A tomb is associated with Rabbi Yossi Aglili in northern Israel, just north of Tzfat, in the town of Dalton, small moshav there. And I have to share one small private thing, personal thing. When I was a young child, my parents and I used to travel south to Toronto to attend the big Passover Seder that was hosted by my Aunt Enid, Aleh Shalom. And she used to let us all have these paper Haggadahs, usually printed by Maxwell House, these kind of not very expensive things you get from the supermarket. And Rabbi Yossi Aglili, of course, is prominently mentioned in the Haggadah, but in the English translation, his name is spelled with a J, J-O-S-E, the Galilean. So I and my cousins, with our puerile humor, used to refer to him as Jose Aglili, the world's first Hispanic rabbi. Anyways, I hope you have an amazing time learning this stuff. Take care.
Well, I go back to my thoughts on all this stuff. It's like, very few people could even read back then. Very few people could write, right? So you're not gonna write. You're probably
Starting this Shabbos, I'm going to be giving a new series of lectures at my synagogue on the phenomenal work known as the Mesilas Yesharim. It's an incredibly important 18th century classic of Jewish thought, and I have so many students out there on the internet that I feel badly I won't be able to share this with you because we will, of course, not be recording on Shabbat. So I thought what I would do is I would record 12 short lectures on the Mesilas Yesharim that will go over the gist of what we're going to be talking about, and hopefully, you'll be able to appreciate this book as much as I do, and I hope that I can infect you with some of my enthusiasm for this tremendous classic, and I hope that you will go on to study it in environments closer to where you live. So let's start today's lecture by talking about what exactly is Mesilas Yesharim. The short answer is it's this book published in Amsterdam in the first half of the 18th century by a very important Italian rabbi named Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. It basically builds on a statement in the Talmud, a teaching of Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair, who describes a series of levels of self-development from the very first level, which essentially is the recognition of one's place in the world, one's obligation in the world, through stages like caution or watchfulness, through alacrity, through cleanliness, and of course each of these stages has a meaning, until finally you get to the highest level, which is holiness, which is a really amazing level. It was a turning point in Jewish literary history and became an immediate classic across the Jewish spectrum with approbations from the most amazing sectors of Jewish thought. For example, the author is regarded as a tremendous hero to the Maskilim, that is, to those proponents of the Jewish Enlightenment of the 18th century and 19th century, who argue that Jews should become more modernizing. The reason for this is not only Mesilas Yesharim, but really many of the author's other works, in particular his dramatic works, the Yesharim Tehillah, for example, Migdal Oz, these beautiful plays that he wrote, really in an Italianate style, but written in Hebrew. It also received quite a reception among the early Hasidim in the 18th century, in the Maggid Mezrich and his circle read Mesilas Yesharim and other works of the author. And finally, in the Talmudic world, in the yeshiva world, tremendous enthusiasm for this work in particular, which is remarkable because he was so excoriated during his lifetime. It's hard to imagine a person as controversial as Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto in the 18th century. Bans were placed on him personally, on his books, and in fact those bans extended to those who would read his books even today, and they've been largely ignored because they were such a tremendous classic, completely overwhelmed any opposition that may have come about from any quarter whatsoever. This is one of the amazing things about this particular book, and I'm very excited to share it with you. It is a book that I regard personally as deeply meaningful. I've read it actually many times, and I am to go through it many more times as well, because I find I get more out of it every time I review it. We are quite fortunate to benefit from a lot of great scholarship that has been produced on the life of the Ramchal, beginning in the 1930s when Dr. Ginsburg published a very important biography, and also, more importantly, published the collected correspondence of the Ramchal, a 2-volume work that was earth-shattering because it went through all of the controversy of his life, his personal correspondence with his own teachers and with his opponents. That really gives us a great overview of his work. That's been updated significantly, especially by the work of Elisheva Karlova, who wrote a very important biography of his main detractor, Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, about whom we will have the opportunity to speak momentarily. Finally, in the last couple of decades, there have been some very important bibliographic and biographic research that's come out. Joel Hanzel in Israel published a very important French language biography of the Ramchal. Jonathan Garb more recently published Hebrew language. There's the work of Rabbi Shikri and Machon Ramchal that's published new editions of the Ramchal's works, opening them up for tremendous scholarly inquiry. And most recently, the dissertation by David Sklar, currently at Harvard. That's going to be a much anticipated biography. I can't wait till that comes out. At any rate, fascinating research has been done on the Ramchal. I'm hoping to catch you up with some of those things over the course of this and the following 11 lectures that are projected in the series. One of the reasons why this research is so important is because it's very difficult to understand Mesilas Yesharim properly without a broad understanding of the Ramchal's work and the Ramchal's lifetime, because much of what he wrote about is really a reflection of what he experienced. I'm hoping to demonstrate that over the course of the next few lectures. That does not mean to say that people can't go into the Mesilas Yesharim cold and get a tremendous amount out of it. That's certainly true. And in fact, that's the way the vast majority of readers appreciate Mesilas Yesharim, is because they approach it without any background information. But I'm here to tell you that having done it that way, and having done it with the historical context, it's way better with the historical context. So let's get right into the material. First of all, the title is rather strange. Mesilas Yesharim. It translates as the path of the Yasharim. Yashar means to be straight, to be straightforward. And it can be understood as being honest or upright or perhaps righteous. So you'll see translations in English like the path of the just, the path of the righteous, and these things are all very true. It's somewhat problematic, though. It's not an outright borrowing from a verse, for example, in the Torah. And what does this phrase upright or the upright ones mean exactly? It's also easy to confuse it with another book in the Musar tradition, the Jewish other tradition, called Orchos Tzadikim, which is also translated as the pathways of the righteous ones. So these texts are often quite a bit confused, and we still don't have a really good handle on what the title means. Basically, the word path, though, clearly is a reference to the teaching of Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair, who describes this series of stages of development that you have to go through to achieve holiness, and it's perhaps one of the first works of Jewish bibliotherapy. When you're thinking about how can I develop as a human being, how do I develop my personality and my caricature of my character and my my interpersonal relations, it's very important for that, and this is a path towards that. But the phrase Yesharim, of the upright, does that mean the path of those who go straight? Does it mean the path of those who are honest? I mean, we have lots of other words for that. Fascinating theory by one of the early studies of one period of the Ramchal's life by a Dr. Meyer, who was a librarian in Amsterdam. He published this immediately after the war, World War II, and he argued that in fact the term Yesharim may be a reference to the family that supported the Ramchal after the controversial period in his life, that gave him support in Amsterdam, that acted as his patron and made sure that he had a livelihood and one of honor, and their name was de Chavez, which might have been pronounced in Amsterdam de Chavez, not exactly sure if anyone out there knows Dutch, maybe you can help me with this, but the fact that the Ramchal wrote a wedding tribute to a member of that family and called it La Yesharim Tehillah, which means praise for the Yesharim, it might be, says Dr. Meyer, that Mesilat Yesharim is also kind of like an oblique homage to this family that helped him so much. There's a little bit of an onomatopoeia there, like Yesharim, Dishaveh, Mesilat Dishaveh, that kind of idea. Interesting, fascinating. No one will know for sure, but nevertheless, it is something we're thinking of. So who was the Ramchal himself? Fascinating individual. He was born in Padua, Italy, a fairly small town within the orbit of nearby Venice. It was a university town, and in fact it was rather rare among university towns in that they actually admitted Jewish students. Several of the members of Ramchal's, by the way, that's the Ramchal stands for Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and so I may occasionally refer to him simply by the acronym Ramchal. Anyway, several of the members of Ramchal's personal study circle were actually students at the University of Padua. And Ramchal himself actually studied at the university. There's interesting to see student records. We don't know his grades, but we do know that he attended classes there as well. He was broadly educated in several languages, including Italian, Latin, Greek. One of his first works, actually something he wrote when he was 17 years old, was a book on Hebrew rhetoric. In many ways, the first of its kind in Jewish history. He wrote a book on how to speak. I'm really interested. I mean, I've studied it, and I'm fascinated with the idea. Maybe I should use it as a textbook for the public speaking class we offer here at Touro College. That would be so much fun, bringing the Ramchal back to life, actually in a fundamentals of speech class. But I'm getting off topic. At any rate, he was a child prodigy, genius. And he was especially attracted to Kabbalah. He was especially attracted to the mystical teaching of Judaism. In fact, more than anything else, the Ramchal was a Mekubal. He was someone who studied Kabbalah. That's when the vast majority of writings, the ones that are extant and most likely the ones that have disappeared, were on Kabbalah. And many of the other things for which he is famous, including his dramas, including his poetry, including his ethical works, they pale in comparison to the importance of Kabbalistic study for him. Some of the most fascinating commentaries on his ethical works, however, really reflect back on the underpinnings of Kabbalistic thought that subtly infused the text with mystical meaning. At any rate, He acquired a small circle of followers, very, very dedicated followers, who would gather with him and were engaged in a private study of Kabbalistic texts, in particular the Zohar. It's a fascinating society that is modeled in many ways on the circle that surrounded the Ari in Tzfat, and before that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai in Israel. A small circle of disciples that would engage in very, very deep study of these esoteric texts. And as they stated in their membership rules, they did this exclusively for the benefit of the Shekhinah, of the divine presence of God alone. It was not to accrue to their own benefit in any way. One of the most bizarre things, however, relating to this private study group was the visit of a Maggid. Now, this happened when the Ramchal was in his early 20s, and he described it to his students after some time. Other people, including emissaries from Israel, actually visited the Ramchal and observed this phenomenon. It's a rather bizarre story, but basically, what started happening to the Ramchal is he would receive these visitations from some kind of angelic being who would then introduce him to many secrets of Torah, which he would then reiterate to his students or engage in feverish writing, often in Aramaic, where he would record a phenomenal amount of material within a ridiculously short space of time. And his disciples were completely entranced with this. It would, of course, get him into some controversy because many felt that this visitation certainly was not a normal kind of thing to happen, even to great, great scholars, but it was not at all unknown. In fact, there is a long tradition of these Magidim visiting scholars of exceptional holiness, but to visit such a young man, such a young age, seemed like very implausible. And even the staunchest defender of the Ramchal in the ensuing controversy, someone who is, in my humble opinion, deserving of a full-length biography on his own, because, what a tremendous role model for a teacher he was. That is Rabbi Yeshayahu Bassan. Vigorously defended his student against all opposition, but privately, we know from the correspondence, he would write to him and say, what you're describing is highly usual, and are you sure? And, expressing a little bit of doubt and skepticism with his student in their many exchanges, but nevertheless, that's only privately between the two of them. To the outside world, he was totally behind the Ramchal and broke no compromise whatsoever with the many unfair attacks on his personality. At any rate, one of the Ramchal students, Yekusiel Gordon, sent a letter, most likely with the knowledge of the Ramchal, out to several rabbis, telling them what he had seen, what was going on in Padua, and inviting them to learn more about it, perhaps come and visit and see the Ramchal, because it was a truly amazing thing. Word got out, however, to a Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who was something of a firebrand who had made his career up until this point specifically attacking people who were suspected of being followers of the disgraced false messiah, Shabtai Tzvi. I've lectured about Shabtai Tzvi elsewhere, and so I won't go into great length here, but very briefly, Shabtai Tzvi was a claimant to the title of Messiah, the Jewish Mashiach, and in the 17th century, he marshaled actually tens of thousands of supporters to follow him to Israel, where he would proclaim the beginning of the Messianic era. He went to visit the leader of the Ottoman Empire to take Jerusalem back from them, but the Ottoman Empire refused, of course, and suggested that if he would not convert to Islam, they would simply have him killed. So, much to the chagrin and disappointment of his followers, Shabtai Tzvi did in fact convert to Islam, and his movement was decimated. And Jews went back, often penniless, because they had sold all of their belongings in anticipation of the Messianic era, and it was a huge debacle for the entire continent. So Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was one of several rabbis who were essentially kind of like police that would rigorously examine publications or any speeches of controversial rabbis, would frankly attack them quite often correctly as being followers of Shammai Tzvi, but also unfortunately also incorrectly. And in fact, Rav Moshe Gagiz was persona non grata in Amsterdam. He had actually been evicted from that city for intellectual rabble-rousing of this nature. At any rate, Rav Moshe Gagiz heard about this. This is, by the way, the tremendous biography by Professor Elisheva Karlebach on this called The Pursuit of Heresy. And there are 2 chapters devoted to the Ramchal there. And Rav Moshe Gagiz wrote to the rabbis of Venice, not to the rabbis of Padua, which is an interesting thing in itself, and said that, hey, you've got this kid there, and he is probably a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. He has been reporting, these illuminations, these visitations from angelic beings and things like that. And besides that, he said he's almost 23 years old yet, and he's not married. What is wrong with this guy? Right, that was something like, obviously 23 was too old to be single at that time. And he also preferred not to grow a beard, which was considered also unusual for a rabbi to, especially one who was at such a high level that he was receiving these visitations. The rabbis of Venice got involved. Rabbi Bassan, the teacher of one of the teachers of the Ramchal, defended him. But ultimately, what happened was that the rabbis of Venice prevailed, and they forced Rabbi Luzzatto to sign a humiliating oath that he would not engage in public teaching of Kabbalah anymore. That he had to wait till he was 40, and this is something that only happened in the land of Israel. Prophecy is associated more with Israel, of course, than any other land in the diaspora. And he was required to turn over all of his writings to Rabbi Bassan for safekeeping. He was specifically enjoined not to write in Aramaic, and there were different things going on with the restrictions. So it's humiliating, but but what was resolved at any rate, that he was not a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. We do know from the correspondence with him and his teacher that in fact he had read the works of, for example, Nathan of Gaza, one of the most important followers of Shabtai Tzvi. But when criticized for this, he said to his teacher, quoting the Talmud, "I eat the fruit and throw away the peel." Meaning, I may have been exposed to these books. Yes, I've read them, but what's ridiculous about them, I totally ignore. What may have value, I actually retain. Rabbi Bassan, of course, did not emphasize this in his defense of the Ramchal, but nevertheless, we know that he was aware of these ideas. The controversy settled down for a little while, and the Ramchal actually married. He would later have a son. After about 5 years, he decided, he really wants to start publishing again. So he decided he was going to leave Padua and go to Amsterdam. Again, a much more hospitable environment for intellectual inquiry in general, and also a center of Jewish publishing. It's also evident that the Luzzatto family, which was essentially a well-to-do mercantile family, were having some difficulty making ends meet. There was a general recession in Padua at that time, and so many of the members of the Luzzatto family actually made their way to Amsterdam. He was preceded, for example, by his younger brother. When Rabbi Hagiz heard that, in fact, the Ramchal he had prosecuted and persecuted some years back was intending to go to Amsterdam and there to publish his works, even within the context of the ban. He would not write in Aramaic, he would write in Hebrew, things like that. He would not be publicly disseminating Kabbalah. Rabbi Hagiz renewed his attack on the Ramchal, but this time he did it quite differently. He did it a little bit more of a covert fashion, and he coordinated a massive number of rabbis who would sign on to a ban against the Ramchal, and he communicated with the rabbis of Frankfurt that was en route to Amsterdam from Padua, such that when the Ramchal family endured one of the most brutal winter crossings of the Alps, making their way up through Germany into Austria and stopped in Frankfurt, they were arrested. And the Ramchal was brought before before the Beit Din of Frankfurt and queried as to his religious bona fides. Now, what's fascinating about this at this point is that there's no more question of his being a Sabbatean, but there was his, his questions of his innovations, his, new ideas. He was arrested in Frankfurt. The whole controversy was revived once again, now 5 years after the original controversy. Rabbi Bassan came in, and this time he came in, with both barrels firing because this is ridiculous. He was being held, and unfortunately, it went the same way in the end. Ramchal was forced to sign another one of these humiliating oaths that no, he was not involved in any kind of this negative activity. He would not teach publicly. He would not write in Aramaic, and so on. And he recanted any possible connection with any beliefs that may have been heterodox, and so on. And he was allowed to go on his way. One of the fascinating elements of this particular period is that the Ramchal, after defending himself as best he could, was then Makabel the Din, meaning he accepted the decision of the Beit Din, just like he had in Padua, and it shows a phenomenal strength of character to be able to withstand such oaths. It's interesting, we'll get to it later when we get to the section on chapter 11 on cleanliness, but the Vilna Gaon famously once said that when he read the Mesilas Yesharim, he noted that there was not a single word out of place in the entire book until chapter 11. It's my humble contention that I know exactly which word he was referring to, and it has to do with this second period, the second persecution period in the chapter 11. At any rate, he was forced to hand over his writings once again. The rabbi there in Frankfurt was given the authority to examine them, and his decision was that he would burn some of them as heretical works, and the rest he would bury in a secret location where they would molder away and be lost forever, as they have. So what happens next is the Ramchal goes on to Amsterdam, and as I mentioned, he was received with great honor and support from the Portuguese community, who gave him a position in the yeshiva. His thoughts are mentioned in the decisions of the Beit Din in Amsterdam, and he received a quite large salary for his activity teaching in Amsterdam, of course not teaching Kabbalah publicly, and it is at the height of his comfort and repose in Amsterdam that he composes some of his greatest works, among them Mesilas Yesharim. After a few years in Amsterdam, he decides that his life goal is to really go to Israel, and then at the age of 40, to once again be free to teach Kabbalah publicly. So he and his wife put their affairs in order. They have documents of him, speaking with his executors and taking care of whatever property to them. And he makes his way to Israel, preparing to, enter into what promises to be a new phase of his literary, intellectual, and religious activities. Unfortunately, we received note shortly thereafter that he and his wife and his young son are all killed in a plague that swept through the land at that time. This is a period of plagues that have really been going on in Israel since the 16th century, and he dies shy of his 40th birthday, and the world is bereft of his future teachers.
Last year, I was putting out some messaging on them because I watched this documentary about the slaughterhouse, how they're actually using migrant
We have a
children
surprise in the 20th
these
century.
slaughterhouses.
Amazingly, hidden in the Moscow archives of the Ginsburg collection, in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered. This just sets the entire scholarly world and the followers of the Ramchal on fire. The Ramchal apparently wrote an earlier version of Mesilas Yesharim. This is an earth-shattering, and it's actually quite different from the version that was ultimately published. Now, before I talk about this new version that was discovered and what it means, let me just explain that the fact is the editio princeps, meaning the first printing of the Mesilas Yesharim happened during the author's lifetime, so we have to assume it was authorized. We have to assume that the Ramchal was aware of its contents and was accepting that this is the version he wants to be distributed. There are quite a few typos in that first version, and later clumsy attempts to correct those typos, including new typos. So with the discovery of this version, which is, by the way, written in the Ramchal's own hand, it's his own handwriting, we were able to correct. When I say we, I mean the scholarly world as a whole. I had nothing to do with it, but I love thinking of myself as being in their company, so I'll say we. Kind of like a royal we, I guess. At any rate, the Editio Princeps, the first printed edition, is authoritative. And in fact, if you compare the two versions, they're probably about 90% the same. There are two huge differences, however. One is that the first version is written in a dialogue form between two individuals, one called the Chacham and one called the Chassid. And it has a feeling of a drama. If you've studied Platonic dialogues, it's a lot like that, where the Chassid will actually dominate the discussion. That's sort of like the Ramchal's voice. And the Chacham will eventually recede until he's basically just like a foil. He asks a very quick question, and then you have a long answer, and then another quick question. But the beginning is really quite dramatic and quite telling. Basically, what happens in the beginning is there's this Chacham, and he is, to use kind of like 21st century terms, he's kind of like a modern Orthodox Jew. Not exactly, but he's kind of like well-rounded. He's interested in the sciences, he has a broad appreciation of cultures like that. And he wonders to himself, though, what is it with these Haredim, with these ultra-Orthodox, the so-called Hasidim in this book? Obviously, the term Hasid is pre-Baal Shem Tov, so you can't use, or contemporary with the Baal Shem Tov, so he didn't mean it in the sense of like the Eastern European Hasidim, like Chabad and Satmar and things like that. But he's a Hasid in the sense of being pious. And he wonders, like, what do they do with their time all day? How can they spend their entire life just focused on what seems to be such obvious stuff? So one day he sees across the room a friend like from high school. He hasn't seen him in many years, and he's flipped out. He's become a chassid. And he goes over to him and says, "Wow, so nice to see you. It's been so many years." And they start talking. He says, "Listen, I really wanted to know what you would do with your time. What is this with all these Tehillim you say? Why do you focus on these little books over and over again? Don't you want to study the broader world of Torah, the broader world of science and nature, literature, all kinds of stuff like that, astronomy?" And the book is basically a discussion between these two figures. Fascinating. That's one of the most important differences. The other important difference, which I'm not going to go into great detail now, but in the next few classes, hopefully we will. And this is something that scholars are still debating what exactly is going on. But Dr. Sklar has an interesting thesis that the first version of Mesilas Yesharim was actually the Ramchal's preferred version, and it was rejected by the publishers, or more likely rejected by the underwriters. Why would it be rejected? I mean, who rejects the Ramchal's works? Let's remember, this is the 18th century. He's just coming off a continent-wide controversy. He's keeping his head down and not getting into trouble. And there's certainly no obvious Kabbalah in this book and so on. But Dr. Sklar argues, I think very effectively, that the reason why it was transformed is because the underwriters said, "Hey, wait a second. We're reading this material, and we're seeing caricatures of your opponents in it." In other words, some of the characterizations of the negative portraits of people who are arrogant, people who are Baalei Machlokas, stir up trouble, things like that. We see their caricatures right here in the text. There's some almost physical depictions of people who are so full of themselves, they walk heel to toe very slowly, like nothing. And
the underwriter said, you know what, you can't publish this. You're just going to open up that whole can of worms again. And that may be why the Ramchal said, okay, fine, so I'll edit it. It didn't take a lot to edit it because he basically removed the first couple of chapters and changed it from a dialogue to a prose version, a thematic version. But that anyway, that's what we have today. Those are the two versions of the Nasir Shah that are with us today.
And there's a certain aspect of humanity that needs to be kept involved
in these following lectures that we're going to discuss both of those works and use them as an integrated whole to look at the levels as described by the Nasir Shah. And I guess that's it. I really appreciate the amount of attention that you've given to this lecture. Here you are right at the end of it, still listening, so that's great. I hope you will have an opportunity to listen to the next lectures. And
there are oversights and
thank you very much.
Especially if it's in regards to civilian casualties.
Right, but civilian casualties are the majority of deaths from drones.
I would say, based on people that I've talked with and interacted, it's definitely happened in the past and it's definitely problematic. However, I think it's
I want to welcome everybody to our 1 day early Young Yerushalayim program. And I'd like to thank Mr. Abramson for joining us tonight. I'd like to welcome everybody to our Zoom session. Another one of our, we're trying very hard to have as many virtual shiurim and lectures as we can, and it's an appropriate night to be doing this. And without further ado, I'd like to thank Steve Deutsch for putting this together. Once again, the fabulous job he does putting together so many programs. And I'd like to introduce Steve to introduce our speaker.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Hope everybody's safe and healthy. Mr. Abramson serves as the Dean of Touro College in Brooklyn, New York. He's a native of Northern Ontario, Canada, and he earned his PhD in the University of Toronto in 1995. Before joining Touro, he held a visiting and postdoctoral positions at Cornell, Harvard, Oxford, and the University of Yerushalayim. He's an author of several books, scholarly articles, Jewish history, thought. He's the author of Jewish History and Daf Yomi podcast, the Orthodox Union. His research and teaching has been recognized with fellowships from the National Endowment of the Humanities. For the Humanities, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and is recipient of the Excellence Academy Award from the National Education Association. His online lectures are viewed by over 3,000 people daily. I'd like to thank the following sponsors: the Applebaums, the Blues, the Ginsbergs, the Kaplows, the Comars, the Londons, Lucas's, and Snyders. Abramson will speak about Rabbi Moshe Chaim Zaro's last words to his students. This persecuted 18th century genius migrates to Israel. At the end of this program, we'll allow people to ask questions and I'll answer them. So without further ado, Mr. Abramson, thank you for organizing this program.
Thank you. That was a great introduction. I'm so glad I'm recording this because then I can play it back for my mother later, and she will accept so much notice. It is wonderful to be here with you. I was really grateful to get the invitation from Mohav Emes, and I also feel great to be speaking not only on Yom Yerushalayim, one auspicious day in modern Jewish history, but it also happens, it's quite serendipitous, that is the Ramchal yard site. This is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto's actual yard site today, and it was, I had sent several possible topics to Mr. Deutsch, and he immediately picked the Ramchal. So, it really is so fortuitous, it's so wonderful that this should be the day we get to speak about this incredible genius. What I'd like to speak about in the lecture that I'll begin momentarily is a little bit of the arc of the life of this truly brilliant individual, really one of these once in a millennium scholars that happens to street past these
eye like a meteor or a comet that illuminates a tremendous swath of the earth and yet is gone suddenly without a trace. The Ramchal, of course, passed away on this day in 1746. There's some dispute. It may have been 1747, but he was, just approaching his 40th year. And it is also ironic and tragic that he and his wife and his child passed away as a result of an unnamed plague. Most likely smallpox, probably cholera. So there are many sort of factors in the Venn diagram that bring us together here today to speak about the life and the work of the Ramchal. The many factors that come together to create the Venn diagram of our synchronous moment. The Ramchal's yahrzeit, Yom Yerushalayim, because at the end of his life, he migrated to Israel, and of course the public health situation. So let me just share my screen and take you to the actual lecture. Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, a persecuted demon. So many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the name Luzzatto, and you may have heard him through the acronym of his name, the Ramchal, usually with a definitive article, the Ramchal, because there's really no one else quite like him. And chances are, you know him primarily for this book, Mesilat Yesharim, the Path of the Flesh, which is one of these remarkable books that received tremendous acclaim from all sectors of the Jewish world, which is really quite rare. He published it in 1730, and it was an immediate classic, and it touched so many different
he's saying that their algorithm is essentially where OpenAI is like AI's never featured.
It basically is. It's a fantastic work. I've studied it myself many, many times. It is basically a very well-developed Talmudic self-help book. It takes a passage from the Talmud which describes 10 levels of personal development, from Zehirus, which means caution, meaning to watch out for yourself, to protect yourself, through Zerizus, which means alacrity or speed, initiative, through Nekius, cleanliness, which deals with aspects of burnishing and polishing one's behavior in all ways. And he goes through how each one of these, psycho-spiritual qualities can be developed in a person until they reach a very high level of piety and sanctity. It's a very fascinating work, very accessible and challenging. It is currently studied at seminaries and yeshivas, although there's one chapter, chapter 20, which is almost never studied in yeshivas because that's a chapter about moderation in piety. Meaning that one should don't go crazy. And many of the seminaries and yeshivas, if they were to teach chapter 20, chances are they would lose a big chunk of their second year population. So they typically only get to about chapter 9 and they give up, or chapter 11. An amazing discovery that occurred in the early 1990s with the opening up of the archives in the former Soviet Union, an actual autograph version, meaning written in the Ramchal's own hand, of Mesilat Yesharim appeared. It was discovered in the archives, and it was actually a different version. It is not a thematic version, meaning where he goes and he lectures like a professor going through each of these levels, but it's a very powerful, literally dramatic version, where it is the story of two old friends who are separated from their youth, and they come back to meet each other maybe a decade later after what we would call today high school, and they see that they've taken very different paths. One of them, the narrator, the protagonist, it's kind of like it's sort of a rough estimation, but we would associate him maybe with kind of like a good YU guy, very centrist, very well developed. He's interested in sciences, interested in humanities, interested in Torah. He's no slouch, but he's kind of like spread out. Whereas he sees his friend who has flipped up. His friend is wearing the dark clothes and reciting Tehillim for hours on end, and he wonders, what happened to you? We used to pal around when we were kids, and look at you now. You're like one of the Haredim. again, I'm using modern terms to try and translate back to the 18th century, but that's the mood of their encounter. And their discussion of the tensions between, again, roughly speaking, a modern Orthodox and a Haredi approach to Judaism, are absolutely fascinating, really gripping, and very personally relevant to everyone who reads it, because it describes the kind of dynamic tension that exists between, full-blown absolute piety and engagement in the larger world. And this is really something that speaks to the Ramchal as a person, as we shall see when we get to his biography. But this dialogue version was pushed in 1991, and it is absolutely fantastic. In my humble opinion, it's superior to the one that has become the function. If we have time, maybe you'll remind me in the question period, why didn't you publish this version, which you apparently wrote first? Why did you publish only the latter version? You were published in his lifetime. He refrained from producing this in print. Why was that? We'll get to it. Now, what I'm missing, by the way, is a close-up look at his own handwriting. So, let us understand something about the unusual reception history of the Ramchal's work, because it is really unique. This is, by the way, reception history. That's a great phrase, but in German it's even better. Rezeptionsgeschichte sounds really significant to say it that way. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So if you can say it in Yiddish and remove the phlegm, you'll have the Rezeptionsgeschichte. I don't know if you find that funny, because on Zoom I can only see my own face, but I'm laughing. Anyway, so look at this here. This is an amazing thing, right? He published it in 1730. He was dead not that long afterwards. And his book was praised by people like Moses Mendelssohn, who was the father of the Haskalah. This is the so-called genius of Berlin, an individual who was the first Jew. He was personally observant, but he was the first Jew who kind of expressed to general society in Germany that Jews were worthy of equal rights, and that Jews had intellectual attainments that were easily equivalent to the great minds of Germany, the great musicians, and so on. And he argued for greater emancipation of Jews within larger societies. And his movement later moved further and further away from observance, and in fact, tragically, most of his descendants did not even remain Jewish. But nevertheless, he praised the Ramchal's work primarily for its phenomenal literary qualities. We see this even in the 20th century with Joseph Klausner, very famous professor of literature. I think he was the founding chair of the literature department at the Hebrew University. And he argued that Luzzatto was in fact the first modern Hebrew novelist, modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal, and this may be surprising to those of you who only encountered him in yeshiva, the Ramchal actually wrote romantic plays in modern Hebrew that were clearly modeled on the style of early 13th century Italian drama. He was very versatile in so many different areas of literary endeavor, and so Dr. Klausner associated him as being the first modern Hebrew writer. So that's the kind of the Maskilic approach, the Haskalah approach to the Ramchal. We also see the Hasidim loved him as well, because whereas the Haskalah loved him for his literary qualities, the Hasidim recognized how he was first and foremost a Kabbalist. He was incredibly fused with love for the Zohar, for all of the mystical writings. This is something that eventually got into a lot of trouble. But his greatest books, as far as the Hasidim are concerned, are his tremendous introductions to Kabbalah, including, for example, his famous classic, the 138 Gateways to Wisdom, which is essentially a Vade-Mekum of Kabbalah. It's everything you need to know to study Kabbalah. Very, very influential work, following from the work of the Ari. And none less than the Maggid of Mezerich, who was one of the Baal Shem Tov's prime disciples, he wrote, "The generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal." The Maskilim loved him, the Hasidim loved him, and this is perhaps more familiar to many people in this audience. The Vilna Gaon who was the grandfather of all Misnagdim, so much so that virtually every Lithuanian Jew claims to be a direct descendant of the Vilna Gaon. And if you're not familiar with Lithuanian Jews and their proclivities, you can always tell that they tend to be very intellectually acute. They have a profound sense of humor. Tend to be very snappy dressers. Usually works very well in a live audience. The Vilna Gaon famously said he was a near contemporary with the Ramchal. He was born just 15 years before the Ramchal would pass away. The Vilna Gaon said famously that if they were alive in the same time he was aware of the Ramchal, the Vilna Gaon would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, to study at the feet of the Ramchal. And he also famously said that there is not one word out of place in the first 11 chapters of the Messiah. I like challenging my students to find which word is out of place in the 11th chapter. I have a theory about that too. Actually, in the question and answer. So what do we get from this? Everybody loves the Ramchal. How is that possible? You have people who are at each other's throats. The conflict between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim in the late 18th century, the early 19th century was incredibly bitter. They were throwing each other in jail, denouncing each other to the Russian authorities who both like the Ramchal. And of course, the Masculine were in some cases openly advocating the abandonment of Jewish practice, the jettison of Jewish custom, diets, and Shabbat, the Ramchal too. How is it possible that everyone sees a piece of themselves in the Ramchal? So hopefully we'll get to that. What I'd like to do now is let's understand a little bit of the trajectory of his life, which is incredibly dramatic. Really, someone should make a movie of the Ramchal's life because it is so phenomenal, and we hope to understand thereby at least a little bit of what he represented for 18th century Jews. So he was born in Padua, which is a significant city on the Po River in northern Italy. His family were fairly well-to-do merchants, primarily dealing in silk and things like that. Later on, the family business would fail, and that left Ramchal, he was a child of a father who was primarily involved in business. That left Ramchal with a very difficult series of choices to make, and they ended up moving elsewhere in Europe to try and raise the family. But he received in Padua an exceptionally broad education. He was trained early on in his life in multiple European languages, both living and dead. You're familiar with Greek and Latin, for example, and also a deep fascination with Judaism. He found in his youth a very, very close teacher who was his defender for most of his life, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who was in many ways the hero of the story. Really tremendous courage displayed by a teacher and a mentor who defended his student against all kinds of calumnies and things like that. As a child already, in his teens, he wrote several important books, some of which are still studied today. I myself used one of these textbooks for my own students. He wrote on Hebrew logic, Hebrew grammar. He wrote a book on public speaking. I think he was about 17 years old when he first issued a book on how to speak publicly, a remarkable kinds of works. He wrote poetry as well, and as I mentioned earlier, some of his earliest works were these Hebrew language versions of Italian plays. Not translations of Italian plays, but the same kind of font structure, the same kind of character, romantic elements, highly allegorized, so they could be read within a Kabbalistic context, as we will see. And he, in fact, returned to this form of literary expression at the very end of his life as well. What's very important about the place he was born, Padua, is the fact that Padua was a university town. And it was one of the few towns in Europe that allowed Jews to study there, specifically in the medical field. What you see here is actually the anatomy auditorium where dissections and things like that would be performed. There are highly restricted and only a certain number during the year, so they literally had to build this building around them to accommodate the medical students who want to see it. But and so Jewish students were attracted to Padua to attend their medical faculty. It was kind of like a dual curriculum. There were all kinds of discriminatory measures applied to the Jewish students. They had to pay more tuition. They had to bring gifts to the Christian students and all kinds of things like that. But at the end of the day, they did receive a medical education. And they were attracted to this young genius, Ramchal, who formed a small study circle called the Holy Society. This Holy Society would meet nightly to study the Zohar, and we actually have a tremendous amount of documentation about how they ran their business. Ramchal kept fairly copious notes and an extensive correspondence, so we know a lot about what he was doing at this time. The membership rules included, everything down to the precise places where everyone would sit, and all kinds of fascinating things about promises they took upon themselves not to speak ill of each other, how they promised to, if anyone had any dispute with anyone else in society, they had to air it with the entire group, and it had to be worked through, and they had to forgive each other before they closed the meeting. And most significantly, they would devote themselves to the study of the Zohar. Everyone, by the way, was well under the age of 40. Some of them would be in their late teens, mostly in their early 20s, and they were nevertheless engaged in this rather esoteric study. But they were widely respected as truly being a very holy society. So much so that the Jewish community, the Kehillah leadership in Padua, actually enacted special rules for them. One of the problems they had in the Jewish society in Padua, it's kind of funny to even think about it nowadays, but you get a sense of what it must have been like to live in the 18th century. They had a problem with Jews gambling, that Jews would go to card games and they would not be learning, sometimes they might even miss minion, things like that. So the Kehillah made a very strict series of rules that all Jewish men had to appear at the base medrash, I think it was from 8 p.m. till 10 p.m. every weekend. And if you didn't show up, you had to pay a fine and you had to provide a reason. And can you imagine, imposing these kind of sanctions on Jewish communities in America? You see how far we have changed, unfortunately, not necessarily for the better. And these were very strictly promulgated rules and strictly enforced. However, there's a special clause in the records of the community of Padua that the members of the Holy Society under Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto are exempt, because the community leaders knew that the Ramchal and his students were really something special. They were actually taka learning. You didn't have to worry about having them show up. So we lived in society for quite some time. Now, it was at this time when he was in his early 20s that a dramatic event occurred that would change his life forever. And really, the life of all modern Jews afterwards. He was gifted by a Magi. What is this referring to? A Magi is, in the Jewish tradition, literally it is a speaker. Right? We have the word Haggadah, which is the telling over of the story of the Exodus. So a Magi is this kind of supernatural being that comes to a person, often at night, sometimes in dreams, and reveals all kinds of esoteric Kabbalistic wisdom that would not be accessible in any other form. This is something which has been associated with many of the great Kabbalists of Jewish history. And if you're starting to think that, wow, this is so, kind of flaky and weird, this is not normal of Judaism, perhaps the most famous Magi in Jewish tradition is the one that apparently visited none other than the Shulchan Aruch, like Yosef Karo, who wrote a book about his experiences with the visit of the Magid Nesharim, the Magid who told him the truth, who would literally discuss halakha with him, and then the Shulchan Aruch would ask him the next day, that Yosef Karo would write down the readings that he attributed to his discussions with this heavenly youth. Now, This is, however you want to treat the kind of supernatural, spooky aspect of Judaism, it's certainly unusual for a 20-year-old to claim the visit from a Maggid. It's certainly unusual for a young person who literally did not even have a beard, and in fact he was widely criticized because he preferred to remain clean-shaven until he was about 23 years old, which is very scandalous in Italian society. And for him to go around saying that he's been visited by a Maggid, many people would have thought of him as being mentally unbalanced. And in fact, it would have really stayed within the holy society because he really only told the members of his circle of friends, except for one Yehutiel Gordon of Vilna, who was one of the medical students, who was one of the Ramchal's students, and he wrote a letter back home to Lithuania, and he said, "Mom and Dad, I have found the most amazing teacher. You are not going to believe this. He was, in fact, visited by a Maggid." Now, the letter wasn't actually to his mom and dad. It was to and there's some question whether or not the Ramchal authorized Yehutiel Gordon to speak about the Maggid. But at any rate, once he wrote about it to Lithuania, the cat was out of the bag, and a lot of really hard things happened to Ramchal. Why is this so? Why couldn't it be simply overlooked? Let's look at the years, right? We're talking about 1727. The Jewish world at that time was still being shaken by events that occurred some 50, 60 years before the terrible debacle of Shabtai Street. I'll tell you about this in a minute, but the most important name to understand this context is one Rabbi Moshe Chagis, who was he had dedicated his life, like his father, to hunt out any words of the disgrace Shabtai Street. And when he heard about this young man in Ottawa who was claiming to be visited by a Maggid, he immediately saw in it a scintilla of Sabbateanism, and he immediately rushed to find out how the community of Ottawa was dealing with this issue. So first, let's just go back a little bit to the 1600s to understand the story of Shabtai Street. Shabtai Street, in some ways, an uncomfortable parallel to the life of the Ramchal up to this point. Shabtai Street was also a brilliant student, a brilliant Kabbalist. He grew up in Smyrna, and he was widely sought after as a teacher, as a chazan. He had a very pure voice, and in fact, as a marriage prospect. He was actually read for many different shidduchim. He ultimately did marry later in life, more than once, including once, by the way, to a Torah school, literally marrying a Torah school. But he began in his early 20s to show signs of serious mental illness. It's hard to make a diagnosis, 400 years later on the basis of literary evidence, but it is worth noting that schizophrenia tends to affect males and tends to make its presence felt in the late teens, early 20s, more than other age group. At any rate, he began to speak about illuminations, which was his term for revelations from heavenly sources like the Maggid. He began to speak about being able to levitate. He began to speak in very grandiose terms, even messianic terms. And this probably would have, just been handled at a local level. He was censured. He was, put into some excommunication, and he might have been just considered as some kind of eccentric, were it not for the activity of Nathan of Gaza, who picked up Shabtai Street and saw in him tremendous benefit and led a movement of followers of Shabtai Street as the actual Messiah. This also came on the heels of an incredibly awful period of Jewish demographic upheaval in the wake of, for example, several peasant revolts in the 17th century, but the most horrific was in Ukraine under the leader Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who rose up against
the Polish noblemen, and along the way massacred tens of thousands of Jews. So you have Jews who are displaced from their homes, Jews who are desperate, Jews who are longing for a messianic redemption. And along comes this guy Shabtai Tzvi, who's beautiful to look at, beautiful to listen to, and Nathan of Gaza, who is his propagandist, and the movement spread dramatically. Here's, by the way, a representation by followers of Shabtai Tzvi. He's sitting on a throne here. It says in the top right there, and it's the crown of Tzvi. And underneath there is a circle of sages sitting and listening to Shabtai Tzvi. Very, very messianic. He actually gathered up a massive following, which fascinated Christian audiences because they were quite interested in the Messiah of the Jews. He was going to come back and unite all the Jews, take over Jerusalem. By the way, all of these pieces of art, these woodcuts, are from Christian because this was like big news at the time. Everyone was following what's going on. This what rapidly became a mass movement with Jews all over selling their possessions, selling their homes, and going to follow Shabtai Tzvi on his journey to Jerusalem, kind of like a Jewish crusade to take the land back from the Ottomans and proclaim the Messianic gift. We know not only these are non-Jewish because of where they were published, but sometimes you see things like this. Just go over here. This is perhaps the most famous rendition of Shabtai Tzvi. And you can see that the Christian artist doesn't know any Hebrew because he's just made a kind of squiggly lines all over the pillar on the back right there. That's his impression of Hebrew. You see that quite frequently. Anyways, he goes around, he blesses people, he names people to ambassadorships of different countries and different continents, and you have these huge crowds following Shabtai Tzvi. Can you imagine what this must have looked like at the time? It ended very badly, however, because Shabtai Tzvi was arrested. He presented himself to the authorities in Constantinople, and he said, "Okay, here I am. I'm ready to take over Jerusalem. So just hand it over. I'm going to proclaim the Messianic era." And the Ottoman Sultan said, "That's very interesting, Mr. Tzvi. Do you mind if I call you Shabtai? I have a counter offer. How about I let you live and you convert to Islam?" And amazingly, sadly, Shabtai Tzvi converted to Islam, and his followers were bereft. Many of them thought that this was such a tremendous betrayal, and they went home penniless and dispirited, and had to kind of recreate their lives after that. For some historians, they see this tremendous despondency at the roots of the population who sought solace in the teachings of the Baal Shem Tov and others who